Them are virtual, of course, but it's been so awesome. My name is Paulie Hype. I am your host here on the day, and we have some amazing collegiate action set up for all of you to watch from right in the comfort of your own homes. So today we have Valorant, Rocket League, Overwatch, and Super Smash Brothers Ultimate, four of the biggest and best games in esports, and personally, four of my favorites. So we have some amazing schools as well here to showcase for you in our Southwest Invitational, of course. So these teams are going to be competing on the day, and there's some exciting stuff planned for that. So without further ado, let's take a look at the teams that will be competing today.
Is Caleb Hinson, and I am the tank at SFA. We are located in Texas and have been a club for about 2.5 years. We are excited to be competing in Overwatch for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup in the Southwest region. This past semester has been pretty good. We brought on a majority of more new people than old people returning, and so it's been a pretty good learning experience. It's been competitive, but it's been fun. Well, I know we have this one DPS player, his name is Ryan, who we have recruited this season, and he's a bit harsh when it comes to some stuff he talks about, but overall, I think he was a good addition to the team, and he brings an element of realness to the team that is kind of needed in this new competitive environment that we're trying to go through. We have this small little side room in our campus's student center. It only has about 12 stations at it, and it's not very roomy, but it gets the job done, and it's better than playing at home, and it allows a lot of players on the Overwatch team especially to actually play on PC, because some of them are unable to play from home or don't have stable internet connections in the house. It means a lot because it's a pretty new, we were recently signed to NA, so it's a pretty new esports program. I'm glad that I am able to represent it in the way I can, and I really hope that this can help put esports on the map, not only at our college, but at other colleges in Texas, to help people realize that it's more than just simple games or games they see go mainstream. It's something that can actually go mainstream and be on the verge of other sports. Specifically this weekend, we're looking forward to go against UT Arlington. They're another school in Texas, and we're looking to try to make SFA known as one of the top esports teams in Texas if we can, and so we're just looking to put our names on the map if it's possible.
All right, so we just heard that was actually the interview that we had first. That was with Stefan F. Austin, and that was an amazing interview. He's from the Overwatch team at Austin Overwatch team. But without further ado, let's update everybody on what the brackets are going to look like for our Overwatch competition to start off the day. Let's take a look at those brackets now. Okay. Kansas Wesleyan. They also have received a bye and will be moving on. Number 3, we have Rebel Gaming, UNLV. Number 4 seed, we have Texas A&M, San Antonio, prestigious school there. Really top colleges here, ladies and gentlemen. Really excited for this Overwatch action. At number 5, we have the University of North Texas. And number 6 was Stephen F. Austin, who we just heard the interview with their coach, one of the players, from their team. We just heard that in that past interview. So those are the 6 teams that are going to be rounding out the Overwatch action on the day. And let's take a look now at the Valorant teams, name each school. So let's take a look at those. Let's pull up that bracket and see how these Valorant teams are going to shape out on the day. Really exciting game here. Loving some Valorant action, of course. Let's get it over there and take a look at the Valorant action. Oh, okay. So sorry, sorry about that. Getting word from production here. Okay, so the teams for Valorant Trying to pull up this thing here. We have Colorado State, University of Arkansas. We have Arizona State. We have Houston. We have Colorado State, University of Oklahoma, University of New Mexico, Texas State, Grand Canyon, and those will be the 8 different schools that will round out our VALORANT team, our VALORANT bracket here for the day. And without further ado, let's throw it over to a VALORANT interview and hear some words from Arizona State University VALORANT team. Take it away.
Hi, my name is Corinne. I'm the VALORANT manager at Arizona State University. We are located in Arizona. We've been a club for around 10 years. We're excited to be competing in VALORANT for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Southwest Regional. Competition has looked like a lot of ups and downs. It's kind of like a hill, in a sense, a rolling hill. We're facing a lot of challenges, but we're also overcoming those challenges every day. And our competition is going to be the same way. They're going to bring us some challenges, and we're going to have to either overcome them or we're going to have to take some falls every once in a while. So we actually did recently pick up a new player, Garrett the Kite. I was actually really excited to bring him on. We did a thing where we asked for interest of people that wanted to play in the club. We obviously had you had to be diamond or higher, and he just happened to be Immortal 3. And I remember I was looking through and I was like, I kind of want to give this guy a shot. I'm not an expert at the game, but when I see someone high rank, I'm like, they have to be, they're bringing something to the table. Super excited to bring him on. He was very responsive when I first talked to him, and very reciprocated the energy that we needed as a team. And he's really bringing a new light to the team, which I'm super excited for. The comms were kind of quiet the past year, and now I'm seeing it being lifted up because Garrett's here and he's always talking, always giving good communication to his teammates, and he's always there for them, and he just knows what to say at the right time. And it's a really good vibe that he's bringing to the team. So the club does host monthly LANs, which we are very grateful for. We basically all get together and we do activities and stuff. One time we did a League of Legends tournament, and they were randomized teams, and everyone was able to play in. We've done an Overcooked tournament. We're also doing, I think in a couple weeks, we're doing a Pokemon tournament, but it's all going to be online just because it's easier to do it online now because of COVID and stuff. But that's one way that we keep together as a community. And we're also very active in our Discord. We have around, I want to say 1,200 members in the Discord, and I want to say at least 800 are active within the day, constantly. And this includes staff, and this also just includes people from all the teams, and also just regular community people who just want to be there just because they like video games. And we just always connect, and we're always talking, and I've built a good group of friends just from the Discord alone. I want to say some of my good friends are from this Discord. Our biggest rival is GCU. I am super excited to play them. I know the coach, and I know a couple of players on the team, and a lot of the guys on ASU Maroon also know a lot of the players on the team as well. And it's just it's a good rivalry that we have every year. It's all our teams, we all end up facing each other because we're all in the same region, and usually we join the same leagues, and we're always put in the at least for example for VALORANT West, we're always there. I think we're super excited to play GCU just because we also know they picked up 2 brand new players, and we know they're good, so we're ready for a challenge.
Oh, amazing. And that was Arizona State University VALORANT team. Great interview there. As we go through the different games, let's check out game number 3, which is going to be Rocket League. Let's take a look at the competitors in our Southwest Invitational for some Rocket League. As we take a look here, we have number 1 going to be Grand Canyon. Number 2, UT Arlington. Number 3, we have Arizona State. Number 4, we have Utah State. At number 5 seed, we have Coug Esports of Houston. At the number 6 seed, we have Stephen F. Austin. At the 7th seed, it's Abilene Christian. And number 8 seed, we have Missouri Baptiste. That's going to be your 8 different schools, colleges that round out the Rocket League competition. And without further ado, let's take a look at the Rocket League interview with the Stephen F. Austin Rocket League team. Let's hear from them now.
My name is Jacob Lee, and I am the coach and also player at Stephen F. Austin State University. We are located in Nacogdoches, Texas, and have been a program for about 2 years now. We're excited to be competing in the Rocket League for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup. Competition for us this past semester has it's been fun. We've had a lot of fun. Me and my teammates, we've been in the lab a lot, and we have been trying really hard to be connected and not, because usually we play from home, And since COVID's been lax a lot more recently, we've been able to be in the lab a lot more and been able to have like a little more coalition and be able to like fist bump and have like good morale, because morale is a really big thing in Rocket League. If you don't have good morale, it can really get your team down. So I think competition's been very fun, even though like we've had some losses. We've had some pretty tough losses. Like it's been fun. So for our varsity team, we have me, which is I am currently my current rank in Rocket League is SSL, which is the top rank. Then we have Banji, who is around GC2, GC3, and then we have Blast, who's about GC1, and then Pippin, who's GC1. We all actually, I'm the one who really started the Rocket League team at my school, because before we didn't have a esports organization, and I kind of just got the guys together, and then the club ended up founding, and we all got together. It's like, hey, why don't we start competing? So that's how it all originated. Really, it was really because of me. And I mean, I don't mean to take like all the all the fame for that, but I just kind of like found people, and it was kind of cool because coming into such a small school, because Stephen F. Austin is very big, I didn't really expect to find Rocket League people there, but finding people that played, it really made me feel like I wasn't alone, because I kind of felt like I was. So ironically, we used to be a part of Southwest Conference, Southland Conference, my bad, Southland Conference, before we joined the Western Athletic Conference back in 2020, I think. And there was a tournament held by Mainline that was the Southland Conference Championship for Rocket League and for other esports. And it was between us and Abilene Christian, because there wasn't many other schools that really had Rocket League teams in the Southland Conference. And we were competing for $1,000. This was pretty important for both of the schools, because I mean, I know that Abilene Christian is very known for many things. Neither is SFA. So it was really important for both me, and I know it was important for them as well. We ended up meeting in the finals because we were ironically on opposite sides of the bracket. And it went to game 5. We had to reverse sweep them, which was crazy. Like, that was an exciting experience for us. But it's always been a running joke, because I'm pretty good friends with one of their players, and it's a running joke that like they can never beat us, because we always end up reverse sweeping them. They always end up winning the first 2 games, or the first game, and then we end up sweeping whatever best of series it is. So it's always fun playing.
Well, thank you so much. That was Jacob from Stephen F. Austin. That was a great interview. A little bit of rivalry there. I love these interview segments. They really just show a next layer of the players and schools themselves, and hopefully more of those to move forward. But now let's take a look at our 4th and final game, Super Smash Brothers Ultimate. These will be the 8 teams that will be competing in SSBU. As they come up on the screen here, we have number 1, University Texas Austin. We have number 2, UT Arlington. Number 3 is Arizona State. Number 4, we have Colorado. Number 5, we have Nevada. Number 6, we have Concordia. Number 7 is Dixie State in the 7th seed. And in the 8th seed, we have Abilene Christian. So without further ado, let's hear from the SSB interview with Colorado State University. Take it away.
All right. So, can you give me a brief introduction of yourself, your school, and your program?
My name is Brendan, and I am the Super Smash Brothers Ultimate Coordinator at CSU. We are located in Colorado, and we have been club for about a year now, specifically the Smash team. We're excited to be competing in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for Collegiate Esports National Championship in the Southwest Regional. Last semester, we finally got the local backup, which is essentially an open tournament where anybody can come and, enter a traditional bracket and play for money. And the esports team specifically has been getting, we've been meeting alongside that to try to help each of our players go through their bracket runs each week, break it down, see what they did wrong, improve a lot. And not to brag a little bit, but I think that people specifically on the esports team have improved more than people who haven't been. Yeah. So essentially what these open brackets is that you can get anybody to sign up. And as I mentioned earlier, we get about 30 to 50 people a week. And these are people from all over Fort Collins, not just CSU. And that's important because we get some of the best skill around to train and practice with. And so essentially in a double elimination bracket, you play 1-on-1 and you get 2 losses before you're out of the bracket. And you just if you win, you keep going until the winner's decided. And at the end of the day, there's only one winner. And I think that's super beneficial for the team because it helps you practice your mindset and like break it down to essentially the single match in the set of what could go wrong, and you can like focus on individual things from there and improve like that. Ooh, I would say this past semester, which was the fall semester, I think the most interesting thing is about Yeeks. Yeeks is a freshman who just started this year, and he's already one of our top players. Insanely good wolf, knows the incredibly well. Insane combo tree and insane, just like plethora of characters he can play. And the thing about Yeeks too is you will not find anybody taller than that man. He is a giant, and he is still a freshman. It's kind of insane. So he'll beat you in bracket, and then he'll look down on you as you're walking away. Well, last semester we hosted them in this big biology room on campus, which was super nice because they had tables for everything. You could kind of like go and sit in the middle while you're kind of waiting for your match, and then I would call you up to the front, and then I would tell you where to go, and you go and play your match kind of on the sides. And people would like line up on the sides of the room and watch the matches, kind of walk around as you see that, which is super nice. And then this semester we're in a different room, it's like isn't quite as big and isn't quite as nice, but the big thing with that room is that there's a projector. And so normally every week we have a stream setup, which is where everything is streamed. You know, you can watch your matches from stream later. But this semester we have it so that the stream setup is hooked up to a projector. So everybody in the room can watch the projector. And then that just creates so incredibly hype matches where something happens and, you know, the entire room pops off at once. And you can see the players playing on stream freaking out. And it gets so intense. And it's one of my favorite things about it. My role in the club is I kind of arrange. First of all, I organize the tournaments, help run them, you know, call the bracket matches, and then for the esports team specifically, I facilitate practices and decide the tryouts and kind of do all the coordination for all the leagues and things like that. Right. Smash is grassroots, meaning that there isn't really an organization sponsoring it or like funding everything. Everything that like Smash has done has come from within Smash. All the tournaments are created by people who play the game. All the pots for the tournaments, all the facilities, everything is run by somebody who just does it because they love Smash. And I think that creates kind of like an incredibly unique experience because there's so much passion behind it. And I think that passion is kind of self-propagating, and the fact that it's been going on for so many years and it's going to keep on going. And I think that's my favorite thing about Smash. That's a good question. Smash is obviously one-on-one, 3-stock, you know, that kind of format. And how that has been developed for a team-based kind of competition is something called a crew battle. And essentially, a crew battle is where each team has a set amount of players, and each of those players has a set amount of stocks. And essentially, the two teams fight each other in the traditional 1v1, except you lose stocks, and when a team loses all of their stocks, they lose. But what makes a crew battle different is that you can kind of counterpick players and stocks. So, like, if you have a player that you know is going to, like, destroy another player, you can kind of choose to send them in against that, or, like, choose to send them in to take this one stock, and hopefully you don't lose your stock. And then, you know, there comes in a whole other meta that develops around that. And I think that's, like, an incredibly hype format that is kind of underutilized in, you know, the traditional Smash scene, actually. Oh, yeah, I'm super excited to be Keaton. This is going to be one of the biggest things of our season as a team. I know everybody on the team's looking forward to it, and honestly, I think that's because we have a shot at taking it. We've been putting in a ton of work last semester. Teams have been getting great results. Haven't heard much about the other teams. So I think we have a very solid shot of taking it.
Was SSBU interview with Colorado State University. So that was fantastic stuff. And I am so excited to watch all the games today, all these amazing schools and universities. I just want to say thank you to all of you for competing in today's CECC Commissioner's Cup Southwest Invitational. And let's just take a moment because normally, you know, they have a moment of silence. But when Paulie Hype's on the desk, and the host, we got to have a moment of hype. So let's get a little moment of hype going. Let's get the energy flowing, the juices moving, because we're about to kick off day one of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. So without further ado, if you're watching on Esports U, it's going to be Overwatch, and you'll be joined by casters Septilence and Dan Dryad. If you're watching over on Esports U2, it's going to be Valorant, and you will be taken care of by the handsome pair of Sparky Gamer Dog and Chad Lantis. So without further ado, take it away, guys. Good luck to everyone and all the participants, and I'll see you on the other side.
You guys are.
What is going on, everybody, and welcome, like Paulie.
Welcome, everybody. This is day one of the CECC Southwest Invitational 2022. I'm Chad Lantis. Joined by me is Sparky GD, and we have a very exciting game today. We saw the interview from Arizona State. We got some info on the insider scoop for Colorado as well, so it's going to be a fun match to watch to start things off.
Yeah, I'm excited to see both of these teams here, Chad. So we heard from Arizona, right? They got a new IGL. They're really looking to take this one all the way through, maybe meet their rivals on the other side of the bracket. And meanwhile, in Colorado, they give us some information as well as to kind of how they end up playing. I mean, these guys, I think they're a pretty new team overall, looking to just try and, have that synergy that maybe Arizona have. Arizona does have a new IGL, so maybe they're looking for some of that synergy as well, some of those really big comms. But other than that, should be really interesting to see how these two teams end up playing together. We are heading to Icebox here, Chad, which I think is kind of the NA staple. Everyone kind of runs this map, and I'm excited to see it because this map, in my opinion, does get very aim heavy when it comes to trying to defend, which Arizona State are going to be doing.
Yeah, we'll be doing our best of one round robin format for these group stages today, and then tomorrow going to the bracket stage, which is kind of like the playoffs. That's going to be when it goes into best of three format. So for this one and only map of this matchup, the only time these teams will match up against each other, unless they both make it into the grand finals, of course. This is Icebox, and like you said, NA staple. Otherwise, we'd probably expect to see like Haven or Ascent, perhaps. So you can look towards that in the future as far as my predictions for map picks. But we're seeing lock-ins right now for agents. Garrett the Kite being the one hyped up as that new IGL, bringing the team together, playing on a Jet, which I personally feel like that's a very ambitious proposition to play. A entry duelist, a solo entry duelist as well for the team, and also being the IGL.
Yeah, it is extremely hard to make that sort of mental shift when you're always trying to look for a pick, but you also need to take a step back, look at the overall game state, and know where to go. Maybe it can work out if this guy isn't being necessarily the hard entry. If they just throw him in on an operator, he's able to look at an angle. It's still pretty hard, but maybe not necessarily as hard as if he was just entering every single time by himself. We are seeing some interesting comps overall, actually. I think Arizona are going for something that's a little bit more standard, something we used to saw a lot before Chamber was introduced. Is this double Sentinel with the KJ and with this Sage, something that's very defensive sided and could have a lot of stopping power. On the other side, Colorado State actually going for the Sky, which not a lot of people do. Hard flashes are really difficult in order to get a lot of value from on this map, but definitely could have that impact, especially if Arizona State picks up that op.
Yeah, I'm personally a big fan of the acquisition of Chamber. Something that we've seen primarily from the Latin American and NA region is like the meta is heavily favoring Chamber on Icebox, whereas a lot of other regions are still sticking with like Arena for like a double duelist setup instead. Otherwise, we're seeing a double initiator setup from Colorado State, which I like as well. No Killjoy though, or Sage for that lockdown for Kitchen. They're just going to use the trademarks instead. They're on the defensive half, but we see them on offense to start things off. And on their offensive side, they're splitting up. They're showing up on A main right now, trying to just take some challenge and duels, because right now it's really Arizona West. Gallo getting first blood, the rest of the team swarming through, and they're being so aggressive, heavily relying on this Killjoy utility to hold off Arizona or hold off Colorado State just long enough if they can, but they might not even need to really hold them off if they just keep on snowballing through, getting all these kills, taking every fight, and winning all the way through until Lahana hits a collateral. But Cass and Gareth answered right back. It's down to a 1 versus 3 situation. Lahana gets completely sandwiched and can only take one to the grave. It's going to be 1-0 to start things off for Arizona State.
Yeah, Arizona State, they might be running that double Sentinel comp, a very lockdown heavy comp, but they went on the aggressive this time. Full rush towards that A main, catches Colorado State off guard and just keeps sending it all the way towards B main. Colorado State really caught off guard there. You saw the mollies actually on that default position in B, so they were never able to plant. They were never able to get a little bit more space. Now they're setting their eyes over towards mid. The thing is, this Killjoy's still here. There's still a lot of util that can prevent this hit from coming.
Yeah, they're trying to just cut off and attack faster is the answer from Colorado State, especially since this eco round. But that turret already took one victim as Kaz then falls immediately after from that aggression. Turb able to sneak past, so they don't know that the B main is completely taking over, especially since only one person was there before, and that unexpected situation goes off in favor of Arizona State. Spike was not planted. Kills going the way of Arizona State. What a reaction from Gello. They had the weapon advantage, but still, that was very beautiful to see. And with only one person falling, is Arizona State in a nice and comfy 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, we expected them to get this round just because of the weapon buy. They had those SMGs. They had a Bulldog on turf, but they played it really well. In addition, you saw the Killjoys actually dropped a Nano Swarm over towards mid, and everyone from Colorado State either had to stall out or run through a molly, which just did so much damage and allowed for the rest of the team from Arizona to really clean up after that. Sight set on A site this time. Arizona looking towards this mid push. They're still running into this Killjoy chat. It feels like Arizona just reading them every single time. And this Killjoy utility has been killing them every single round.
Yeah, what's killing them too is not really sure how to read the situation. They have a buy up now, and they're looking to just continue that answer of we'll be more aggressive and be more fast paced to answer back and not let you be able to just push our default they did in the first round. So seems to be working out somewhat as far as map position goes, as they have those trademarks controlling for mid crosses and flank watch, and Zay's doing the same thing for B main. The rest of the team pushing on site, but the first kill, even on the bonus round, is going the way of Arizona State. Cask is even 2, 3 down, make that 4, despite having all of these rifles. It's still Arizona State with the SMGs coming out on top.
All that's left, Zay 1 versus 5, rifle in hand. Not much except the rendezvous. Gonna take the peek. Garrett, don't worry, he's got this. The IGL to take the final kill. Arizona State, they go up 3-0. And it really just feels like they're reading Colorado State every single time. Wherever Colorado State try and go, they have the Killjoy there. The Nano Swarms are just preventing Colorado State from getting the space that they want. They stall out, and Arizona State is punishing. They cleared out mid. It went towards A, backed up their teammate, and a flawless bonus round means that their economy is looking so healthy. 4K at minimum in each person's pockets, and Colorado State forced back towards some pistols.
Yeah, fantastic start for Arizona State. Bringing the new IGL, and the question of like, are they looking good enough together? Or does it, have they had enough time to really develop the strategies? Well, you might not really need the most elaborate strategies if you're just going out there and slaying and winning every fight. But you could have those strategies giving you those advantages, make it even easier when those fights. That seems to be coming through for their team very well, as Cass again finds a double kill on a round. And it's, of course, the anti-eco. Arizona State now with the confidence on those duels and exchanges. They're just kind of going on the default of their own. Now pushing on mid, trying to end the rounds faster. Get the show underway as Cass finds a triple kill for the round. Flawless anti-eco for Arizona State.
You can really see the confidence from these guys, right? Cass, this Killjoy, 7-2 right now, but he pushed solo all the way down mid. There were 2 people watching him, but he had the rifle, the better gunpowder, and the better aim in the end. Wasn't punished for it. And Arizona State go up yet another round. Those ultimates are being built up as well. Colorado State does have the Viper Spit available, but that really is your best bet on this attack. When you actually get site control, you actually get that spike down, and so far, that's been their hardest part.
Viper holding B as well is going to make it even tougher for them to take challenge of B site. That early snake bite does chip away at Nita a little bit. Couldn't quite hit the shot. So the rest of the team is now funneling into B main, as well as Arizona State already reacting just well. And they have that Killjoy lingering back on A site, just the utility, just in case. But the read is still a good one from Arizona State. There's another buy-up round for Colorado State, but it didn't look so good last time. Will it have more success this time around? Turb with the first blood, Chance following up. The rotations, they're cutting off these angles and looking to cover each other's backs so well that every time Colorado State's taking these fights, there's at least another person on Arizona State shooting right back.
Yeah, so much stacking from Arizona State. They're reading the map so well, but look at the utility as well, right? All of the Viper smokes were up as they tried to push through it. That's an instant 30 decay when you run through it, and all the vision denial means that your teammates can't really shoot back the way that Arizona State really have been. So Colorado State, fortunately on their buy round, weren't able to convert. They're back towards the save. And they have a couple ultimates coming up, right? If they can orb farm, get a couple, maybe a couple kills, they might have something like 4 or 5 ultimates in this next round to really facilitate them getting onto site, especially this Sky ulti. I feel like it can really clear out the space, just what they really need on this attacking side. They need to get into that post-plant scenario.
See, Gello is even posting up in a kitchen. Garrett finds the kill, and he's trying to run away for the hills on the rotation, but gives Arizona State a clear indication of, yep, they're rotating. Gello, I was mentioning, hanging out in kitchen, waiting to drop the ice wall for when they actually need it. And on that rotation call, drops it, cuts out the angles of where Colorado State can actually challenge. And with that, makes an even easier read for Arizona State to start up crossfires and cut off people who are trying to rotate from Colorado State. The Viper's pit was dropped. Manhan finds the pick on Turd, but Gello finds 2 of their own. That's in the pit as well. So VIP down, Spike not dropped at all, and with only a scout in hand, the Marshal for Manhan wasn't going to be enough. Manhan's a player I also want to look at, as well as a player that, from the insider information we got from Colorado State players, that's a Sentinel main player who just recently started picking up other agents to try to fill the team a little better. Switching over to a Sky so far, I want to look at what their utility usage is on the Sky. If they're trying to be an initiator versus a Sentinel, he usually plays reactively and try and posture up as a Sentinel usage, versus a Sky who's more so looking for proactive information gathering and initiate and push forward the tempo for the team.
Hold on a little bit. You actually see the Sage walking down mid. Look at the confidence here. This is on the buy round. Need actually has an operator as well, so Fix finally go their way from the very beginning. Oh, the shot just barely doesn't land. It's going to push that Viper off. B main control on the table, but Arizona State have responded by just putting so many people towards this mid. They kind of know where these rotations are heading.
Yeah, with that Aldra in the middle as well, getting so much information. Didn't quite spot the Viper, but they know 100% they're going to be either A main or B main at this point. They're not having mid presence at all. And this hold from the operator from Garrett from back Catwalk is going to continue providing so much support, as well as this Viper's utility at B site. We know the Spike is leaning towards A, but what Colorado State's looking to do is try to find and pick one side of the map or the other, and then use that information gathering or that opportunity to either explore that site or try to make that as a bait and rotate away. They're using a lot of utility, including the Owl drone from the Sova from Nick Toxic, who is the IGL, by the way, of Colorado State. So he's probably just like, hey, I'm going to send this Aldrin here, make them think that we're rotating this way. They've been overcommitting on the side of Arizona State on information for these site stacks. So that's a good read by Nick Toxic. Does get a cut on the rotation as well. So it's a 2 for 2 overall, alongside an early pick on B site. They did get a spike planted, so this is going to be the first post-plant situation. The res is available, though, for Arizona, like you said. But this showdown between Garrett and Nita. Garrett wins it out. Nita is struggling so far on the operator usage. And the ping on Manhan, down to 70 HP, lockdown as well. As 4v2, make that 4v1. Lahada has a little bit of snake bite post-plant denials, but it didn't quite land properly. The defuse is going to go through, and Garrett Kite shuts down the hopes and dreams of Colorado State on the 7th round. We're going to round number 8, but we'll have to see if Colorado State can get the first on board.
Yeah, I actually like what Colorado State did there, at least for the very beginning, right? They used that fake, as you said, to draw the rotation to the other side of the map. They got a pick on the B site, on that Viper towards Snowman, and they were actually able to get into that post-plant scenario. The thing is, unfortunately, Garrett was the one to win out on the operator battle. The res came through. It was a 4 versus 3 with the lockdown as well. There was just nowhere, no space that Colorado State could really abuse. Over towards this A, very aggressive from the start.
Whoa. Yeah, just lightning pace from Nita. Like, this, the game plan is, all right, we're not winning on default and doing regular macros. Let's try and just overwhelm, suppress, and catch them off guard. And that's worked out so far. They're finding a 3-for-1 engagement overall. Colorado State, they have A site. The Arizona State members are falling. There's only 2 left. Can they clutch it up in a 2v4 situation? Nita not able to quite hit that shot, but Nick is able to hit their own to the head of the cast, all down Turb, who's found a double. That's 2 headshots, and suddenly it's a 1v2. They have a Viper's Pit available. Will they want to commit this in this situation? Shock bolts aren't quite good. They know exactly where Turb is located. Turb has a general idea of at least where the Sova is, but no info on the location of the enemy Viper. All the information in warfare is going the way of Colorado State. They have the positions. The Turb has the gunplay, finds the kill on a Nick, and now the 1-versus-1 situation. Outsmarts Lahada on the positioning. The fake is not called. The bluff is not called. Turb in a 1v4 situation clutches up for Arizona State, still flawless on the rounds.
Oh, that was a 4 versus 2 for Colorado State. 4 people on the site. They had complete site control, but the gunfights just go the way of Arizona State. A huge clutch there by the Viper to put us at 8-0. Colorado State yet to win a round. They're getting closer. They're getting to these post-punt scenarios. They're getting to these player advantages, but unfortunately, not able to convert that into actual round wins. It still was an eco last round for Colorado State, so they're going to be on some rifles and back towards this A site, but I think now Arizona State are a little bit less confident in just running in, taking the gun duels. They're playing farther back, just wanting to hold these sites with an operator.
Yeah, it was an eco round. However, despite being eco round, they did upgrade to those rifles and still lost that 1v4 situation. It was crazy. Zay, though, a player who did want to mention once they finally got an operator hands, a player who came from the CSGO scene, was a big-time opera back then, coming over to VALORANT playing for Colorado State, still wanted to be an opera but play a more supportive role. Chamber is the perfect agent for this player on the player style. Loves opping, loves playing supportive role agent. Chamber, there you go. You got the trademarks. You can play the rendezvous, get the slows down, things like that. Gets that first pick on Garrett as well, which has been that opera on the side of Arizona State that's been dominating so far in these op lines.
Yeah, he's been getting quite a few picks for himself. Colorado State cut noise quite a bit. Operator goes aggressive, but Jello is going to punish. That's kind of some information given over, right? You don't really expect a jet op to just be lurking, so has an inkling for Arizona State that the rest of the team is also here, just a little bit farther behind. 2 people still left on site. This is the 2 Sentinels, so they could stop this push.
Yeah, there's one time in my procasting career that I've actually seen a jet op actually lurk, and that was on Fracture, which is the one map that you're like, okay, maybe you can do a jet op lurk in a Fracture. It's going to be a kill going for Gello after blasting away that wall. 10 seconds to go. Make it 8. Time just keeps ticking down. And Lahada, person with spike in hand, falls. The only person left alive, Zay. But that 2v1 pressure, jumping and swinging around that corner like that, nothing a person with an upper in the hand can really do. They fall 9-0 for Arizona State. And honestly, I'm going to be a little bit critical, just a little bit, of where Nida picks up an op in hand while also Zay activates the ultimate and holds back angle, forcing Nida as a low and entry duelist in a tough position where they kind of had to go and push up a bit. But with an op in hand, it's a little tough to pull it off.
Yeah, op in hand, especially on the A site where the sight lines can get pretty close once you get to the site itself. Definitely hard to clear it with the operator. 9-0 so far. Even if Arizona State, you know, something goes a little dicey, maybe they get caught off guard a little bit, they still have that Viper Spit available to make the site their own. Aggression towards this mid is actually going to be punished by Colorado State. Good to have that, because now the rotations from Colorado are not seen by Arizona, and it's only this lone jet, Garrett, on this A site who's got to defend with 3 people heading his way.
Garrett, the new IGL on the jet, has been popping off pretty well so far, but with his operator, needs to buy enough time. Nice timing on Lahada. Finds the break scope on Zay as well. What an amazing display of skill on the A site. The spike should go down, but still, Garrett kept this in a winning round situation for Arizona State. Nick did rotate through A as well. The spike still hasn't been planted, which bought so much time for Arizona State to make this rotation.
Landed. Oh, Garrett finally gets punished off the back end. 2 versus 2. Need only has a Marshall, but 2 body shots will work.
Only one is what they could find. Nick Toxic, the IGL for Colorado State. He's got all the strats in the brain, but what can they do in a 1v2 situation? The spike is planted for Nick to cover, but that turret is going to buy a lot of time. They can work off that. The shock dart is able to chip a little bit of damage, but not quite enough to take down Turb. They line up for Nick, but the shots go the way of Arizona State, still. And 2 left alive is more and more than they even need. It's going to be 10-0. Still a flawless map so far for Arizona State.
I love that discipline from Garrett too. He actually gets 2 and immediately says, I'm leaving. I got my 2 picks. We have a clear advantage. I'm not going to throw away my life and possibly give away this round. Let's just wait for the team 3v2 retake. So much better than just dying on the site by yourself. For Colorado State, they're looking back towards this rifle by 2 rounds left in this half, but they lose this one. This is going to be the last buy round for them for the rest of this half. 10-0, eyes towards mid.
Wow, what a read.
Not going to be there. So this
they are hard reading a B hit here. They have a Viper and Killjoy utility set up on B site. The Jet early lurking for undercut. The Sage has set the wall and kitchen, completely forcing them all to just funnel into the undertube location. That's exactly where Colorado State is playing for as well. So a perfect read by Arizona State to get a 2-for-1 overall on the kills. Garrett caught up a little bit further than they might have wanted to. Maybe Colorado State put a little bit more pressure than they expected, but still, this setup in response to the game plan of Colorado State was perfect by Arizona.
I wonder where Colorado State go here.
Oh, I
yeah,
can't
that
sneak
wall.
through. No.
Can't sneak through it, so it's still considered null and void for Colorado State to get through. Talk does find 1. A side is completely on the table, completely free actually, although Colorado doesn't actually know, and they're going to commit to this B hit. There's still the KJ, there's still the Viper. There's so much damaging utility on the other side.
The utility they just used just told them, yeah, 2 of our 3 players are still mid, essentially, by using that guiding light, the Trailblazer, the Recon Bolt. But even so, they told them where they are. They are still finding the kills anyway. Man and Zay finding the frags and bring themselves in 3v2. They couldn't close out with a player advantage before, but have they learned from their mistakes? Have they adapted as they needed to? Can they come back now? Is Cass alone on behind Yellow, finds the first frag, can't find the second, but Yellow answers right back on to kill on Zay. Nick, very weak in Yellow, knows exactly where they are. Yellow, Jello, however you pronounce it, doesn't matter. They're still going to find the frag. They saw the elbow peek around. That wall is spareable. Jello with a perfect read on the situation, beautiful positioning, and finishes off the round. 11-0 now for Arizona.
Oh man, Colorado State, they're getting so close in a couple of these rounds, right? They get it down to some of these 1v1s, 1v2s. But Arizona State, the individual player expression is just a little bit better. They're able to convert these rounds into rounds wins, and that's why you see that 11-0 scoreline. Colorado State last round of this half, so they're going to force buy up. Some Bulldogs in their hands, and I believe I saw a Judge. Yeah, it's actually going to go over towards the chat. I'm expecting some full-on aggression because you got to get pretty close for that Judge to work.
If they do have the Blaze Storm, can't quite get it done though, and the Judge isn't going to be able to do it either. Garrett with the operating hand has been a menace to the Colorado State unit here. It can't find a way to shut them down consistently. And now with 2 down on Colorado State the last round and a half, they have to go for it. I mean, there's no saves. They haven't saved beforehand. They're not going to be able to save now. And with that information, the Hunter series popped. Can't quite find Manhen. Do they get at least 1 tag? Just narrowly misses all these members of Colorado State, but still, they know that they're here because of the position of Killjoy. Rotates all the way around that trademark that doesn't pop off on them. They know with this positioning, yeah, they're 100% still in A main. Cass is in a perfect spot to get at least 1, if not transition more. Oh, the trigger discipline. They're holding. It's Nick that falls. Manhead as well. The last player alive is Lahadra, but how much can they really do in this situation when Arizona State has so many members alive and know exactly where they are, just encroach on this position, swarm in, and a flawless half for Arizona State.
Toss made the biggest flank I have ever seen, and it's still never activated because the rest of Arizona State just killed everyone on the front end. They pushed with a good pinch, and unfortunately, Colorado State were not able to hold on. Arizona State 12-0, 1 round away from making this a completely flawless map, and it's all up to this pistol from Colorado State. You lose this one, it's game over. We're going on to the next.
Yeah, Arizona State talked in their interview in the pre-show that Polyhype provided for us of, you know, they're saying that their rival is Grand Canyon University, and they were thinking, yeah, we're really excited and want to match up against them. And we're talking about how they're on the other side of the bracket. They have to make it into playoffs to even have a chance to face Grand Canyon University. And the way they're playing, 12-0, if they go 13-0 especially, like, oh man, they are looking so good, and you have to expect them to be favorites to move on to that bracket stage. Garrett the Kite on the entry position. Single duelist composition. It's going to be a crossfire setup, but the timing is there to be able to get a 1-for-1. But Nick Toxic wins out the duel. Turn follows through, as well as Jello is able to get the second as well. So the crossfire is just decimated. at the cost of only one life for Arizona State. That's still an overall round advantage, especially since Killjoy, they're all the way in B site. They're scanning, hey guys, it's a pretty open field over here if we want to make the rotation happen. That's exactly what is happening. They're making the rotation happen. Arizona State up a player, and Koss having so much more room to work with. There's no way, man, it's going to expect them to be up here so fast.
All the shots. Oh, they finally land.
Oh.
Okay. Bot available as well. It's a 4 versus 2, but look at the
We are back, and we are being joined by Chance from the Arizona State University team. Coming off a very dominant 13-0 start of the tournament, like literally the best start you can think of, and every round looked fantastic. I mean, you had like clutch situations. Some player like even one turb with like a 1v4 situation. Just everything you're doing was just immaculate. Good reads, good plays, everything. Chance, how do you feel going up against this field where is it going to be all 13 notes today? Are there other teams that you're looking at that's like, this is actually like strong teams that we're going to struggle against? How are you feeling today?
I mean, we're definitely feeling really good after that map. You know, a lot of stuff went right. It's hard to argue with a 13-0. You know, it just doesn't happen very often. Even against, you know, a team you think you may be better than, it's still hard to actually pull off a 13-0. But we definitely feel like the next matchup against Houston is going to be a lot more difficult. You know, we've played against them a couple times before. We've seen a lot about them. They're definitely a strong team. So I think that should be a really fun one for sure.
Yeah, excited to see it. It's going back to that last game before we send you off into your next one. It was a 13-0, but were there ever points that you guys weren't as confident in yourselves, or were you guys just full confidence all the way through, looking towards these next games, going to be full confidence? How are you feeling?
I mean, definitely feeling good, but there were some rounds, you know, where early in the round we kind of, you know, lost the first engagement, or, you know, it ended up being a 4v3 or a 4v2. There was a round where T-Turb had a 1v4 clutch that he won on defense. You know, sometimes everything just goes right for you. You don't necessarily need to always win the first engagement. And, you know, when you can pull those rounds back after losing a man or losing two people, you know, that's, I think, shows the mental toughness. And I think we just have to roll that through the rest of the weekend as well.
Well, we do want to keep this interview short and sweet because match is still happening. I know you want to get back to your team and talk about the next match, since you said it should be a lot tougher setup against Houston. Is there anything we should be looking at moving forward? Anything you want to say to the fans? Anything like final thoughts before we move on to the next game?
You know, I just want to say thanks to my mom and dad for watching. First of all, appreciate their support as always. But I think just look for us to be a really confident team. You know, we're going to have that play style where we try to get aggressive early, try to fight for map control. We're not scared to play against anyone. And I think people should be scared to play against us.
I love that. We saw that in the very first round. That already set a precedence as well. It made the other team a little bit like shaky on the offensive side of things, which I think worked out really well. So looking forward to seeing that. I love me some aggressive Valorant. So thank you for joining us, Chance, for this interview. We're going to cut it to a quick little break, and we'll be coming back to watch Chance and the rest of the squad on Arizona State take on Houston for another exciting best of one match in this Valorant Invitational. See you then.
That's all I got.
Just an FYI, just so you have some context. University of Houston.
I hear an echo.
Yeah, it's from the Discord thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, just for context, University of Houston beat University of.
Cowboy, like I said, insult to injury, looking super great. 2 ultimates going in. That shatter gonna be okay, but the blizzard, that's the impact.
Oh yeah, dude. Arizona starting to finish. Just go for it. Round 1 again.
Just to run it.
You know the Diva knows his ultimate is up. It is a big game of chicken between the DPS and the off tank. They have isolated Park though. Blizzard out just a little bit late. Everyone's frozen up, but is there the damage to follow it up? Zane Beast and crew throwing everything in that they can. The shatter's there though to finish them all off with Seal laying them out. Akron have the follow-up and a sound barrier just to make sure they're gonna finish this one.
Yeah, I mean, they needed that ultimate. They needed to follow through. The Slayer remake kill, but it's just the remake into DMAC. Akron, they're able to take the lead here. They're going to be able to find 4 on point. Penn Park, the sole survivor. Ryan's heavy, but he ain't heavy enough to 1v6. It looks like Akron finally going to find that flip.
Yeah, and I don't think they're too disappointed with 70%, right? You're shooting for about 40% on average to get your winning percentage up. That's not too bad.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're definitely walking into this next fight. They're almost in that last fight territory, right? Maybe 5 to 10 more % to really boot it up, but if they win the cap, they'll be able to get it to 80 before Akron can re-engage. But of course, let's see what happens here. Eric has the Diva Bomb online, but that's not the ult I'm looking for. This window from Tasmino, hoping it makes all the difference.
Yeah, they try to wall it off, but this is a tough fight for Ball State to win where they're standing. They throw out a window of their own, though, and the Reinhardt does have a full shield. Bomb thrown in for good measure. And Tasmino, 2-piece. For the support, getting his hands a little dirty.
Nothing gets me excited like a bloodthirsty support player, and Tasmino living up to that name already. Eric and Seal tearing up the remainder of Ball State here. Akron, they only had to use one ultimate. It was a Diva Bomb. The least impactful ultimate they could have thrown out there, and that's the one. Tasmino already halfway to another Ant Matrix going into this next fight.
Yeah, and we're looking at a pretty even fight, but look at Stun Ape hiding around the corner here. They're not going to be ready for this should they come this way, but fortunately Ball State just so happened to be going the wrong direction for this little play from Akron to work. And now with that speed, that May is all of a sudden out of position. Akron have them not where they want them.
Oh no.
Instead, it's Ball State with the better positioning. On point now, it's up to Akron to make this push work, dropping Deadeye of their own to get that space back. Stun Ape looking for a good opportunity to Blizzard, but might not even have to. Penn Park trades one back. The Blizzard's out, but at what cost for Ball State? Every single player down.
Akron, hug your main tank there because Seal is the sole reason you did not just get 6-man high noon there. That shield saving the life at the end of the wall. Now, Akron, we talked about Ball State being stoked about 70. Akron, they're kissing 80 right now. They're in last fight territory. This is the issue, though. 0 ultimates at the ready. The closest one going to be Tasmino again. Has to make the same impact they were able to make in that last window fight.
It's a tall order. You're also watching the Lucios, right? First one up, the Soundberry could come up in this fight, and having that support ultimate is so critical. Uses the wall, though, to get the Blizzard in so Eric can't get eat safe plays. So far from Ball State, Akron fight back with his amplification matrix, and Tasmino's done it again. The shatter lines him up, and this is just a shooting gallery. Finna finds a great sound barrier, but it's looking like it's just going to be a little bit too late, Seth Dillons.
Yeah, I usually say better late than never, but no, late this time was the nail in the coffin. Really not able to turn that one around. Zang Beast drops a window of their own, opens up the garage door, and Nylon on the Cowboy, ending the round with a 16-player kill streak. Akron going to be able to take stage 1 of Busan.
You know what? I think both these teams are starting to get a little hyped on the
Absolute.
stage. They are both ready to go. And, you know, talking to Akron earlier, I said I wasn't going to leak it then, but I think we start talking about it now. I mean, they're debating, right? They were thinking in comms and when they were VOD viewing, is Ball State just a brawl one-trick team, or do we want to try and force them into dive? And they were like, you know what? Even if they are, we kind of feel like 1v1ing them on the brawl, and that's what we're getting out of them right now. And so far, Akron coming out ahead.
Yeah, and I've got to say, Tasmino swapping onto the Moira here, that is a choice that I'm not going to call a bad one, especially with that Winston swap coming through, but Immortality Field, I think, is such an important ultimate. With Tasmino's aim on the Baptiste, you've got to wonder, they have to have a very specific plan in line to make that Moira swap.
Yeah, I mean, it's just classic six-man kind of brought to light by Dallas this season. Really mobile. They're going to be sticking together a lot. Stun Ape, though, is going to be able to take some side angles. This is a composition we saw them play earlier on in the tournament against, I believe, Cincinnati. They took the high ground, and it was incredibly hard to beat them on it. Ball State does have a bit of a better composition for it, but with Zangbeat being caught out of position, it's not looking too great as well. Finna taking on the front line, the supports ahead of their tank, a bit out of position for Ball State. That's going to cost them.
Yeah, that 6-man ending working super well. I mean, you traded literally 1 for 5. Everybody's going to take that. Now, losing the Winston, not ideal.
Now it's 5-man.
Yeah, 6-man turns to 5. The Winston, he's nice, but we don't need him to win the fight, especially when 4 have already gone down. And look at that, Ball State, they've already made a couple of rotations. Penn Park back on the Reinhardt. Reaper making
Going to be game number 2. This is between Arizona State coming off a hot and crispy 13-0 dominant performance against a lot tougher competition, it appears, which is going to be Houston, who just finished a 13-6 performance. Both were on Icebox, but now we're going to a different map. It's going to be Haven.
Yeah, I'm excited for Haven. I actually love this map. It was one of my favorites back when I used to play in beta, but excited to see how this goes. Looking at the compositions itself, very similar overall, with the Astra going to be on the controller, a double initiator with a jet, but the only difference really is going to be the Sentinel difference with Cass, who we saw have a really dominant performance last game on this Killjoy, going to be on the Cypher for this one. On the other side, Adam Solomon is going to be on the chamber. So double up potential here from Houston. Excited to see how they're able to farm these orbs for this chamber, maybe get that double operator online very fast. Houston is going to start off on the attack. So let's see if we see that aggression from both of these teams. I know, well, as we saw from the interview, Arizona, they said they want to keep up that aggression. We saw it in the first round of the pistol in our last game. Let's see if they do it again here on the defense of Haven.
Yeah, I would love to see that. That's the play style from Arizona State, it seems, for sure. And look at Asian composition, though. Double initiator with a chamber being your sentinel option, which a lot of people are saying, he's actually a duelist. Sky also is kind of like that pseudo duelist as far as initiators go. So Houston's team composition should be able to match that aggression pretty well.
Oh man, Arizona State, they're already at the barriers of mid, of garage. I'm excited for this aggression. Now, Houston, is it going to be heading their way? They actually have the alarm bots, the trademarks from the chamber to actually prevent them from being a little bit too fast on Arizona's side. It's only the Sova over towards the Se that's going to get the full brunt of the forest. Houston going to take a long control extremely fast.
We saw Turb win a massive 1v4 situation last map to clutch out a round. Now in a 1v4, it was able to just at least fall off gracefully enough to allow time for the rest of the team to rotate through. But now they're here to support. Houston's kind of getting a whiff of this one and wondering maybe we might pull back until the aggression from Jivey pushes straight in, finds the frag on Garrett. The IGL of Arizona State has fallen. The flashes in, they know that they're hell. Turb finding the frag on Koi as well, and that two-player distraction was good for one, but two fall. But the rest of the team rotating in is coming down to Cypher now, trying to buy a lot of time. But Adam Solomon's here, doesn't even matter. Sully was able to find the kill, which allows Houston to sneak Adam in without anybody ever actually noticing. There he is. They had no idea he's already that far, and two headshots with the headhunter. True to the name, makes Turb find themselves in a 1v3 situation. Now, I already talked about the 1v4 win in the first map. Can they do a 1v3 to start off game number 2 up against a different team?
There's so many crossfires. Andy has to do stuff, though.
That was a lot tougher for sure. An Icebox, it's on A site. There's a lot of like 1v1 angles you can find yourself. You have a rifle as well for faster kill time. Here, 1v3 to spread out, have the crossfires, like I said. Coming out smoke, you don't have any info to work off of. That was a pretty doomed situation for sure. Houston responding from just adversity of where they find themselves down 1-2 in that initial engagement, have a great rotation timer and find a great positioning from Adam, who just clutched up in that moment.
Yeah, really good lurk potential there on the chamber as well to actually find C-Site available. I think we see how aggressive both of these teams can be though. Houston, right, they push really hard into A. Now there's a 4-stack on this A site though. If Houston doesn't sniff this one out, they might be going into a bunch of crossfires that even these pistols can have a lot of damage in.
All right, double initiator. They use the Trailblazers, they use the Owls run, they're throwing themselves in. They know exactly where these members of Arizona State are, and because of the superior weaponry as well as the cross-lane T's out in the eyes, using that information from the Trailblazer Owls run, they actually know exactly where to shoot the superior weaponry towards. It's all down to Cass. Lone Ranger left alive in a 1v3. Has a good angle on Jivey, looks away, but answers right back. Good swivel of the head. Has the Spectre. It's a 1v2. Timer's ticking down, but this is doable.
Not towards long. No, both flashes used and actually no real information gained on the back end.
We've separated. Could find 1v1s. On this timing, now they know they're going to be able to set up a crossfire at this point, and the spam as well, might as well. Corey finds the kill on Cass, and Houston goes up 2-0, and anti-eco round, you'd expect it, but that was fairly bloody.
Yeah, extremely bloody, I would say. We actually saw like a little bit of an investment here from Arizona State. Not enough to break that, armor and shield, armor and rifles that they're going to get into the next round. But Houston, they dropped 3 in the process of that round. They actually invested a rifle, which was picked up by Eric Appleson, but still a lot of money going down the drain from Houston. They're going to keep up this aggressive pace here, Chad, because it seems like Arizona might be calibrating to it just a little bit after these first couple rounds. That multi-frag potential is also there with these rifles, so might get punished subsequently. And you can see Houston slowing down just a little bit. Back towards this mid-pressure. We saw Chamber actually pop the operator as well, so that's a really big thing to have on this attacking side. It makes it so that Arizona are scared to kind of peek on this defense, because there could be an operator staring you down on the other side, and you could just get killed. Pick goes your way, your sight. can be easily taken after that.
You see that line of scrimmage is usually horizontal line of start the round. Has been shifting in a slant that's favoring C-side for the attacking team, while the defending Arizona State has been rotating through. Got some information that A lobby was clear before, but now time has passed. Everything's kind of going back to default. That slanted line of scrimmage is going back to horizontal as Houston's pushing into A lobby, but Arizona State, they did sneak through. Garrett, the IGL for the team, in a good position to be able to find this first frag on Sully. Misses the first few shots. Sully stays alive. Can they live long enough for the rest of the team to rotate through and try to punish this positioning? Garrett goes aggressive. That spike dropped. Able to live through, and the rest of these members of Arizona State are here to support their IGL. Garrett still alive. The spam from Jivey hasn't been able to find a frag.
Here.
The sheriff is in. Koi, the one spamming the SMG. Jello only good for one. The rest of Houston swarming onto the site. Despite it being their bonus round, they're running with sheriffs and specters. They're still finding their frags against the rifles in the hands of Arizona State. A fantastic execution by this attacking team.
Yeah, they just overwhelmed the site with numbers, with utility. You saw the flashes come through. Unfortunately, the crossfires just weren't set up nearly enough for Arizona State. Even the initial pick going their way with Garrett pushing up to get that Sova in the cubby. Fortunately, they weren't able to hold on to the site, which was the real prize in the end. Houston, they go up 3-0. Arizona State not looking as dominant as we saw them in their last game, but there's still time for them to make it up. They're going to be forced into an eco here. Garrett actually going with the shorty for this one, pushing towards short, but there's someone there to help him. Any utility goes his way, he could get cleared pretty easily.
Yeah, massive gamble from Garrett, especially since Houston has been very consistently using it. Trailblazers, guiding lights, owl drones to scout out around corners. And doing so means that they're going to definitely know where Garrett is, find that first frag, and get onto the site. And because the sneak around, the rest of the team from Arizona State rotating through aren't going to have a whole lot to answer back with. Turb trying to shoot the shock darts towards the default plant, but Houston did not decide to go for that. They knew they had such superior map control. They could plan for a lot better position to play for.
Oh man, this gravity wall, the smoke, it's just too much. Everyone's getting chunked through it. The shock darts as well. How do you get through the smoke, Chad, when there's 4 people just spamming the entire thing?
The answer is you don't. You just don't. A little bit of a doom situation for Arizona State. It was an eco round, but it's a flawless success for the anti-eco for Houston. So their economy is going right up. Those stocks are rising rapidly. Arizona State having to struggle a little bit. A situation we saw them come out from 13-0. We have no sense of how they respond to being on the back foot, how they stabilize the economy, how they make adaptation, make the comeback. And this is how we can start learning that a little bit. Garrett has the investment into an operator, is going to be allocating that over towards C site, but Houston has been heavily favoring A site, especially in the early games.
I mean, there's no reason not to, right? Arizona have shown that they can't really hold the site even though they have 3 people on it. Cass, he's alone on the site. I don't think he can hold it even with the Cypher. And yeah, you're going to see him end up having to play retake. All these trips are going to get broken, so he doesn't have a whole lot in terms of the retake potential. Garrett has an operator, but he's on so far of the other side of the map that he's going to be really late to this play. And he can't really flank, right? He has an operator, so that's not going to work out too well for him. Spike hasn't been planted yet. The first pick goes towards Houston.
I'm surprised Garrett is just now leaving the C site. I mean, I feel like they knew that Houston was on site for at least 10-15 seconds at this point. They've had so much presence, breaking all of Cypher's trips. At the very least, fall back a little bit or something like that. Maybe expecting that Houston would go for a rotation, but just so much map control. That game was a high risk, high reward. They don't get the reward. All they have is late rotation. The timer's already ticking. That the entirety of Houston State, Arizona State is here, but Houston is already set post plant. The timer's working in their favor. Chance gets a trade to at least make this feel at least a chance to make a retake happen, but so much of the advantage is going Houston's way, and it's going to result in Garrett having to run for the hills and head back to that C site to try to save the operator.
Oh, but he's being hunted, right? Houston are going for him. 2 people are probably just going to get out of the spike range, but the Astra is still there. I think might be a little bit too careful. Not sure if the timing is going to work out. No, they'll be able to get into his sight lines, I believe, if they just keep running.
Nah, it's going to be too late now.
Yeah, they're not going to make it. Houston, though, I mean, they're using this aggression so well, and they actually aren't expending that much utility in order to get onto these sites. They're using a couple flashes with the Skybird, but those get recharged up. They use a drone, but realistically, you're not going to use a drone very much in the post plant anyway, and that means all of this utility with the stars, with the shock darts, with a couple more flashes that come online, this is all utility that's preventing Arizona State from getting back onto the site, especially on this A site, when you can train 3 or 4 guns on those chokes and just spam it if any inkling of them retaking is coming through.
Garrett now gambling and picking a good spot, but can't quite connect the shots. Having fall back, repositioning for a short, but here's that auto drone yet again, so they're always clearing a short every single time. Turb, at least this time around, gets that opening frag. Solomon can't get past Chance, though. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 situation. Spectre is good for Jello. Able to reposition, comes out of the flash, gets the head dink, but it's not going to be enough. It's only an SMG. Solely with the rifle hand, the headshot hits a little bit harder. But gets it weak enough. Cass able to connect as well with the upgrade to the Vandal. And 1v1, who has the better read of the situation? It's a fake from Koi. Does Cass buy it? No. Good job by Koi. Sees the barrel for sure, like you said. So even though Cass had a good read that there's no reason to like challenge this, they're probably going for fake. The second time, Koi knew, yeah, I know where they are. I'm just gonna keep faking. I have so much time to work with. A minute on the clock. Cass bought it, bit that bait, and fell for the trap.
Yeah, and this is a good timeout right here. You drop 6 rounds. This is your rifle round now, and if you end up losing this one, you are not going to get at minimum even when it comes to trying to get back into these rounds. Arizona have 5 ultimates in their pocket as well, so something like a retake could definitely work out if you pop something like the Astral Wall over to cover both short and long on these A site positions. The Seekers in order to clear out space, and the Hunter's Fury. That's not very reproducible, but that at least will get you another round, maybe put some momentum your way. And Houston, they got 5 pinged in that last round. You saw that recon dart, it got every single one. Arizona were there to try and defend, and it got down really close. So they have the potential here on Arizona. It's just whether or not they can read those rotations, make sure they can rotate accordingly, and be there to actually punish this aggression that Houston is bringing towards them.
And this is a big moment for Arizona State as well. We saw at the start of the day, the interview with their team manager, talking about how Garrett just kind of came in. The comms of the team's getting a lot better. But this is a fairly recent acquisition kind of situation, right? And it's a fairly new season as well. How well does Arizona State adapt? And that's one of the biggest tells of a good IGL is how well a team adapts to the situation. They've had a second rifle round. They've made some good looks, stuff like that, but still Houston looking overall dominant. With a timeout, time to talk. How exactly do they adapt to the circumstance? They go with a little bit of a gamble, Hunter's Fury early round. Don't really find much information with the Demon. Get a tag off on that one, nor did they destroy really any utility either. That trademark is still active, things like that. So Arizona State playing a little bit more further back, but Garrett's still doing these very aggressive forward positioning positions.
Yeah, I think that Hunter's Fury was actually dissuade if Houston were just going to try and rush A again. They're going to get caught right into a Hunter's Fury. Now, it doesn't get anything. Houston can reset. They're going to go back towards this A site. Garrett is on an island here. No help. This guy is all the way over towards B. He's going to get dogged. He has his full util to get out, though. It's still possible, but has to burn the dash, has to burn everything, just barely gets out, and now the rotations are coming for Arizona State. See, everyone is actually heading over towards this A site because Houston has conditioned them so well to just expect full-on aggression when it comes to the site.
Yeah, and Houston falling back again. We've seen this before as Houston does get that read. The Arizona State's already here. We don't have that premier positioning and that timing that we feel comfortable with. So instead, we're just going to rotate off to a C site because Arizona State is feeling conditioned. It's a full pullback, a swing back to C site. You see the rotation coming through from Chance, but it's going to be too little too late.
Yeah, Spike will go down, planted for long as well, so the spam can go through. Chambers still over towards this B. He's the ticking time bomb. He is the player that can either win or lose this round.
Ooh, a perfect time, Adam Solomon. He's done this before, already had a perfect timing. Last time this rotation went through was pushing up towards CT on C. This time pushing to B and got a double kill even still. And that puts a player life lead and advantage for Houston. And just like we saw in the past, once he pushed up like that, they get the big kills, the double kills from Adam Solomon. The rest of the team plays that post-plant player advantage perfectly with the crossfires. Do it again. Houston looking so clean and consistent right now.
Yeah, they just have the reads, man, and part of it is off the back of this chamber, right? Even though they put a lot of pressure towards this A site, the rotations came over, they might have actually still went in on Houston's side. If it wasn't for this chamber, broke the trip in B, actually got all the noise cues of everyone rotating through spawn and said to his team, hey, there's too many going towards A, let's just go C. It's probably completely clear. A stack this time from Arizona State. You think it might work out well, but again, there's still a lot of utility on Houston's side. If they catch out this Cypher, the fact that he's pushed up so long actually give the inkling over to Houston like, hey, this Cypher's all the way here. C-site's probably free.
Yeah, I want to see Arizona State push up more on Stewards to try to destroy Alice drones sooner. But what I also like to see from Arizona State is getting a first frag from Cass. It was actually back, but Garrett makes a 2-for-1 overall across the map. They take down Alan Solomon, who just keeps trying to make those lurks happen on offense on that chamber, which is one of the better things you could do on a chamber agent. But that still amounts to Houston rotating the C Arizona State on A. We're going C is basically the call. And they do it again, and they're already here. But this is a situation where Arizona State has a player advantage. We haven't really seen that very often in this situation, but they do have an eco round they have to deal with.
Houston might be, or excuse me, Arizona State might be going a little low. They're trying to recover these rifles, but it's less time to defuse the spike.
Yeah, but they are able to upgrade to 2 rifles at this point. So it's a 4v2 with 2 rifles versus 2 rifles. Player advantage. That's going to go Arizona State's way every day of the week because Houston was able to position perfectly, get those 1v1 fights and just fall off and just find another regrouping. Arizona State with a fantastic retake of the site and getting themselves finally on the board and do it off of an eco round, Sparky.
Yeah, you love to see it if you're an Arizona State fan. Great by Cass there to actually get into that spot, get an initial pick, and then with the knives from Garrett as well to just convert the chamber who was lurking, get that kill, get those rifles upgraded, and a really good retake just to play together, cross your T's, dot your I's, make sure that there's no little pocket that Houston can hide in that's going to end up losing that retake for you. Garrett's going to be back on the operator for this one. Now, he was on the op in a previous round, but not a whole lot of impact since he had to end up playing retake on the other side. Drone's going to spawn him out towards that C site, and I think that might push the rest of Houston towards this A, but there's actually quite a bit of utility that can be thrown to try and dissuade Houston from going towards the A side as well.
Yeah, very interesting situation. We haven't seen this yet. This is a very new territory for this map where Houston is largely looking for mid control right now, not playing for C through garage, not playing for A through A lobby and such. They're going for mid control, window control, getting a little bit of a garage to supplement, but met with a 1v1, so they fall off of that, so they have no garage control from either team right now, actually. They decided to just go back to mid as Houston, but they're met with a gravity well. The game stalled out, and the Arizona State's trying to swarm in and try to fight through these nebulas that are dropped up and deny the vision. Chance, though, is able to get a frag. Turb, Gello able to answer as well. This timing is here for Arizona State. The rotation from Garrett is coming through as well, so stuck in the company is Adam Solomon to try to fight through. Finds the first frag. What do they know about Garrett, though? Garrett not going around the corner just yet. It's going to be finding a 1v1, perhaps on timing for Adam. Gello is right around the corner. Both these players are. Who peeks who first? They're all just sitting here with 27 seconds left on the clock. The spike control, though, very importantly, is in the favor of Arizona State. Gello is just sitting on it, waiting on the spike, knowing Adam has to push through here, and guesses wrong on the 50-50 peak. Gello finds the frag on Adam Solomon. Perfect patience from Arizona State.
Yeah, what's funny is if he actually peeked at the left side, had the TP out, could have actually made it happen in the end, but Arizona State looking a lot better. They're reading the map a lot better. Houston also probably stalling out a little bit. You can see they're really good in this high aggression, run it down type of play style where they overwhelm the site with players with utility, but if they have to play slow, might end up giving a few picks over towards the other side. I kind of want to see Houston speed it up again. There is an operator on the other side, but if you're just throwing utility at one of these sites, Arizona has shown that they can't really hold on.
Houston was having very healthy round wins for the most part of that 7-0 streak they started off this map with, so their economy is going to be just fine, but it's going to progressively be less and less fine as members of Arizona State, like Garrett just now, finding these frags, throwing up these rounds, and keeping these advantages to themselves, definitely making those signs of improvement. It wasn't immediate off of that pause, but this coming through nevertheless. making themselves a little bit more competitive, even on the scoreline going into the half, would be massive for this team. Cass find the frag on the Koi as well. It's a 5 versus 3. They're going to have to fight their Cosmic Divide, but they have their own Seekers to work with, their own Cosmic Divide as well to cut things off. But Jivey, realizing they're going to be losing map control, the advantage is going to be in favor of Arizona, had to go for an aggressive and gutsy play, finds the frag, Sully doing exactly the same thing. Miguel answering right back. It's going to be 2 versus 3 post play, hold for Houston. They're going to make it happen. The crossfire is there, though. It's the members of Arizona State getting baited into the back corner of the site and getting crossfired by Houston, who manages to win out despite being down players.
Yeah, Houston, man, they manipulate the rotations so well. They put so much pressure towards Garage. You actually see the players from C-Site rotate over, try and defend that position. But that just means Houston can walk themselves into the A site. They have a bunch of utility in their back pocket for that post plant, and they play it so beautifully. 2-8 so far, 2 rounds left in the half. No ultimate on the board just yet, but rifles in every single person's hand. Operator as well for the defensive side. So we look back towards the slower play style. Now, Jet's going pretty aggressive with this op, and this is exactly the position you want to see for a Jet. It means the rest of his teammate can actually look over, go towards that C site. Cass gets the initial pick, which is going to kind of stop Houston just a little bit and allow more time for those rotations from Arizona State to come over.
Honestly, a little surprised Houston hasn't gone back to A site just yet, but it doesn't matter if Sully gets a double kill just like that. Finds opening frags. Entry duelist solely on the Sova. 8-2 on the scoreline for Houston with the post plant set up as a 4v2. They have a Hunter's Fury to work with as well. A fantastic position for Houston to be in.
Everyone's fighting side. Chance with the initial pick, but Koi's going to take it. 4 versus 2. Do they even go for this now?
I don't know if you would. Definitely now you just say the operator. I'd have to imagine you have one more round to work with in this half, but I don't think they would have enough economy to actually be able to buy up another operator, and that's worked out fairly well for Garrett overall. Maybe he can find some extra frags. That's 1. 3 away from the Bladestorm. If Garrett manages to find a way to get Bladestorm activated for the last round, that'd be huge. So Houston hunting for this kill. Sure, you can get this operator off the field and actually make it a really big reward, but it comes with a high risk that you might be charging up his Bladestorm from Garrett. That might be a big deal for the next round. Oh, finds the frag at the very end, though. Garrett does lose the operator. At least we will buy up a rifle at the very least.
Yeah, the thing with Garrett's operator, though, it has been putting pressure on Houston, trying to dissuade them from going to other sides.
He can't.
Yeah, unfortunate.
Can't even get a rifle. That's massive that you were able to find that frag.
I mean, they're probably going to get Garrett the knives on that A-long position. Just use 1 smoke, get the knives. They'll have some sort of sort of damaging ability, and we have seen Jets pop off with those knives before. But yeah, I don't think it's a big deal that he actually lost off on that operator. I don't think it was necessarily doing that much for him, since realistically it just provided pressure, but he wasn't getting like a ton of picks with it. Had to use the dash to actually get out. That's huge for the knives.
Massive read by Houston as well, realizing, you know what, they're probably going to play for those knives. Let's go ahead and make pressure happen there and try to force them off that knife. Goes for the play at Sewers. Garrett trying to create an advantage for the team. Goes aggressive with the knives, but gets punished for it because of the dash being already expended. Taking some damage early on. Easier kill for them to find it in Sewers. Cass has consistently been going for these these looks through mid whenever A pressure is there by Houston. So great read by Houston, realizing, you know what, Cass is probably going to be here. Finds the frag. But while this is happening, Chance finds the kills on Sully, and Jivey falls as well. 3 kills go the way of Arizona State so quickly because Jivey's realizing, not Jivey, Turb on the Sova, realizing that this rotation to C-site is their commonality. Chance catching him off on the rotate as well when trying to run away. So the adaptations for both teams are coming through so beautifully at the end of this half.
They're going to push Garage. I think they kind of have to, right? But that's the noise given over. So Arizona should kind of know that they're towards this Garage position. Spike in Arizona's control.
Cosmic Divide might be working against them, but they will find first frag from Koi and converts it into the second. Eric Appleson able to trade off their homie at that point and finish off the rounds. That Cosmic Divide almost worked against them, but it also worked in a way of like baiting them into thinking there's no way that we're in Garage, right? Because of the fact that they used Cosmic Divide to cut it off. But like you said, you want to play for the Garage control. They didn't want to just sit back and get swarmed on site, player down.
Yeah, definitely. Arizona State, I mean, Houston just pushed through the wall. Arizona isn't ready for it. And Houston go up 2-10. Big pressure here on this pistol round. Because if Houston can actually convert this, they're most likely looking at a match point very early into this game and possibly taking the entire thing.
Good.
Houston has the chamber as well, so something like a rush might not be as successful as it was against Arizona, because those slow bots, if a single one isn't killed, if it hits you, then, well, you're just going to be slowed in like a 9.5 second slow.
All right, Arizona State said that they're going to be very fast and aggressive, especially on an offensive side. They're going to be enabled more so to do so. But Adam Solman with the headhunter finds 3 on the retake. It's not even a really full retake. They're just holding the ground and rotating so quickly. They're already there, rendezvous rotations, things like that so fast. Houston wins the pistol round that Arizona State direly needed to.
Yeah, Adam Sullivan, he's 16-8 right now, but he has been having a game for himself, not only with getting these really crispy headshots, but even with his lurk potential, he's getting so much information for Houston. He's reading all these rotations with the footsteps, because Arizona kind of have to be running throughout their spawn, throughout B, in order to get there in time for the sheer aggression that Houston was sending them. Now that this pistol has been gained by Houston, though, they're towards a buy. Arizona most likely have to buy into this one, and still, we might be looking at a match point for the aggression.
First strike going for Adam. Finds the second. Might be good for 3. There he is through the wall. Might be poised for an ace, but Chance shuts those dreams down. Chance also pushing past the guiding light, but couldn't reload in time. Corey with a nice aggressive swing around the corner. On the timing. Finishes off Chance. The other players fall. Houston on map point.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about before in that pistol round, right? The chamber, if a slow bot hits you, your entire team can't really push into it. You don't have the movement speed in order to really trade each other out. You're stuck in that choke, and Adam will just punish. 12-2, Houston up. They have rifles. Arizona had to buy in the last round. They're looking at Spectres and light armors for this one. It's looking all Houston in this next round here, Chad.
Standing ahead.
It certainly is an aggression from Garrett. Can't find the frag on Jivey, who wins sewers and able to fall back. Healthy enough to live for and fight for another day. Did take some chip damage.
Camera taken out.
So it will be an easier frag later on, but speaking of chip damage, the shock bolts going back the other way. And a little bit more than chip damage there as Adam Solomon finds a straight up kill on the cast. Oh, already has that ultimate, the tour de force on in the 3rd round this half. And just fragging out, slaying out this entire time. Chance able to shut down slowly though. Still trying to hold a presence at a site, but Adam Solman is just a rock, a wall that will not be moved. Found back-to-back triple kills to start off this half, and is at 2 for 3 so far on the 3rd round, which could be the final of the map. There it is.
Man, this guy is absolutely disgusting on the
Imagine he hit
peak.
that. Imagine he hit that.
The Ward Del Peak, man. Come on, he can't have everything, can he?
All right, well, Koi knows exactly where Turb is with Ares long in range, low on HP. Not much Turb could really do there. Beautiful display of Koi at the very end, and beautiful display by Houston overall in that second game of the day. The 113-6, and there's a 13-0 for Arizona State. We're thinking, oh, this could be a really close match, but Houston proved us wrong. That was a very dominant showing by Houston, a 13-2 victory.
Yeah, man, that aggression was absolutely unparalleled. It really felt like Arizona could just not hold on to not only the aggression, right? If Houston were going towards the site, if they were just full execing, it just felt impossible to be able to hold on. But they would always threaten that full exec and then have the good read to just rotate off. Houston played an absolutely phenomenal game, and excited to see how they play in the rest of this tournament.
I'm excited as well. I'm also excited to see how many over triple kills Adam Solman is able to pull off. Lurking doubles as big impact doubles, or just massive triples on the defensive hold for the chamber. Fantastic showing by the entire team for sure. Like we said, definitely the front runners make out a group on first place. They're currently in first at 2-0 record in this 3-match round robin that we'll be seeing. So very least they'll be going 2-1, but with how they've been performing, you have to imagine they come out on a flawless game score. We'll have to see when we come back from the break. We'll check in with the final map of this first group. We're not sure which teams we're going to be watching yet, but I know it's going to be an exciting showing nevertheless. We'll see you soon after the break for the CECC Southwest Invitational 2022. Catch you in a few.
Are a way to get pools that are going to complement what the DPS is needing. And there's so many.
We are back with a quick interview with one of the members of Houston coming off a dominant performance over Arizona State is Eric Appleson. And coming off of a 13-6, then a 13-2, even more so commanding. Are there any teams in this tournament that you're looking at as like, we could have to deal with this tough challenge, or you think you just remain this dominant going all the way through?
Coming into this, actually, ASU is one of the few teams that we've known about prior to coming into here, and we expected them to be sort of like, I guess, the second best team. So basically, our best competition here. And with that game against them, I feel like we're pretty confident. Playing against any other team, really.
Great. I mean, love to hear. Yeah, I mean, definitely extremely confident. Since a follow-up question to that for me would be, since you guys knew about Arizona State, I don't know how much, like, did you guys counter-strat them specifically or something? You guys just playing your own game? Because, extremely dominant performance, especially if you guys knew about them, then, was there any counter-stratting at all?
I mean, we've only played them like 2 or 3 times over the past few semesters. We don't really like watch their VODs or anything. Just kind of played our own game, defaulted throughout the game, and just did our own thing. And I mean, basically just came down to the gunfights. We won most of the gunfights, and that's how we won the game.
Gotcha. Well, is there anything you want to say as far as like shouts to the fans, to the homies, to any words to other teams, whatever you might want to say before we go to break?
Shout out to the UH squad, here at Coug Esports. Shout out to the whole club. They're over here supporting us on these streams and everything. So I love those guys. Of course, shout out to my teammates. Love those guys as well.
Right on. Welcome back. It's game number 3 for the day. I'm Chad Lannis. Joining me is Sparky, and we'll be bringing you Arizona State yet again returning for the 3rd game up against University of Arkansas. And based on predictions, all right, we're talking in the green room a little bit, but I'm looking at my sheet for the schedule here, right, Sparky? And on my sheet, every game that has a team on the right side of this sheet has won so far. And going into predictions, I would predict that Houston beats Colorado State based on what we've seen. They're on the right side as well, continuing that trend. Between Arizona State and University of Arkansas, the team on the right side of the sheet is University of Arkansas. So is Destiny bringing us a victory for University of Arkansas, or will Arizona State go against Destiny, make one of their own, and make it into the bracket stage?
Come on, Chad. I can't believe you just leaked the script like that. Come on, man.
Hey, full transparency casting here, everybody. You know what's going on.
All right, well, we're going to be heading into split for this one. Arizona yet again going. Oh, what is that?
Whoa!
A neon
Destiny!
Blitz?
The
What is this?
Let's go.
Dude, this comes out the window, bro. I don't know.
Yo, if Neon on split works out, man, it is definitely the script. It's Destiny at this point, brother.
And the Phoenix?
Yo, they're hovering
right.
chamber with KO locked in as well.
All right, for those of you who are watching this who might not know why we're freaking out so much, Phoenix has been a pick that hasn't been meta in a long time. The reasoning is because something like Sky or KO has kind of overtaken him in just terms of power creep, that they're just better options for what he does. And Neon is interesting because, well, she hasn't really been in the meta either. She kind of has. We have seen a couple teams at that pro level play Neon. Definitely not on split, though, and I haven't personally seen Neon on split, so I'm really excited to see what Arkansas bring for this one, because it's definitely not going to be anything standard.
I did cast the Neon split on VCS a couple weeks ago. They basically just dropped the fast lane right down B main and just ran in there and just did cutoffs to be able to check Tetris first. After that, they can just work back in their fast lane and check behind a bulletin board. And then from there, they just go and execute the rest of the site. So they just basically use that to like systematically check those 2 left essentially cubby locations. And then they can just focus on with once they have bearings on the site towards heaven, hell, CT door, things like that. So that's something, especially since the position over to B site, I'd expect them to kind of do. They can use Phoenix really well to flash through that as well. And then after they do that, they can use the Blaze of Phoenix to then cut off more sight lines to then continue systematically clearing everything on the site if they want to. So I'm actually really excited about this composition because I think they can do like a really beautiful 1-2 punch with these quick walls and fast executions.
So this is like double controller, but like not double controller. Like
They're duelists.
But it's like double duelists, yeah.
And they have a chamber who's like a duelist. So they almost have like 3 on their team.
Man. This is gonna be interesting. Well, heavy mid aggression here from Arkansas. They're just going straight in.
Oh, they're sending it completely. The Snakebite should still lay them just a little bit. Cass does get the frag as well. They're running a no Sentinel composition on the side of Arizona State. We were completely distracted by Neon and Phoenix being locked in, because that is really the crazy thing. But it's still kind of crazy as Arizona State has no Sentinels at all. They're running the Viper. It kind of feels like a Sentinel sometimes. The Asher with the gravity wells, things like that on this split is very claustrophobic hallways. Also can feel like a Sentinel. So they do have like 2 pseudo Sentinels for the team comp.
Arkansas grouping up towards that B site here. And we do have the 2 pseudo sentinels, right, with those double controllers, but neither of them are really looking to hold the site. Looks to just play a retake angle, which they do have reach.
There's those clears.
There's the fast lane, there's all the clears. Site control completely taking crossfires there. Chance might have an angle. Twins is actually stuck.
Yeah, nobody's there to support Clan at all. It's going to be a 4 versus 3. Chance find the frag as well. Matrix is gone, as well as the Phoenix. It's one of those situations where they had all that util that they used to clear site, but nobody on Arizona State was on site. So the util was used for basically nothing. Arizona State had everything of their own, and then they managed to create a player advantage on top of that to just swarm on site. So Arizona State, in a very exciting first round, and what I imagine it will continue to be exciting, is still a round going the way of Arizona State.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm a little bit concerned for Arkansas. Something that we kind of saw in that last round was they don't have a whole lot of post-plant potential with this comp.
No.
They kind of have to be pretty aggressive. They have a double, kind of triple duelist with that chamber. The chamber is a sentinel technically, but still, it's mostly for flank watch. It's not really for holding the site in a post-plant scenario, so it's not a whole lot of stopping power. See if Arkansas can really have that aggressive potential. They ran it down mid last time, got a pick for themselves, but it's really a question of can they put the numbers so in their favor that the post point is just too easy for them.
Exactly, and what we saw in that first round is exactly what we're going to be seeing the rest of this match. It seems, well, most likely, where Arkansas's team comp, how it works, they need to find fights and frags and win those fights and get significant player advantages going to post plants, things like that, if they want to, or even retakes on the other side of the half later on, looking ahead, if they want to find success in these rounds. Otherwise, if Arizona State does exactly what they did last round, they'll just off the site, fall back, play safe, work as a unit, use their own utility for post-plant retakes, things like that, then they should find an easier time of things. Keyword assured, at the very end of the day, this is a shooter. So if one team just hits their headshots a lot better, then usually they'll come out on top. Twerb not finding the headshots, but still was able to spray down with that Bulldog. Garrett with that Marshall against no armor. Feels like an operator, but Glazer did buy armor. Did survive the first shot. Oh! The hip fires is too inaccurate. No.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised those weren't hitting. Cass is going to get punished for that one. And actually, B control could be on the table. You already see the KO walking over. A lot of this is up to Django here. Actually finds the pick with the gun. Numbers have evened up quite a bit. Health bars not necessarily the same for this attacking side, but the defenders are already here. 10 seconds. Joe might be able to just deny plant.
Django pushing forward, trying to grab that angle because, like we said, this team composition, they're not going to have the most amazing post plant. They don't have really good util for the stalls or like snake bites or nano storms, things like that. So they do need to try to find this frag. So pushing forward by Django was a beautiful move, something they needed to do, but they're still in a 2v2. Turb finds the first frag. Clint Equisword brings it down to 1, but Garrett missing a lot of shots earlier on the hip fire, quick scopes, but doesn't miss when it counts the most. 8 HP is all that they have remaining, but that's going to be enough to get the diffuse down. Arizona State winning 2-0.
Yeah, that was a huge round from Arkansas, though. Not a whole lot of investment into that round. They actually convert almost towards the end. Actually, they invested just a little bit, enough on some members to actually cause them to save into this next round, but still a lot of damage done to that economy.
Yep.
So we'll see how that ends up. Yeah.
It forced them to eco for the most part, really, like is what it is. So Arkansas should have an easier job of like finding those frags in fights, but can they figure out where Arizona State, like this is a weird situation where most of the time when you're on attack, you want to try to find the weakness in the whole of the defensive side and try to like find a free plant and then set up a post plant that's beautiful. That's generally the meta right now. Arkansas is in like the opposite situation where they want to find where the defensive is and then fight the defense where they are and find those frags earlier on. Right now, Cass sucked through. finds one, doesn't quite find the second. Django with a blind spray, able to connect to the second player. Matrixify, able to find Jello as well. These rifles coming up very strongly in Arizona State. The two members that didn't have pistols in hand, there's Marshall and a Bulldog. Maybe they can pull this one off if they can find some frags and make themselves back a little bit more even on the player count, but it's still a 2 versus 4 on their side. Arkansas's in a fantastic position for this round.
Arkansas have a lot of utility too. They're going to invest it into actually getting on the site itself. So again, it's that post plant. Can they hold on? They do have a player advantage. They're 4 versus 2. It's a question of if they give these initial picks over before that spike is actually diffused, then
Does that reach?
this is actually doable.
If that reached and got the kill as well, making it 1v2, it would be a lot more doable, but Garrett has to deal with the situation. What a shot on Matrixify, still alive to play as well. Can maybe find his frags later on, but no, the spray and run. Oh, Defy is able to find the frag. Just
man.
because it's automatic weapon, man.
It doesn't matter if you're completely accurate. You have 25 bullets in the clip. The other person has a sniper rifle. So as long as you make yourself hard to hit, like you're probably gonna win out on that gunfight. Great by Arkansas. Actually, a lot of damage done by Arizona State as well, considering they didn't invest a lot into that round. They're going to be on the rifles this time. Garrett has bought up this operator yet again. This is the IGL, as we have said multiple times, and he keeps buying up these operators and keeps looking towards these angles. There's guns on the other side from Arkansas as well. Knife actually is going to tag. There's a 4-stack here. They're forcing themselves in, but there's still a lot of utility.
Wow, nice little spam there by Cass. Yeah, I mean, you do alert the enemy team of where you are when you activate that K ultimate, so even though you're running through the wall, they'll know where to spam. The revive is good, though, from Divide, and 2 more frags going the way of Arkansas, but Jello answers right back with 2 of their own coming from Heaven. They have the chamber in Heaven, though. As Jello dropped down on the enemy team, Arkansas, Django is able to find their own frag. Teleports back around, back to the top, finds one back. Turb finding Proxy. Shuts him down on the zip back from the run it back, but the superior high ground, Anakin, is what supremes on the round. Is Django finish off the fight in a very fast-paced and back and forth post plan.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting actually. So we saw 4 people stacked up towards that B main. They entry onto the site with the null command to try and force themselves through. They actually get the 2 picks onto the Astra and the Viper, but the last 3 remaining survivors were the Breach and the 2 duelists, the 2 people who were exceptional at actually retaking onto the site. Arkansas, they win that one out though. No money for pretty much everyone. Garrett got stuck trying to go for the knife. That's like the second time I feel like that we've seen him in the series that we have watched so far. Rotation's already coming over, but Arkansas looks like they want to possibly force their way through.
That would be the MO for the composition, something we've been touching on a lot, but it's such an exciting composition. I just want to keep touching on it because you have a Neon and Phoenix 18 comp, man, with a KO and a chamber setup. Astra just cut off vision. Garrett's going to have a really rough time on this angle, and indeed they did. Fast lane underway, fast side execute, especially off that pick. Explosive executions, and it's running to be pretty good. Django pushed up really far ahead. Didn't get punished at all. The ultimate from Matrixify shuts on Jello, and Django getting a 3rd kill. Something familiar. We saw triple kills from Chamber last game, and we're seeing it again.
Yeah, man, these chambers have been absolutely cracked, and that's the one spot where you get chamber where you can really help in that post-plant scenario. With the operator, every time he gets a kill, there's a slow field right at the deceased feet. So there's no way you can just kind of walk through that one. Arkansas, they go up in round count with a very interesting composition. So you look towards the next. So what's the save for Arizona last round? They're going to be on rifles this time, and they have 2 duelist ultimates in their back pocket. Garrett is going to pick up the operator yet again. In the games we've watched, I haven't seen him had the most impact on this gun, but he's going to keep buying it up. Hopefully he can get a couple picks with it if you are that Arizona fan.
I'm out of here.
Oh? Her the judge, you just want to instantly back up, man. I don't want to deal with that. No, thank you. Especially if it's the hand of somebody who goes as fast as a Neon. I'll be in your face real quick if you don't already go on the back foot. It's a good response for Jello. But that's fence control for Arkansas.
People in A Heaven here actually playing really long angles. This judge, if it goes up, might not have the impact that it will want.
I don't think the Neon's used the slide yet, and they can still run really fast, so they can cover that distance so quickly. So Judge is like one of the best agents to use a Judge in the game. It's like Raze and Neon basically. At Jet, ever since they nerfed the tail, Asher sometimes, Viper as well for sure if they have a toxic the Viper's Pit.
Yeah.
But after the Tailwind nerf, it takes longer to bring up your weapon after your Tailwind for Jet. Not one of the premier Judge users anymore. Oh, they use the slide. Interesting. So that's exactly why they're playing a lot more slower for sure. But they still are going to have mid control. Try to rotate over for B Heaven play as well. It seems like they're
Operators here.
Feeling more comfortable there. Operator is in B main. Might be able to look right up and find that frag, and they do. Good call out because Garrett is good for 2. Jago finds the one on cast on the rotation, playing that lurk chamber role on offense where we commonly see, but Chance is able to find 2 more on site. It's all down to lurking at chamber. The timer's running around so quickly, and the lurk is only good for 2 kills, and that's going to be it. They just save the Vandal for another day.
They try and exact in the last couple seconds of that round. But again, the operator there is going to get the angle onto Heaven. Got 2 picks for Garrett there. But the fact that he doesn't die is the biggest thing because it makes Arkansas so scared to actually get onto the site itself. And the rest of the people from Arizona can punish as they stagnate towards that B Heaven. Completely tied up game so far here. They're going to keep the operator in his hands for ultimates for this defender side. So if they end up bleeding out a few people, bleeding out the round itself, they still have pretty decent time retaking into some of these sites.
All right, mid control for Arizona State. With that Viper's Pit, something that we most commonly see Viper's Pit on defense is use. Just drop it in mid control. That's such a pivotal, important part of this map. So force them on those edges of the map that they fight through. The operator holding. Good for 1 on Django. Shuts down the enemy op user. Typically has a Vandal this time around. Blind fire? Maybe? No? Here's those steps. You hear they're on your right. There's going to be pressure coming in, and Garrett falls under it. Such swing off of that boom bot. Doesn't quite find the frag, but at least does some damage. It is going to be a plant being dropped, though. So it's a 4v4 post-plant situation where Clint Eastwood running into 3 members. Almost has that lineup good for 2, but only finds 1. 2 goes the way of Arizona State. The trigger discipline only finds 1, though, to find. That would have been massive if they could find the last frag. But instead, it's going to be 1v1. Proxy has the healing, has the positioning, and has the kill to win it out. Arkansas State in the lead.
Oh, I can't believe. I swear someone must have checked their minimap and be like, hey, there's someone behind you because there's no reason to check that position otherwise. Absolutely hilarious. Unfortunately, that's those situations where that trigger discipline can just end up making you lose the round if you don't do it at the correct time. Arkansas keep going up in rounds, actually force Arizona State towards saving into this next one. My eyes are on Jello, though. He has this Judge in his hands. We've seen, in previous games, we've watched how deadly this Judge can be. He's going to go over towards mid. This is where Arkansas really like to push into.
Ooh, that's loaded away. We talked about how Race is one of the premier Judge users. Doesn't check the corner, though. You have to check your corners to find. Good for 2, but Trixify as well. A flawless round for Arkansas that could have easily gone the other way.
Yeah, especially when you use that blast pack, right? They know you're going to be pushing down into these areas. They hear all the footsteps. You really got to check your corners to make sure that you don't get absolutely blindsided. Arizona now, they have rifles in their hand. I think Garrett is back on that operator as well, so he's going to be looking towards this A site. I don't really envy his job. He had 1 pop-off round, but again, as you talked about before, this Neon, this Phoenix, all those walls in your face, all the speed that it can provide, can make it really hard to op into this team if Arkansas are just full execing to where this job is.
And for now, it's going to be a play for B, but they didn't like what they were seeing, so they're rotating off to mid. That toxic screen definitely going to make it a little bit harder for making the mid control happen, especially with the Astra Star being dropped there and plenty of Vision Isle, Poison Cloud as well. So a lot of map control for Arizona State remains, but Neon instantly explodes in events. That was so fast. That's just the Neon thing. Now suddenly the mid control goes the way of Arkansas. They go up for vents, and if they can play up the rafters, if they get past this line of sight from Garrett, then they'll be in business.
Breach is here to try and hold the heaven. He's only jiggle peeking it though, so then you can actually just run through this and head over towards the site. First shot onto the Phoenix ulti, so he's still alive. It's still a 5 versus 5, but this time site control's been taken.
And they didn't expect Matrixify to be there so fast. Turb falls, Cast answers back, but they still lose that breach. They still lose so much utility that's so big for the post plant, especially like Rolling Thunder being dropped away. That is one of the best retake ults in the game, if not the best. So that off the field makes it instantly harder for Arizona State here. They have a Showstopper though, and Cosmic Divide they can work with. Showstopper to clear back sight. Looks to be the case, but it's the null command dropped, denied, shuts down Showstopper, but the kills go the way of Jello even still. 2 back answered by Arizona State. 2v1 swings on the corners. Go for Arizona State as well. Arkansas could only get a couple frags on the post plant defense. Very good retake based on the aggression, largely thanks to Jello.
Yeah, huge there from Arizona State. Even though, you know, that Showstopper was completely negated, doesn't matter. His gun still does the same. It still opens up the space with that raise. Arizona State go up around. They still actually saved that Rolling Thunder. They didn't get to use it in the last round. Worked out. Since they still won it, they'll be able to use this Rolling Thunder into a next round if they so need it. Garrett's still going to pick up that operator into his hands. This time he has no armor though, so a little bit worse for wear if the guns do turn his way. So Arkansas, I'm going to still play this sort of default, right? They put a lot of aggression on mid. They're trying to get Matrixify into this vent position and just exec onto this A side, split it. This time they're going fast, and the rest of the team towards B. Operator is the biggest thing here for Arizona State. Can Garrett get this pick, stop it in its tracks?
Garrett's been good so far, especially in this kind of situation. Should be able to see Clint's elbow. So patient on the angle and succeeds from there. Finds the first frag. Arizona State has so much control of the site, still has heaven control, and player up. Didn't waver off of A side either, so they'll be able to rotate back to A very easily and fluidly to be able to answer Arkansas's rotation.
Heading away from the operator this time. Going towards the A. Super retake heavy, but I think Arizona State are fine with this, right? They still have this Rolling Thunder available. There's not a whole lot of stalling utility on Arkansas' side. It's just a bunch of duelists. The only thing really is a star that could throw a wrench into your plans, but realistically, Arizona State, as long as they don't drop numbers, as long as they make sure they have the people who can follow up on that Rolling Thunder, they're in a pretty good spot.
The Astros just kind of hanging out. No Cosmic Divide to use, though, so just deciphering where to play stars, when to pop them. Yeah, Matrixify just cautious of the operator, for sure. But Garrett was still over to B site. Fast lane was dropped. And yeah, you see Arizona State poised and ready. That Rolling Thunder is ready to go. See the breach in that corner. Plan is dropped. They could have used the Rolling Thunder to stop the plan. They actually probably would not have had time to plan, actually. So that was a little bit interesting that he held it, but even still, they want to wait. The blast back going into sight allows the opportunity for Chance to have a beautiful spray transfer to find the two. Cass finds one as well. And the last player alive is Django. It was planted for Heaven, and they read that situation beautifully. Look at Heaven. That's what they planned for. That's where they found the opponent. Arizona State ties it up 5 for 5.
Yeah, I think Arizona State could have just popped that Rolling Thunder right off the rip the moment they hear that spike tap, but it still works out for them anyway. They still have a clean retake. Actually, Chance pushing through a molly, but that molly doesn't do nearly enough damage to kill him. And since that Phoenix molly was thrown towards elbow, I think, hey, you know, there's fire there. I don't think someone's going to push through fire, but hey, Chance is going to do exactly that. Completely tied up game so far. Last 2 rounds in this half, but it's kind of dire for Arkansas. They don't have a lot of money going to this next round if they end up losing it. There's ultimates on the other side. That can be really great for holding a side.
See that Viper spin mid yet again. This cuts off a lot of that control that Arkansas has consistently found otherwise. Garrett as well, consistently finding frags with operator on lines. Getting those first picks has been so huge for Arizona State. To have that player advantage, make it harder for Arkansas to find those fights that they need so desperately to make this team composition come online.
They're actually heading right over towards the operator. Now, they do have the Neon and the Phoenix available, so maybe they're still able to get up in the face of this jet, but we've seen how Garrett has thrown a wrench into these execs before, and he has the opportunity to do it again, especially with the breach there. If he can set up this jet with something like a fault line, it's really going to stop this push in its tracks.
There's going to be Blaze doesn't take the shot though. Does this bring up the run it back? There it is. And so it's a rinse and repeat of the execution before, but this time the Nebula gets dropped first, so Garrett can't shut down the Phoenix, can then more efficiently clear up the site. So they're going to have site control, but they don't have heaven control for the side of Arkansas. So you can only play it safe. The Aftershocker is going to push them back and just funnel them into the corner and the elbow, but that isn't going to be punished very quickly. Proxy trying to just fight for any sort of control they can acquire for the team, but swings wide into a 1v2 crossfire setup, spaced separately, so makes it easier for Arizona to win that one. 2 is still tucked away in the back corner of the site, but they found Clint Eastwood, they found Matrixify. It's all down to Divine so quickly without having control. They lost control of the A site without post-plant utility, and going to go for a save is Divine.
Yeah, there's no way he gets into the site with the smoke there, with all the utility and 4 people probably staring him down. They're gonna save this one rifle into the next round. They used Neon ulti in one of the previous rounds too. They used the run it back as well, so a little bit concerned as to how they're going to make up for this damage. Is Divine actually gonna stick with this gun and not give it over towards his duelist? No, it seems like they still have just enough to be able to buy maybe some rifles and some half armors. Something across the board. Okay, yeah, they do. They end up still having enough, so it works out well for them. Garrett, I'm still looking at Garrett with this operator. He's gotten quite a few picks for himself. It actually makes Arkansas use a lot more utility in some of these takes that they need to, and that's all utility that they can't use in order to prevent against the retake attempt from Arizona.
Does he challenge in the fast lane? Decides not to because Gravity Well is there. It's too much going on, too risky. But allows Matrixify to make it back in the back of sight. This is all a fake. The rotation happens, but Jello was in a spot to be able to hear these stomps going through market, going for the rotation. That's why you see Turb on the breach rotate over to A side as well. But it's a double fake. Matrixify is still here, finds the frag, runs straight into Garrett. It's too fast. Garrett can't track it on the aggression, but Cass is able to do so on the re-peek. Proxy finds the answer back. Jello stuck in hell for a little bit. It's a 3v2 take for Arkansas.
Yeah, they're waiting him out. I understand that. They don't really need to plant as long as they can make sure this guy goes down, make it a 3 versus 1. She's gonna leave him alone. Herb, how fast are they go on this retake?
Yeah, running a little low on util. One more flash. Aftershock is available. Could have used it on default, to be fair. But swings out instead. Tries to shut down Django on the backside, but no flash is used. No blast picks either to create distance. It's just the swings and the crossfires and the player advantage for Arkansas to tie up the scoreline 6-6 going to the new half.
I keep saying this. Arkansas have been playing a good game, right? They tie it up completely even. My question is, their attacking side was very obviously what this comp was made for. They have the 2 duelists, the Chamber as well to watch the flanks, have their KO to kind of set these duelists up as well, and with all the utility that Astra can provide. But I kept talking about how this comp doesn't have a lot of stopping power, and this is really going to be the true test because you're on defense, because you're not going to be 4 or 5 stacks on a lot of these sites. You're going to be lower in numbers, and you need to be able to prevent against the aggression that Arizona can provide with something like the Breach and the double movement characters of that Raze and that Jet.
Aggression already set up with some utility. The pace shots from Garrett comes out on top over Proxy. Still the Devise who's sitting there on the site. Matrixify with the Overwatch on Heaven alongside their KO. So it's going to be a rotation from Arizona State. Satisfied that they're able to get the pick, reset back to a little bit of a default, and try to account for the fact that Arkansas might go for an aggressive play. They don't know where the Neon is. They haven't quite seen these other couple members of Arkansas, and with their composition, going aggressive on defense is definitely one of their main MOs.
Yeah, they have so little information on where Arizona are heading. The spike is actually still over towards that A site, so I think they're going to actually double back and go towards this. The Viper wall is there as well, so might as well be their best bet. The thing is, Arkansas, since they're playing so far back, they're not going to read this. They're not going to be able to stack the site, and it's only Matrixify who's going to get the initial info.
Matrixify having to run back, couldn't quite get the win on the exchange. Still, this member is tucked away behind Sign. Joe doesn't see them. It's Divine getting the frag, but answered right back immediately by our Arizona flooding in, having each other's back. So you spam through. Clint Eastwood good for 2. Garrett, though, on 3 for the round. Make that 4 as they win the round. The Pistols go the way of Arizona State.
Yeah, Matrixify actually peaking that initial angle was huge. It allowed Arkansas to be a little bit faster to that rotation, but they still weren't there nearly in enough time. It had some good looks on the site itself, but just the overwhelming presence from Arizona on the site was way too much to handle. Not going to be a force buy here from Arkansas. They're just going to wait for when they're going to get rifles, and Arizona looking to take this all the way. Spectres and a Bulldog in the Breach's hands, which is, I don't know how you feel about the Bulldog, chat. I kind of like it, but I know a lot of people aren't a big fan of it.
Turb definitely likes it, 'cause they went with the Bulldog pretty consistently throughout the day when they have that price point for it at the very least. Has found a pretty consistent amount of fragging potential with it as well. Hasn't looked too shabby with it, so especially on anti-eco, should be just fine. Make control being played for by Arizona State. I like what they're doing as well, playing a little bit slower pacing, realizing that the composition from Arkansas doesn't really have a whole lot of like utility to really stall out your pressure, such as like gravity walls, snake bites, things like that, where it would make it really hard for them to execute on site. So they're kind of just playing it safe and slow, trying to see if they can account for aggression at first, see if they can weasel out like a kill or two, reset the default like they did in the last round, and make their defenses even thinner, even harder to stop an execute happening. Go through from there just by realizing they need to get some space happening and can't do so against the Spectre in the face. Cass is right there ready for them. Divine now with a classic long range. The bloom on those shots is going to be a little punishing for sure. Snake bite as well, making them a little bit vulnerable. No, they jump away just in time, but didn't know where to look. Cass has the advantage even still and finds the frag. So Arizona State, with Arkansas having weak weapons and not good utility to stop their execute, are able to get on site pretty cleanly, but right after that, good timing from Clint Eastwood, finding Cherub stuck in some utility usage, but Garrett has the nice little angle around the corner and finds the shutdown for Clint Eastwood. So suddenly, we find ourselves with only a 1v4 situation for Proxy. Sheriff in hand. Could this be clip of the day to hype it up on Twitter? No, it will not. Cass, 4K on the round in anti-eco. That was nearly flawless for Arizona State, looking good on offense.
Actually huge that Cass gets that 4K because his ultimate is extremely close to being charged up now with this, which is great into these when you have these bonus rounds, because if you get that site control, you can put down that Viper Spit, and that retake, even with the pure aggression that Arkansas can provide, is just so hard, because as you go into that pit, you're consistently damaged every single second. At that point, you know, a single bullet could take you down, and it's so easy for Arizona State to capitalize. As you said, though, looking to go somewhat slow, just trying to bleed out each of these sites, because Arkansas haven't really been going aggressive. They're still trying to play these trap setups, but Arizona, as long as they can slowly make their way onto site, Neon is the only one who's really trying to be aggressive, and well, it's not working out too well for them.
This execution is so fast. They know they have a weapon disadvantage, but if they go aggressive and play as a team and execute against Arkansas's lack of utility to stop them from doing exactly that, they can close that distance. They can swarm in and have the numbers advantage on these initial hits and find themselves in a player advantage in this post plan at 5 versus 3.
Two towards side. I mean, this is just such a good post plan setup from Arizona. Everything is covered. There's not really a way into the site.
Yeah, the only one way is if people like Clint Eastwood are able to find these initial frags. Finds the second one as well. Jello trying to answer back for 2 of their own, and suddenly it's Clint Eastwood against the world. 3 so far, need 2 more to go with 14 HP. Has the ult available, but that's not going to help in this situation. They do eventually fall in a beautiful round from Arizona State in their bonus, going up by 3 rounds for the first time in this map.
Arizona State are on absolute tear, man. I mean, they won the bonus. They're looking so good to get themselves to double digits. The only thing Arkansas has really in their back pocket is going to be that null command, but I don't think you really drop it when you only have some sheriffs, some classics, unless you get a couple of initial picks. Now, they are playing a little bit more spread out on Arizona's side. They're going over to Django, which has been an absolute monster on something like this deal. Yeah, 15 and a 9 so far on this agent, so definitely could have the crispy shots that we need from Arkansas for them to come back into this game.
Yeah, it's definitely not over. Despite their weaknesses on the defensive side for the composition, at the end of the day, you can still find those fights, find the frags, but those fights and frags are going the way of Arizona State so far, especially with it being an anti-eco situation for them. Pushing up, got garage control, fighting for mid, 2 stack on heaven for Arkansas, but realizing we have no information to work off of for it. B site, we probably need to fall back a bit here, and that's exactly what they're doing. That leaves Proxy all alone. Clint Eastwood, who's been so consistently good and reliable for the team for getting frags, does still get one for the team here, answering right back and swinging through, but it's not going to be enough this round for them to stay alive at least. But Arkansas in a 2v4 is not over yet. It's a rotation from Matrixify, Divine, and meeting them in the heaven. But it's post plant for Arizona State. Weapon advantage. The upgrade there for Matrixify is good, but utility they have, everything is there for Neon. Running fast, going onto the sites. Doesn't seem like they're going to account for Jello there. They're not looking up there at all. And Cass on the swing is a kill anyway. You know where Divine is now. Swinging in, finishing the fight. 10-6 for Arizona.
Yeah, pretty clean round there from Arizona. I like what Arkansas are doing, though. They're trying something different. They're playing pretty aggressive towards Garage with that chamber getting the initial peak. They're playing still pretty far up on that A side as well. You saw the Neon push all the way up to try and get that initial information early so that the Astra could rotate over towards that other side. So Arkansas looking better. They have rifles in their hands now, so I hope they're still going to go with these aggressive looks to try and push the agenda, make sure that Arizona aren't getting so comfortable where they can just walk up and comfortably exec onto the site.
All right, it's a quad stack in mid, Sparky. They're taking this fight. These flash through. They find the kills as well. Exactly what Arkansas needed to do. They need to have mid control. They need to find the fights and the flash, speed, execution, explosiveness from their team composition. That's pretty much their win condition on defense, and they just did it beautifully.
Yeah, full spike control. Astra and Viper both are going to be split up. Wall goes down. Cass is going to be the one to win out on that one.
That was nice.
4 versus 2. Still, the question is spike control. I think a lot of this is up to chance right now. Partially, can he sniff out the flank that's coming his way? And can he break up this 2-man crossfire?
Who gets there first? Is it Viper or is it Clint Eastwood? No, it looks away at just the wrong time. They have the fights in mid, but Clint Eastwood is there at the perfect timing on that rotation. Cass answers back, keeps a little bit of a bearings. Here's the steps, the blazers drop. The spam is good enough, I guess. You might as well. Why not? 2 of us are here. 1 of us spams. The other person cover back. They get the frag. Arkansas getting on the board on the defensive half.
Love to see it from Arkansas. They show signs of life. They keep their money, their rifles into this next round as well. Django, okay, he's gonna buy up towards that rifle. I was wondering whether or not, someone like Matrixify just goes for the overcharge rather than trying to, invest some rifles into this round, but they're gonna go for it anyway. I don't know about this though, Chad. So they had a really good 4-stack in mid. They punished Arizona State just walking up, but they're going back towards the sort of far back play. It's all up to Django. He does get the first pick. He has the TP out as well if he needs to.
Or Neon pushing through as well with the ultimate, only good for 1. That could have been a huge position, but Chance was accounting for that possibility. Was looking at their own wall, was able to answer back fast. So now it was all up to Django. Rest of the team rotating in. Arizona State realizing, all right, we're down a player. They've had time to rotate. Let's just go back to default like we saw in the pistol round where we just stall out. Arkansas has to go and spread back out into a default situation, which gives Arizona back a fighting chance on this round.
It's a hard decision for Arizona to make. Either they try and go through, but they could get stopped by all this chamber utility, right? He can still take a gunfight, he can still TP out. There's a Phoenix in order to help him. Or they go towards B where they have no information. Someone could be pushed up and they could just get shot right in the back. Arizona gonna decide to go A over towards this A heaven, but the alarm bot, the trademark is there. It's gonna spot them out. And they know at least 1 now is in heaven, probably going to be more because it's 3 people left.
All right, so they have the timing. That's a 3v2 on the side as for now, but Clint we're still working on to that flank option that we saw before. Proxy pacing their shots, able to get the frag on a flashed Chance, and finishing up Cass at the very end while Django is getting one of their own. So nice 2v3 hold there by Arkansas.
Yeah, Django really with the initial pick to kind of put the brakes on whatever push that was. Matrixify tried to find something. He actually found some good damage and a kill, so really, Arizona State after that did not have a game plan of where they wanted to go, how they wanted to exec onto the site, and Arkansas are going to punish. Like this timeout here from Arizona, you don't want to do that timeout a little bit too late, because if you're bleeding out too many rounds, you might start winning from an earlier position, but you still give that other team more time in order to try and counteract you, try and make sure they can get a couple rounds for themselves. Arizona still have a tough spot ahead of them because Arkansas, they have the chamber op available, they have the run it back and null command. There's so much retake power on Arkansas, as well as the holding power with that tour de force.
Timeout being dropped by Arizona, realizing, you know what, we're dropping a couple rounds now. We need to adapt, figure out what we got to do here. Garrett, we talked about this a little bit earlier in the day. It's a new RGL coming in. They're discussing how they can synergize a little better. Their communication has been known to be improving as a team, their coordination as well. But a lot of bringing in new IGL is figuring out how to best adapt to situations just like this. Arkansas is realizing how they can utilize these reads that they have on Arizona's play style, their timing, their tempo. What adjustments to tempo can we make? What adjustments can we make as far as allocation of resources across the map? And it looks like they're setting up a train wall for Viper on A, which Matrixify might challenge immediately, but deciding to be a little more patient. Playing for mid control, spamming through the smokes, trying to catch anybody in vents. Not finding anything just yet for Arizona State.
Matrixify has actually been able to push up, so they know this A hit most likely isn't coming. His chamber, yeah, he's gonna go over, try and hold over towards that mid B. Vent is still on the table, but there's the trademark watching that as well, and it's the biggest flank of the world. Chad, the Neon's going all the way through spawn, and since Arizona aren't making any headway towards mid because of the smokes, that the smoke is there,
yeah,
this Neon might actually get into position in time.
Yeah, this is the problem with stalling out. They realized before that when they stall out, they accounted for possible flanks, but they stopped doing that. They're not thinking of flanking at all because Arkansas hasn't been doing a whole lot. This timing is beautiful from Matrixify, and that spike down from the double kill on Turb. Now they have heavy control, but what does that even mean for Arizona at this point? They're completely surrounded on the map. They have to fight through this and create some bearings for the team. They find a 2-for-1 exchange, but still a 2v3 overall, and no spike at all in their hands. 33 seconds on the clock. Time is running down quick at this point. They have to make a play within the next 10 to 15 seconds, otherwise the round will just be over by time alone. And these drops of the stuns by Matrixify, they're just going to be spamming some utility, but they're going to get stunned going through. They still have paint shells and answer right back with a stun grenade of their own. Divine finding the frag on Jello, and now it's all down to Garrett in a 1v3 crossfire swing situation, high lows as well. What can you really even do in this situation other than just fall? Arkansas winning up another round, one away from tying off, and that comes off massively from just the stagnation of Arizona State and a fantastic rotate and flank by Matrixify.
God, this was off the back of a timeout from Arizona State as well, and it sounds like in their timeout that they wanted to play a little bit slower. They didn't want it to go into situations where they might not have been very comfortable. But if you do that too much, if you don't have all your bases covered, then while you're going to get that flank from Matrixify, he's going to stab you in the back, and you're going to lose out on those rounds. Arizona State only up by 1, and now we're going to see a very opposite change. Pure aggression here towards mid, no stalling out. Let's just press the go button.
I like it. The default hasn't been working out for the team. Why not just send it at this point? Gets completely suppressed out of the knives, though. The worst timing in the world for Proxy, but they get completely bought out for the team, at least for a bit. Honestly, this round is actually going really well for Arizona State, despite being on an eco, because of the change of the pace, change up of the tempo that we talked about, is how Arkansas has been reading the tempo. They need to mix up somehow. Cleans were stuck. The knives are back. The suppression is gone. The Viper Spits dropped. They've upgraded weapons as well. The Vandal's down handed for cast. They don't have the plant though, because the spike is down in hell. Or it might be Raptors. Either way, it's not in their hands. Cleans were the beautiful reactions. Character answers right back, but doesn't account for Django the high ground yet again. We've seen this before. Django having the high ground be heaven, winning out in superiority positioning. Tied up Arkansas, but that eco round looked really good.
Yeah, I got down really close towards the end. I really like how Arkansas used that null command as well, because it completely put the brakes on whatever push Arizona was starting. You saw Garrett go extremely aggressive with the knives. He felt really good about it, but the moment those knives go away, the moment he can no longer hover, you can no longer updraft, all that mobility is taken away, and Arizona aren't able to actually entry onto the site well enough. Completely tied up game here, Chad. The operator in the hands of this Phoenix, actually. Full entry onto the site.
Yeah, I like that they're just continuing on with this aggressive play style. It seems to be what's working out the best for them right now. as Turb finds that frag, throwing Arkansas off a little bit with upgraded weapons. They're still not finding success from the frag department, though. They only have a 3-for-3 overall. Cass answers back, makes it a 1-for-1 situation. The timing, the jump, oh no! The headshot by Django with a beautiful, accurate shot to the dome. Brings Arkansas in the lead for the first time in quite some time.
Hey man, this Django guy is pretty nutty with the shot.
Pretty good, man.
Pretty good. I mean, even on that attacking side that they had, he was hitting some really crazy headshots. And it seems like whenever Arizona are actually heading over towards his site, he will hit those nutty headshots as well. It's a little bit harder in that retake scenario since you are playing chamber. You don't have a lot of retake utility to set you up for those headshots. But if they were running into this chamber, he will at least get one. He's always good for one.
Still going with the aggression, but Matrixify, beautiful shot, is ready for it. Oh, the flash is good. Perfect timing. Matrixify was committing to the stun grenade drop. Couldn't flick away. Clint Eastwood answers back, though. I mean, Clint's been like, we talk about Matrixify and Django getting these big frags, things like that, but Clint Eastwood also is like, feels like this consistent rock for the team. Beautifully played shots. Find the second kill for this round. 4v1 now as Divine finds the frag as well. Everybody in Arkansas is just stepping up right now, Sparky. They're just hitting their shots. They're fragging out. And even though this composition on paper looks like it might be a little weaker on a defense side, they are just finding ways to make it work.
Big question mark for Chance. Do it. Oh, the shots don't go his way. Unfortunately, that part of the wall is a little bit too thick for you to tap the head through it. And Arkansas go up to match point. Huge round there as well because Arizona not looking too good in the money department. Garrett also not close to his knives. He's 3 off. He's going to buy up towards that rifle. I got to say, my eyes are all on him. It's a lot of pressure, but when you have that rifle in your hand, you are really the start player that we want to see get these initial picks. It's going to be a hard one, Chad. 4 ultimates on the side of Arkansas, and one of them is that tour de force, that chamber op, this guy who's always good for one that Arizona are heading to right now into his setup. This could get really bloody.
Even more pressure. Winner of this match is the one that goes on the bracket stage. Garrett's also the IG Ellis team and the entry duelist and the one with the rifle. And this is match point for the enemy team. They have to win 2 more to make it an overtime situation. So much pressure. They push on the site and get the first frag. Cass is ready for a Matrixify rotation that they did before, reading the room and adapting perfectly. Clint, though, popping the null command and try to make execute happen with the flashes underway. The crossfire setup. They're good for a 2 on the side of Arizona State. This round is going exactly the way they need it to. Divine, though, still alive, still kicking, getting a lot of info from Clint Eastwood because while they're still down like that, they can still tell you exactly what they see from that character's perspective. So they're like, yeah, at least one here's in the elbow. But what they don't know about the player down bottom ramp. Cass, Chance also on site, rotates on and shooting from multiple angles at the same time. Nothing Divine could do. It's now the last round of regulation. Do we go to overtime or does Arkansas manage to close it out?
Garrett did exactly what Arizona, needed him to. He was the hero rifle player and he entried absolutely perfectly. Killed Django, who's the player that's been such a rock for the team on Arkansas side. And actually, that gets Arkansas to invest quite a few ultimates into that round. They used the null command, they used the overcharge. Now they're going to pull out the tour de force. That's going to be over towards that A site. But Arizona, they're looking towards mid, which is actually pretty ill defended. If Matrixify can find this Viper?
Oh, he doesn't. He's not looking.
He's not looking. Oh, that's huge. That's all the information that's gone now for Arkansas. They have no idea where Arizona are going to be heading. And that's a little bit of A site opened up now. This wall going up. Now Cass can actually lurk up whenever he wants because Matrixify was the only one really going aggressive and punishing him.
I like this read a lot because Django's been playing towards A site for initial parts of the round so consistently and commonly. They get the frag there on A site as well. They drop the wall on top of it. That's completely selling the idea that, okay, yeah, we're going to be executed for A site. And also reading the fact that Django is going to be there with that operator, with the tour de force. So they're rotating away from it and playing for the opposite end of the map. Django's also been popping off with the frags that we already talked about. So they're going for B site instead. Execute there for Garrett already. Divine's left alone here to cause Divine goes through, but it amounts to nothing. The other team's already in sight. Turn found the bound frag of the Clint Eastwood. Divine up against the world can only get 1. And Cass sneaks right by. I think they didn't account for that flash, didn't flick it just in time. Proxy has to heal up. This is a 2 vs 4. Oh, we might be going to overtime at this point, Sparky, because the post plant is already active. The timer is ticking down. Django has that high ground, but what can you really do here when the rest of the team knows that you're going to be coming from a high ground? Proxy push off from the snake bite. Can't walk through that because you'll be vulnerable and taking some chip damage. They're just trying to find some frags, but yeah, nobody's peeking. They're just playing safe. They know that Tornado Force is still active. They don't want to peek along sight lines. That's going to be a snipe to the body. Django finds 2 frags, though. The timer's running low. Can't quite get the kill on Turb, who's 3. Good on the round and off the feet. We are, because we're going to overtime.
12 to 12, man. I can't believe that this has happened. Go towards the overtime. Now, sides have switched, so Arkansas, I believe, will be on the attack for this one. This was the half that their comp necessarily favors, but I don't know if we can say that after the games that we've just watched. Both teams have been so completely even. We're actually going to see Garrett pick up the operator. This is going to be a completely glass cannon operator. I want to see him get those picks because it's been a little wishy-washy. He's been more consistent with it in this game, but again, we still have that entry potential from this Phoenix, from this Neon that has caught him off guard just a couple of times. My eyes are on him for this one.
All right, so which team learned their lessons the best overall in this map? Because it was a 6-6 both sides of the halves, so both teams definitely had adaptations. They've made improvements. They found big moments. So it's not been like a fully defensive swing or one way or the other. It's just, or offensive either. It's just straight up which team learned the best lessons. Garrett, though, we remember, found so much success holding angles just like this, seeing the barrel as well, knowing this time he's coming through, finds the frag on Proxy, who paid for Matrixify's sins of alerting Garrett of their presence.
The thing is, he saw the barrel of another too, so they know this A hit is coming. The rotations are a little bit slow though. Garrett actually will find the kill. This site is not for your taking. It is Arizona State's, and they are going to hold it.
Yeah, Turb's already here, has both flashes available to set up Garrett beautifully. He can set up some flash angles that Garrett will not be affected by. Having control is what Arkansas is going to look for, and convert it to what is the question? They have Spike in hand. Rotating back through vents, they might go for a B-site hit after all this, but there's still a couple members of Arizona State still here. The Astra still in this flex position who could drop stars anyway. So it's going to be the 3 players that Arkansas is going to have to deal with regardless. With the flash underway, Garrett peeks off of that flash that's not affected by what we talked about earlier. Chance here, perfect timing in heaven. This was almost a flawless round. As Clint does sneak away 1 kill, but it won't matter. This is overtime situation. Chance finds the final flag. It's 13-12. Arizona State on their own match point.
Now, Garrett, the IGL for Arizona, stepping up in a big way, hitting the shots when his team needed him to in that last round, completely destroying the push onto the site. Now it's Arkansas's current turn. Can they do it? So far, Matrixify has been the biggest catalyst for their defense. If he's able to find these picks when he ends up pushing through, they're usually able to win. But this time, Arizona, they brought a squad. They brought all 5 people, and if Matrixify is going to go a little aggressive, there's going to be a firing squad on the other side.
Woo! First rebound's down. The other one is Django, though, who's been doing so good with hitting so many really good frags. Getting pressured into the corner. Proxy good for 1. Make this a winnable situation. Django finds their own. Clint Eastwood as well. That rock that I talked about before being very consistent brings the numbers down to 2 for Arizona State. Up by 1 is Arkansas. 3v2 situation. They know exactly where Arizona is. They do have Spike in hand, though, Arizona. And they have a lot of time to work with. They couldn't make rotations happen if they want to. And with a falling back as they are doing right now, they're considering the possibilities at the very least.
Oh, they rotate off, actually, from Arkansas. They believe that this B hit is actually going to be coming, but Arizona, they just kind of are heading back towards A. It's all
Django has 1 big frag. Jello's going to have access to the site, and because the other 2 members of Arkansas rotate off, they're going to be here late, but Jello doesn't know that. He's going to have to account for him possibly in heaven. Planting in the back slants is the spot. Clint Eastwood's going to be able to peek out here and get that frag of Shirley, right? The flash is underway. The fragment as well. They know where that is based on sound cues. And they're able to finish off the round. 2 alive. Plenty. Arkansas, a lot of time to work with. Taking some time for a quick during round attack pause, essentially. It's just the way the defeaters talk about this next round in overtime.
You gotta use those abilities, get your numbers up in the stats. But we're going again, second overtime, baby. And now it's Arizona State back on this defense. Garrett, I think he's gonna pick up the operator yet again. Yes, it is there, right into his hands. He's going to be looking down now. He was on that A site last time. Now gonna head over towards B because thinking, hey, I was on A site last time. Maybe they're just gonna go over towards B because they think I'm still going to stay over towards the A site. But little does he know, Arkansas is actually just going back. They want round 2. They want revenge, but there's no jet this time. And Arkansas have won the mental battles. It's only Turb here. Breach 1 versus 5. Does have this fault line to try and buy some time, but oh my, so much damage.
The lineup!
No way! 19 HP, 4K for the man. You shall pass! As it's Divine 1 versus 5 gets Turb finally. It's a 1 versus 4, and he's getting pinched in. Jello takes it in the end, but Arizona State with the heroics of the breach is going to take that final round. Wow, what a round there. Who needs an operator when you got a breach, Chad?
Breach the perfect. We've talked about, you and I have talked a lot about how, like, I especially think Neon is best comboed alongside a breach. But what we just saw right there is Breach is a pretty fantastic counter to Neon as well. The fast lane's dropped. Where else is the other team going to be except for this funneled position? It's a kill chamber they're creating for themselves and learning the presence, and just a fault line is a perfect width for that. Hits everyone. They're lined up. It was a perfect scenario for Turb. Great recognition of the situation and great capitalization of their opportunities. Now up 1 round in overtime again. Arizona State yet again on a match point, but can they collapse and complete this take? They found that first frag on Matrix fight last time, but a lot of it was just Django holding down the site. Other members as well, Proxy, Clint Eastwood, providing assistance. They had Proxy over to B site this time instead, with Divine over towards A. Interesting change up on the allocation of resources.
All right, can Proxy do the same thing that the breach did last time?
The flash is underway. Proxy's still back here. They're clearing the backside though. The angle is there for Garrett. Clint good for 2. But Jello answers right back. Keeps it tied up on the field as the spike goes down. But Matrixify is already on site. They were not accounting for this. Matrixify, true to Neon's thing, is just always there faster than the other team's ready for it. Jello brings it into a 1 versus 1 situation. Has the Surge Hopper available. Shoots it at Django. Just narrowly gets out in time. 64 HP. Weak both members. 1v1. Django knows where Jello is, but Jello has to guess 50-50s. So Django definitely has the advantage here on the reads.
Doesn't know.
But because of that timing, Jello could have definitely pushed around. So both players have been dealing with 50-50s. Jello with a read, has the hold, and has the win. 3K of the round, 15-3 for the scoreline. Arizona State moves on from the group stages.
Oh man, the trend is broken, Chad. The right side of our little sheet is not going to be the winners of this one. Script broken, but what a game it was. 15-13 with one team having a Neon and a Phoenix. Something I never thought I would see. Some of the biggest plays I ever thought I would see. But man, what an absolute treat it was. An absolute fantastic game. And if I remember correctly, I think Arizona is going to be the ones that progress out of this group stage.
Indeed they are. So Arizona breaking the script, breaking it through and creating their own destiny. Arkansas breaking the meta a lot, trying to do something really new with the Neon Phoenix thing. Neon of old meta for Split, but we haven't seen him in like at least half a year being viable on Split. Neon's a new agent that we've only really seen have a lot of success on like Fracture paired with Breach. That's pretty much it. So they tried something new. I love that as a caster for sure, and I'm sure everybody at home was enjoying that as well. A lot of explosiveness as well. Matrixify doing amazing flanks. Django holding down sites. Clint Eastwood being the rock and the foundation for this team. It felt like just always consistently finding frags in these rounds, but it just wasn't quite enough. The meta composition for Arkansas, or for Arizona State, sorry, as well as the adaptations that they had throughout the game were beautiful. They came out on top at the very end, a very close match, but 1v1 nevertheless, and brings them out of groups. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we'll be moving on to the other group now that we know the two teams making out of Group A. we'll look at Group B and find out which 2 of those 4 teams will make it through. We'll be back with a matchup between Grand Canyon University and University of Oklahoma. See you then.
Juggled into oblivion in that room. Got to be taking the wider fights, the things that don't have you boxed in like that.
Yeah, that's why they're making that rotation into the other door just to get out with an implication maybe that North Texas is also going to have available, so that counter immediately is going to be there.
Some great action. Oh my goodness, Julian going in deep for that. Elin finds a second one on his way out. The 2 already down. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. The Cassidy down on both sides. The Rhine now beating them as well in North Texas. 1 by 1, slowly but truly, they are all going to fall, and UTA can push their win condition just a little bit further.
30 seconds remaining here, and the side of UT Arlington, they're just going to fight to go as far as they can. 3 members on the payload, everyone else pushing forward. That is just an ideal situation for them, because North Texas, they have so much to work with, and you gotta deny it from right before they get to the payload, before they try to contest it.
I think you toss the bomb here if you're Tiki. I think you make as much space as possible.
The blizzard, though.
Oh, true. Oh, speaking of bombs, it looks like it's going to be North Texas tossing one. A phenomenal May. Well, Shatter and Blizzard are down now as well. UTA, they're bringing everything to the table. The beat dropped from Gatsby Aspect with that first and possibly final fight elimination. It's going to be Dez going down early. Another elimination comes through onto Soap. 1 by 1, Tiki has to commit the bomb in a desperate attempt to get back in net. Can they find anything? Unfortunately, the answer is going to be no. Gatsby was taken offline, but Dryad, I hate to say the damage may already be done. Nick gets a little overzealous, going to fall try there, but numbers are just so in favor of Texas right now.
Yeah, the last kills here are going to go for the side of North Texas, just cleaning up the fight towards the end. The payload will stop moving there for UT Arlington on the attacking side, and that is as far as they get. And yeah, like you said, one of the last points that we had is you have to make decisions. Like, you want to play aggressive, you want to use a self-destruct to throw it all the way in the back lane and create that disruption for the enemy team, or do you want to play a little bit more defensive, even try to use that Blizzard, but nothing else really worked out towards the end. On the side of UT Arlington, it was so much pressure that they had, and when you're running out of time, you're just trying to think of as many things as fast as you can, and this time around for UT Arlington, it doesn't really work out. North Texas, you know, they have a tough fight, but they are still coming up on top.
Yeah, that felt... Oh, there it is. There it is, Dryad. But actually, I think a bit of a change-up. I don't think Aqua was on Roadhog last time, was he?
No.
Certainly not. I would have talked about it.
Yeah, we haven't seen a Roadhog.
This is that green comp they talked about on the offense. We saw it work very well for North Texas last time. However, and by no means an insult to San Antonio earlier today, I feel like UTA has been a little bit more of a challenge for North Texas. So a comp like this one may be a little bit harder to pull off.
Absolutely. The early picks, though, North Texas has an insane amount of damage that they put early on, and they catch an enemy off guard, so...
Not the heads up in team chat.
Yeah.
The green comp incoming. But I doubt UTA knows what that means, so that is quite funny, I've got to say. Aspect on the... Oh, never mind. Aspect eating a fire strike there, taking half that HP. I always forget that thing is so strong. My goodness. It's going to be a lot of damage already online for UTA. We see Soap, 13% to that Earth Shatter. No Earth Shatter from the side of North Texas. They're bringing in that Orisa. Aspect doing a great job getting this off angle, getting a huge approach. They're pushing in.
What?
Even a single tick here could go miles.
Wait, no way.
No. Oh, he's gonna have to lose. Oh my goodness, just a moment short of finding that first tick. That would have been insane.
He just left that Genji alone on the point and they run away. What did I just see? I mean, they're lucky that didn't work for this out of North Texas. And finally, they find some control for UT Arlington into that first fight. That was very messy. It was all about information, but it finally gets shot down right when they needed to. And it was a long fight. Again, about over a minute that was wasted into it. So you can see North Texas trying to regroup. I want to see that Blade Storm because there's nothing to complement it. There's absolutely nothing to work with it.
Yeah, I want to talk about it as well. No offense to North Texas. I kind of hope they lose here. I'm going to be honest. I want to see a map 3. We have had none of them today. And I would love for these teams to go to map 3 because they are so neck in play styles. And now that Genji Blade, that Dragon Blade is going to be making an appearance. Super Juice goes down. Oh my goodness! Aspect just with the triple! Oh, I forget how strong that ultimate is. Even without a Nano Blade, that Dragon Blade can take you miles. And now poor Dez is going to be taken out in the blink of an eye. That is practically a guaranteed point cap for North Texas. Their win condition is set, Dryad. They know just how far they've got to move this card to win.
Sure, there's no Ana for the Nano Blade, or there's no Mercy for the boost, but it doesn't matter because Aspect plays so aggressive. He still gets support for the team, and he's ready for the next fight. North Texas, they're pushing forward, but the payload is not moving.
Yeah, and Jaybird popping the Transcendence there. That had to be a misclick. That had to be a misinput because there was no reason for it. And now Hawkins trying to make up for that lost ultimate isn't going to be enough. Feet was dropped by Colby, trying to keep the team alive. Aqua, though, has already fallen not far behind. The silver lining for North Texas is even if they lose this fight, they've got a lot of ultimates coming into the next one. And it looks like somehow they're going to win this fight. So
they don't even have to make it till the end. That is just so much confidence that you have so much momentum going for the side of North Texas to build even more. Aspect taking Julian down, who is trying to stay alive, trying to wait for the rest of his team. And now it's even more about delay. UT Arlington, they cannot touch a point together here.
Oh, I'm not sure they can touch point at all, Dryad. They've got, what, 2 on site right now? The Ryan's already used his charge. You've got an Earth Shatter and a bomb, and by golly, you've got to make them count, UTA. There goes the bomb. It's going to be able to pick up absolutely nothing. The Shatter now makes it, and no one is on site! Oh, nobody is on the cart to stall it in a moment that was so unbelievably crucial for UTA. I truly think they could have won that fight if there was a fight at all.
It was a summoning blade. It was really just that. Just the thought of it being ready was enough to create the fear for the side of UT Arlington. Honestly, yeah, like you said, it was a massive chance. It was a big opportunity there for UT Arlington to recontest it, to hold it for a little bit longer, but it just was not possible towards the end. Again, it was North Texas. They get the momentum and they do not let it go.
At all. Absolutely.
It's time for Group B action, and we get to start off with the Grand Canyon University up against the University of Oklahoma. And Grand Canyon University, we just saw Arkansas or Arizona State, like 2 A states, man, easy to mix it up. Arizona State winning it out on group stage and making it into brackets. Awaiting them alongside them is Houston. We'll have to see which 2 teams from Group B make it along as well. But Grand Canyon University is that team that Arizona State said in their interview is their rival team. Because they're in different groups, they didn't match together against each other today, but they could meet each other in playoffs. Will Grand Canyon University make it out, or will University of Oklahoma just throw a complete wrench in those plans, not let the rivalry match happen, and just dominate today instead?
Yeah, I'm excited to see this one. We also got coaches in here, which is pretty cool because you love to see how these teams, they're taking a very they're putting a lot into improving at this game. That's what you have when you have a coach. They're talking about it, they want to improve, they want to get better. Looking at the compositions themselves, this is gonna be an interesting one, Chad. You don't see a whole lot of double duelists on this map. Usually people go double initiator because it's a lot safer info. But not only are we having double duelists, we're having a double Reyna on this map.
Yeah, it's a mirror match of double duelist compositions with a chamber. It's just something you do not commonly see at all on Haven. And it's wild that we're seeing this as a mirror match to start off Group B action. Reyna, really good at taking space. Really good at finding like lurk options for their team. Great at trying to do like a on defense, push through mid, jump into the window and rotate into A lobby or C lobby, things like that. But Chamber, great for anti-lurk on the defense. Even on offense, great at anti-lurk as well. So it'll be interesting to see how these really like engagements happen and where the Reynas can actually shine against those trademark utilities of Chamber.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty aim dually across the board, right? And I'm interested to see because there's a double operator potential for both sides, but there's no hard flashes on either side. There's only the near sight from this Reyna, so I think operators are gonna make a really big difference in this game. It starts off with pistol though, because whoever gets the pistol, their economy looks a little bit better. Maybe they can get their operator up and ready a little bit earlier. C site seems to be on the table. There's double stars here though. This is a lot of stopping potential for this Astra.
A lot of aggression from Oklahoma going right up into A main as well, but that trademark is right there. We talked about the anti-lurk. They know they're going to be 3 here. The Chamber's going to be challenging the fights. Sam, can they stay alive long enough to just throw themselves back? Trying to drop that rendezvous to try to get out. But while all this is happening, he was able to get 1 kill in the 1v2, but the GCU execute is good on C site. They are up in a 3v2 situation. Post-plant option, but I don't know how to pronounce that at the moment. I'm sorry, but falls to their hands as they fall to Taro. Matthias, 1 out in that flank, wins out in the 1v2, good for 3 on the round, and wins the round for Oklahoma.
Yeah, even though the player was an advantage was for GCU, thing is Matthias, he's got that 150 HP because he got the kill on the chamber, because he got that heal, and that is a lot of HP to get through if you don't just absolutely double dink this Reyna. Oklahoma start out on this first round up. I think for the rest of this, I'm just gonna call this overdue, man. I'm not gonna go with the ooh. I'm telling him, dude, because I'm not gonna be able to do that.
Man, Dow is probably the safe bet.
Dow, all right, we're gonna go with Dow for this one.
My understanding of English pronunciation, because I'm a solo linguistic, it would be pronounced Dow, D-O-U. I think.
All right, well, on to that B site we go.
I think.
Wasting no time.
Yeah, wasting no time indeed. Taro, good for 1 though. It's that shorty. Matthias shutting him down. Like, no, I don't want to die to that. It's gonna be a 4v3 for Oklahoma in their anti-eco situation. The jet has fallen, but all good. We got spike control and 2 kills for it.
Oh, the Geeks want some more. Oh, what a shot! That's a heal. No gun recovered, but players dwindling quite a bit. There's only 2 people here on this site, and they're actually giving GCU a little bit of space to be able to walk in. There's no crossfire. It's just one peeking off of the other. Oh, recon dart. Not gonna get any pings, but all the stars are here.
Well, that gravity wall is huge. Able to push through and get the frag on the players that feel a little defenseless. Shiver, good for 4 on the round on the anti-eco, looking really good.
Yeah, that was cold, man.
To be fair, Sparky, I do my best to make sure I try to pronounce players' names correctly. It caught me a little bit by surprise because this player isn't listed on their roster sheet. So I have to imagine now, at least under that name. So perhaps a sub for this team? Not one of the main roster slots.
I like to think so. I mean, I don't know if it's making that big of a difference for them, but definitely could be a sub in their position. The Chamber last round getting a 4K gets instantly denied here, but you know, the operator power is definitely coming online extremely fast. Full A aggression here actually gets the initial pick, and where are GCU gonna go with this? The Reyna's lurked up all the way towards B. There is only the alarm bump, but if that's killed, the B site can be pushed into. Oklahoma are still retaining this 3-person pressure towards A. Now Doe's gonna go over towards, probably get caught out by the Reyna. Yeah, C site seems to be on the table.
Standing ahead.
Site is indeed on table. Get that information with their recon as well, and they capitalize on it perfectly. Volt finds the frag on Faso. It's all down to 2 from Oklahoma. They fought through being down players before, but now they need to do that with not the best weaponry. They couldn't get that upgrade from the one frag they did find in a lobby. That's the Vandal in the hands of Goop Chill. They get spot out in Garage, but they don't quite know about Matias. He does find the frag on the Mummel. Overheal underway.
Empress available.
Yeah, Empress too. He does have another orb to grab if they want to save the Empress. Goop Chill. Perfect timing on Volt. The time's taking really low to the point where you have to imagine they're not going to go for the defuse at this point, but they're at least able to get a few frags on the way out.
Yeah, not the worst thing in the world. They might have invested quite a bit into this round, so saving these 2 rifles will also allow them to be able to buy up 2 rifles in the next round. I want to see Shiver, man. He got so many kills. He's probably close to the operator, and I want to see the operator play come out early for Oklahoma here. He's at 6 out of 7. They're not going to send him towards A to get that operator up early, but if he can pull that out mid-round, right, and GCU, maybe they use some of their Leers in order to get space early, this operator can really just have this huge impact in this game. Buy round from both sides. Not a whole lot of A pressure. Maybe we are going to see the Reyna peek out initially to try and get some sort of information, some sort of picks, because that's what you got to do when you're running this pseudo triple duelist style of play. Takes some pot shots, but that's information given over. That's like 3 or 4 players that he saw.
Also, I'm going to call myself out as a nice engagement's happening between Sam. I was looking at the wrong roster. He is listed as the main roster. I'm tripping.
Unlucky.
Unlucky, really. That's my B, 100%. I'll admit to it when it comes through. But what is not their bad is Matias still fragging out really well so far for Oklahoma.
You didn't see him. You didn't see him. The pick comes through. C-Site on the table. It's a retake now for Oklahoma. Shiver gonna clear out Garage Control. This is huge if they can retain it though, because this makes the retake so much easier. There's 2 different places where you can explode out onto the site, but GCU gonna just play for spam. It is planted for it. Don't have a lot in terms of actual damaging utility to spam it, but they do have their guns in their hands.
Matias ready for a Leer, able to explode on site. Definitely playing for the retake. Oh, it's such a weak lone member on site. Salmon only has sliver of HP, and that was an easy capitalization on the site there. Members of GCU try to space out and try to play for long control, and Taro gets 2. 4 for the round so far. That's an ace for Taro. Just laying down the law, finding the frags and clicking heads.
Huge from Taro. I can't believe he did it. It felt like a solo peek as well, because I believe the Sova charging up the arrow, the flank was delayed because of the trademark. This man, a one-man army, just runs all the way through the enemy team, ties up the scoreboard as well. But you see Oklahoma, they've pulled out that pocket up onto the chamber. It's going to be looking over towards Garage. Aggression here into the mid from Oklahoma, but GCU looking to match it.
Aggression down mid. I love it. You gotta go for something different. Things aren't working out as well as you'd like them to at times. GCU was kind of planning for it though, was accounting for it quite a bit, but not accounting for Goopchill being so close around the corner. That Lear does not affect them, like you said, it's just a near sight, not a true flash. So Oklahoma changing up the pace a bit, able to smoke off window, make it hard for Sam to really reposition, but does able to edge out a kill onto Goopchill nevertheless. But with some of this Asher pushed up, will GCU be able to account for this? Meanwhile, though, while this is happening, Faso getting the kill, but there's a lurking B site from C-Link. Taro finds a frag on Shiver and finds the last one as well as the GCU finding a way of fighting them out of the difference of player count.
Yeah, that's a huge flank from Taro. His second one of this match. We saw it the first time in 2 rounds ago when he was able to lurk up towards C, get that initial pick, plant the spike, and they were able to play towards Spam right before he got his ace. This second time, lurked up all the way through Garage, got the pick onto the Chamber, who had the operator in his hands. So that threat is on the table and is going to clutch it out. 9-2 on this Astra. We have essentially 3 duelists on both of these teams, right? Well, this guy's fragging out harder than each of the duelists on either of the teams. His aim is absolutely crisp. Operator, there it is, right to the chest.
Ooh, the repeat though, it does not go good for them. GCU finding 2 so far, and got 3, fragging out and getting site control from themselves. Cosmic Divide is dropped as well, so it's gonna be really hard for Oklahoma to find their way through. They do have 2 leaders to work with from Madius to make some kind of play happen. Doe has Recon Bolt in 15, Owl Drone for now, but Madius is in a position to cover for them, so that could have been an unfortunate circumstance of bad timing, but they get away with it for now. Lear drop, Madius trying to make an execute happen, finds the first frag and make that opportunity for Doe to push through, finds one for themselves, and now they know where Watanabe is, but they need to figure out where the Sova is. Oh, Madius is trying to go for the punish of the Owl Drone, but that's what Watanabe was expecting. Good situational awareness by GCU's Reyna.
I gotta say, there were some insane shots from GCU, right? They were running down C long, full speed ahead, no stop. Operator, who cares? I'll just kill him. And we just flood the site either way. Full C site control GCU had taken, and it was just over from that point on. Too many picks had been garnered. There was nothing Oklahoma could really do from that point on. They forced back towards the save here. Goopchill, he has the knives though, and he's the one I'm looking at. Those knives have been so deadly in the past. The one tap right to the head, you can have the movement speed available, but it's a C-side hit.
Boss completely stuck alone as Madius had to get a frag to get out there, get the dismiss happening. Was able to do so, but got shut down at the very end. Watanabe cleanly swinging through the site and finding the kills that they need to maintain the C-site control that they've lost their comrades for as payment. Sam, though, with a nice lurk, something that you commonly see Chambers do. On attack, especially Dow finding the kill on Watanabe. They knew where that Reyna was. You can't just miss out of that. Good trigger discipline. Shiver getting fallen. It's all down to Goopchill, who's good for 1 on the headshot. The response, they know where they are. 1 headshot's all they need, but has stuck in the reload. The spam is going through for the cloud burst. They're still alive. Sam has to guess. Yeah, you might as well spam it. Hit the headshot as well while you're at it. Sam wins out the round for GCU, up 5-2.
Yo, what in the back was that? He flicked right onto the head. Like, man, I get it. A body shot, sure. Random spray, sure. But that was just an instant flick. Aim locked right onto it. This guy is absolutely crazy. GCU at 5-2. Watanabe, man, Z-Site is his playground. It's his bread and butter. He's able to peek all these angles and able to entry for his team just so well. Double operator here, Chad, but it's not just the tour de force. It's a full-on double operator. There's no rifles in each of these players' hands. They're just relying on the fact that they can hit the chest and not get traded out. Slower here from GCU, and that's the prime spot for those operators. You already see Shiver get the pick onto Watanabe, the guy who's been entering over and over again on these sites, and that might stop Oklahoma, or excuse me, GCU from actually taking the space that they need.
You're nothing. Yeah, it could be the perfect opportunity. They found the entry duelist as well of Jet gone. So both duelists out of here. Man, they call Chamber kind of like a pseudo duelist, but not for entry on sites, that's for sure. It's going to be a strong 5 on Oklahoma's side. That this is looking extremely promising that they'll be able to convert this into a round win, especially with Shiver rotating on this perfect spot. Sam not quite swinging that corner that Doe was positioned for.
2 versus 5.
There they are.
Players completely split up right now, but Oklahoma pretty much has everything covered. You have the operator looking down A and towards the C. The Sova just to back him up, just in case he misses the shot. Well, the rest of the team from Oklahoma is clearing out towards this B site. DCA looking to go for this. I think a big question is whether or not they can catch this operator, but he's not going to be able to even give them the chance. Shiver is going to shut it down with his friend in tow, and a flawless for the defenders, which is exactly what you wanted when you are running this double op setup. It's such an expensive setup. Each operator is around $47.50 in terms of money. If you want to buy armor on top of that, that's $57.50. If you want to buy util on top of that, it's around $6,000, and you're only allowed $9,000 in terms of a money cap. So you want to keep those operators up for as many rounds as you want, and because of this flawless, they'll be able to keep it up quite as long as they want to. Oklahoma, wonder if GCU go for something a little bit faster now that they know this double op is on the table.
Twitter Force trying to be used to answer back on those op supremacies. Yeah, both ops watching the same side of the map too. It's very interesting. It's a very hard read leading just to Sova all the low on A side, but that's a read that looks like it's probably going to come out to success for the side of Oklahoma as Faso finds the first frag. That Spike drown as well, and the Emperor's popped by Mattias. Shiver find the frag with the operator. They're rotating in the perfect spots. The Jets going to be covering for Garage as well if they want to. No, just kidding. We're just going to all funnel through mid and just take the fights as fast as possible. It's going to be a flawless for Oklahoma. An incredibly dominant round.
Yeah, huge there from Oklahoma. GCU, they try and go something a little bit faster, but it was read so perfectly by GCU. The double star setup, the smoke, and the suck. The suck gets the Jet off of the spike plant, puts him right into the open. The smoke prevents any of his teammates from actually trading, and so this Astra can just peek. Taro able to, or excuse me, not Taro. The other Astra on Oklahoma able to get the kill, spike down in the open. Easy cleanup after that. 4-5, Oklahoma coming back into this game. Chamber gonna go into an aggressive spot, being watched by Full, actually pushes him off the angle. And now this Chamber has full reign towards this A lobby with this operator scope.
Whew, there it goes. He just cut the feed, man. Lights out for sure. Shiver holding an angle as well. These operators coming up massively right now for Oklahoma.
And the rest of the team, right? Doe also able to get another pick onto a lurker. 30 seconds in, 2 versus 5, and it feels like GCU just didn't have a chance. There it goes, another one. Taro not able to outpeak this operator because, you know, operator, you only need a body shot. Taro has to hit a headshot at a long range where you don't even necessarily know where the other person's gonna be. Bolt's left into a 1v for him.
Whoa, that swing! Oh, that was a situation Bolt could have pulled it away if he continued being a god at aiming, but that first kill was impressive enough. That's all they could really do in that situation. Tied up now, 5-5 for Oklahoma TCU.
Yeah, it's so hard for GCU to come back into this. You are going to see the timeout. Now that the coach can talk, hopefully he can give some wisdom to this team. How do you deal with this double operator setup? And I think part of it is really you just got to go faster. They're trying to lurk into this operator. They're trying to be a little bit sneaky, but every single angle is being watched. They go C, there's an operator. They go A, there's an operator. They go B, you run into that same setup with that Astra who's just able to destroy you. So I think you need more people. You need to throw all this utility at this operator, get him off the angle, make him uncomfortable so they aren't able to translate the operator into these easy kills.
The timeout active as GCU's been falling off a little bit. They lost the pistol round in the eco, so fair enough, that happens. And then they had a nice 5-round burst that they just started getting a nice groove, but Oklahoma made a nice adaptation, 1-3 back of their own. Momentum definitely in the side of this defending team. So GCU, take a timeout. We need to stop this momentum. We need to get these last couple rounds of the half to set us up very well going into the second. And what adaptations can they make at this point? They've largely been struggling getting their Reyna online, fighting through these operators. So using this Sova utility more effectively and playing off of this confirmed information that these sightlines are not going to be held by operators probably is going to be the best bet.
5 people towards the spawn barriers. Looks like they are trying to go aggressive. There is an operator on the side in the Jet. He's going to be pushed off into the angle with the suck. The dash is no longer available. That Jet can't be as aggressive as she probably wants to.
Yeah, using the Eldron though, I like that. So they're confirming some info, swinging on to Dow. Got leered. but still able to fight through and find the frag. They find the kill on Group Chill though, is GCU, who's overall in a 2-for-2, 3-for-3. Make that is now a 2 versus 2, 2v1. It's the frag team coming through, man. It's GCU just fighting through sewers, getting themselves out from A short, and overall getting themselves advantage on the site, but they don't have Spike in hand. They don't know where Shiver is located. Could be Heaven, could be low in CT, or could be flanking. But the trademark's up for A lobby, so they know that's likely not going to be the case right now.
Shiver can go for this as well, since Oklahoma have won so many rounds in a row. They're going to have money to buy into the next round regardless.
I'm sorry, actually, the chamber on the attacking side is down, so that trademark is useless at this point, as far as I remember, so they wouldn't know. But now they do, as the initial peak was there. If Shiver couldn't quite hit that shot, but down to 20 HP. With a dream. Having to fight through a crossfire setup from GCU. Watanabe has the advantages. And the follow through with success alongside the ally of Volts. The GCU member is off the timeout, find themselves back in the lead.
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted to see from GCU. Just run at the operator, right? He can only kill one of us. Throw the util at him. It doesn't matter. Go, 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 go. And that's exactly how GCU win that round. Oklahoma, though, they'll still be able to invest quite a bit into this round. And actually, Surfer dying there charged up his tour de force, so he doesn't necessarily have to go the operator. Looks like he's actually going to go for it. I'd say just buy the rifle, use the tour de force. You only get 5 bullets, but you really shouldn't need more than that anyway.
A little bit of patience at the start. Just want to get that info going. Some stars set up on C site, though, for Oklahoma to try to defend against this pressure. Been a lot of success beforehand alongside this Hunter's Fury, getting a lot of tags. But Downlancer's back. Mattias is on site, shutting down all these members of GC, trying to make this execute. And this round's looking amazing for the defending team, as Goop Chill is able to hold this angle as well. But Sam trying to create some openings for themselves, fighting through Garage. Nice swing timing, shuts down Goop Chill as well, as Volt swings as well for their own frag to make this a 2 versus 2 on site in the post-plant situation. But it's Shiver shutting down this trademark. The members of GCU should know that was just shot out, so there's going to be one player long who might try to play through Garage. The other member, Sova, now shut down with great rotation timing from Volt, allows GCU a 2 versus 1 post plant where they have all the info they need. And this crossfire setup through the connector from Garage. Sam shuts down Silver as they walk on site. It's GCU up 7-5 going into the second half.
Oh, GCU, they come back after that timeout. Good to have that. Good to be able to take those tack timeouts, to be able to discuss things that you normally wouldn't be able to. We saw the double operator in this last half have such an incredible impact, right? It shut down a lot of these lurks. It was really hard to deal with unless you just full exec into some of these sites. And even still, it got down to these 1v2s, 1v1s that could still be very winnable. It's a mirror composition, Chad. We can see GCU do the exact same thing on their defense. And now that they're up 2 rounds, they don't have to win as much in order to get to that 13-round win mark. They could just win it out here. Lots of pressure on this pistol on Oklahoma to be able to tie it up and possibly get their own operators online early.
All right, Util already pushing back members of GCU. Map control being fought for and gained by Oklahoma, but falling back, rotating off, and trying to make an execute to C-site is the play instead. Already pulling members of GCU who overcommitted just a little bit. Terra, the lone member, trying to anchor the site, but falls very quickly as Mattias finds the frag. Spike has been planted. Mattias good for a second as well with a heal through. Finds a third. It's a Reyna on piss around. They just keep healing through all these fights. Now it's Mame with the Sheriff, able to shut down Mattias finally. Raid boss down, but was it early enough that they can actually make a comeback happen on this round? It's 2 versus 4 still in his post plant. Mame is getting spotted out. The presence of both GCU members are known right now. Oklahoma knows exactly what they're fighting against. Stan pushes out the smokes, but gets shut down by Faso. It's all down Mame, who is good for a second, good for a third. Time is running low, though. What can they really save here? Sheriff, you don't really go for that. Having to deal with 2 players on the final swing. And Goop Chill gets the frag. Oklahoma wins the round, but nobody gets to save anything going in a second.
Yeah, it's okay. No one needed to save anything. You're going to be able to buy up towards these better guns into the next round anyway. What if he actually saves that rifle? We see 3 rifles on the hand of Oklahoma. This is a very big risk, actually, because any single gun goes over towards the other team. Yeah, I don't think a lot of them are going to end up doing it. Mattias, I guess it still makes sense. You get 1 kill, you're able to get up towards that 150 HP. And actually, Faso is going to join him with that. So a lot of firepower that if GCU have a good round, they can convert these guns into the next round or even just to more kills.
Rough spot for Watanabe. That's a Reyna. You need that dismiss. You need that frag to be able to get out safely. But finally, the chamber comes by and supports to be able to swing in case Watanabe gets shot down on their escape. They felt safe enough to do so, and indeed they were. Oklahoma, with that investment, getting some rifles in hand, they definitely don't want to just run it down to run into a shorty around the corner and donate some weapons over and make this winnable for GCU. They're playing a lot more defaulty and it's a lot safer. You have an allo drone still to work with, which is that plus the recon bolt, pretty much all they have to work with, waiting for that recon bolt timer to come through. So it's going to be Mame with that shorty around the corner. Oh, but a little bit farther swing than Mame was expecting. Shiver shuts them down. That's going to be A-side available for Oklahoma.
Oh, denied through the defender spawn smoke as well. English is hard, but Spike will go down. 3 people left. There's a shorty try and maybe punish some aggression, but Oklahoma seem to be able to be comfortable just heading onto the site. For GCU, I want to see them play contain here, right? 2 people bought these rifles, the rest of them bought Spectres. If you can get every gun to go down here, Oklahoma will have money to buy into the next round. They're going to be sitting at like very little money, and they won't be able to go up against the rifles that GCU will have.
Swing through.
Oh,
might have found 1, but wasn't enough damage. Who do you even look at when 3 people are flooding through a doorway, man? Terror just going to die off. Get that ult point and not donate any credits or anything like that to the attacking team. Fair enough. Tied up now.
Man, that sucks if you're GC. You have this shorty. Fortunately, I think you get some chip damage on everyone. Maybe. Did it even get any chip damage on everyone?
A little bit.
Maybe a little bit.
On everyone? I don't know. He got it on something.
Okay. Well, that's still like a good amount of money that they're going to have to reinvest on Oklahoma side. Like 1,000 credits per 3 people. So not the worst thing in the world, but still heartbreaking when you know you could have gotten something like a rifle out of them. So completely tied up game so far. GCU now have their rifles in hand, no operators just yet. Aggression from Oklahoma. They're looking towards this B site, but it's a chamber on one side, alarm bot on the other. Which one is Maddie's going to choose?
Not the winning one, that's for sure. Sam just shuts it down. It's just these team comps, it seems like once that Reynard falls, things start collapsing on the game plans, but we'll have to see what Oklahoma's Jet Goop Chill can do. The GCO wasn't able to find once the Reynard dropped. It's just going to be a slow default. In Oklahoma, a lot slower pace offensive side than GCU had.
Yeah. GCU have actually stacked this C side of the map. Full retake on A. And their gamble stack is going to work out for them. You see the chamber heading back now, but there's still 2 stars here. There's still a crossfire set up. They're waiting for a dart, but is GCU just... Oklahoma's not walking outside. They're execing.
Yeah, the crossfire is there. Nice swing by Watanabe. And Volt on the timing as well to support the timing of their allies. GCU with a beautiful C-site hold, keeping themselves in the lead.
Huge from GCU, man. They're still able to get themselves having their rifles into the next round. Oklahoma will still be able to buy up, I'm pretty sure. They have money in their back pocket, but yeah, a lot slower from Oklahoma as we saw. I kind of like them still being more aggressive, in my opinion. As you said before, the Reynas have been an interesting point to discuss because they've really been the forward force of each of these attacking sides. This Flash has been so good at pushing. Oh my, wait, he dashed into them. I thought he dashed away.
And sometimes you just didn't quite hit the S key, hit the W key still, you know, one of those things. You just hit it, you hit a key and dash and hope it works out in reaction. But what is working out is GCU still maintaining hold on A side despite everything Oklahoma sent towards that way. Meanwhile, this Astra on the flank is on perfect timing. This Oklahoma kind of accounting for it, but she tucked away just in time. And the attacking spawn. So Oklahoma has no idea Astra is back here. Taro
doesn't, because he kind of sees no one. GCU don't necessarily have to rotate off. They have, actually the chamber is down. So yeah, those alarm bots are down. They have very little info. And actually Oklahoma has snuck past Taro. So this flank won't activate just yet. I don't think GCU will know that Oklahoma have gotten passed onto the C site until that spike actually goes down. Now they will have the fast flank.
Yeah.
Unless they're going towards C, right? There's no way they just head back towards the A. Okay, yeah, they're going to head over back towards that C. They do have a fast flank that might activate, work out well for them. Shiver is going on the aggressive. This actually worked out so well for Oklahoma. Well, they get a good spike plant. They get a good forward positioning. They only have to really worry about this fast flank from GCU.
Without fully realizing it, they just happen to take their perfect angles. I wonder if they even counted for the possibility of Astra being tucked in their attacking spawn, right? Like, they didn't go all the way through C long or anything. They pushed right through the diagonal of the middle of the map in case an Astra was flanking just like that. And all the information that GCU had was, yeah, maybe they're still in A lobby. I don't know. But they have the information of C-side now, and that's all the information Watanabe needed, apparently, is they're just slaying everyone. Jeez. Watanabe with a 4K. That was just headhunting out here against the headhunter. Gets the diffuse as well. Yeah, they deserve it. Give them all the points. Give them the Empress.
I mean, what a crazy round. That was like one of the few rounds where you feel like each team had such advantageous positions, and then the way that the enemy team path just completely destroy those advantageous positions, right? Yeah. We had Oklahoma completely flanked. They go through mid. They completely bypass the Astra. After that, we had Shiver go fully aggressive into defender spawn, but GCU won't ever go there. They go through mid, and Watanabe just has a huge round for himself. What an interesting round to say. Advantageous positions essentially mean nothing. Full aggression here towards this A site, though. Mume is just going to absolutely destroy that in its tracks as the exec is here. Mume still waiting to try and do this. Will get a pick. The trade is there, though. That should be site taken.
Like, that second frag is actually massive, though, because Sam's already here. The rest of the members of GCU are rotating through. They have the anchoring Astra, but they can still activate stars and things like that if they want to across the map. But they have the two set up for C instead. Not like it would really matter in the end, it seems like, because Sam finds another frag on Faso, and that was shut down right away, though. Keeping themselves competitive in the round. Very, very nice shot by Dow, and Shiver doing exactly the same thing, finding their own headhunting opportunity against Watanabe. Revenge from the last round. Volt tucks away just in time. Will they account for hell? They do, but they miss a shot. They miss the second as well. Shiver falls. It's all down to Dow in a 1 versus 2 situation. Volt has a position alongside Taro. It was a alternated and staggered crossfire kind of lineup setup. So GCU playing the 2v1 very well, going up to double digits.
Yeah, sometimes the harder shots, or excuse me, the easier shots are the ones that are harder to land. Hit some nice headshots with the Sheriff, but unfortunately wasn't able to do it with the Operator off the back end. Sam, though, bought up an Operator into this next round. This is the Operator play that I was talking about that was so present in the last half. So, I mean, he's going to be looking over towards mid, and he still has that trade denial potential. He can TP out after taking that initial shot, just like a Jet could. Heavy C setup. The shock dart's not going to actually take out the trademark. So that's going to still be available if a rotation does need to happen. It's only Mume on this A site. Most of the players from Oklahoma are heading towards him. He's going to get the initial peek. Has to dash away. No one really rotating, though, from GCU. It's really slow because they're just waiting to play a retake on this A site rather than try and give away some positions by over-rotating.
Clearing site, Owl drones out, getting some information, confirming that, wait a minute, nobody's on site? All right, we'll take it. We'll go right through. Nebula's up. Nobody can actually get some sight lines from CT, from Heaven. We're on here safe and Sound spike will be planted eventually after shock bolts go through. The drop of Watanabe gets the kill but can't quite dismiss in time. That actually would have been massive if she were able to survive long enough, but good for one and denies the spike plant as well. The the operator coming in from Sam finds another frag. So these members of Oklahoma are tucked right below Heavens essentially. A nice Lear would be nice, but you know, none is available. So it's going to be crossfires. They fight through with no flashes. It's going to be extremely tough to deal with, which gives so much advantage to Oklahoma. And there it is. Taro and the last one alive, 1 versus 2 situation, knows where at least one is, but where's the second? Who knows? Badius lets them know. That's the frag that goes their way. Oklahoma, with a nice crossfire step against the no flash defensive retake situation, wins it out. 8-10 now.
Thanks. All right, Oklahoma, free sight on your table. Take it from them. Operator recovered, going towards Shiver. A little bit concerned about how this operator is going to be used, right? Like Shiver, he's had good games. He has some nice operator shots, but it might slow down Oklahoma to the point where they're a little bit too lethargic to actually get onto the site itself. Not, you know, matching that speed that they necessarily will be. Awkward buy here from GCU. Some people, I believe, going to be on Knives. Yeah, Knives and the Tour de Force over the back end of it. So still sort of like a full buy and some aggression here towards mid. Asher getting into this position is giving them so much information because if anyone runs and spawn, Taro is going to be able to hear it. He can relay that information to the rest of his team.
Yeah, fantastic position for Taro. Goopchill also posted up in sewers. Sam said, you know what, maybe there aren't going to be here. Not a lot of information to work off of for GCU at this point in time. It's very quiet, and which team will just have that instinct, that sense of where the other might be. Is Mame looking for sewers? It's exactly where 3 members of Oklahoma are. Beautiful first shot, gets the heck out of there. Knows there's going to be more now. They realize this is going to be explosive effort from Oklahoma. And they're able to survive, allow time for the rest of the team to rotate for them. Sam was spotted out. Mame, doesn't matter if they know where we are. We're just going to find the frags anyway. Nice headshot from Sam even. Make that 2. What a shot! As GCU is able to hold on the site so well. It's all down to Dow, who's completely stuck in a slow field. Mame is good for 3 for the hat trick of these 2 A site players in GCU. Sam, Mame coming up massive for the team.
And this is the great thing about Jet, the great thing about Chamber. Guess how much those guns cost, Chad? They cost $0. And it was 4 kills garnered. 1 with the nice head tap, 1 with the shotgun right click, and the rest with a completely free operator. GCU goes up to 11 with so little invested in terms of money into that round from the 2 players who actually were the ones getting all of those kills. Oklahoma, though, those 2 free guns just completely destroy their economy. There's 1 hero rifle on them, but the rest are going to be rocking some sheriffs. Looking over towards this garage control. Now, there is a trademark available. Sam not able to land the shot, but garage control is to be taken. They're going to get slowed down if they don't shoot that alarm bot out.
All right, Sam trying to hold this round still. Just narrowly misses both shots. And the pressure from Goopchill. It's so tough to hit those shots from Sam's angle. Goopchill able to get some aggression and find the B site. B site, though, one of the easier sites to retake, but you can't really retake if everybody's dead on your side. Watanabe trying to make an answer for that problem. As Mame does the same, brings it to a 2 versus 2. But Watanabe healing through, and the swing is good for Mame, I would think. There it goes. All right, can't run that far on the dismiss. Matias, good pressure by Mame, finishing through. And it's going to be match point for GCU.
GCU operator recovered as well. That can go back into Sam's hands. Didn't hit those shots this time, but there's always next time. There's always the threat of that operator that you got to keep in mind when you've got to use a little bit more utility in order to run him down. Make sure that he can't just get those shots right into your body. Buy for Oklahoma, make or break here. 3 ultimates in their hands as well. Hunter's Fury, so I have my eyes on. Because if you get that drone tag on someone, it's not that hard to translate that into a free kill. Especially if it is someone like Sam, someone with the operator, which is huge in order to get that initial pick onto. C-Site looks to be on the table. I believe I saw not an operator, an Odin on the other side. And that's great for the C-Long position because if you pop a smoke, that's a lot of bullets flying your way.
Wow. Speaking of bullets flying away, spam shots blind through the nebula, bringing Shiver down to 27 HP. No Sage, no Sky on the team, so that's going to stick. It's already off to not the best of starts for this round. Meanwhile, Maddie is trying to create a lot of pressure up through mid, but Mummy has been looking. And this engagement shifts to the night kind of situation. They just both keep going off the angle as the other one dismisses from the angle in mid. Meanwhile, on C site, Watanabe with a Odin in hand, ready to spray down C-Long as soon as the execution happens. Oklahoma trying to distract that Lear, though, but GCU, they're not budging.
Oh, they're execing now. Full run down the C-Long, but Odin's still here.
What? He killed his teammate. He was so weak for the chip damage earlier on. He killed him with the one down, just furious. Less damage to your allies, but it was enough because he only had 27 HP. Oh, no.
Oh, it's all gone. They're all gone. The wall doesn't
shambles.
matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They have to go back, but there's only 18 seconds left. B-side is the only thing on the table. The Jet's also here, and there's the double stars as well.
The lineup was there, but only good for one. They will be able to get the spike planted just barely in time, but the execution's coming through. No! Sam gets the frag on Foster trying to plant the spike, and it wouldn't even mattered anyway. Everybody fell instantly. It's a 13 round reached by GCU. They go up 1-0 in the group stages. It's the best of one round robins. You basically need to win 2 games generally to make it out for this situation, and that's one of them down for GCU. And man, on defensive side, they stepped up on their ties of the field, the map, the field,
Absolutely
the tape,
crazy.
whatever you want to say.
Oh man, that last round was so crazy. I can't believe that that's how it ended, where they had this cool exec, they had the idea. Unfortunately, you kill your teammate, and that puts the brakes on it. Try and translate somewhere else, but there's still so much utility built up on this Astra because you weren't able to bait it out in the early game that you just go right into the meat grinder. All your lives fall. Unfortunately, that's how it is going to end. We are going to throw it to a very quick break. We'll be back with an winners interview, but don't go anywhere. It's going to be a good one.
Hope comes out. Tanks, do they go back or do they stay? There it is. Swaps in for Ben Park.
All right, we are back with an interview with a member of their winning team, Watanabe, who was fragging out on that arena all throughout the map, especially towards the defensive side. And I noticed a lot of times y'all did a really good job of just timing with each other. I saw you with a Vault a lot, just doing good swings, good timing to playing off each other. How often do you practice like 2v1 re-swings off angles, things like that? Or is it kind of just a natural sense from each other?
Well, honestly, our practices, we haven't practiced much like recently, so I can't really say it's that. I think me and Andy, which Andy's Volt, we just love each other so much. It just comes naturally. So
Love that.
That's how it goes.
You love to see it. So
Awesome.
Yeah. You guys said you haven't had many practices lately. I did see that you guys actually had a coach in your slot. So I want to ask, like, what's the dynamic between you and your coach? I can't remember if you guys took many tack pauses. I think there were like 1 or 2 during the game, but what's the dynamic between you and your coach? Is it mostly like strategic? Is it mostly just, keeping you guys up to schedule? Or what is that dynamic like?
He kind of just keeps our kind of head in the game, like make sure we're not too down, like if we're losing rounds, like we don't get our in our heads. It's mainly that, and he puts his input on what we should do if we're if we don't if we don't if it looks like we just straight up don't have a game plan, he'll put his input in for a round or two, what we should do or try. So that's how it looks normally, yeah.
So I want to do one more quick question. At the start of the day, there was a broadcasted interview with the manager of Arizona State University saying that Grand Canyon University is what they consider to be their rivals. Do you consider that to be the same thing? They're your biggest rivals, or is that nah, that's not us, we're just gonna move on?
I don't know. I think we're too loped up to. We don't have a rival. It's just us. You know what I mean?
Gosh, doing your own thing.
Rivals need to deserve it. I don't know if they do yet.
All right, love that. All right, so with that call out as well, is there anything else you want to shout out to your team, fans, friends, anybody like that who might be watching?
No, I'm totally kidding. ASU's 100% a rival. I love ASU. I'm capping. I can't do that. No, I'll shout out ASU. I hope we play them.
All right. Well, you might do this though because they did make it out of the group stage. They did so in the second seed. So if you make it out in first seed from groups, they're probably going to be your first competition. I think that's how the system works here. So at the very least, if you both win out, you'll meet at the grand finals at the very least. So we'll see you perhaps in the bracket stage tomorrow, but for sure, 2 more games today on this group stage. Best of 1 round robins. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be watching more of you GCU up against Texas State. We'll see you all in just a few minutes. Welcome back. It's time for game number 2 of this best of 1 round robin of Group B for the CECC Southwest Invitational of 2022. It's going to be GCU up against Texas State. I'm Chad Lance, joining me, Sparky GD.
Yeah, I'm excited for this matchup. We just saw GCU, right? They had such a good performance. We had our interview with Watanabe, the Reina of that last game. He also had a standout performance, so I'm excited to see how they play against this next team, which is going to be Texas State University. So should be a pretty interesting one. Not sure where we're going to be headed just yet, but should be Icebox. It is going to, thank you, Prod. It is going to be Icebox. We saw it at the very beginning of today with some interesting compositions. I'm excited to see Watanabe, especially on this map, because he played Reina on the Haven. This is a map that favors Reina a little bit more, so he might have that little bit better pop-up potential.
Yeah, honestly, they could probably just play the same composition they did on Haven. It was Sova, which is great on Icebox, Chamber, great on Icebox, Reina, Jets, and then Astra. Just swap out the Astra for like a Viper. That could work, things like that. But yeah, they definitely are having some interesting picks. Hubbard, they're just trolling. They know they're on broadcast. They just want us to like get hyped about some crazy nonsense and then just swap in the last second. So we're going to look over to Texas State more so right now. It's a team that we haven't yet witnessed, but they are having a Jet for op angles, things like that. Playmaking, Sova, Viper for lockdowns, information gathering, control, things like that. Hovering the Sky and the Sage, which are both great pickings as well. Sky's kind of like that jack of all trades kind of agent that can provide information, some aggression pressure, things like that. Sage just for lockdown, kitchen control, etc. Also on attacking side, when we go to the second half of this map, we'll be better off for locking down that B for plant.
Come on, GCU, do it. I know you want to lock in the Neon. I know you want to lock in the Yoru. Just do it.
Do it.
Send. Oh, come on. They're going to do it at the last second. Mirror comp almost. We're going to have the double duelist for GCU versus having a Sky instead for Texas State. They're going to run the double initiator. Talked about a little bit before. Sky, hard to play on this map, hard to execute because those flashes, it's not really the best. It's really easy to hide around some corners, not really get full flash. So I want to see how they can really come up with stuff so that this flash has a lot of potential. You can flash through a Viper wall, which is good, especially on the B side, especially on these retakes, but on A side, definitely a little bit harder. On the opposite side, we have the Raze, which can clear out a lot of space. I know, at least from what I've heard before, Chad, I know you're not the biggest fan of Raze, or maybe you are. You want to
Icebox? Not really the biggest fan. I mean, I don't think Raze is bad on this map by any means. I just would rather see like maybe a Reina or a second Sentinel, things like that. I would much prefer.
Yeah. Actually surprised that Watanabe is going to be the one on this Jet, typically going to be the Opper. Saw him on Reina last game, as you said, like a Reina, a little bit better on this map, but they're going to go for something a little bit different. No flashes on the board again. Excuse me. Texas State had a flash. GCU doesn't have a flash, so operators might be a little bit more potent for Texas State. Is GCU going to drop the first pick? That's the Sage down, so that wall plant no longer becomes available.
The massive first frag. The aggression there. Sreyos with the right click to good enough to take down Watanabe. And Sam trying to answer back. It's just trades on the site and still the control going the way of Texas State until finally Arya falls. And GCU will be able to push forward, dodge the shock bolts, and should be able to get a spike plant down. But a lot of this is coming down to Sam on the forward position and looking to try to get a frag or two as Texas State is trying to rotate over towards the heaven location. Neither player really look up there. And Taro looks at the just moment. They're finding a couple frags. They just gotta know where the sofa is, but if they're both working together, it should be just fine. Now they know where it is. But Flame, it doesn't matter if you know where I am. I'm going to click your head anyway. Gets the double kill at the very end and wins the first round for Texas State.
Man, set them ablaze, Flame. I love the play from GCU. Actually, you catch them off guard. You get the 2 picks for yourself, but they weren't able to get any information on the Sova. They had no idea where he was. They try and go over towards that B side. Maybe the Sova is flanking, but he's right there. He's in the spawn. He's getting those crispy taps on Texas State. But I love this kind of from GCU. It seems like they're not really phased from this. Who cares about pistol round? We still got lots of VALORANT to play. Texas State, they're going to be with the better weaponry for this one. Actually, Stinger bought up, which we don't really see a whole lot of. Very close range weapon. Tube going to be walled off. Not really any entrance we had over there. So look back towards this A site. Only the Jet to really defend against this.
Yeah, it's all down to Arya, who just popped off in the last round, so I wouldn't expect otherwise for this round. Spectre in hand, high ground, drops, didn't feel comfortable about the situation, decides to relocate, but finds a frag by doing so. That's a dink, nearly takes down Volt, but they'll live on for another day. At least grab that orb and then probably fall immediately after. There they go. So that's essentially 2 orbs to the round. That's a dub, all things considered. Flame following through, continuing to finish rounds. This seems to be their MO, as 2-0 is Texas State going up after the anti-eco.
Yeah, great thing about those zip lines, you can get that really creative off angle. You're still pretty accurate on it as well, so again, doing quite a bit of damage. Big to get this flawless. You keep all your guns into this next round. You don't really have to reinvest anything, maybe just some armor across the board. It's GCU gonna have rifles for this one. They're going back towards this A site. It's usually been sort of ill defended by Texas State, but they've still been able to hold it with some quick rotations. This Jet is going to be the first contact. I think a big question is, can GCU get up pretty fast, go fast enough where this Jet doesn't get the help that she needs in order to defend against this push?
Yeah, I feel like you have to explode immediately after this contact is made with the Alidro, and there it's going as Reyes takes that fight immediately. The tailwind out, and Arya trying to buy so much time, staying alive, able to get out alive past screens and into the safety of the arms of Flame in mid. The spike will get planted as a result of this. Viper, Taro in the mid, gets the double kill on the flank cutoff. Massive opportunity for GCU with rifles in hand, looking like a completely different monster.
3 versus 5 retakes. Reyes, he's late to this. I think he's trying to find out the Viper, but this is all time being shaved off of this spike. Wall is up, not gonna get the early information. GCU playing this pretty far up. Texas State don't have time. Are they just gonna try and die to the spike, make sure that the enemy doesn't get their ult orbs?
We shall see as Saros gets a Stinger kill, interestingly enough, but still a 2 versus 1, 3 versus 1, I should say. Watanabe, this is a unit all on their own, gets the 3K themselves, and secures the post-plant hold. Timer was running out, that's all it was. They're just going to die to the bomb, but nope. Watanabe, you're going to die to my hands. Get me some ult charges, get me close to that Blaze Storm. Rifle still in hand. Sam, though, sitting there with not the best option for buy-ups.
Arya not going to invest into that operator, might not have had nearly enough money and doesn't want to glass cannon it, so still rifles across the board. Bladestorm available for the Jet. Could have used that to actually get an operator up earlier, but looks like they value the rifle just as much. GCU still with this early control. Texas State, I mean, it's only 1 round that they've dropped with this Jet solo on this A site. Sam's going to put some pressure over towards the speed, but it's all rotations, it's all fake. There's a spike, and most of the members are still over towards the A site for GCU.
Woo, that was crispy. Follow the second one. There it is. Finds Imrem, and with that, as B site opened up, they don't have that confirmed information, of course, as Arya is now fighting off the entirety of GCU's offensive push with the spike in hand. Volt shuts them down, cuts off a lot of information. So despite having the Sova alive, a Flame, they don't really know what's going on inside Texas State. They're just kind of stagnating in center and just like, okay, well, wherever they go, I guess we'll just respawn based on their presence being shown. Spike's going over towards B site, and surely at this point, you have to expect it to get planted.
Now, wall goes down, spike going to be planted. So now Texas State, they're going to make the initial pick. They have a lot of space to clear out, though, especially with Taro making his way up to this flank. Is it going to be spotted out? They already dropped from kitchen.
Oh, this timing is huge. The trigger discipline can capitalize on more. Oh, the backstab even! Just to send a message! Strayo still alive and kicking though. 1 versus 3, 30 HP, can heal themselves. Finds a moment they feel like it was safe enough to do so, but having to go around this wall, deal with 3 people, Sova post plant, the slow horseman's sage, the utility from the raise if they even want to use it, doesn't even matter. Bolt was enough. Make it a 2 versus 2 on the scoreboard. GCU looking so good with rifles in hand.
Man, you know, sometimes you're like, hey, maybe you should try and knife them because he could have possibly converted the second kill if he didn't have to pull out his gun. I'm not going to fault him too much, though, because something like a knife is just so good to a team's mental. It's like, hey, they are so lost that I can just knife them right into the back. So, love to see it. Texas State able to convert. Lots of mid aggro push still towards the frenzy, not going to convert. Volt is going to get a double kill. Full B site opened up. Full control over everything towards mid from Texas State. Bladestorm still active though. It's all up to Arya. Has been pinged up though, so they know exactly where he is. They can deal with him subsequently.
I love that Sam was just noped right out of there instantly after peeking on the lane. No. Oh, the Bladestorm up though. Sam shuts it down. Beautiful headshot. Hitting that up high off an updraft is so tough. They're able to pull that one off. It's a 5v1 situation and an anti-eco. It's going to be a flawless GCU completely online.
Completely flawless. And in all of that chaos, 5 ultimates have been charged up for GCU. Everything is in their hands in order to take this. And the great thing about this is that they have the Sage. Even if you go like way too aggressive, you try and do something, especially on this A site where it's only this Jet, right? If the Jet even gets an initial pick, you're like, cool, I can just res that player up. It's still a 5 versus 4, and we have the Viper's Pit for a post plant. We have the Showstopper for a post plant. So much of it. Texas State hasn't really changed up what they want to do. It's still a lot of early mid control, a lot of early lane control, and it's still just this Jet trying to find the initial information. Once she does, the rotations come through. It's all about how fast you goes, and they're going to go right in. Showstopper over the top, right into spawn. Ends up in a 3 versus 4. Player advantage for Texas State here, but the Viper's Pit is down. It's going to make it so hard for you to get back into the site.
A resurrection as well. All these ults being expended to Viper's Pit. Hunter's Fury as well. Hunter's Fury does punish the resurrection happening. Hard to do that when the Hunter's Fury is available on the other team. Taro dropping the Viper's Pit, watching the back of their Sage ally, and this Mame getting the frag on Imrem, was shut down by Strayos. Trade out. The draft, the dodge, the jukes, Arya able to fancy feed around and get the frag in that situation is insane, and then instantly rotating for the crossfire to support the team and get the trade frag and stay alive. Get the defuse for the team. Texas State back on the board.
I can't believe he actually did it to him. I can't believe the updraft into the smoke. The crossfire placement was wild, and he actually can convert the kill. Man, GCU was not ready for that. And the thing is, I talked about being over-aggressive. You can get that player back. But if you have a raised Showstopper going all the way into screens, well, you're not going to be able to get that one back. You still got to be close in order to res that player back up. 3 ultimates expended there for GCU, and they get nothing for it. Texas State tie it up back towards the setup. GCU looking towards mid this time, but there's so much mid control. Texas State might be able to defend against it.
Yeah, it's coming down to Arya again on A side. Just so commonly, it's literally just, can Arya live? Can Arya buy time? That seems to be our narrative for the start of almost every round at this point. But this time, it goes in favor of GCU as Arya falls. Complete site control for GCU in a 5v4 post plant.
Off angle. Not going to catch him off guard, but there's just so much site control from GCU. And they're playing on the site itself. They want to lock Texas State out of the site.
What a position with the Hunter's Fury, trying to punish it as this Viper pushing up, dodging the Hunter's Fury. The Vandal in hand. That distracts a little bit for Wanabe. Get the trade kill. Sam does the same exact thing, taking down Flame. It's going to be a 4v2 as the push in is coming through for Texas State. The right clicks, but the support for the Vandal is really what does the trade. Strayos, good for 1 at least. They got their 1 chat, but there's still 3 more alive on GCU ready and fighting. GCU back in the lead.
Texas State, I think they're just going to go back to the setup. It's not the worst for them. I mean, Jet, with that early information, the rotates usually come through from Texas State. They're still winning on a lot of these retakes, and GCU, I like that they're pushing the agenda a lot. It's just that these retakes that have become the problem. They're getting onto site pretty consistently. They might just over-aggress. They might get caught out with some sort of util. This time they're looking towards the B site. Texas State have actually changed it up. So they sent Mother Nature over to help out the Jet. Unfortunately, they guessed wrong. It's over towards this B side. There is all of that Viper utility though, in order to try and deny this information, but it doesn't matter. Sam's just gonna get the initial pick.
How much can Strayos do was my question while the rest of the team is pushing on, and that was answered immediately as Watanabe is just flooding through. We just had an interview with this man, and he was just vibing out, good spirits, talking about how he and Vol just have a great chemistry with each other. And just confident moving forward, and that confidence is shoved perfectly. Pressuring into the enemy spawn as Arya. They finally were in a situation where they challenge Arya immediately in the round, but now you're in a 1v5 Arya. What can you do with a Marshall in hand stuck in your spawn? Not a whole lot. GCU growing their lead, but now they're going to have to fight against rifles in the hands of Texas State.
Yeah, it looks like their strategy has changed for their post plants, where instead of just hiding on the site, waiting for Texas State to reaggress, GCU are just going to aggress them in the post plant, lock them out of sight completely, make sure they can catch them off of guard. GCU,
yes.
Man, look at that.
Yes.
Their spirits are up. Summon the power. Oh, dude, this is great. Texas State, I don't believe they have weapons into this next one. Okay, they actually do. They're going to have rifles in everyone's hands. They're going to use the Viper Spit as well towards that B site, but will GCU even respect it?
Does passing the vibe check be enough to fight through this Viper Spit? They're not getting information at all. Yeah, Imram actually stuck past the aggressive Watanabe, stuck past the Aloe drone, was able to get 2 kills so far. Nothing is going the way of GCU for this round. Imram with the perfect positioning, but Taro trying to answer back. Watanabe still alive for the slipper HP, but it's still just the fact that Imran is still here, hanging out in the Viper Spit. Not getting cleared out at all. Arya finds that lurk massive Taro so far. Volt in a great position. Gets fully flashed though. But honestly, they're still in a position they could make a win happen here.
Recon available. Good spot on the smoke. Oh, finds
Does
him.
he get tunnel vision? Does he get distracted by it? Oh, this is a tough spot. 48 seconds to go. Is Arya finally here on the high ground outside the Viper Spit? They can see clearly. It's Texas State off the back of a perfect play around the Viper Spit of Imran. Get the round win.
Yeah, the aggression is finally being met with just so much damaging utility. It works out well when it's only a Viper's wall you have to go through. It's the instant minus 30 decay, and then you're able to get out of it. Probably get up towards those higher HPs after this.
Dude, they're definitely passing the 5 check right now.
Yeah, of course. Oh man, I love to see it from GC. I love that they keep their spirits up even though they're getting, you know, in some of these rounds, they're having really tough losses, but the fact that they don't let it get to them, they're not getting into their own heads is great because they're not going to keep making some of the similar mistakes.
Oh, the swing in. Watanabe gets the trade off of Arya, which it really feels like outside of the Viper Spit play, Arya has felt like that pillar player for this team. Yeah. So many A takes held, things like that, getting a lot of frags for the team, shutting them down. They don't have full A site control on the side of GCU, but they definitely have this presence. Spike is getting planted very ambitiously as these members of Texas State are here. They could answer back, but the frags are going the way of GCU. They're just watching each other's back. The vibe check, that morale boost we're talking about, that's so important for just looking out for your brother, your homie. You're just looking out for their cost fires, covering them while they can plant, things like that. They're completely in sync, it looks like, for the side of GCU.
I think Texas State also got a little bit baited in by the fact that the spike was going down. Oh.
You don't need it.
Yeah, who needs a blast back anyway? He doesn't have the showstopper. Just trading guns around. Yeah, I think GCU with that spike plant actually baited Texas State in since they had back site control. They pushed through the wall, but GCU were just ready for it. They're ready for this aggression that Texas State are going to send back towards. It's a 5 versus 5. They're all here.
Oh, this was just a Viper lurking off in the distance, but this aggression is being met like you talked about, and everybody wants the bloodshed. It's going to be an anti-eco, so definitely going in the favor of GCU. Only 1 kill going in favor of Texas State. Sometimes, man, on eco round, you gotta be like, you know, let's just send it, see what happens, and maybe we get lucky. And that's the strat they went for. That's my favorite strat on eco round, so I don't blame them for going for it. But yeah, it's just the baits. Oh, nice shot by Inran. They're going for the knife. Not like this. The right click's gonna be good enough. And Bull's like, all right, I'm not gonna get right clicked. All right, I'll use my own. Shut down that round. It's gonna be the last round of the half coming up.
Yeah, come on. If Texas State isn't gonna respect the knife fight, why should he? 7-5, Texas State. They're gonna have rifles for this one. Arya's actually gonna pick up the operator, so a little bit more deadly when it comes to actually holding that sight. Doesn't need to aim for the head, only needs to aim for the body. Sam still gonna be put on a pedestal for this one. GCU ultimates in their hands as well. Does have the Blade Storm and the Viper Spit available, so let's just see whether or not they just go for something. Balls to the walls aggressive, get that spike down, and then just play an easy post point with the Viper Spit.
All right, so Arya with the Overwatch from the back. Top cat back in heaven. Common position for a jet. Will GCU count for it? Right now they're going for a bit of a default. But oh, Watanabe was spotted out. Now in position with the neophyte for the life. Gets on top of the tube. And with Sam coming by to support. Try to buy their homie out. Meanwhile, Imran up against Volts. Wins it as Volt falls and be a main. It's a lot of forward information gathering tools lost from GCU with the Sova falling.
Pushed back. There is a lot of people on the A side. Oh, this is on to Sam. Oh, the information was given over with that blast pack, but it doesn't matter. Sam still converts. Now all of this mid area is threatened, but it's all a fake. The spike is still going to the A side. The Viper Spit is still available. If that goes down, the operator is rendered useless.
Sam just did another blast back play and try to make things happen, and then indeed they did. Gets the double kill on Mother Nature and Arya. Flame falling Watanabe, and Imir was like, team, what just happened? We're on 5v4 with map control on the default line. Everybody died instantly. Now it's to rotate over in 1 versus 3. Spike was already planted. The long angles are being held. It's a crossfire setup. And not much for Imran to do there. 8-4 from GCU, up with a pretty hefty lead going in the second half.
Yeah, great play there. Just the explosiveness into that mid. Texas State was not ready for. And GCU, they have double duelists here on this defensive half, and you think that might be, you know, that might be better for this attacking side, but the fact that Raze can deny so much space with a boom bot, with the paint shells, and with the blast pack, it actually becomes pretty hard to take this A site from Texas State when you're going to be constantly damaged with the kind of corridor style of site that is the A site itself. And if you ever try and get through the initial choke, you can just get blast back. You're not going to be completely accurate, and GCU can take advantage of that. Texas State looking towards this A site, though the Viper wall confirms it. Jack going aggressive to get the info, but the numbers advantage comfortably in Texas State side.
Watanabe kind of just playing Arya's roles, but the rest of GCU supporting their jet on A site a lot more than Texas State did. Still though, the attacking team pushing onto the site, finds the frag, but it was traded right back, and still it's a fight for site control. As the wall goes down, spike starts getting planted, but Mother Nature gets the better of things on these engagements, gets the double kill, and gets the player advantage for this attacking team. Texas State, they're behind on round, so it's a position where they could just generate momentum to tie up the score line pretty quickly. Yeah, there is a wall for GCU. It's all down to Mame, though. Can they drop the wall to create an opportunity to fight back in this round? Sheriff in hand and get some one-taps to the head. Could be enough. Hard to destroy the walls on pistol rounds. Could maybe be a half. They go for the stick, but the pressure is too fast from Texas State. Flame on the ropes overhead. Pulling off a little bit of an Austin oppression. Getting a nice frag to finish off the round. Texas State wins the pistol as needed.
Yeah, great adaptation there by Texas State. They just slowly choke out the site with util from all the vision denial. GCU, don't worry. Their mental's still up. They'll still convert after that. Who cares about a pistol? As I say, once you get those rifles in your hands, that's the primary force for the rest of these rounds. Texas State. Oh, Chad, it's round 2. 5 versus 5. Well, the last one was 4 versus 5, but this is going to be a bloodbath.
I didn't quite catch the 4-step. No. It's going to be Eco. There's going to be death balling. See if they can find some frags, hurt the Eco a little bit. The shorty up close. Doesn't quite get the frag. Rayros is just a sliver. And as the Sage, they can heal themselves back up, which feels even worse. Sam, last one alive, has a Sheriff. Yeah, it's Texas State completely assuming they pushed up because what the rest of the team did, you have to imagine that would be the case. Only 1 kill for GCU. Texas State, nice and healthy and good response and awareness of the situation, responding to that aggression with their own.
Rifles in the hands of GCU now. A-Site has been the name of the game for basically this entire map. See if it continues for Texas State. I don't really see them going over towards. We haven't flirted with it yet. Might as well just continue. They don't have the guns. Full on aggression here. It is 3-stack from GCU. And again, those paint shells can deny quite a bit in terms of just some damage. But question of these duelists is whether or not those shots can hit. Over towards the screen. The wall will cut off Sam if it goes off at the right time for this Exa.
Get a lot of information through mid. Get a little walk up mummy. Go in perfect alert position. Imran though pushed up into B main. Will be able to go with a counter lurk. Meanwhile on the site, the spike has been planted. Sam with the upper angle. On top of screen was able to get the first frag. A nice paint shell position that will damage Flame for sure. And that timing catching them off guard. The reload though is good as Arya falls in the back of sight finally. It's gonna be 3 members GCU on site. Imran has snake bites, can't line it up. I don't think that'll land in time for it to actually stop the defuse. They'll be able to live through it even if it hit them, which I don't even think that would have mattered. Yes, GCU wins out their first buy-up round for the anti-bonus. Texas State though, based on how things went, should be able to buy up just fine going into this next round.
Yeah, but if I'm Texas State, I'm feeling pretty good about that round. You got 3 guns off of the enemy team. The raise was chunked pretty low, so he's going to have to invest some more in terms of the armor as well as some damaging util. Just realized Sam is having a game for himself, man. 20-9 so far on this raise. No wonder they're praising him. He's at the top of the pedestal because he's having an absolute banger of a game for himself. Showstopper available as well, so he's not going to be over towards the A side. Texas State is going to be heading back over there. Tail getting spotted out. All that vision denial on the A site is still on the table, but not going to be there for GCU. A site completely abandoned now. Back to re-clearing mid to retake setup for GCU. The spike should go down. Very little utility actually expended. Everyone gets a second one. Did GCU even just save at this point? Is there even a way back into this round?
Yeah, I mean, you do have like all the essential tools of solo information gathering. A jet can create space. They can find some picks and explode from there, but it's going to be incredibly tough to be able to pull that off against 3 ready and willing players of Texas State, all positioned well, especially the Momet dropping that spot. It's going to be hard for them to find one of those opening picks. I like that position from Arya, stuck right under. I mean, they are finding a couple frags. It's an opportunity from Watanabe. Can create some positioning right now. Might find that frag on the stake bite user. Volt finds another one. It's Rayos. The pressure from Watanabe. This is an opportunity they actually can make happen. And yes, it is definitely a round that they don't go for a save. Mother Nature, though, trying to fight through. The defuse is actually getting stuck. Oh, but Mother Nature says no, not so fast. We have the advantage, and we will win this round.
What a round. The back and forth was crazy. Imran with 2 crazy picks at the beginning, just shutting down any aggression that GCU had. Put it into a 5 versus 3. GCU respond by somehow clearing out the entire site. The kills just go their way. And then left into a 1 versus 3 is Mother Nature by Texas State. And he clutches out beautifully because the time just wasn't there. Someone had to stake it. He had the angle exactly for them. 9-7. Texas State have the money in their favor. GCU just gonna look for some rifles. The aggressive Viper, yeah, it's gonna be punished. There's too many people off the back end. It's all up to Watanabe. Actually gets a pick for himself. Gets the 9s as well. It's possible.
Ooh. They did not expect them to re-peek the same angle. Usually they swing out to yellow or something of that sort, so take attention by surprise a little bit. Goes for a big aggressive play, finds another. What a headshot, Watanabe. Are you kidding me? Hitting the ace, Watanabe. Making dreams a reality, wins with an ace on the Blazer on an eco round, bringing GCU to double digits.
Oh my, that's gotta hurt if you're Texas State. That's gotta hurt.
That's a vibe check moment.
That's a vibe check moment for sure. I mean, Texas State, man, after the heroics of the last round, right? You had Mother Nature clutch up in a 1 versus 3 in a round that you should have won anyway, and then you just go back to the next round and you get ecoed by some Jet Knives. Their mental, I hope it's in a good place, because that would tilt any player off the face of the earth. GCU, 7-10. Oh, more aggression from Texas State here. They want revenge. They want redemption. Back towards this B site. Jet might not be here, but they get the spike plant just as well.
They drop that snake bite down, so they make it a little bit harder for them, even though they did get the Viper's Pit off, get the wall dropped. I don't know if that destroyed the wall enough. Yeah, it did snake it through.
Oh.
Got the VAC shot. Wow, that just doesn't stop. You can't miss right now. It's insane. You can't even see them. He's only in the shots. Volt doing the same thing. And this duo that they said vibe really well together, they are doing exactly that from Snowman. Meanwhile, Volt finds another frag. Why not at this point? Texas State, does anything work at this point? And Ranch Judge could be the case. It's going to be a 1 versus 4 situation, though. They found the first kill in the 1v5, but that's all that they will find is Watanabe. My shotgun is better and costs less. It's 11-7 for GCU.
Man, Texas State, they had a good setup, but the Viper mollies were just too much. The snake bites prevent the spike from going down. Even though Texas State invests that Viper spit in, that honestly kind of just invites GCU to spam it, and there's not that much cover on the B site itself, so trades go into GCU's favor. They go up to 11. Economy broken quite a bit for Texas State here. Some Bulldogs, a Spectre. They're looking at A site this time, but Sam, he's still got the showstopper in his pocket here, Chad. It could be a big multi-kill from the knives to a showstopper.
Where was that Regal bolt? That's the ceiling. Defensive one, for sure. And right now, Sam got pushed off of pipes, but still has the showstopper ready, and we'll have to see if they even need it for this round, as Watanabe already finds that first frag, and they are in their flow state right now. Sam finds the second, can't quite spray transfer to another, but still in favor of GCU. We know where Volt is. Ducking, diving, weaving. What a shutdown. The wall was not placed perfectly enough, and Imran feels bad to be in that spot.
Yeah, it feels really bad to invest such a costly ultimate into his Mother Nature, though. Got the 2 on the flank. B-side is completely open. It's only the Sova and the Jet to try and get there in time, and Volt is so low on HP. Mother Nature as well. But I think Volt just might make it in time.
Yeah, it looks like Volt will be, but will they be able to beat through the Sage? Sreyos on a good position. The spike plant was denied, but they'll have enough time to plant it again. But now we're looking at Arya, who will have the information, can hear Watanabe's positioning.
Oh.
The double updraft just get on top of pipe tube. Watanabe, will they know about the right side? They will not. Good cut off positioning by Arya. So Texas State, largely in thanks to Mother Nature winning a 1 versus 2 against the flank maneuver of GCU, is able to fight through and get another round up.
Yeah, it's actually crazy. That mid aggression has actually been punished twice now by Texas State. First by Imran, which we got in that round that we got the Mother Nature clutch, and secondly by Mother Nature, by this guy himself. So it's absolutely crazy. GCU not really feeling too good about that mid aggression, but they're winning on the other sides of the map. Now it's back towards this A from Texas State. Instant deletion onto Arya, and that was their prime aggressor, right? He was the guy who was going for a lot of these picks, and that stopped so fast. And GCU have to play, or excuse me, Texas State have to play the rest of this round with no duelist.
That's the entry duelist. Yeah, like you said, like they went for a double share composition, whereas GCU, if either Watanabe or Sam fall, they have another person you just blast on site and create distance and do the controlled chaos strategy. So Texas State overall slowed way down now because of that initial pick by Sam. However, had to fall off from A site. Did a read that Texas State would rotate off and try to play for B, but Texas State is unwavered from that initial game plan. Goes for A site anyway. The paint shell will make this a little bit painful. Comboed with a Hunter's Fury will instantly kill Shreyos in a wombo combo fashion. No spike planted. That spike is dropped. Now it's a 5 versus 2 situation. Oh no, everything is going so poorly for Texas State at this moment as Flame falls as well. Imran on the back foot, being completely pressured, and GCU moving into a 12-8 scoreline, match point for themselves with 3 ultimates online.
Huge by GCU. Great trap setup there. The paint shells just to provide the chip damage. The Hunter's Fury over the top. It's just a death sentence for anyone who tries to plant on that site. And unfortunately for Texas State, it was that Sage. Hunter's Fury for Texas State. They don't have a lot of money. My eyes are on this one, man. It's got to come up huge, or Arya.
Yeah.
Someone's got to come up with the multi-kill, because so far GCU are beating them in some of these gunfights. They're beating them in terms of the map control that they had. Mid aggression on the table. Mami is here.
Oh, they saw him. Saw the head.
Yeah.
Resurrection is available, but this is the first contact player. You don't want this person to be the one with Resurrection. The wall will be dropped. Not the most ideal of walls, because it's only one block they need to destroy to make it through. Usually try and want to go a little bit longer down the tube, but it's going to be good enough. Look at this rotation for GCU. They're completely assuming they're going to be playing for A-site based on just the little information that one person's in tube, that's it. So the over-rotation might bite them in the butt. The flick on the flash is good from Sando. Showstopper gets the first frag to open up the round, but it's kitchen control for Texas State. Are they just pinched? Will the weapons be good enough? The shots going forward. Volt gets 2 on the collateral as well. Mother Nature is clutched up before, but this is so much more to have to be done. 13-8 is the scoreline. GCU winning it out 2-0 so far in the group stage.
Yeah, GCU just had a really, really good game there. I mean, especially once they swapped over towards that defensive side, they felt like they had so many answers for whatever Texas State were throwing at them. We saw in the previous game how they had that as well. We saw Watanabe. He had that huge ace moment. I think that really turned the tides as well when they were losing a couple rounds. So great by GCU. They will go up 2-0. Looking pretty good to get out of groups. They still got to play one more match. I think if they win that one, it's basically guaranteed that they are going to get out of groups.
Yeah.
We'll throw it to a very, very quick break. And when we are back, we will have, I believe, your next game on the table. So don't go anywhere.
We are back for the final game of the day, the final match of Group B, and this is the one that takes it all. Whichever team wins this match gets out of groups and makes it into the playoffs tomorrow, but the team that loses is out for the count. They're done for this invitational.
Yeah, this should be an exciting one. We just saw them last time, but it is going to be Texas State, and they're going to be facing off against Oklahoma, which you saw a couple games ago. We are heading to Breeze, so going on a little bit of a vacation in terms of the scenery, but this should be an interesting one. I think we saw a lot of operator play in especially that first game with Oklahoma. I'm interested to see how that translate over to Breeze, because, well, operators just become that more impactful when there are super long ranges like you do see on the map of Breeze.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing what these teams pull out. Chamber is one of the bigger ones as of late for the Breeze map. I would be very surprised if we saw a Neon, but, you know, to be fair, I was also surprised to see a Neon and Phoenix both picked up for split earlier today. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, man, anything can happen once the team goes out with that kind of composition. We'll go into the agent selection, so we'll know what the compositions are that we're working with. We are going to see that Chamber being locked down. Mattias as well, making that return appearance on the Reyna, which I think is a fantastic agent on Breeze. And they did a great job on Haven on that first match of this group earlier today.
Yeah, they definitely did. Oklahoma, I mean, they're not wasting any time. We saw kind of similar to what we saw in Haven, right? Instead of the Asher, they're going to go towards that Viper, which is what's more standard on this map. But the rest of the picks are going to be the same with the Jet, the Reyna, and the Chamber. Kind of very duelist heavy comp, very much about the aim duels, very much about whether or not you can hit your shots. On the other side, double initiator, something you see a little bit more often on this map. You still have the double op potential with the Chamber and the Jet for Texas State, but you get those flashes, which can be really good at countering this operator play that Oklahoma University are probably going to be bringing into this map.
I'm liking what I'm seeing. I know you're a big advocate for the KO, especially on defensive sides of things, and definitely
I
we've
love
been
KO.
seeing a lot of good looks from KOs as of late. Using it, starting off on the defensive side in the hands of Mother Nature, who pulled off a lot of big clutch moments on Icebox just one map ago. Couldn't quite do enough to bring the team to a victory, but it still was fantastic to watch. So Oklahoma starting off the offense, looking to go for B site, which Texas State completely gambled away from.
Wow, not a single person there, not at all. So B site, I mean, it should be pretty easy. The big question here, how much utility does Oklahoma spend on this actual site take? There isn't much in general when it comes to the pistol round. You don't have that much money just yet, but overall, if you spend even what little you have on the actual site take, then you're probably not going to have enough stopping power for when Texas State comes back to retake. The information given over his site completely clear. Spike will go down. Flame 7 HP actually has to use the TP to get back, so he's not going to get into that forward position at half full. Arya actually made it all the way here towards the flank. Oklahoma boxed in.
Arya on the flank. We saw Arya pull off some good flank maneuvers on Icebox, but that was on a Jet. We'll see what they can do on a Viper, which is a completely different playstyle overall. Interesting to see the big changes to their agents into the second game. Imran, who was the Viper of last game, on the Jet, does fall as the first blood of this new best of one series. It's going to a 2 versus 2, but that's what this is. That it numbers down to 1v1. B-Meister is well known by Fazo. Knows exactly where they're shooting at. The timer's running down so low that even if Fazo didn't get the kill, it would have been too little, too late. Oklahoma going up 1-0 to start off this last map of the day.
Yeah, completely left abandoned in that B site. And the thing was, that Viper wall goes up. You can't really push through it, especially on a pistol, because at least you have some armor on your rifle rounds here. You get that minus 30, you're basically 70 HP, and that's like 3 shots to the body, and you go down. Texas State had to wait it out. All that time was shaved off of the Spike, and there was just no time for that 1v1 to be won out by Texas State. Arya with the solo hero Marshall. Very big question marks. I mean, doesn't necessarily need a rifle in the next round. Viper can play around smokes, around a Spectre a little bit better, but Oklahoma should have full armor, so that Viper is going to need to be able to tap heads if the damage is going to be done.
Gets the head at the very end, shuts down the lone remaining member of the A sites. This mid control and B is being gained by Oklahoma, so they're getting everything they want in this round so far. And that Vandal in Mattias' hands looks like it's going to continue to be in their hands moving forward, as B-Meister has a little bit unlucky timing with rotating away from the location that Dow was challenging. It's all coming down to just Flame, last one alive. What exactly could they do as far as economic damage? Looks like not much based on the timing and the positioning. A little bit unlucky for the last two members for where they're looking on those engagements. Oklahoma up to a flawless 2-0.
Big to get that, big to get that flawless. Going to keep all of this into the next round. You might be able to get an operator up pretty early on this attacking side. If you want to slow it down, you want to wait for these aggressive peaks that Texas State might end up throwing your way. So far, Texas State hasn't been very aggressive on this defense. They haven't been pushing out very much. You see them kind of spotting towards mid doors, which can get punished by Oklahoma. But they're not actively taking map control. They're mostly waiting for Oklahoma to run into them and hope that they can get those picks away. Oklahoma prioritizing mid control a lot, which I like a lot on this map, because you can go any site with that. You can go towards mid door, split it towards the A, or you can go B and pinch onto that Viper.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it's not super common we find teams playing for mid control when it is so impactful for how you can command the map. It's very similar to maps like Split, where if you get mid control, they can create 2 angles of execution onto a site, which makes it so much more reliable. Though it's so wide open in mid that it definitely does come with a lot of risk, which is probably why a lot of teams try not to go for it all the time. You can get cross-angled and cross-fired very easily when you try to push out there with wide open angles. Defensive teams have natural 2-pronged attacks to the mid area, so it's like, do you want to go with the risk later when you execute on a site, or now when we go for the mid angle that then translates to site?
Very, very slow from Oklahoma. 40 seconds left on the clock, but they're so split up. Spike is towards that B, where the rest of the team seems to beheading. It's all about this fight. B-Meister goes down. Viper isolated on the site now.
Matty is finding that first frag is massive for the team. Looks away just at the last second, but did see Flame's arm poke out and re-peeks and takes a frag. Arya only good for one as Doe finds another kill on Mother Nature. Make that two. Spectre in hand up against the rifles, and the team finds a double kill on that masterful lurk timing. Catching them out by surprise a bit there and upgrades the weaponry. Oklahoma looking amazing right now.
Yeah, huge from Oklahoma to convert that round. Their money is looking good. They have an operator on Shiver who was their general flank watch alert character anyway, so he doesn't need that rifle to really go aggressive. Texas State, a little bit too comfortable with the fact that they don't have much information on the map. They don't have a lot of control. They had no idea where Oklahoma was going, and they get pinched because of it. They aren't able to stack the site where Oklahoma decides to execute on, and they get punished for it. Not a whole lot in Texas State's hands, just some sheriffs, which, I mean, even at these long ranges on Breeze, you don't really get a kill. You get that 145 to the head. It looks like they won't even get that. Oklahoma are just running through this mid, running through this map.
Texas State tried doing that two-pronged defense hold of mid, but because it's basically an eco round for them, they didn't really have the weapon really answer back. Flame tried to TP out, but just caught before it could complete. Now so much effort on B-Meister's hands. Beautiful shots, honestly, with a Sheriff long range. It might not be enough to win out the round, but still feels kind of nice to hit those shots.
2 versus 4. The thing with Jet dying that deep is that rifle can't actually be recovered. It can't really be a threat in the rest of this round.
Yeah.
Ari actually gets the pick. That's a rifle recovered. This is doable. Maybe not even just to defuse, but to trap everyone here, win the economy game.
Oh, this timing could be good. Dow's not exposed. Mattias finds B-Meister, so Arya all left alone, and then Mattias holding the angle. Ooh, beautiful shot. Nice challenge by Arya. Recon Bolt not giving a ton of information, basically just stalling for a few seconds, allowing the rotation out by Dow, but is able to get the headshot found on Arya on a little bit of an awkward vertical off angle, but it wasn't enough to shut down Dow's immaculate gun skill.
Oklahoma go up towards that 4-0. It was the eco for Texas State, and they do pretty well with it, but now this is the time that they need to convert it. They gave Imran the operator. He's going to be looking down towards that cave, but it seems like Oklahoma want to go towards this B. Arya has the Viper Spit and a Judge, but if Oklahoma actually go fast enough, they might be able to catch him before he can pull his Judge out.
I don't think that they're going to do that through a Viper's Pit. You'd be on a death wish if you just completely send it through a pit just like that. But then if you just slow walk through the pit without proper clearing, then I guess that would also be a death wish. Trust a little bit too much on the Allo drone, but what else can you really do in that situation, honestly? They do get the trade out on the kill. VIP down, they took out that Viper. So doing so with the cost of 1 life, you know what? That's really worth it in this situation.
Okay, you get the Viper Spit down. You have so much control over the site. The spam does come through, but there's a little bit more cover on this map to be able to hide behind.
Woo! When the op duel also is massive. The shot guards are going to be good for the damage as well as the spam through. I mean, Mathias is just, they're cut out. They're bought out. They got caught. 3v3, make that a 3v2, 3v1. Is it suddenly all down to Shiver, who won out on the op duel earlier on, but the rest of the team fell off the wayside, and suddenly they're left without any bearings, completely cornered up against multiple angles, and the pressure got a little bit too deep. Texas State get on the board on the 5th round.
I think that double initiator really set up that retake. You saw the Sova pings go through. That gave them some vision through the Viper Spit, allowed them to destroy that Reyna and then get more space in order to kill the rest of them. The flashes from the KO were huge because Shiver was no longer able to hold that angle completely flashed up, not able to convert that into a kill. He got pushed. Space was taken by Texas State. Good by them to be able to convert this round. Still have a very tall task of getting this back to even. They retain their guns though. Ron can be still looking down towards cave. Not a whole lot has been pushed so far, and it's back towards this mid control. Oklahoma are so good at it, so good at punishing any aggressive peeks toward it as well. Ron is going to trade back, but Mattias is through.
Yeah, Mattias is the one who impressed me the most in that a couple games ago when we watched Tech Oklahoma against GCU. continuing to impress, gets the frag on Imran, but Mother Nature able to shut that down finally. Seemed to be a bit of the win condition that was formulating for Oklahoma on this round, but now with Dow finding a nice timing on Mother Nature, brings it into 2 versus 2 situation. Hunter's very available for both teams. They are going to get the spike planted a little bit too far away from Texas State's Sova to be able to use that to deny this plan. Would have been a bit of a gamble anyway, so they're going to say that for a little bit more confirmed information and capitalize on top of.
Surprised? Yeah, we are going to see the Viper from Oklahoma get out. Double mollies available, so the post-plant potential is definitely there. Mirror 2v2 in this last little clutch.
Ooh, the Viper's baiting this though. Dow's exposed. B-Meister might get completely tunnel vision on it, but no, the timing is there. He was aware of it. B-Meister's only good for one though. Dow wins out the next duel. The stick is here. Will they be able to hold it? They can! Dario was able to just barely hold enough of an angle to be able to survive. Wins out the duel later on anyway. So Texas State damaging the economy and also getting back up on the board really nicely. That plant, if it was just slightly further closer towards the attacking side, it could have been punished.
Yeah, and that's a plant that I think with this new icebox is something that a lot of teams are still figuring out. If you plant just a little bit too safe on this map, you actually don't get that good post plant, especially since the Viper went down on the attacking side, wasn't able to molly that spike, so was able to stick it all the way through. Full aggression here towards this A Flame. Just get tagged up. They actually know where he is after he TP'd because of that.
That's very interesting. Didn't even destroy the Alodrone, so we got a little bit more extra forward information as well, so we actually could peek the site just a little bit, see if there's anybody holding Nop line or something of that sort. So that allows the rest of Oklahoma to be able to push on up. That Lear is good for Marius to take a 1. No more teleports for Flame. We'll have to see if that even matters. The B-Meister or Imran getting kills from their own ultimates. Marius falls, but Fonso is still here and fighting. Quaid up from the tube. Has the high ground. Nice little cutting angle for the site. Now it's going to be a 3v1, all down for Arya, who was able to clutch up last round, but I don't know if they're going to be in a good position to do it here. They know where they are. Oklahoma knows where Arya is last located. Arya knows where 2 members of Oklahoma are, but where's Quaid at? They were 2. They're probably still on stairs, likely, right? Will it even matter? No. Faso finds the frag, gets the headshot, triple kill on the round. Oklahoma continuing the growth of the lead.
I love how Oklahoma actually approached that site. They used the drone early to catch out the chamber who was speaking aggressively. They used the wall to actually get onto the site, but it's not a fast, really hard aggro push. They just lurk up with the wall, and Texas State are none the wiser. They use the utility combo of the recon dart with the near side of the Reyna in order to get the initial pick, and they just slowly destroy the site from the inside. Oklahoma back towards this mid aggression. Texas State looking to match them though.
Continued play for mid control from Oklahoma. Definitely enjoying that to be seen. Forcing players off, but Mattias not to be denied. Honestly, if Mattias completely kept running away, it might have been bait enough for the rest of the team, but it didn't even matter in the end. They still push in. Quake gets the frag on a B-Meister, gets answered back, but Arya gets shut down, and on this a little bit of a tough buy round for Texas State. It's going definitely the way of Oklahoma, as you'd expect on paper for the situation. 4v2 on this post plant for B site. It's a bit tougher to take B site on post plant these days, it feels like. And Texas State definitely has not had an easy time doing so.
Flashbang. Jumpseek spots him. They know he's towards this half wall.
Yeah, complete awareness by Oklahoma. Expenditure of the utility amounts to naught. Texas State falls down to 2-6 scoreline, but they should be having better horizons now. They'll be able to buy up and start getting some more ultimates online.
Yeah, Oklahoma still looking to continue their lead so far. Texas State, man, they don't have enough money to really fight it. They're gonna have to really full save into this. A lot of classics across the board. Okay, we are seeing the Marshall's bot up here. Kind of like double Marshall on this map if they play together, because, well, if 2 people are peeking the same angle, 2 body shots with a Marshall, which is 2 people, that becomes an instant kill. Unfortunately, Oklahoma not heading their way. It's towards this Viper on the B site.
Arya, how much can you do? That's 1. Almost makes it out, but the last bullet before we got around the thicker part of the corner. Sinks through the thinner part of the wall. Finds the answer frag. That's another post-plant Viper's Pit on B site. That is so hard to fight through. Texas State. B-Meister was just a classic in the hand. Might not be able to do a whole lot in this situation. Faso finds a frag. More going their way. As Oklahoma has command and control of this post plant. Flame trying to do everything they can to fight back. Headhunter in hand, but none to be found. 7-2 for Oklahoma. Guaranteed to be in the lead for this half, and based on how they've been playing, I wouldn't be surprised to see them continue that lead.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been looking so dominant. I love their signature default of just taking mid control. Looks like they're not going to go for it this time, though. She might go towards the hallway. So the last time they went over towards the exec on the A side, they actually did open the door over towards halls. That puts a lot of pressure on the A side players to have to check another angle that might actually be a backstab. So if they can get that door open, if they can create that distraction, so far, it looks like we do have a tech pause, I believe, as the timer has stopped. So hopefully we can get that resolved extremely soon and get back right into this game, because Oklahoma, they want to keep their momentum for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Nothing kills momentum like a tech pause, man. You have to sit there. You can't say anything. You're just stewing in your thoughts. And for Texas State, honestly, that kind of is a bummer. If you're stewing your thoughts when you're already down on the rounds, like that might kill Oklahoma's like flow of things, but it might shatter Texas State's mental.
Okay, we are back into the game. Flame is here. Could get the initial peek, but yeah, that Viper's Orb is going to completely deny any sight for this operator. Actually, a 5-man push down towards this hallway. That's the information given over. They're going straight through anyway.
Massive explosion through a tube, something that they haven't done yet with the Lear lead-in. Catching members of Texas State off guard. Mother Nature trying to fight back, but only good for one before they get shut down themselves. Arya with a charge in the face of Matias, but doesn't even matter. They shut that down instantly. Empress online, overhealed through it, as if it never happened in the first place. It's going to be a 4v1 as Matias finds another on Imran. Trying to just rotate through. The rotate cutoff was good, and Flame sitting with an operator. Maybe we just save at this point.
Can he even save, though? 45 seconds on the clock as the spike had just been planted. And Oklahoma are hunting for him from every which way. Spotted him. Shot goes wide, but doesn't matter. He's just going to peek it anyway.
Yeah, you're still going to score. There's enough time. They're going to be able to swing on you eventually. You have to try to take the challenges sooner and whittle the other numbers down to try to keep fighting through it. But that's also a little bit of a morale breaker as you just bought up an operator. There's only 2 rounds left in the half. Not seeing a world where they're going to be able to buy up another operator unless they just really like skim on their purchasing abilities, things like that. So it's going to be tough for them to come back if they have no operators available. 3 out of 7 for the ults for Flame as well to get that Tour de Force back online. It's a tough spot to be in.
Back towards this mid control. B-Meister is here, albeit alone, to try and get some sort of pick towards the elbow. But he's getting pinched from both sides. He's going to make a move now, and he does it. He actually catches out Shiver. He gets into a little bit better, and he keeps going. He retains control of elbow. He shuts down the mid control that Oklahoma are sending to him and puts this round into a 3v5.
All right, it's being answered back a little bit here. Hunter Sphere going other way to try to distract or at least maybe get lucky on hit. That's not to be the case. B-Meister on a sliver HP, but still giving so much information for Texas State in their spawn team. Yeah, they're committing to A site. That's exactly where they are. That's why the rotation is coming through from Texas State. They're all going to be here to answer back. Faso with a great awareness of the situation, watches the flank and he finds the frag. So it's going to be a 3 versus 3 post plant. No Hunter's Fury anymore. The spam shots hit. Sometimes that happens. And, you know, got to take advantage of those opportunities. Texas State find themselves in a life lead yet again. Very weak member of Faso. This timing is here. Oh, caught with a cloud burst. A very awkward engagement, but one that does not go in favor of either team, really. Oklahoma State still has to deal with this post plant. This last tank bite was sent, was dropped. They won't be able to survive through it if they had to do another half of the defuse, but they already defused enough. That's all they needed. Texas State at 3.
Texas State at 3. Actually, the hot Mother Nature would have invested the null command, the KO ultimate into that one, since, well, I think it might have been in range to prevent the Viper from molly, and even if it doesn't, you still are able to stick it. You might go down, but it's still better than, you know, sticking it and just being killed for it. So still retain that, still win the round. They'll be able to keep it into this next round. If a post plant scenario does happen, they end up having to retake. It's back towards this A site, back towards this control towards hallway. Very fast so far.
Yeah, this explosive mentality from Oklahoma worked out before, and it seems to be working out pretty well again, as Medius finds another frag out on A site. Spike is being moved to be dropped right now. Flame was spotted out by Shiver, who has mid control, who finds 2 even. And Mother Nature, the last one alive with the null command. Nobody to support them if they get downed. So Medius just needs to click ahead, a little bit of body work, and goes up 9-3.
The cursed scoreline, Chad. Are we going to see the comeback from Texas State? Do have double initiators, so it works out pretty well. They do get a lot of passive info off of the dart, off of the knife, and they can exec a little bit better. I think my biggest thing to look at for this next half is going to be Mother Nature with these KO knives. If you can hit the Viper and stop all of that, you know, damaging utility from going through, it makes these site takes so much easier. There's not a lot Oklahoma can do against that, except only really use their guns. If you can't find some value with the knife, though, then Oklahoma University still have a lot of utility, still have some good dashes, some trade denial that will go through, and they'll be able to take the rest of this game.
So Oklahoma's game plan on offense was just to storm onto B site. It's the opposite for Texas State. A site is the one they will be storming, but can they even storm onto us? Quaid finds the first frag on a Beanmeister, trying to hold the line as 4 members of Oklahoma are already here to answer this aggression of Texas State with aggression of their own. As Quaid finds a second, punishing the plant, finds 3 on the round. The spam through the wall finds Imran, and it's all down to Arya. The spike was even planted. The going for the knife, the beat him going through. They are vulnerable and ticking down so quickly. 12 HP and vulnerable. Not much to finish off the fight, and it's going to be Shiver with a body shot. That's all it takes. Oklahoma up to double digits, starting off the second half very strong.
Yeah, and that actually started off with the Sova using a shock dart in order to deny the drone from Texas State. Once Sova is damaged by any sort of damage, he's instantly kicked out of the drone. There's no way you can actually clear out the rest of the site. So Texas State had to go in completely blind. Oklahoma used that to their advantage. The trade denial with the jet peeking in and out of the wall. There's nothing you can do on Texas State's side. Looks like they want to rinse and repeat. Doe, I mean, he's here to do it yet again. The moment he hears that, he's going to use that shock dart. With a nice pick, though, and don't left alone. Chamber is going to be there to try and help him out, but Texas State have a pretty good entry onto the site.
Yeah, they're pushing really fast as well, not being slowed at all like they were in the first round, so they're going to be able to get the spike planted. The members of Oklahoma haven't been able to rotate just yet. The angering Viper is far from present. Members of Texas State are able to set the post plant as well as they want to with their own Viper. Far off the distance, ready for lineups, and watching flank watch as they do. Flame push up aggressively. Can take the rendezvous out if needed, but will they even matter as Imran continues finding his shots, getting some frags. Go needs to make something happen, and something happened. They are having to reload though as Beanmeister finds the kills there. Flame gets teleported out, but Shiver's here with a Vandal in hand. Will this get donated? Will they actually be able to convert this into a round win? I don't know if there's enough time, or they probably would punch for it. Oh! Wait, 1-9.
Oh man, that's gotta hurt. That's gotta hurt so much. Texas State convert around, get themselves a little bit higher up in terms of that economy game. Looks like they're gonna stick with some marshals here, which I don't know I necessarily agree with. Like, they can buy it towards those rifles. I think you should at least buy Mother Nature one, because you're down 6 rounds. You don't have a lot of leeway. If you actually give this round over to the other side, then it might not work in your best favor. Some aggression here from Oklahoma there. They're going on the offensive.
Wait, try and push way up completely.
Can't check it. And he's out? No way. Alrighty. Fortunately for Oklahoma, or excuse me, for Texas State, they drop a number. They're going to go over towards the A site, get that spike planted, but the defenders are already here, and they can make this pretty costly. The flank as well. Shiver's going to find Flame, and it's all coming up Oklahoma, Chad, despite what happened. 3 versus 1. Arya, 4 bullets left. Can't really reload because he's just going to get peeked. Oh, the peek is there. Gets Quaid, 1 versus 2, was able to find the reload, but Shiver is there on the flank just to deny it. And that's what I talked about, right? If they get denied on this, if they get traded out, if the Rifty goes out from Oklahoma, now Oklahoma are at 11, they're 1 away from match point, and Texas State, yeah, I think they still have some money to buy up into this round, but they don't necessarily have the rounds for this leeway to happen.
Thank you for covering that round, Sparky. I'm back from my sudden and violent attack from my own throat. We're good to go. And Oklahoma was able to recover from the sudden and violent attack of Texas State by getting another round win for themselves, which is beautiful to watch. Operator purchased up, covering for A main, and there goes I'm Ran. Operator investment looking good.
Where does Texas State go with this here? Oklahoma's taken mid control. The only thing they have really in their back pocket is elbow. The chamber sneaking over back towards the A. Arya doesn't have the smoke. He can't get past this. He's... Oh, there isn't anything there. But there is one on the other side, so he's still going to have to deal with that alarm. But yeah, that's all the information given over. Now Oklahoma can respond. They can go back to check the hallway, which is where most of Texas State is. There's not a whole lot that Texas State have in their back pocket. They pretty much have to commit, or they're going to run into the Reyna that's just completely committed on this mid hold.
Shiver with a collateral down the tube. It's a kill chamber. So easy to line up through that narrow corridor. And with a double op setup, that's all the kills they've gotten so far this round. It's all down to Flame, who had a lot of map control. Push up an elbow, but they couldn't convert it in time. The rest of the team falls off. They're setting up for a flank movement. It's going to be a flawless for Oklahoma, putting themselves in map point.
I want to see the money here now, Chad, because, you know, it's been really awkward with the thrifty to another thrifty. I think, yeah, Texas State have to buy up into this, but the money isn't looking good. There's nothing in terms of the Bladestorm. Actually, Bladestorm is 1 away, so they'll probably try and feed that towards the Jet, but Flame isn't going to have the tour de force. There's a lot of Spectres across the table, and there's a double operator on the other side, and this is a map especially that's going to favor those double ops over these Spectres. The ranges are just way too long, and the Spectre actually got nerfed, so those long ranges on the Spectre are not nearly as potent as they used to be.
Yeah, Spectres do not feel good at all on this map. You definitely want, like, this is literally the one map. I go in Phantom and everything except for this map where I go Vandal because of all those super long ranges. Reyna just came right back right before those 2 members of Texas State swung around for that angle. Matias stays alive. Faso shuts down the member in window, but Matias is in a dire situation. Good collapse by Texas State members, keeping it all tied up 4-4 until Doe found the frag on Mother Nature. The Bladestorm is good though. Still a competitive round overall, but Shiver's trying to shut that down, staying alive on the map, on the site as long as they can. What a shot on the Beemeister. It's all down to Imran, who will be able to get a spike planted. Bladestorm is available, Vandal in hand. What can they do from here? Is the Bladestorm available from Quaid as well? Bladestorm is gone. They know where Imran is. Imran has to get some 50-50s. Try to deal with his recon bolt. They know exactly where he is. Try to just pop some smoke. Make some differentials. The shots are not there though. And the quick scope close range Quaid is go ahead and seal the deal. 13-4 from Oklahoma. And a map that they needed to win to make out groups go to playoffs. And the one that they did. We'll have to say goodbye to Texas State as Oklahoma will advance the next day.
Yeah, they did it in such a dominant fashion as well. Really show that they are the better team. They are the ones that deserve to go up to playoffs, and they are the ones who will do so. Group B is done for today. That was our last game of the day. I believe we will have a quick interview right after this, so we're going to send it to a quick break unless you have anything you would like to wrap up for this game, Chad.
I have a lot I want to talk about, but I'll save them for questions for the winners interview. So we'll be back after the quick break. We're talking to a member of Oklahoma.
Honestly, I just didn't like the amplification that we saw. Sure, it creates the space, but it doesn't actually allow
We're back with a nice interview, a winner's interview. It's the coach of the Oklahoma University team that we just saw be victorious in dominant fashion on Breeze and stamp their ticket into the playoffs tomorrow. Coach Bardo, on Breeze, you went with a double duelist composition. Madius is fragging out on Reyna all day long. You have the chamber composition. How long have y'all put effort in towards getting these compositions squared away? Is it based on like what the strats you think is the best in the meta? Is it player strengths? A little bit of both? What goes into all that?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both. Obviously, Reyna, isn't meta for that map, but we feel Mateus is really strong on that map, really understands how to create space and kind of play that entry as well as a little bit of lurk. So it really works for us. We've been working on it for a little bit, and it's shown great success for us.
Yeah, it really showed in that last game as well. A question I want to ask is, what is the dynamic like between you and your team? Are you more on the strategic side, trying to make sure all their strats are really set in stone, all of it's looking good? Or are you more just kind of like a player management? You're trying to help with something like comms, with more like some issues that arise between the players, or is it a combination of both?
I think it's a combination of both. I mean, the team does a really good job of finding server time to kind of come up with new things that they think are going to work and implementing that into some of the scrims and practices. I really try to focus on kind of the high level overall meta and kind of just the foundations of playing, solid Valorant communication, trading, things like that. So it's a little bit of both, but I think more the microplay, the team does a good job of putting in their own time to kind of get the intricacies of the match.
As far as roster goes, do you have like a solid set, like these are the 5 we want to run all the time? Or do you have like intricate swapping out of players? They try to do flow based on maps, based on how they're feeling, availabilities, things like that. How's the rosters look like?
Yeah, we have a solid 5. I think there's a little bit of changing of roles on a couple maps between some players, but mostly this is kind of our 5, and this is how they usually play the maps. I think our one substitute on this map in particular was Quaid in for Goop Chill on this map, but they both play Jet, so they're pretty interchangeable.
Easy. So yeah, we're going into day number 2, looking ahead. It looks like you're going to be going up against Houston. What are your thoughts going into that match? Because they were looking really strong on their matches today over in Group A side.
Yeah, Houston's a really solid team. We've seen them in the past in some different tournaments and stuff, and we play in a lot of leagues of them. So we know it's going to be a tough match tomorrow. It's going to, be whichever team decides to bring their A game tomorrow. So I look forward to it.
Right on. Well, do you have any parting words that you may have for us going into the end of the day for Valorant Showcase matches?
Oh, just like a shout out to all our fans. I know, when we post these, we got people in the chat really rooting us on. So thanks for supporting us, and hope to see y'all again tomorrow.
Heck yeah. Thank you so much for joining us, Bardo. Appreciate that. Good luck tomorrow in the matches as well. You looked incredibly dominant in this win today over Texas as well. So looking forward to seeing the matches tomorrow. We'll see you then. Thank you everybody as well for tuning in, all the viewers out there, all the fans that Bardo shout out, and all the homies. And we look forward to seeing you in tomorrow's matches for Valorant, but stick around because we still have Super Smash Brothers matches on this stream. So stick around for all the action. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Southwest Invitational. We're here for day 2. We made it to the final. So far this weekend, we have watched 32 collegiate teams compete across Overwatch, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, Valorant, and Rocket League. We are now here on Championship Day trying to crown a winner across all those different games. So we're down to top 3 teams in each game. And let's take a look at who is competing today. And we're going to start with Overwatch. So in the winners bracket, we have University of North Texas and Rebel Gaming UNLV. In the lower bracket, UT Arlington has clawed their way back up for a second shot at the top. So those are the 3 teams for Overwatch. Before we take control and look in Overwatch, let's hear some words from one of the teams in the tournament, Stephen F. Austin's Overwatch team. Let's listen to them now.
Is Caleb Hinson, and I am the tank at SFA. We are located in Texas and have been a club for about 2.5 years. We are excited to be competing in Overwatch for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup in the Southwest region. This past semester has been pretty good. We brought on a majority of more new people than old people who are returning, and so it's been a pretty good learning experience. It's been competitive, but it's been fun. Well, I know we have this one DPS player, his name is Ryan, who we have recruited this season, and he's a bit harsh when it comes to some stuff he talks about, but overall, I think he was a good addition to the team, and he brings an element of realness to the team that is kind of needed in this new competitive environment that we're trying to go through. We have this small little side room in our campus's student center. It only has about 12 stations at it, and it's not very roomy, but it gets the job done, and it's better than playing at home, and it allows a lot of players on the Overwatch team especially to actually play on PC, because some of them are unable to play from home or don't have stable internet connections in the house. It means a lot because it's a pretty new, we were recently signed to NA, so it's a pretty new esports program. I'm glad that I am able to represent it in the way I can, and I really hope that this can help put esports on the map, not only at our college, but at other colleges in Texas, to help people realize that it's more than just simple games or games they see go mainstream. It's something that can actually go mainstream and be on the verge of sports. Specifically this weekend, we're looking forward to go against UT Arlington. They're another school in Texas, and we're looking to try to make SFA known as one of the top esports teams in Texas if we can, and so we're just looking to put our names on the map if we can.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. That was an interview again with Stephen F. Austin's Overwatch team. And now let's take a look over towards the Valorant side of things, as we have the Valorant field here, fragging their way out of the pools yesterday were some amazing colleges. So let's take a look at those. The emergence of Houston, Oklahoma University, Grand Canyon University, and Arizona State. Those will be the 4 teams to make up the field for the day 2 here of Valorant. Now let's take a moment and just hear some words from Arizona State University's Valorant team. Take it away.
Ms. Corinne. I'm the Valorant manager at Arizona State University. We are located in Arizona. We've been a club for around 10 years. We're excited to be competing in Valorant for the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Southwest Regional. Competition has looked like a lot of ups and downs. It's kind of like a hill, in a sense, a rolling hill. We're facing a lot of challenges, but we're also overcoming those challenges every day. And our competition is going to be the same way. They're going to bring us some challenges, and we're going to have to either overcome them or we're going to have to take some falls every once in a while. So we actually did recently pick up a new player, Garrett the Kite. I was actually really excited to bring him on. We did a thing where we asked for interest of people that wanted to play in the club. We obviously had you had to be diamond or higher, and he just happened to be Immortal 3. And I remember I was looking through and I was like, I kind of want to give this guy a shot. I mean, I'm not an expert at the game, but when I see someone high rank, I'm like, they have to be, they're bringing something to the table. Super excited to bring him on. He was very responsive when I first talked to him, and very reciprocated the energy that we needed as a team. And he's really bringing a new light to the team, which I'm super excited for. The comms were kind of quiet the past year, and now I'm seeing it being lifted up because Garrett's here and he's always talking, always giving good communication to his teammates, and he's always there for them, and he just knows what to say at the right time. And it's a really good vibe that he's bringing to the team. So the club does host monthly LANs, which we are very grateful for. We basically all get together and we do activities and stuff. One time we did a League of Legends tournament, and they were randomized teams, and everyone was able to play in. We've done an Overcooked tournament. We're also doing, I think in a couple weeks, we're doing a Pokemon tournament, but it's all going to be online just because it's easier to do it online now because of COVID and stuff. But that's one way that we keep together as a community, and we're also very active in our Discord. We have around, I want to say 1,200 members in the Discord, and I want to say at least 800 are active within the day, constantly. And this includes staff, and this also just includes people from all the teams, and also just regular community people who just want to be there just because they like video games. And we just always connect, and we're always talking, and I've built a good group of friends just from the Discord alone. I want to say some of my good friends are from this Discord. Our biggest rival is GCU. I am super excited to play them. I know the coach and I know a couple of players on the team, and a lot of the guys on ASU Maroon also know a lot of the players on the team as well. And it's a good rivalry that we have like every year. It's like all our teams, we all end up facing each other because we're all in the same region, and usually we join the same leagues, and we're always put in the, like, at least for example for VALORANT West, we're always there. I think we're super excited to play GCU just because we also know they picked up 2 brand new players and we know they're good. So
Thank you so much. That was Arizona State University VALORANT team. Very well spoken. Very nice interview. So coming up next, we have Rocket League, which is going to be happening right here on Esports U alongside Overwatch. Esports U 2 will have Valorant and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. But the teams that remain in Rocket League are going to be, we have Grand Canyon University, we have UT Arlington, with Arizona State right on their heels, having survived the lower bracket. So 3 top teams here in Rocket League. And without further ado, let's hear some words once again from Stephen F. Austin's Rocket League team. Let's hear those now.
My name is Jacob Lee, and I am the coach and also player at Stephen F. Austin State University. We are located in Nacogdoches, Texas, and have been a program for about 2 years now. We're excited to be competing in the Rocket League for the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. Competition for us this past semester has it's been fun. We've had a lot of fun. Me and my teammates, we've been in the lab a lot, and we have been trying really hard to be connected and not, because usually we play from home, and since COVID's been lax a lot more recently, we've been able to be in the lab a lot more and been able to have like a little more coalition and be able to like fist bump and have like good morale, because morale is a really big thing in Rocket League. If you don't have good morale, it can really get your team down. So I think competition's been very fun. Even though like we've had some losses, we've had some pretty tough losses. Like it's been fun. So for our varsity team, we have me, which is my current rank in Rocket League is SSL, which is the top rank. Then we have Banji, who is around GC2, GC3, and then we have Blast, who's about GC1, and then Pippin, who's GC1. We all I'm the one who really started the Rocket League team at my school. Because before we didn't have a esports organization, and I kind of just got the guys together, and then the club ended up founding, and we all got together. It's like, hey, why don't we start competing? So that's how it all originated. Really, it was really because of me. And I mean, I don't mean to take like all the fame for that, but I just kind of like found people, and it was kind of cool because coming into such a small school, because Stephen F. Austin is very big, I didn't really expect to find Rocket League people there, but finding people that played, it really made me feel like I wasn't alone, because I kind of felt like I was. So ironically, we used to be a part of Southwest Conference, Southland Conference, Southland Conference, before we joined the Western Athletic Conference back in 2020, I think. And there was a tournament held by Mainline that was the Southland Conference Championship for Rocket League and for other esports. And it was between us and Abilene Christian, because there wasn't many other schools that really had Rocket League teams in the Southland Conference. And we were competing for $1,000. Like this was pretty important for both of the schools, because I mean I know that Abilene Christian is very known for many things. Now there's SFA, so it was really important for both me, and I know it was important for them as well. We ended up meeting in the finals because we were ironically on opposite sides of the bracket, and it went to game 5. We had to reverse sweep them, which was crazy. Like that was an exciting experience for us, but it's always been a running joke, because I'm pretty good friends with one of their players, and it's a running joke that like they can never beat us, because we always end up reverse sweeping them. They always end up winning the first 2 games, or the first game, and then we end up sweeping whatever best of.
Thank you. That was Stephen F. Austin's Rocket League team. And lastly, we have Super Smash Bros. Ultimate playing on Esports U 2 following Valorant today. SSBU has seen brutal matches and just overall amazing gameplay from all the schools. I really love watching Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for our fighting game representative. And we have 2 amazing schools, UT Austin and UT Arlington, which are both representing Texas in the winners bracket today, while we have Dixie State coming out of losers with their eyes on the prize from the lower bracket. Before we start the madness, however, let's hear some words from one of yesterday's features team, Colorado State University. Let's hear from them now.
All right.
All right. So, Can you give me a brief introduction of yourself, your school, and your program?
My name is Brendan, and I am the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Coordinator at CSU. We are located in Colorado, and we have been club for about a year now, specifically the Smash team. We're excited to be competing in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate for Collegiate Esports National Championship in the Southwest Regional. Last semester, we finally got the local backup, which is essentially an open tournament where anybody can like come and enter a traditional bracket and play for money. And the esports team specifically has been getting we've been meeting alongside that to try to help each of our players go through their bracket runs each week, break it down, see what they did wrong, improve a lot. And not to brag a little bit, but I think that people specifically on the esports team have improved more than people who haven't been. Yeah. So essentially what these open brackets are is that you can get anybody to sign up. And as I mentioned earlier, we get about 30 to 50 people a week. And these are people from all over Fort Collins, not just CSU. And that's important because we get some of the best skill around to train and practice with. And so essentially, in a double elimination bracket, you play one-on-one, and you get 2 losses before you're out of the bracket. And if you win, you keep going until the winner's decided. And at the end of the day, there's only one winner. And I think that's super beneficial for the team because it helps you practice your mindset and break it down to essentially the single match in the set of what could go wrong. And you can focus on individual things from there and improve like that. Ooh, I would say this past semester, which was the fall semester, I think the most interesting thing is about Yeeks. Yeeks is a freshman who just started this year, and he's already one of our top players. Insanely good wolf, knows the game fundamentally incredibly well. Insane combo tree and insane just plethora of characters he can play. And the thing about Yeeks too is you will not find anybody taller than that man. He is a giant, and he is still a freshman. It's kind of insane. So he'll beat you in bracket, and then he'll look down on you as you're walking away. Well, last semester we hosted them in this big biology room on campus, which was super nice because they had tables for everything. You could kind of go and sit in the middle while you're kind of waiting for your match. And then I would call you up to the front, and then I would tell you where to go, and you go and play your match kind of on the sides. And people would line up on the sides of the room and watch the matches, kind of walk around as you see that, which is super nice. And then this semester we're in a different room, which isn't quite as big and isn't quite as nice. But the big thing with that room is that there's a projector, and so normally every week we have a stream setup, which is where everything is streamed. You can watch your matches from stream later. But this semester, we have it so that the stream setup is hooked up to a projector. So everybody in the room can watch the projector. And then that just creates so incredibly hype matches where something happens and, the entire room pops off at once. And you can see the players playing on stream freaking out. And it gets so intense. And it's one of my favorite things about it. My role in the club is I kind of arrange. First of all, I organize the tournaments, help run them, call the bracket matches. And then for the esports team specifically, I facilitate practices and decide the tryouts and kind of do all the coordination for all the leagues and things like that. Smash is grassroots, meaning that there isn't really an organization sponsoring it or funding everything. Everything that Smash has done has come from within Smash. All the tournaments are created by people who play the game. All the pots for the tournaments, all the facilities, everything is run by somebody who just does it because they love Smash. And I think that creates kind of an incredibly unique experience because there's so much passion behind it. And I think that passion is kind of self-propagating, and the fact that it's been going on for so many years and it's going to keep on going. And I think that's my favorite thing about Smash. That's a good question. Smash is obviously one-on-one, 3-stock, that kind of format. And how that has been developed for a team-based kind of competition is something called a crew battle. And essentially, a crew battle is where each team has a set amount of players, and each of those players has a set amount of stocks. And essentially, the two teams fight each other in the traditional 1v1, except you lose stocks, and when a team loses all of their stocks, they lose. But what makes a crew battle different is that you can kind of counterpick players and stocks. So, if you have a player that you know is going to like destroy another player, you can kind of choose to send them in against that, or like choose to send them in to take this one stock and hopefully you don't lose your stock. And then, you know, there comes in a whole other meta that develops around that. And I think that's like an incredibly hype format that is kind of underutilized in, you know, the traditional Smash scene, actually. Oh, yeah, I'm super excited to be Keaton. This is going to be one of the biggest things of our season as a team. I know everybody on the team's looking forward to it. And honestly, I think that's because we have a shot at taking it. We've been putting in a ton of work last semester. The teams have been getting great results. Haven't heard much about the other teams.
Excellent. That was Colorado State University Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Great interview. And you know the deal. It's Sunday here, championship day, and it's time for that moment of hype because we're getting ready to get into the action. So let's take a quick second. Let's get into it because if you're watching today, we're going to start with Overwatch on Esports U. We're going to start with Valorant on Esports U2. Those will transition to Rocket League and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, respectively, around 4:45 or so. And we have Septilins and Dryad for the call on Esports U, as well as Sparky Gamer Dog and Chad Lantis for the Valorant call on Esports U2. So without further ado, enough of my babbling face. Let's hear from our amazing casters right now. Take it away, guys, and let's kick off day 2 for the CECC Southwest Invitational.
Thank you so much, Paulie. And hello, everybody. I'm not going to repeat everything he said, but yes.
We are here for day 2 of the CECC Southwest Invitational 2022. The Valorant side of things, we're going straight into semifinal action today. In the first matchup today, casted by me and Sparky GD, is going to be Oklahoma versus Houston.
Yeah, I'm excited for this matchup. We saw both of these teams play yesterday, and while they didn't make it out of groups, but they did so in a pretty commanding fashion. So I'm excited to see how they end up playing this map. Our first map that we are heading to is going to be Icebox. This is a best of 3 though, so we got at least one more map after this, and then going to the third if we need it. Yeah, there are the maps on your screen. Icebox first, Breeze second, and Fracture third. Now, Houston, at least from what we've seen so far, they haven't played any of these maps, at least on stream. And Oklahoma actually did play on Breeze yesterday, but we will get to Breeze when we get to Breeze. Right now, into Agent Select for Icebox. Looking at the agent picks, I'm not seeing anything too non-standard here, Chad.
Yeah, I would be surprised if Oklahoma runs pretty much the same composition for both the first 2 maps, Icebox and Breeze. They ran on Breeze. It was Viper and Faso. Madius was Reyna. Doe, we're going to pronounce it Doe. Sova. Jet was Goop Show. It was Quaid yesterday, but Goop Show and Quaid are interchangeable Jet players for the roster. And Shiver played on Chamber, which is a fantastic composition for Icebox, and it's pretty much the NA standard right now.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the double up potential is definitely there. It seems like Houston might be favoring to go with a Reyna instead of another Jet, which is kind of interesting. Jet is probably the most staple pick on Icebox behind maybe a Viper and a Sova. It's just so good at getting those forward ground positionings, using that verticality that you have with your updraft, since something like A-Site is just so many different levels. You get the operator play with the trade denial. Reyna has that as well, but you miss out on something like you need to get a kill if you want to have that trade denial, and you don't get that verticality. So this should be pretty interesting. Loading into the map now. It looks like we might have had someone, unfortunately, have a problem in the agent select. So we're back to, yeah, we had a crash according to our producer. So we are back to our beautiful faces, but we did get an inkling of that agent select. And yeah, I'm excited to see, especially for University of Houston, whether or not they actually change up that Reyna or they're going to stick with it.
Yeah, the allocation of agents to each player was a little bit interesting to me because yesterday, the one map we did get to watch of Houston, Adam Solman was the player that stood out to me the most. They were playing on Chamber on Haven, had many rounds, many back-to-back rounds even, of just getting triple kills, especially to the back end of the map, just triple kill, triple kill, triple kill, and just dominating every round. And then even still earlier in the map and midway through, found some opportunities of lurking heavily on the attacking side and getting a massive 2K that was very impact kills that was in a position that the enemy team wasn't expecting him to be in, because it was on a very unique timing, a lot further ahead of the tempo of what most teams would have somebody lurking on that position. So putting that player on a Sova instead is that's just not where you're going to see the agent go. Like, if someone's going to be with the team or like try and be a little bit more passive distraction role if they're trying to do a bait, they're not going to be lurking all the way through into the enemy spawn like someone was doing yesterday, which you could get away with on a chamber a lot more so because you can use the rendezvous, right? So it's going to be interesting seeing it solely on Reyna and then putting, who was the Sova player, and then putting Adam Solman on Sova instead. Jivey was like their opper on Jet though, so it makes sense that they're playing an opper character. At least that makes sense to me, but I'm interested in seeing how Adam Solman, who was the star player to me yesterday, has to play a completely different playstyle going into this competition.
Yeah, typically for Adam on the Sova, right, instead of being something like a secondary fragger into a site, you're going to be something like the third or the fourth or even the fifth fragger, because you're going to be one in your drone clearing out the site or shooting a recon dart to set up your team. You're not going to necessarily have that kill potential. But something I want to address is the fact that even if he is something like third or fourth into the team, if he is that hard fragger, he probably has something like that clutch potential that could really come alive for Houston if they do need it. 3 stack on A site here for Oklahoma. Looks like Houston are going to match it with a lot of people here, and so forward positioning for Oklahoma to really start out this round.
I like the forward position of Matty is on the pipes. Just try to get some information. Hear the steps. Know that, yes, confirm they are running to the site, so you can make that rotation happen. First blood going to Matty's even and being able to just overheal and dismiss out of there, but it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade so far until Adam Solman, the player star from yesterday, comes through, but his Dow shutting it down is literally just left to right kills, literally trading it out. But at the very end of the thing, despite 2 members being weak, it's still 2 members alive versus the 1 of Oklahoma in the post plant.
Houston's deciding to play this pretty far up too. No spam. Their health bars are low, so they want to catch Fossil off guard.
Oh, they both got hit by that poison cloud, and they are pushing through at 1 HP essentially. The spam through the classic would be enough, but Faso couldn't quite connect to Eric Appleson, who is far more accurate in the moment. Be able to drill down the dome of the final member of Oklahoma. Houston up 1-0.
Yeah, very risky play there from Houston with their health bars already low, hugging that Viper's cloud. You saw the chamber drop down to that singular HP, but they were doubled up. They made sure to get the trade, and Houston, they'll go up, getting their first round win, and they're going to be the ones to buy up as well here, Chad. Looking back towards this A side, it seems now Oklahoma taking a little bit of a different approach to this. They're going to try and hold this B main. No one's really going to head their way. I'm a little bit concerned because while Chamber had bought up a shorty, I think he does have some bullets in his pocket sheriff that he could use in a retake situation, but still not a whole lot. When you buy a shorty, you really want your team to end up going there. Full exec onto the site from Houston. Oklahoma is here to be fast and ready to retake this, but with a gun advantage for Houston, this is going to be a very hard retake.
But very aggressive is the position of Sully. Does have that Reyna dismiss option if they can connect the kill. That is Jivey assisting with that by actually connecting the kill. Following with a second, make that a third, the headhunter in hand. Very cost-effective weapon to use for 3 kills on a round, I'd say.
Yeah, I believe he used 4 or maybe 5 bullets for 3 kills. That's 500 credits that he invested into that gun, and those are 3 kills. And he actually got 600 back, so very, very big investment there. Got a bunch of stonks for it, and actually charged up his ultimate quite a bit. He's 6 out of 7 right now. If he gets a single kill or an ult orb, that tour de force is coming out. That pocket op that makes it so much harder for Oklahoma to peek anything, because you never know if that chamber is going to be on the other side. Oklahoma back to stacking this A side here. Double duelist and the Sova. Recon is here, is killed immediately, so he doesn't know exactly how many players, but he does know there's quite a few.
I like this Reyna pressure right over the gate, and Jivey is on the Overwatch with another headhunter kill. So that's another net gain of 100 credits off the start. Odo might actually get caught out a little bit. Was stuck in the owl drone for a moment, but with Sully up in their face, finds Matias instead. Following up onto Shiver. Doe finally shuts down Sully from the Reign of Terror in the front side of a site, but that was able to last long enough. It's a 4 versus 2 post plant situation for Houston. They keep finding themselves in advantageous situations in these post plants, despite it being on the bonus round. Eric Appleson just drilling down the burst fire rifle of the Bulldog, finding the frags towards screens. Houston winning the bonus as well. It's a quick 3-0.
The sheer aggression from Houston is absolutely insane. I think it's catching Oklahoma off guard as well, because Sully on this attacking side, he is wasting no time. He is just pressing W onto these sites. He's using his flashes and his teammates in order to set him up and provide pressure. And Oklahoma, so far, their crosshairs have not been able to find his head. They've not been able to really punish him for it before he gets a couple kills for himself. Back towards the A, Houston. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Keep going back towards it. Only 2-stack here. Sheriff's in hand. Houston, full util on the side. It's just a util dump, man.
Nice distraction for Mattias. Be able to dismiss out, get that first frag. Dow was trying to provide that bait. At least gave a little more information on the back end of things, but there's going to be, speaking of back end of things, 2 members of Oklahoma on the lurk. They cut a couple kills for that effort. They made this a competitive 2 versus 2 situation, but there was no upgrade for Faso, so it's only 1 Spectre and a Sheriff to fight off against the rifles. Hit these heads would be enough, couldn't quite connect. Without the information they had to spread out thin. It's going to be a long return for Mattias.
Is the orb there? I'm not sure if it was recovered. If they take the orb on Houston's side, they can make it even better for themselves at 3 versus 1. Actually, they don't even need it. If a plant goes down by the Sage, that orb will be garnered as well. Viper's Pit available. Oklahoma definitely got it to be very close, but this is just going to get even harder. Full site control has been taken. Unfortunately for Oklahoma, the arena has wrapped all the way across, and that means the only way it can get back into a site is through this Raptors position.
Ooh, nice little sneak in there, but greeted for the health. And Eric Appleton was there ready and waiting to be able to finish off the round. The player advantage comes out to be what makes the tides turn in favor of Houston.
Yeah, and I'd be proud of that round if I was Oklahoma, or it was their eco round that they got it down to a 1 versus 2, almost a 1 versus 1 that was actually won out by Oklahoma at the end. It wasn't necessarily as great it could be. I still think Houston should have invested a couple ultimates in that round, but they were feeling pretty confident in themselves, so they'll be able to save that Viper Spit and now that Sage Res into the next round as they head back towards this A site. Oklahoma, they went for a double flank in the previous round, might go for it again. There is that chamber trademark looking for it, and Goop Chill, now he has the operator, he's going to punish Jivey. Looks like Houston still want to head back into the site.
We did have the resurrection, so they'll be back into a 5 versus 5 situation. No Sages on Oklahoma, so certainly an advantage that from Houston's agent selection they will take a happy credit for. Solely answering right back. Eric Appleton still on site as well with this Viper's Pit activated. They're going to be set up pretty nicely for this post plant, but Jivey just not jiving with the anti-operator situation in this round. The play goes down right in their face and Shiver. They kill the Vipers, the MVP. They need to take down, but that still puts them in a 1 versus 3 situation for Faso. Little unlucky timing with the snake bite drop. The right click jumps and distractions. That was someone following up as well. So Houston still consistently fragging out and outslaying Oklahoma. A lot of this coming down to just very cohesive and confident executes on the site.
Yeah, you can tell Houston are feeling it right now. Oklahoma, I mean, they're definitely able to try and stall it out a little bit. I think they're still just not able to calibrate to the sheer aggression that Houston are bringing. I want to see that double flank come back for Oklahoma. Yes, it's going to be hard. That chamber is still putting that alarm bot, that trademark in mid, but that was the most success that they had in this round. Can definitely bring it back to actually winning a round when they do have guns in their hand. Oklahoma, unfortunately for them, they're still trying to predict that maybe Houston are going to switch it up, but Houston really just loved this A side. They love being so confident on it. Why even go towards the other side? I don't want to see the Viper maybe switch over towards that A site as well. Could actually stop some of these pushes, and looks like Oklahoma are going to get their wish. Houston going to go over towards this B, but their rotations are already over towards A. The Tour de Force is active, and the trademark is there. I don't think he has a TP out in this situation.
Yeah, I'll see a rendezvous drop at all, so completely stuck in these tracks. Got 2 though, couldn't quite get that third off in time. Meanwhile, Jivey pushed up through A site and was able to get a, I guess they didn't really push up, just was able to get a frag on A site though. That creates this presence of being able to push up on A site at the very least. That's why the rotation's going through. They're going to be able to clear out the site. And it's interesting how Oklahoma rotated off of A despite the double kill coming through, and Goop Chill not seeing any presence at all on B.
Yeah, I think they're trying to clear out more towards mid, but the trademarks, actually, they went down with the chamber. So yeah, they're just trying to clear everything out, just committing towards that retake situation. No ultimates here for Houston, but they do have 3 very strong fraggers on their side, and they're actually going to fight for the site here. Give Oklahoma no way into this A site. Only Sheriff's in hand for Oklahoma here.
Not the best weaponry, and the Blade Storm goes down, which is the one I was going to call out. It's essentially a rifle that's out of here anyway. Mamadius able to find the frag onto the Atom. Be able to keep the tides even. Calm. Eric Appleson! Hello! That's an insane 180 flick. That was nuts.
That was absolutely crazy, man. Houston 10-2 on this Viper. I mean, they are putting up clutch after clutch after clutch. Fortunately for Oklahoma, and they are having some good reads here, right? They had the Tour de Force in B main. He was still able to get 2 before he went down, but unfortunately after that's that mid round that is still going Houston's way. They're always able to get that spike down. Looks like Oklahoma, they are going to transition the Viper over towards this A site. I don't think he actually put the Viper wall up. No, he's going to use this Viper's Pit instead. That should dissuade Houston quite a bit, but we've seen them still be pretty aggressive. I wouldn't be surprised if they just go through this.
Yeah, we got to interview Eric Appleson yesterday on stream, and he seemed pretty confident that they'll be able to find success going into day 2, and that confidence is showing right now as they're just throwing themselves through the Viper's Pit behind the information gathering resources. Drone was dodged, but the leaders go through, things of that sort, and just support themselves to get through, working as a unit. They dropped 2 along the way, but find the 2, and the VIP Viper was dropped along that progress, so it's going to be a 3v3 with the Viper's Pit on the post plant.
The tag is there, so they know exactly where one person is.
Eric Appleton with the cover fire, though, on the cross. They greeted in tunnel vision for Adam Solomon, but Eric kind of realized that was going to happen. Just great awareness covering their teammates back.
Go from the back. It's all up to him now. He has the timing.
The stomps through from Dow, who got the frag, but that distracts Eric Appleton. But the timer is running low on the spike. Guccio had to go for the defuse. At least got the half. Can they get a headshot real quick? No, it's going to be Eric doing exactly that. Eric Appleton absolutely fragging out this map. In a situation where you'd expect them to be like a duelist or something like that as a role, but no, they're the controller player.
Yeah, I gotta hype this man up. Eric Appleson, especially the way he played around that Viper's Pit. The way that Viper's Pit worked, actually, if anyone walks out onto Raptors from Oklahoma's side, Eric can see their feet. They're going to get shot through the smoke. It's kind of like a one-way in a different direction. And then even after that, in that 1 versus 2, gets the pick, gets out of the Viper's Pit because he doesn't know where that jet is, brings down the Viper's Pit so he has full vision afterward and just gets the head tap in the end. So back towards this A. The Viper's wall is up, though. Mattias is going to get punished, though, for getting a little bit too aggressive. Sheriffs in the end of Oklahoma that to hold on towards the A site.
Yeah, they're on yet another save round on Oklahoma, and Mattias trying to do something very aggressive, high risk with a little bit of reward, but sometimes, especially when you're down 0-7, you gotta go for some crazy high risk plays, or just go crazy with clicking some heads. That's exactly what Faso just did, making this a 2v3, but caught on the rotation was Eric Appleson, catching it down, but Faso in the meantime finds another headshot. Just 2 more, you win the round, easy peasy, right? But not whenever both people are swinging on you at the same exact time. No more 1v1 quick picks. Eric Appleton, of course, being the one shutting down the round.
If I was Oklahoma at this point, I'd just say, who cares? Let's just 5-stack A at this point. Like, A is on A pretty much every single round. The only
all but one
time they went B, they got killed by that Tour de Force, and they just went back towards the A site and actually planted the spike. So might as well just play retake on B. If it happens, it happens. Unlucky, it's most likely going to be an A hit, especially where Houston are heading. Eric Appleton also getting on the flank, so maybe there's a little bit less firepower for Houston here. I think that recon dart missed, unfortunately. Yeah, it's heading all the way into spawn, so Oklahoma, unfortunately, no, there's no one in spawn, but Houston are still rolling through this A side now.
Yeah, Sully already got their first frag as well. A player that we only saw 1 map from yesterday and was playing the silver role, so didn't really have a chance to shine for the frag department like we talked about for Adam Solomon's case this map around, but this time on Arena has been consistently getting a lot of first picks, or at least getting a lot of presence for the site, for the team. while all this is happening, they're just covering each other's backs. It's kind of a rinse and repeat of the strategies we've been seeing because Oklahoma just doesn't seem to have an answer to this. Houston just pushes up aggressively, catches angles for their teammates, watches each other's back steps, crossfires while mobile going onto the site, and find themselves on advantageous post-plant positions as far as player count, weapon count, whatever it may be.
Oh,
no!
Out of the cliff. No,
Yeah, I hate
he
to
had
see
it
it.
too. I believed he could have done it, man. I
Yeah,
believed he could
it was
have had
there.
that clutch factor. Yeah, it was almost there, but Oklahoma, man, so close yet still so far in terms of that round count. And I gotta say, Oklahoma, they're still not. They're not even doing anything, inherently wrong. They're trying a bunch of new things. They're still in that last round. They hear the spike tap and they go aggressive to try and catch Houston off guard, but Houston are not phased at all. They're ready for any sort of aggression that Oklahoma are throwing at them. They're just ready for anything that Oklahoma are sending their way. And this time it's a 4-stack on the A site. Still pretty aggressive here from Oklahoma. Aggression works well on this A site, but it only matters if you're able to land the shots, because if you die this early where there's no real trade for Houston, I mean, it's essentially a 5v3 now.
I'm seeing a lot of these times these players like Goopshill fell, if they're just by themselves in 4 positions and staggered all throughout the site. So even though they're 4-second on site, they're all in these different positions to where they can't really trade each other out very easily. Meanwhile, the positioning for Houston, they're constantly trading themselves out or just 2v1 spraying down to where they get that faster chance on the time to kill. Doe doing their absolute best effort to be able to make this 1v4 clutch situation happen with that Guardian hand. Got 2 really amazing headshots, very nicely done, but still was just too tall of a hill to climb.
Yeah, Oklahoma, they had 2 very close rounds. One of them was with a double flank on their eco, and the other one I think was just a retake that went their way. I still want something like that double flank, man. I want a pinch on the site, just something a little bit different, because so far hasn't really been working out for Oklahoma. They can do this. I believe they can actually get a couple rounds. Any round count difference is winnable. We've seen that a bunch of games that we've casted here, Chad, but it definitely is getting harder and harder as the rounds go Houston's way.
Yeah, I've casted quite enough of 10-2 and 11-1 comebacks that as long as Oklahoma can get 1 or 2 rounds here just to finish off the half, especially just to finish the half with some wins, get that momentum generated a little bit, get that confidence back. Just like Shiver winning out this duel on the backside, doing that lurk play that you called out. It wasn't a double stack lurk, but at least it was a lurk. It was a different look than just staggering their initial contact points on A site. That forces Houston to go back to B site for the 2nd time total by round 11. 2nd time total going to B site.
Hey, Shiver is here. This is the guy with the Tour de Force who was actually able to stop the B push before. Can he do it again?
Oh, the Viper Spit, I'm not so sure. Sucked through, but it's Eric Appleson, who's just on fire. Simply put, Dow was able to find the frag on Koi, but after they got the spike planted, damage done on Eric Appleson. It's a 2 versus 2 situation for Oklahoma, but Jivey on his early match point is taking a block for Oklahoma to go some way of winning with a Shiko round on attack.
All right, yeah, Houston, they did end up getting the pistol round. Oklahoma full sheriff on the board. Oklahoma heading towards this mid position. The wall bang not gonna actually find Mattias, but Faso is gonna find the first onto Adam. They're stagnating a little bit on Oklahoma. Can Houston convert this?
It doesn't look like they will be able to do on the side of Oklahoma as they're just getting fragged out in mid. They're all doing their absolute best while Jivey was also finding the frags as well. So it's all down to Mattias, who is the most consistent fragger on the team. But in a 1 versus 4 with just a sheriff in hand and an unlucky timing, well, maybe that was quite the reaction, Mattias. You're online right now, and this is your moment. You're in a 1 versus 3 situation, down significantly in rounds. You have to make this happen. The timing on Eric Appleson gets the overheal as well, and that's the shielding bonus up. So they're at 150 effective HP, but this crossfire set up by Houston, they know, okay, we're slipping away. We're dropping some frags. We just donated a rifle to this Reyna who's coming online. It's the most consistent fragger. They're in the prime position to pull this one off. Corey the Jiggle Peak, the guy confirm exactly where Mattias is. Now that they have been playing with the food a little bit, but this is literally a distraction for Mattias because we know Shiver or Jivey is the one on the side. Koi with the perfect timing swing, and Mattias so close to glory. But it's Houston with a glorious 13-1 scoreline of their own, winning the first map of the series.
Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be from Mattias. Otherwise, maybe you would have had another stream crash. So, Houston.
That's enough. There's one too many big clutch moments. That's all the stream can handle.
Yeah, Houston, they go up 13-1 on Icebox, and they had an absolutely phenomenal game. We will have map 2 in just a couple minutes. We are going to throw it to a very quick break. When we are back, we are going to have Breeze. It's going to be a banger. Don't go anywhere.
All right, we are back. We'll be going into map number 2 of this matchup between Oklahoma and Houston. Houston off to a fantastic start of a 13-1, but I've seen and even casted comebacks after a team on the first map have gone down, like 13-0, 13-1, those kinds of situations. So Oklahoma, certainly with how VALORANT plays out, are not out of it yet, especially considering the fact that they're going to be going into their map pick of Breeze, and they looked incredibly confident on this map yesterday, winning their own 13-4 match to finish off the group stage.
Yeah, Houston, you gotta understand they probably are feeling pretty comfortable in Icebox if they are picking that one first. They want to start off on a strong foot. Oklahoma, though, wasting no time at all, going to go with very similar comp to what we saw in the last game. I think the only difference really being a Sage versus a Jet on this Oklahoma side. Meanwhile, Houston, it's taking a little bit of time. Breeze is going to be interesting here, Chad. Like you said, we saw Oklahoma. They're really confident on this map, but they really love the mid control. And I also love mid control. I like how they played the map. I'm interested to see how Houston actually fight back against Oklahoma. Oklahoma are proficient on this map. They'll be able to take a lot of control if Houston give it. Houston are going to have to fight tooth and nail for anything that Oklahoma want to take on this map.
Yeah, Oklahoma going with the exact same composition as Icebox, as per predicted. It's the same one that they did on Breeze yesterday as well. And what we saw yesterday on Breeze was a lot of Mattias taking position in space in the middle of the map. On attack and on defense, it was almost every round we saw Mattias pushing up into the middle. And then it was really just a question of if the team was going to work with Mattias to support, or if they're going to use Mattias as a lurk option and they're going to actually execute through B or A main locations instead. We got Goop, Chill, and Shiver, which definitely competent on the operators. Fossa is a player that really struck me as something that was a difference maker on Breeze yesterday as well. In the post-plant situation especially, we talked about how Eric Appleson had fantastic game sense and presence of mind, especially around the Viper spit. That's what we saw from Fosso on Oklahoma side on the map that we got to cast yesterday. So both Vipers going to know exactly what they're doing this time around. Houston on their side of things, instead of going with a Reyna, they go with a KO instead, which I know you have a lot of thoughts on, Twarky.
Yeah, I love KO on this map. I'm not the biggest fan of a double duelist, especially if you are running a chamber. There just isn't a whole lot of utility. You're going to be focusing a lot on just your players hitting shots, your players just out peeking without that utility to back it up. Houston, though, they'll be able to actually get the suppression down, which could be pretty huge if they're able to land a perfectly timed knife that could stop a push from Oklahoma. The trade denial is no longer there because the agents are suppressed. It has a lot of potential here. It's just really about how Houston will use this pick. Oklahoma going for a B push here, and Houston playing pretty far up. He does have the trademark there on Eric Appleson, and the knife is going to spot out every single person, so they know exactly where the rest of the team is. Houston taking so much map control for themselves. They have the KO already down towards mid. The rotations have already come through. Oklahoma now trying to translate that over towards some mid pressure, take that mid control. And Houston, actually with maybe a little bit of an over rotation through, Oklahoma have an opening to get into the safe site.
There's Mattias in mid. Definitely seems to be the consistent option. The consistent fragger for the team, consistently taking mid control on Breeze. And I love that we immediately saw that value that the KO can bring. So they at least went back to a default for Houston, but because of no audio being given, no signs of life anywhere on the map, they still have to leave a couple people over towards the A side just in case.
Back towards a B hit here for Oklahoma, but Houston are ready for it. They already have 3 on the site. They have the Viper and the trademark to slow this down.
This is going to be a tough take for sure. The Jet goes through with the Cloudburst, but instantly runs out. Didn't really feel comfortable or confident on that play. The rest of Oklahoma wasn't there to readily just follow in. A lot of that is because the Poison Cloud was still up. They couldn't just go through there and take instant fast damage, especially with Aldrin not quite clearing as much as they'd want. So with this rotation going through, One of the members falls off during that rotate, gets cut off on that angle. Drivey ready to go, finds the first dome of Shiver, while Adam Solman's laying down the law on the other side of things. It's Drivey finishing the final 1v1 situation, but Fosso at the very least got one frag for the side of the things, but it's going to Houston up to another 1-0 start to the map.
Yeah, and I think the value of the KO was really shown in that first round. You saw the initial knife. It got all 5 members for Oklahoma. That's all the information given over. Houston can run freely on the A side of the map and towards mid. They rotated over towards B, but the second knife as well confirmed the information. Oklahoma were going for a rehit. The second knife was broken, so Houston, no, they can stay towards this B. They can stack it. Oklahoma try and go through. They're punished for it and aren't able to translate that into another site hit with how slow the time actually was happening. So Houston, they're going to buy up. Koi actually going for the full Vandal buy. This is how you know Houston's feeling confident.
Yeah, I mean, after a 13-1, the one round that we gave had the Sage just running and jumping back and forth with a knife in hand in the final 1v1. It's a pretty confident situation to find yourself in going into map number 2.
Ooh, quick swap. Okay, yeah, the KO got chunked a little bit low. Want to give that rifle over to the full HP person so it doesn't go down. Mattias, though, with an early initial pick, this is that mid control. This is what it can translate to. Reyna fully healed up. Eric Appleson's watching the cross, though, and I know Mattias wants that gun.
Whoa! We take those. That's B site for Oklahoma. Those chambers not alive anymore for fast rotate. The anchoring Viper is gone now, and it's just a KO to try to stop that flow, but their utility is not going to be quite there, and their life isn't going to be there either. Mattias, I mean, this is that player that's a consistent fragger for the team. They're the ones to take mid for this squad of Oklahoma. They popped off a lot in the last Breeze map, and they are consistently doing so now. 4K on the round. Is that an ace? Mattias with the ace, just taking the reins and saying, we got this team. Let's get back into this game. Get their heads together. 1-1 tied up for Oklahoma.
And this is the power of the Reyna. The two differences between this composition here, Chad. We saw a great KO play in the first one. Well, Mattias, he's able to get 2 picks for himself, and a lot of it is on the back of the overheal. He's consistently over 100 HP, around 140, 150. And that means that these long ranges, is if Houston's aim isn't completely crisp, it's not going to insta-tap that Reyna. That Reyna will keep getting those resets. So Oklahoma, they convert the next round. They go back towards heavy mid pressure, and Houston, they're just running it all the way through. Eric Appleson will be able to get a trade. Unfortunately, the gun is a little bit too deep to actually recover.
Yeah, not safely. I mean, we know they could get the gun, but they certainly do not. And especially with Mattias being the one nearby, they know Mattias takes mid control at this point. I have to imagine. So I had that feeling somebody was nearby, but stepped up a little bit too far. Was caught out. Speaking of caught out, that owl drone did not catch out Jivey. Doe has no idea Jivey was right between pyramids here, but does know they didn't cleanly clear that out, so they've been cautious nevertheless.
Still not spotted out. He's still in this position to activate. Could be the difference maker in this round.
Love action happening. Lear shuts them down on Adam Solman's side of things. That's where we see the power of Reyna as well. Why people run Reyna a lot on this map is, even though it's a near sight, people close range can still see you. This is a wide open map, very long ranges. So that Lear is going to put in a lot of work, just flashing it consistently the entire area that they go through.
Yeah, Oklahoma, the 2 rounds that they've won so far, they have consistently and aggressively taken mid every single time. Houston not opting to touch it very much, and they're getting punished for it quite a bit. I talked about this in Agent Select, but Oklahoma are really good at taking space if you give it to them on this map, and Houston, they're going to have to fight for this mid. Looks like they're going to do that now. Jivey, with I believe an operator, tries to peek towards mid doors. Mattias is going to take him out. Sully's going to be next, but man, these guys are so good at mid control from Oklahoma.
Yeah, so what we saw in their dominant 13-4 map yesterday was just mid control, mid control, mid control. A lot of that was thanks to Mattias. It was Mattias for the picks and getting onto the site, and it was Fosso for the post-plant dominance. So Mattias did their job. They got the first 2 frags, and Goopshill was able to trade out for them, which is something I like to see off of last map. Was one of the criticisms of they weren't really positioned to be able to trade out for each other very often. But this time around, they're doing exactly that. Goopshill finishing the round as well. Oklahoma getting to a nice and comfy lead a little bit now. It's 3-1.
Yeah, I love that Jet and Reyna combo if they play together, since both of them have trade denial. If both of them are actually gunning one person down, it takes 2 shots to the body for the Vandals that they are buying. And that means Jet can dash away, Reyna can dismiss away, and the second person who might be with, might be with them is just going to be like, hey, I can't trade anything. They're both out. And that's just an easy pickup for Oklahoma. Looks like Oklahoma want to go back towards this B. Houston going for an aggressive A play to try and push back, but fortunately for them, the read is just a little bit wrong. They're going to take some mid control. They're set up for this retake on the B site. Sully going to get found out here, though.
Sully's trying to hunt for the Reyna, realizing, okay, guys, they're taking mid all the time. Let's try to aggressively push forward and find those frags and shut them down, but we couldn't find them this time because it's basically the ones that Amadeus does not go to the mid. They went elbow instead, rotate into B site with the rest of the squad. It's going to be a pretty clean 5v5. Just kidding. Shiver watches the flank and finds the frag on Eric Appleton before the spike goes planted. So not a clean 5v5 post plant. It'll be a 5v3 at this point as the eco round is not going the way of Houston's side. Oklahoma, they look like they're just going to continue this momentum going as the space is being created over towards arches. Corey is stuck in an awkward crossfire alongside Shiver, but Soul, I should say.
Damage.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage for sure. Shiver being the one on the other end of the crossfire. Finally gets the frag on Corey. Dow with a nice shock bolt line up back to back to finish off the person they chipped away initially. And Oklahoma with a comfy 4-1. Eco is thriving. But this operator in the hands of Jivey might be a difference maker.
Yeah, Houston, it was their eco, but I think you can see how hard it is going to be able to flank Oklahoma on this. They have the chamber available. Both alarm bots actually spotted out people, so Houston were unfortunately never really able to have that surprise factor. This operator is going to be big, though. Unfortunately, it's not going to be towards mid, which, again, Oklahoma are going to translate to, though. This knife isn't going to spot out pretty much anyone, but Oklahoma are just going aggressive. The flash going to push him back. Nothing to capitalize on, though. It's all about Sully. Can you get this big? No one's watching him just yet.
Yeah, you can see that Houston is absolutely aware of this mid control that Oklahoma keeps taking, but they haven't quite figured out how to stop it just yet. It's a 2-for-1 trade overall for Oklahoma's favor. Finally, the frag is laid out, so Madius falls, but they still have an entry duelist to work with. They still have a lot of map control on the side of Houston.
Oklahoma going to translate this to a B hit. The operator is here. He has to watch both angles, though. It's a guessing game. Which one's going to peek first?
Ooh, a little tap fire from Shiver. Pulls off Jivey from the angle, but able to rotate around, but not. Oh, they going to be able to do it. They can. The right click from Jivey was good enough. They were able to shut down 2 members of Oklahoma. That makes this a winnable situation for Houston.
Tornado Force kicks him out from Oklahoma, but no, they're playing pretty aggro. Half wall, unfortunately, not going to work out. Houston, Jivey with the acrobatics up into the air, not able to hit it for Oklahoma. Houston gonna translate that one into another round win for themselves. Gonna recover the operator as well. Big round for Houston, but man, what fancy footwork there from Jivey.
Yeah, I had that feeling that Jivey was going to be the one. Bringing up an operator as a player that a lot of people hype about for being on Jet and very proficient with an operator for sure. So that was even more than expected though in that situation. I thought, okay, maybe they can pull off 1 kill. All right, there it is, right on. But they're getting pressured. What can they do at this point? Some right clicks and fancy footwork is what they could do, apparently. Getting themselves back up, stopping that momentum from Oklahoma, exactly what they need to do. They have a few ultimates to work with, and with this Bladestorm online, they'll be even more survivable of a situation for Jivey going into this round. Checking out Crow's Nest and trying to keep control of that, but the Poison Cloud will block off that vision a little bit and make it a lot easier for that mid control to go the way of Oklahoma yet again.
Pulling out just a little bit. You can see just how aware Houston are of this mid control. They're not really putting that many resources to just hard fight it anymore, but they're watching all the extremities of it. Oh, Flash is good. Koi with the timing. He's going to catch Madius. That's their primary space taker on Oklahoma's side. Now that that's gone, Oklahoma might have a little bit harder of a time entering onto these sites. Again, mid control is being heavily watched from Houston as Oklahoma really just trying to look for a pick here, look for some sort of opening. in order to come back into this game. I think Shiver is the one to watch. No one's giving him anything, but he does have the tour de force. If this is a B plant, he might be able to use that tour de force to get themselves into a really good round win after post plant.
Ooh, the drill P is good enough to actually bait out the shot of the operator, so they know that they're, yes, confirm an operator is holding B site. They're in the back corner currently. This is a chamber, so they could rendezvous out for all Oklahoma knows, so they'll have to count for that possibility. But the Owl drone confirms the location is still
10
here.
seconds.
10 seconds on clock, like 11:10 at the timer is going down. Oklahoma has to execute now. YC Houston already here with their Hunter's Fury, try to pull them off the plant.
Denied.
The spike carrier was killed the last second. So waiting a little bit too late for Oklahoma. The Hunter's Fury was everything they needed on the side of Houston. Knowing that was up, you have to imagine they try to attack the site a little bit sooner, right?
Yeah, but Mattias goes down. That, again, as it says, their primary fragger. It's their primary person who's taking the space, especially in mid. Once he goes down, Oklahoma don't seem to have, that agency that they would without that agent on board. So 3-4, Houston making a comeback into this game, back towards some mid control. And Houston are aware of this. It's up to Koi. He had a really well-timed flash the previous time. This is towards mid doors now, so it's a little bit harder to have that well-timed flash, but still a lot of eyes on mid for this one. An alarm bot as well, but Shiver with the initial pick on the Jivey opens up this B site. You can already see the spike headed there from Oklahoma.
Yeah, Jivey may be a very proficient opper, but you got Shiver and Goopchill, who got two of them on the side of Oklahoma to match that one up. So the first frag, you've just solely on site, all alone. McCoy is nearby, but not going to be able to help out with the initial fight. The rendezvous is good enough to get out there alive for Solely, and Koi follows up on the backside of things. So that's just Chamber things instantly out of the bad situation, but they go back to try to help out Koi. Goopchill gets a kill, goes into right click. That's a favorable situation for Oklahoma if I've ever seen one. Viper's Pit dropped the post-plant situation, doubling the player count on the field.
2 versus 4 retake. Oh, this is a cheeky angle, but Eric Appleton, his game sense is too good. Shiver's going to trade him out. It's the Viper's Pit. Can Adam even have a way into this site? So much utility on the side of Oklahoma. They have mollies as well. This is such a cheeky angle from this Viper.
Yeah, I like that spot for the Viper for sure. I mean, people going on a headshot angle is going to be shooting the legs, trying to save that weapon and get out of there before the spike drops. But Ab Solomon is going to be a little bit of a tough spot. Probably getting caught, yep, just narrowly on the edge. Couldn't get out alive. Exit angles were being covered as well by Oklahoma. So they are able to save 2 weapons with that winning round. Oklahoma back in the winning column.
This is a very interesting game of Breeze here, Chad. Usually when you and I cast these games, it's all about A site. A site is usually team's bread and butter. They love to be able to hit it. It's usually a little bit easier to take as well. But Oklahoma really favoring this B site. Seems they figured it out quite a bit, especially if they have that mid control. It's really hard to hold it since there's so many open angles that Houston can't really hide from. So Oklahoma back towards this mid control. A lot of this is about these early picks here, Chad. If Houston is getting an early pick, especially onto Mattias, Oklahoma seem to stall out just a bit. But on the other side, if Oklahoma get their initial pick, they're down to just keep that going, keep that momentum, translate it into a site hit, and Houston seem to not be able to hold on.
And we're on a technical pause right now. It appears that one of the players' mouses broke. That's like the most common 2 pauses I see that's not a tactical pause. Is like bathroom break or a mouse died, like a wireless mouse needs new batteries or something like that. So I'd imagine that gets fixed very quickly. Change the batteries really fast, grabbing a new mouse. Hopefully they have a second one on standby that you can switch to really fast. But during the technical pause, yeah, it's just been a lot of just Houston trying to figure out how to counter Oklahoma's mid control, primarily Mattias. Like that's literally the focus player of this entire map. It's the one that I thought would be the case going into this, considering how they played on Breeze yesterday. It's just Mattias always in middle, always creating options for the team, either getting initial picks and rotating with map control, or lurking once the team was on site and just be on that flank. So it is Houston struggling initially to figure out how to counter Mattias's positioning in mid. Figure out the fact that Mattias is nuts with those headshots, especially. So the aim difference is a little bit tough to deal with for sure sometimes. But Houston definitely with the confidence, and they have great gun skill of their own. They just got to figure out how to find those advantages for themselves.
Jivey tagged up. Players running him down. Site control given over to Oklahoma here, but Houston has still retained back site control. They will have a fast retake if they decide to wait for their KO, who's still rotating over from the B site. Everyone kind of trapped in here from Oklahoma as they look to try and fight to get more space. Eric Appleson will punish though, but Goop Chill, he's the one creating all the space for the team. 3 versus 1 is the name of the game. KO is finally here, and the run and gun finally shuts down Goop Chill. Fortunately, the util pullout with the flash is going to end his life. Oklahoma finally hitting the A site. It works out so well for them.
Yeah, it's a whole nother beast on Breeze when a map that they're more comfortable with for sure. Because this seems to be very apparent. They have ultimates online for both teams. Viper Spit, Null Command for Houston, which are fantastic defensive ultimates. You see Eric Appleson positioned to perhaps drop that immediately on A main like they did the last time they had the ultimate available. Null Command for Koi could be a great retake option or try to stall out people from taking initially. But if you're by yourself, typically they won't be popping it right away.
The lineup actually missed, so Nest isn't completely smoked off. Houston will still be able to get some information on mid from that. Mattias still pushing up into this top mid control. Adam is in a one and done position. He does have some backup. Sully, nice shots there. Punishes Goop Chill. That's not Mattias though. Mattias is still pushed up, and I don't think he was spotted. So he's still in a prime spot. If anyone peeks a little bit too far,
who looks the right way? Who looks the right way?
He tucked in though. He tucked into the shoot. So I don't think Mattias, even if he goes back, is going to expect this. It just depends on what the pathing is. I don't think Houston or I don't think, excuse me, Oklahoma. No, I don't think they have a single inkling that this has happened.
It's very quiet on the map. The recon bolt is dropped on A side. Try to at least sell a fake over there to rotate over to B after that. But nobody from Houston is budging, and especially not Koi and Shiver. Perhaps was expecting them not to budge. Mattias is already there in the corner. Adam Solomon shuts that down, but Dow is there to shut down Adam. And it's just that interesting situation we saw earlier on comes to fruition of just 1-for-1 trades back to back. At the very end of things, though, it was Koi holding the Psyche, a nice double kill for themselves in a 1v2 situation to stop the main push overall. And the 1v3 essentially, it was too much for Dow to be able to overcome in the very end of things. So Houston answering back, definitely locked in on this overall strategy of Oklahoma.
Yeah, 2 rounds left in this half. No command still available for Houston. So again, you said before, that retake potential is still possible. Eric gonna drop the Viper Spit here to try and hold some A main pressure. The Sova's here, so he could drone this to try and force this Viper out of position, while the rest of Oklahoma back towards this mid control. Sully, he's gonna try and get some space over towards the elbow. It's a chamber on chamber play, and Shiver is going to win that one out. Mid control firmly in the hands of Oklahoma. The lineup did land this time, so Nest is completely denied a vision.
They're on the other side of the door from each other. Oh no, this is like even more silly than how we saw each other on the last round. Guccio finds a frag over to Nest. That's going with Proc. Adam wanting to roam and try to push out, but that's where Mattias was ready for. They're realizing, yeah, okay, Adam, a lot of the game plan for Houston is after the initial pick happens one way or another, Adam's been pushing out of double doors. Mattias downloaded it, was in a perfect position, ready for it, and shut them down. So now Houston completely split apart. The last 2 members alive on a site. 4 for Oklahoma, but Eric Appleson, the player that popped off a lot in the first game, and it seemed like everything was going on the way, completely on fire. It's so much up to them right now. Found the first frag in Mattias, but now in a 1v3 still on site.
Oh, what a nice shot there. He has his full utility available as well. Full molly.
Oh my God.
Need it. He's just going with the gun, able to get the read before Fossil finally shuts him down. Spike will be planted with low time on the table. McCoy is here in a 1-versus-1 situation. Full util for him as well. He has the knife available to try and get some information. So might as well go down. Oh, the timing didn't work out. That doesn't spot him. Fossil's able to get back on site.
Yesterday it was Fosso who was so proficient in the post-plant situations, especially on a site, a player that Oklahoma certainly should be able to rely on in these situations. McCoy is oftentimes been able to win out in clutch situations for the Houston squad as well, but the timing he is here for Fosso, sees the opportunity, lines up the shots, and takes their time knowing they have such a prestigious advantage in the situation. Beautifully done by Fosso, great working around the pyramids exactly as he did, and Oklahoma firmly in the lead and will continue the lead going into the second half. But we got to play out the last round of the first half before it gets to that point.
And Eric almost won that for his team. No util, just a gun into his hands. And still, it doesn't matter if you land the headshots. Almost was able to convert into the 4K at the very end. Houston 1 round away from getting to a 7-5 scoreline, and it's so much better than a 4-8. It means that if you win that pistol in this next half, you just completely tie up the scoreline. Oklahoma still looking towards this mid, at least trying to flirt with it, but they're reading Houston pretty well. Houston, their strategy so far to counteract this mid, let's take some elbow control, make sure that we get some information, some hold on this game, and Oklahoma always wary of that. Have the trademark, have the operator, watching it while the rest of the team is going just exec onto this B site.
Nobody is there at all, completely wide open. Corey's gonna get some information. There's a few people here, but yeah, that's basically just confirming what's already happening. So Houston's going to respawn just the same. They didn't clear Shiver in the window. They didn't full clear, so they're going to have to have rotation over alongside Sully to be able to confirm this window. They know Shiver's here oftentimes. Koi peeks first, gets shut down. Sully is a little bit too far behind, but Shiver's not expecting it. And there's the frag. Sully shuts that down, so they have some bearings. They have a 3-pronged retake situation for Houston. Sully finds another frag on the VIP. Member of Viper finds on Amadeus as well, but Goopchill perhaps could fight back. Zhao was able to find the frag, and now in a 1v2, Adam Solomon knows exactly where they are, but stuck with a shock dart out. Can't fire back, down with perfect timing, but now Sully knows the spot. They know they're in corner, but they have to guess the 50-50. Where's Dow peek? They're ready for it. They're expecting it. Nice prediction by Sully. A beautiful play throughout that round, and should have the time by a second and a half. Sully the 4K brings Houston nearly to a tie score to finish off the half after a rough start.
Yeah, double flank. It was a little bit broken of a double flank, but Sully just activates, man. No one was watching it. Unfortunately, the back was turned. Sully is going to convert that into a 5-7 score line. Now Houston, they're on their attacking side. I'm a little scared for Oklahoma here. They have a player, they have a comp that's a little bit favoring towards the attacking side, and now they're going to be on defense. Still a lot of pressure on Mattias and Goopchill to be able to create space for this team. They still love a lot of their mid control, and you can see where Mattias is already on that barrier towards the tunnel. He's probably going to go for some sort of more mid control. It's just whether or not Houston can counteract that, and whether or not this KL has the impact that we want it to.
Mattias instantly just runs straight out to the middle. There they are. That's where they're comfortable with, it seems like. And honestly, the fact that Mattias gets this very consistently is a huge advantage for Oklahoma to be able to translate that into site controls. Indeed it is.
Yeah, the Viper wall, all of the util over towards the A side actually drew the rotations from Oklahoma. B side is completely free and open for Houston's taking. Matty still is in mid, could get the flank over. The timing actually worked out for him, and he's going to be able to dodge these trademarks, so I don't think they're going to expect him in this position.
Speaking of trademarks, they announced the Corey's presence in Tube, so now Oklahoma knows exactly where Corey is located. They're able to shut that down, so no big flank from Houston, but they're still solely shutting down in Tube, and they have their Sova in tunnel as well. Adam Solomon TP'd out. Mattias is here on the 2-pronged attack. Adam Solomon's behind the Oklahoma squad, though, so perfect position to shut down this retake opportunity. They get a double kill for themselves. Meanwhile, on the site, Eric Appleson trying to shut down Goopchill, and they will. With the jumping right clicks there. And that range is consistent enough, man. Houston, once again, winning out the pistol round.
Yeah, and it was a pistol round fake. You don't see those too often, because usually people are like, hey, we want to keep a lot of our firepower together. There's not a whole lot of multi-frag potential when it does come to those pistols. It's not usually those full automatic guns, but beautifully sold by Houston. They get the pistol round, and now they're going to be able to buy into the next. Lots of eyes here for Oklahoma on Goop Shield, though. He did buy up towards that Marshall, and that can still do a lot of damage. If he taps the head, it's an insta-kill. If he taps the body, it's a 101, and that just makes you a lot more scared, especially because 50 HP, you definitely don't want to be peeking anything with a Marshall. Quick second shot can just put you in the grave.
Oklahoma was able to win out the eco second round, the first half. Can they do the same thing here? Might be a little bit tougher to do so, considering things are happening on the timing of Houston, but nevertheless, it's Mattias yet again winning out some frags. It was Mattias getting the ace to win the eco last time around, but this time only good for 2. It's up to the last 3 members of Oklahoma to finish the job that was started off. It's up to Eric Appleston to try to win out in the 1v3, and yet again, it's Oklahoma winning the eco the second round of the half to generate some momentum back for themselves.
Yeah, Houston, typically you see on these second buys, on these anti-ecos, the people who are buying will play a little bit slower. They don't want to be rushing into any situations, into these close quarters that maybe the guns are better for the opposite team. Houston, though, they go fast, they get punished for it, and Oklahoma are actually able to convert the next round. This is looking so good for Oklahoma. They're able to pick up the gun, so a lot of their economy is looking pretty healthy. Meanwhile, Houston, they're forced onto some sheriffs and some marshals, and they're going to go over towards this mid. Looks like Oklahoma not going to play for it too much, knowing that, hey, we don't want to throw any of these rounds, throw the fact that we just converted the second round by possibly pushing a little bit too far. Shiver just going to get a deep alarm bot as well to spot anything out. And Houston looking over towards this A site. Very different from Oklahoma, who really favored that B site instead.
Jivey holding. It wasn't quite on the head. It hit the shoulder of Shiver, who runs for the hills a bit. Relocate, reposition to have presence elsewhere. Mattias, good for 2 in the mid control. Wasn't quite pushed out as we normally see, but still here nevertheless. Other side of the map is Adam Solomon finishing off a member of Oklahoma, so keeping themselves in the round. Still looking to take on a site. Oklahoma getting a feel for that. 2 on the site ready to go, but Jivey pushing up the tunnel. But again, it's going to be that trademark, this position that's going to let Oklahoma know exactly where they're going.
Door open. That's such a hard spot to be in. Shot from every corner. Jivey with the Marshall grabs the 2K off the back end. 2 versus 2 on the side. Mattias is known. His position is known, but he knows the positions of the other 2 players as well. His teammate trying to link back up with him. Actually, they're going to split up, and Houston, they don't know where the last player is. They haven't spotted him towards that defender spawn position, so they have to be wary of every angle.
Yeah, it's fraggers versus fraggers. These are the 4 great players of the lobby right now. 4 of them, I should say, is Faso's post plant. It's been fantastic on this map, and Mattias just keeps on slaying out time and time again. Houston, while they had 2 prestigious members alive, they just couldn't quite do it. Being cornered on the site like that without much utility to work with. Oklahoma keeping up their lead 3 ahead.
Yeah, not too bad overall from Houston. It feels bad when, you aren't able to convert that second round. You have to try and play into these guns that you actually bought up, but they do a lot of econ damage. They get 3 guns out of their hands, and they did enough damage that Viper is going to have to buy up to the shields as well. So the economy not as healthy for Oklahoma here. If they lose this round and may not be able to buy up into the next round, we'll have to see. Houston heading back over towards this A site. So far, Oklahoma have been pretty good at defending this or even denying in a post plant. The operator is here from Goop Shield with the full aggression over on Houston. They're pushing all the way through the wall.
Just buying time.
Huge ping.
Is Goop Shield, yeah, massive ping and in perfect position, good cross, which is something that we saw from the icebox from this team on attack from Houston is just going on a very aggressive take on a site and swinging as a cohesive unit, looking for angles to crossfire, set up for each other, trade out kills at the very least. Something that worked out this time around as well. Mattias is finally here, spraying a bit in case they get lucky and find the head of the Vipers, a couple members of Oklahoma, but not lucky quite yet. Not a lot of information go off of either, so This pop shot's not quite finding the connections. Faso grabbing an operator, which is interesting to me, for sure. And this timing might be there for taking out Jivey. Are they going to go for a save?
I think they are. Shiver is going to get caught out of the back end, going for the exits, but fortunately isn't going to get everything that they needed. They did save the up. It was a little bit, I think, of miscommunication that some people were leaving, some people were staying, or maybe one got caught on the actual exits. Oklahoma, they do save an up into the next round. Interested to see whether or not they put that into the Jets' hands or the Chamber. It looks like it is going to go over back to Goop Chill, and they're just going to put both the Chamber and the Jet onto this A site.
Yeah, it's basically just, if we don't get lucky to take out the Viper, we're just throwing ourselves into their world. So, maybe not the best look. We have a round lead. We might as well, you know, save some operators. Makes a lot of sense, for sure. So that operator, they do manage to save going into this round. He's going back in the hands of Goop Chill. We've seen be able to pop up a few times with that in their hands. Can't quite get the first frag, and because of that, plus trying to fight for mid control so heavily, they end up giving up entirely the A site. So it's going to be a post-plant 5v5 straight up.
No updrafts available, so a little bit of that verticality denied from the Jet. Adam will actually spot out the flank, so he's going to be dealt with. It's trades all over the site, 3 versus 4 in this retake.
Yeah, Faso with the Sheriff in hand. We saw Mattias do wonders with it before, but what can Mattias do on this current flank with the rifle in hand? It was a big actual deal. Couldn't quite win out against Jivey. Meanwhile, Eric Appleson still just so consistently a fantastic performance from this player of the series. Did so yesterday, doing so now. Trying to save the operator again is Goop Chill on the side of Oklahoma. You can only save operators so long before you end up finding yourself behind on the round count.
Bam, gonna go through just barely. No one actually finding his position just in time. Houston almost tying up this game. A site seems to be their bread and butter, and we actually are going to see that timeout starting from Oklahoma. A good time to take it because they still have 1 round lead. They don't want to give that one up, possibly go down in round lead, and then have to make it up afterwards. So they'll be able to talk to their coach and be able to see whether or not they can find an answer for what Houston is bringing to them, which so far, lots of A aggression, not a whole lot in terms of lurks, not a whole lot in terms of mid control. So I actually kind of want Mattias to keep walking down. He gets a lot of space and information off that, and it makes this retake a little bit easier. You can walk through the mid doors. You can have your teammates go as well. It just gives you another opening into retaking the site.
Yeah, the coach of Oklahoma, Coach Bardo, I got to interview yesterday. Very well-articulated individual and seemed to have a good head on his shoulders. I like to hear that from coaches so they can dish out good, cohesive, and concise thoughts to help out the team in just a short window of 1 minute is all you get in attack pause. That's it for this whole half. And this is the moment for the coach to weigh in. That minute goes so freaking fast. You wouldn't think so until you're on the clock. Oklahoma, notice recent rounds that Houston's been winning out, just been storming onto A site. The Sova Jet combination on A hasn't had the best of utility to stall people out. It hasn't been like poison clouds, trademarks, things like that. And that's kind of the compositional weakness that you talked about why you like KO more so is you don't have enough utility to really stop people from doing things that you want to do. You relies heavily on getting the frags instead. That's exactly what Goop Chill just did, is getting the first frag, flashed out so they have to fall off the angle, but probably going to re-peek. We've seen them do it before. The Snake Bite's going to force them off. That's a little bit too much to deal with on repeat. But Jivey, meanwhile, pushing up the tube. The trademark's there for watch for the full flank, but they don't have to go all that way if you go and stop at the doorway. So now, Doe in a worse spot of their life, but Shiver buys them out, takes down Jivey. Still allows them a little bit more freedom to find the fights, but Koi is already on a good off angle to find the kill. Now in a 2 versus 2 situation as Faso's here in that post plant situation. Koi with another perfect timing situation. On the fallback, and Shiver aware of the last known location, and they find the connected shots to finish off the fight. It's Oklahoma coming off of a timeout, finding another win in the column.
Yeah, you love to see if you're an Oklahoma fan, they decide to stack A, give the Jet a little bit more resources and players to be able to shoot something like the drone, to be able to get him back onto the angle, to keep threatening Houston from actually entering onto the site. Houston still with a good adaptation. They send the Jet over toward the halls, open the door, gets the crossfire on the site. Then Oklahoma punish subsequently. They punish the forward aggression. and Oklahoma will get themselves 2 double digits. They retain the operator as well into Goop Chill's hands, and they're going to go back towards this A site for Houston. Eric, I hope he drops that spike, because bringing spike into hallway can definitely lead you to dropping spike in hallway and then being in a really awkward retake situation.
Yeah, the further past the line of scrimmage you're dropping that spike, the worse it is. The rest of the team definitely isn't there to support you. Goopsha with another first frag to start off the round. Doesn't quite stop the ping, but not like Houston doesn't know where they are at that point anyway. Getting some more information of their own for Oklahoma. Dow finding the follow-up of that info to find a frag. Houston having a little bit of a tougher time this time around, especially with Matias just lining them up and mowing them down with an Ares in hand. Finds a double kill, but Jivey doing just the same. They need 3 more, though, to win out this round. And with the Vandal, 18 bullets. That's 15 more than they need. But Goopshill shuts them down with 1 bullet of their own to finish off the round for themselves. Oklahoma just keep rolling now. They just are connecting shots from Goopshill. Mattias is there instantly for the answer for the A take. Houston definitely needs to mix things up now.
Yeah, Oklahoma, they don't have a lot of resources in terms of actual utility, but their resources are the player themselves, and they're committing so many players towards this A site. Houston are trying to force themselves through. The thing with the Viper Wall, it doesn't block bullets. You can still spam through it. It still blocks your own vision. It gives you a little sliver of the site, but Oklahoma is still holding on to most of it anyway. Spike is going to migrate over towards this B side. Oh, he actually saw it before the Viper's pit was completely fleshed out. So Mattias gets go down. Goop Chill is gonna find a lurk onto the A site. Spike is still here. This is such a hard place to get into. You don't have your Sova with you. He's not going to be able to drone this out. I don't think you actually go through this Viper spit. They're going to translate this over towards the elbow position, but there's an alarm bot here to spot it out. There's an alarm bot in hallway where the Sova is going as well. All the information can be garnered just by these trademark positions.
All right, so they have nest control now. So how does Oklahoma respond as Houston's worked their way all the way into essentially the attacker spawn at this point? They have complete mid control, but that's all the control they have. They're completely surrounded overall from Oklahoma, but if Oklahoma doesn't respond correctly, then they can just get flooded onto. As Dow was able to be good for 1, but Ada with a nice little jiggle peek finds another frag of their own. Still in the 3v3 situation. And Houston need to figure out where exactly they want to rotate over to.
Yeah, Houston might have taken spawn control, but they still have no idea where to go. They don't have any information. They probably know Goopshell is still sitting A with the operator, so they don't want to go there. Eric is going to lurk himself on towards the B side. Oh, actually spotted him.
Yeah, they found the frag on the spike carrier for sure. So with that and finding the frag on Eric, it's all down to Adam. He's finding themselves in 1v1, but Goopshell ready and waiting, but Adam doesn't know. Goopshill doesn't miss those. Oklahoma on match point.
Yeah, it was a really awkward situation where you take the spawn control. Oklahoma played that decently well. They're just kind of spotting it. And unfortunately, Houston, I just wanted to see something, I think, a little bit more decisive from them. Just say, hey, we're just going to take this all the way towards the site, because it definitely was a situation where they felt like they didn't know what to do. So Oklahoma go up towards match points, 1 round away from tying us up and sending us to fracture here, Chad, which would be our decider if Houston can't bring back a couple rounds for themselves. It looks like it's back towards this A hit, rinse and repeat. Goopchill's here with the operator. This drone should be shot out, so he won't be spotted out. But I think Houston still kind of know where he is.
Yeah, suppressing as well. Gets a leg! Doesn't quite connect to the body. Completely stuck, can't use Blaze Storm in this situation. It was completely suppressed that whole time. But the spray down finds one to trade it out. The Blaze Storm of Jivey's own was good to find Shiver, but Dow with a shock bolt. Eric was the one that was legged. Got shut down from the shock bolt dropped by Dow. Finds a nice frag on Sully. Knows that people going into tubes. A nice adaptation by Dow, but it's all down to Mattias. In a 1v1 against now Jivey, as they found the connection onto Adam. They find the connection by Mattias onto Jivey. Mattias, the top fragger for Oklahoma, continues fragging out to finish off the map in 13-8 fashion. Oklahoma answers back, wins the map of their own, bringing us to game number 3.
Hey, I guess map picks do matter here, Chad. First,
Sometimes
we
they
have
do.
University of Houston, 13-1 on their map pick. Extremely dominant game. This one was definitely a lot closer, but it did feel like Oklahoma University had a very good proficiency on this map, especially towards that mid control. Mattias was an absolute demon. There was no consistent way to deal with him. He was just tapping heads left and right, and it left University of Houston worse for wear every single time. We will be heading to map 3, which is our decider here, Chad.
Yeah, map 3 is going to be Fracture, which I'm excited about because there's a lot of interesting compositions that can definitely come out on Fracture. It's still the newest map. It's a very unique one, so a lot of people still, even now, even though it's been out for a while, are figuring out compositions. Should be exciting. One thing I'll be predicting is that Houston is just going to go and attack on A side. They did on Haven yesterday. They did on Icebox. They found a lot of success on the first map today. And they just now did it mostly on Breeze. We're going to execute on A side and do it very confidently. Oklahoma was able to finally figure out an answer to it towards the back end of that second half to close out the map. Will Houston continue just attacking A side on offense on Fracture? Will there be any exciting compositions? Perhaps a Neon Breach composition? We'll see after the break. See you then. Final game of the series, Houston, Oklahoma. They've won their map picks. The final one was the decider map, so neither team really picked it. I mean, Oklahoma has the last ban, but it's down to 2 maps at this point. They banned the Sims all the way down to that point. 13-1 for Houston, 13-8 for Oklahoma. So not as dominant, but it's definitely, that's like a comeback trajectory that I've seen many times. So who knows? Maybe it goes back to Houston. Maybe Breeze just didn't have a good read on figuring out how to deal with Mattias in mid, and they win Fracture, or Oklahoma continues to swing and dominates in Fracture. Who knows?
Yeah, I've definitely seen teams like Oklahoma. They have a really bad first game. They like have a decently good second game, and they absolutely stomp the third game. So it can really go either way, especially since this isn't necessarily either team's map pick. We talked a little bit before the break about how this is Fracture. It's the newest map that Valorant and Riot Games has released. It's a very complicated map. Picks are going to be super interesting. One pick I think is probably the most standard across the board. Like, you can run different controllers, you can run different duelists, you can run different sentinels, but I think every team pretty consistently runs a breach.
I love that because Breach is out of the meta basically permanently since like essentially beta time, like the very initial release era of the game, ever since like VCT kind of era started, is like Breach has been gone. So now that Breach finally finds a home in Fracture, a fitting name for a character like Breach, I must say, it's definitely exciting to see. And the big reason why is a lot of it is how the map is structured to allow you to get really good Aftershock angles. Both sites have a default position that are punished by Aftershock on Breach. Also a fantastic ultimate for retakes on sites, and Fracture is a map that has a lot of attacking angles to work with that are pretty spread out, to make it a little bit hard to hold sites purely, kind of like what we saw like B site with a Viper, things like that on Breeze. So we'll have to see how those holds go, but definitely because of Breach, a retake option is always available.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to see a Neon like we've seen a couple times in the games that we have watched, Chad. But Oklahoma going for something a little bit more standard. What I kind of believe right now is the most meta pick on this map. You go with the double controller, you get a lot of space with that. You have the raise to clear out and get some information as well. The breach to set up this raise with a lot of explosivity, and then the chamber to act as that rock, that anchor that can really deny a lot of space and deny a lot of fast plays from the other team. Houston, though, going for something a little bit different. They're going to go with that solo controller with the Viper. So that wall is going to be pretty static. It's not going to be able to deny a lot of vision across the map. They're going to go with a double initiator. So a breach and a KO. They're going to have a little bit more flashes in their kit. Something that could deny an operator. Someone like Goopcho who might be able to try and pick that up pretty fast. So we're going to have a lot of tools to deal with this operator. It's just a question of whether or not they can, because we kind of saw in that last game, right? Goopcho, towards the later rounds, he was having a field day with that op.
Yeah, it looks like we have a substitution for the side of Houston as well. Panzer being brought into the lineup to play this breach. I'm not sure if that's just map comfortability and agent comfortability or just a mental thing. Who knows? Either way, they bring in the sub. We'll have to see how the new player performance going into this third and final map of the series. As we're also in a tech pause. See, not sure exactly what may have caused it, but we'll get the info to you as soon as we can if we get it.
Yeah, I hope that player's mouse didn't, get broken again.
Yeah, just the second mouse down, grab the third one.
Grab the third one.
One new mouse per map.
Real quickly. Grab another mouse.
We need to get a CECC tech-based sponsorship to go in so we can get some merch over towards these players. One of those things.
Exactly. Just new mouses for everyone. New mice.
Yeah.
Mouses or
New
mice, right?
Mice.
Yeah.
Maybe mouses is technically correct.
Yeah, mice makes you think of
it's
like
not really
the animal, but like
right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It throws me off too.
And I mean, I hope you wouldn't be using like an actual mouse. Where you're like mouse.
That's like
I don't really know
how
that would work.
I mean, like the plural of ox is oxen, but then the plural of box is boxes. You know, it's weird. It's not boxen. Boxen, mousen. Shotson. Shotten. Confirmed it is the player mouse issue. There you go.
Hey, there we go.
Hey.
Woo.
Corey in a practice range right now. It's good to keep your hands warm whenever you're, sitting around.
Yeah. Also, a good thing that they're using classic. That gun is a little bit more in terms of the inaccuracy. So you got to be really accurate with your headshots. It's probably the best aim training for you when you're shooting your jet in the face.
Yep. Good jet shooting aim training for sure.
Yeah, I mean you gotta shoot jets on pretty much every map. Little amount of time because they usually have an operator. You gotta practice.
All right, we have a moment. I want to talk about compositions a little bit.
right.
Jet versus Raze on Fracture. I feel like Raze offers a lot more than Jet, but I feel that a lot of just because you can clear corners for the team. There's a lot of tuck away areas on this map for sure. You still have the same explosivity for getting onto sites, creating those control chaos moments for the team. You have these situations where you need clear corners. You need to provide a little explosive firepower. You can scout for your team a little bit better as well. Whereas at Jet, I just feel like there aren't enough angles that, in comparison to the average Valorant map that we see Jets on all the time, that I feel like the Raze might be a better pick overall.
So I'm a pretty big fan of the Raze personally on this map. The only way you can kind of get away with using a jet is going to be that operator. We did have our mouse issue resolved, so the game is going to start. Oklahoma going with some very fast aggression towards this B site, but it's a breach and a chamber. There's quite a bit of stopping power, especially with that fault line on the breach.
Especially if you get a collateral to start things off. Adam Solomon is a player who we saw on Haven, got so many massive double kills on Chamber to be big impact moments for the team. He does it to start off this map. Gets shut down by Matias, who we know at this point is a consistent fragger for Oklahoma. That's like the star performer for the frag department at the very least. Panzer answering right back. It's all down to Matias, who's on a Astra this time around, not on the Reina. 7 HP is going to stick. No overheals this time around. So quickly find themselves in 1v4. Team, I got my one. Where you at? What just happened? Let's go ahead and take a little quick tack pause while I'm trying to just deal with this 1v4 situation.
Spike is down. Everyone's spotting him. Fault line to dash. I mean, it's pretty much over for Matias. Yeah. It's just, wow, what a beautiful collateral headshot. And that was the breaks right there. That was the full handbrake, the full stop, whatever you want to call it. Oklahoma were not able to entry onto that site well enough. Even if they were able to get past, there was that trademark that caused the slow. There was all the firepower raining on them. Kind of wanted to see Matias though, so he did go over towards that Astra. His ultimate is a little bit more impactful than I would say on that Reina. It's a 1 versus 4. You have 7 HP. You know, who cares about the spike? I just go orb farm the rest of the map, try and get that ultimate up as fast as possible, because there actually are 4 ultimate orbs on this map itself. Oklahoma towards this A site, but it's back into the meat grinder. There is so much utility on the other side, and there's gunpowder as well. Eric Appleson gonna pick up a 2K for his troubles, just absolutely doesn't care about the actual fact. And he's going to get the 3K off the back end. They're running Spectre just to shut it down. A flawless second half here for Houston as they are going to have their money in a very comfortable spot.
And just for clarification's sake, the player that Panzer did replace was Soli, who was their Sova player on Haven, played swapped out with Adam Solomon to play Chamber on Breeze while Adam went to Sova instead. So it might just be a comfortability thing where, you know, Solomon might just not want to play Breeze. Breach might not be as comfortable with it. It definitely is an interesting initiator that handles very differently than the other three, where they don't really do a lot of information gathering for the team. It's just a lot more utility setups, and just like breach and clear mentality, essentially, for the team.
All right, so for those of you, production is in RE, and unfortunately we're gonna have another tech pause for another mouse issue. Unfortunately, hopefully that player can get it resolved, so we aren't going to have, you know, a couple pauses every which way. Fortunately, some of those mice can be a little bit tricky. But yeah, in the first couple rounds already, Oklahoma, they seem to adopt a play style that's been very fast, very aggressive, and so far Houston has had a pretty good time dealing with it. They have a lot of stopping potential with something like the breach, this Viper, all of it's pretty good. Oklahoma, they're gonna be on the buy round now as our tech pause did discontinue. They're looking over towards this B site. Now there's a 3-stack, there's the chamber, there's the breach. I'm not sure if Oklahoma going towards the site is going to be the best for them, but of course they don't know that either. Solomon gets absolutely destroyed. That's B side on the table now. All the trademarks are down.
Yeah, trademarks are out. The two-pronged attack is underway. Maddie is clearing house as per the norm at this point, it seems. Gets a nice quick spray transfer, double headshot situation. So the last two members of Houston, the ones that are controlling A main, all over towards Halls. Now having to do a big rotate up against all these rifles with just a Spectre and a Sheriff in hand is definitely a tough task, to say the least, about the situation. Still able to get one is Eric Appleton, and obviously at this point, as much eco damage as Jivey can do, the best, as you're surely not going to be winning out this round, but if you can get a couple of runs off the field, that at least will set you up for future rounds pretty nicely. Only one is all they can do. As Oklahoma answers back strongly with rifles in hand.
And Madgus getting a 3K to end it all. Also opened up the site quite a bit, clearing out that arcade with a nice double kill. Interesting to put this guy on the Astra, because especially because he's such a consistent fragger, having him be in something like the Astra form half the time to put down stars, being the animation for actually proccing those stars, this time they could get caught out and possibly get killed, and it's a big fragger down. But it looks like it's working out for Oklahoma, at least for now, as they are able to be pretty comfortable on their first buy. Now it is going to be the buy for Houston after their bonus round. And Oklahoma slowing down just a little bit, a lot more spread out, waiting for some sort of aggression from Houston. Now they haven't shown to be as aggressive. They're comfortable just holding up on the sites itself. Like I said before, they have a lot of stopping power with these initiators, with something like the nade as well on that A site. This Oklahoma just kind of see whatever space they can take without using too much utility across the board.
Well, man, just walks up to arcade and grabs the orb straight up. Like, has that Overwatch from the allied Dow there, just in case somebody peeks from tower, but no util use, just takes the orb. That's massive if they can do that on a consistent basis.
Toxin screen down.
So it's causing a divide rip.
Yeah. Oklahoma, the 2 times that they've gone super aggressive, they've been punished for it. Looks like they're trying to do it again. Can Houston prevent against this attack?
So they got this free Cosmic Divide to cut off the middle rotate from Houston and isolate the members on site a little bit more. The trademark, though, alerts to the presence on rope. So tower's gonna be a little bit tougher. Just lines up on rope, though. There's nowhere you can really go other than where he already has a sight line up. So being flashed doesn't even matter. Solomon able to rotate over as protect on the site as well for a good for 3. The dink is there from Guchel as well, but Solomon was able to survive just barely. That bullet went just narrowly through the edge of that door frame, so didn't do full damage. He's alive with 9 HP.
Solomon, huge there. There was a full exit for Oklahoma. Again, it's denied, but this time it wasn't because of the utility. Some really nice shots from Adam Solomon. Unfortunately, the breach flash just went behind his head, so he wasn't full flash. He was still able to have the full vision to be able to deny everyone on that rope. And Oklahoma aren't able to convert, aren't able to tie up this score line. They head towards this A site here. Now, the thing is, it's a Viper. You don't want to push into that vulnerable and possibly lose your head, lose your life to it. There's also a 3 stack here. The breach is going to join them. So there's 4 people strong towards this A site through the flash if he gets a pick. And we're going to have Eric still with the wall, with the spam. It's going to deny a lot of space.
That could be something that just demoralizing. Back-to-back rounds, so your flash basically meant nothing, essentially. A Goop Show, you guys swing, though, but gets punished by a beautifully placed fragment from KO. One of the many strengths of picking up a KO on this map is perfect fragment locations, good lineups for that as well. But 2 members of Oklahoma has snuck through. Faso finds that frag onto Koi, but they're not watching rope. You have to check high ground. That's where Hellman was last round, but now it's on A side. The transference is there. Faso in a 1v2 situation. Has Viper's Pit available in second hand. If they can confirm both people on A site, surely they'll just rotate over to B site. Might as well try up the Viper's Pit, try to deal with his operator and find a fight against Eric Appleson. But they've only confirmed 1 person on site so far as I know. So how can they get this information without just swinging into this firing squad lineup of a high-low situation from Houston? They're watching the angles, trying to cross the T's out there as best they can. That's the first one for Faso. It's an operator throw from Chivy, who starts off the round to get a kill through the flash and finishes off the round with a nice rotated round on the 50-50 guess from Faso. Houston up 4-1.
Yeah, huge from Houston there. They had a good stack on the side. Still goes to that 1 versus 2 scenario. But Houston, they're still comfortable. They're still able to convert. Now, the fact that these rounds are getting close means Houston's economy isn't necessarily the best. They still have 1K around in everyone's pocket, but it's not going to be like that 7K or something that you would expect from a 4-1 scoreline. I still want to see Oklahoma on this attacking side. I want them to go a little bit slower here. So far, they keep trying to full exec onto these sites. It's getting punished every single time. It's going to be a little bit harder for sure with this tour de force coming online. Looks towards this B side. Oklahoma, I think they're just going for another hit here, Chad. Now, they do have the breach and their own tour de force to try and deny this chamber, but he's still comfortable on this position.
Yeah, they just haven't figured out how to break onto the site very consistently and healthily enough to set up a post plant yet. Goop Chill shuts that down. The option that Houston's been using from Adam, just to use those trademarks and high ground advantage. Working their way up the ramps. Matty is meanwhile rotating through Arcade. So it looks like Oklahoma is in a prime position to get onto site until the no command is shut down. That hopes and dreams. Stalls them out. Stagnates Oklahoma a little bit, at least waiting out the ultimate from Koi.
So they know Koi is still here with that last ping of the ultimate. So I saw an inkling that at least one is here, possibly some more. No one's rotated off from Houston. Oklahoma looking to take this slow. They have tower control, so they definitely do want to go over towards this B site. Viper Wall won't be able to cut off the spawn positions, but they do have the stars, and that's going to be the smokes that they need to make sure that they can get this spike down.
All the breach utility try breaching clear onto the site. The Nebulas are cutting off the vision of Houston members, so it's going to be very hard for them to try to deny this initial site take. The aftershock is underway. You saw that shrink right there as Panzer gets the frag from it and swings in for a double kill with a Vandal in hand as well. So substitute coming in for Houston is coming in strong for the squad. Mattias with just a sheriff is stuck between a rock and a hard place at this point. Can't quite connect the shots. The classic spam is good enough to finish off the round for Houston. Going up 5-1 with a fantastic answer on the retake. Oh, so much. And thanks to Panzer using that utility beautifully and then swinging it through with the gun skill as well. Well-rounded individual.
Yeah, I like how they didn't wait for Oklahoma to actually plant the spike, get into a post-plant position where they would be able to defend against this breach. They go straight off the rip. The moment that spike tap hits, the moment the sound cue is given, they use the aftershock because the time is really low. They know Oklahoma have to really plant this, otherwise they're going to lose the round anyway. They send Panzer in. He gets one to the aftershock. He gets another with a nice head tap, and at that point, Oklahoma are scrambling. They're not able to deal with all this utility, all these players that are now flooding into that B site. Oklahoma now looking towards that A site. They're only going to drop this Viper Spit over towards it and actually send some players through. It's an interesting play here, but Oklahoma actually could go through onto the same position. They could get into spawn and could just fight this map out from the inside out. Houston, if their rotations cut off, could end up dropping this round. It looks like instead they're just going to go full force, brute force themselves, possibly into this Viper's Pit. And Eric Appleson still has the molly, so that could be dropped right into the entrance. The vulnerable makes this hit very scary, and it looks like Oklahoma are having second thoughts, possibly not wanting to go into this one.
And Mattias just tagged the trademark over towards Arcade, so Adam Sullivan's aware of that from Tower, so Mattias just falls off. He's making some presence, but still, even though that presence is happening, I mean, Eric Appleton's not going to leave the pit. Breach is ready in mid to try to support as they need to, because they can do that from quite a long range, which is why you commonly see Breaches kind of hover towards the middle of the map on defense. KOs do a pretty similar situation as well. Mattias realizing, okay, there's a pit on A site, fell off. See if we can make something happen to Arcade. But Adam Sullivan dropped off in the high ground, which shouldn't be expected based on the tendencies they've been showing. And it's definitely not expected by Mattias, as Adam Sullivan has a nice little swing. Javi finds the first frag onto Shiver. And falls off the site, the spray through. They don't even let them get the plant off. Panzer has been doing fantastic this map. First map we've seen them play. Finds Faso as well. And suddenly it's all down to 1. It's just Goop Chill having to deal with 3, but Houston, they've been doing a fantastic job with positioning overall on the micro level and team macro level.
Yeah, I love Panzer as well in these situations where it gets to down to that really low time. He has the understanding that I just need to deny the spike plant. I'm not going to go for kills as long as I can deny this spike. Oklahoma can't recover, and he's done that twice so far. Both of the rounds where Houston actually end up winning it out. So Panzer looking great so far. Houston looking great so far. Oklahoma, they are going slower, which is kind of what I wanted, but Houston have adapted well. They're not giving Oklahoma anything for free. They're just hiding on these sites itself. And unfortunately for Oklahoma, when they're not able to get these initial picks, or they start dropping them like that, they're not going to be able to really get onto these sites and play a clean post plan.
Divey dodging the boom bot last second, getting flashed out of the lane, but doesn't even die for all that. Tried greeting for another shot as well, but he couldn't quite connect. But they still have gotten a couple frags, and Oklahoma is still struggling to find ways onto sites. This defensive hold from Houston has been immaculate. They just keep finding those entry frags, and they're using utility so well that it seems like they are definitely the more comfortable team on this map so far. Oklahoma on an eco round as well, so it's already going to be a tougher situation for them. Sullivan pushing up, finding the angles, getting the frags, getting the lineup, finds the 3 for the round, with Fossa finally shutting him down. But it's still a 1 versus 4 situation that Fossa finds themselves in. It's Panzer on the swing. It's going to be able to find the lineup and find the slaying out kill to finish off the round. 7-1 for Houston on the anti-eco. Looks pretty good, just like they have looked in essentially every other round.
Yeah, Houston are so good with momentum here. They're getting a lot of these rounds, and you can see the confidence in how they play, right? Adam Sullivan, he's been popping off. He's the one who got that collateral headshot in the first round with that peak in exactly the same position. So he's been peeking it very, very boldly, and he's being rewarded for it. And that is just feeding the mental of Houston. They keep doing this because they know that, hey, we're better. We're just going to peek you. And Oklahoma, these types of peaks are definitely going to put a strain on your mental. It feels like, you know, he's doing such kind of stupid peaks, something that like is catching them really off guard, and they're still not able to punish it, right? And that's just not going to work out in this team environment. 7-1 now. Looks like Houston fighting for all the control that they need over towards Dish. Koi, so not able to trade the second, but Dish control is denied. It is retained for Houston.
Wow, that's the first time Houston's even challenged at the Dish level. You've usually fell back towards the actual site of A or played for Hall control. Drivey still got a frag over towards Hall, and the 1-4-1 trade at Dish forces Oklahoma to rotate a little bit, but he did tuck away the breach onto the site. I don't think Houston has an inkling of where this is, but they are crossing those T's down the I's. Adam Sullivan, just a master of the high ground, truly the Obi-Wan of this team at this point. Fosso finally finds the frag as well to answer back for the team a little bit, but Erica's right there to answer right back. Houston, I don't think they've won a round with less than 3 people alive at this point. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, each of these rounds are pretty dominant. Like, we've seen games before, right, where it'll be these really high score lines. It'll be something like an 8-1, but each round is just so close that it doesn't feel like an 8-1. This one, though, Houston, they're very confident. They're very dominant. They're just out-peaking everyone from Oklahoma's side. And it feels like Oklahoma, despite having so much control in this composition, they have recon, they have a lot of utility. They're still not really able to convert that into actual site hits. Oklahoma running down towards this A main. This is the first time that Houston, they're not really defending it. Now the positions have come forward.
Jive here. Oh, the Rolling Thunders. We're not going to use this for a retake because we're the ones taking the site right now. Let's go ahead and get some aggression forced off the operator user so they can clear up the site just a bit and get the spike on site. It's a trade back from Alec Appleton, but just a little bit greedy. Tries to get one more snake through. Is Dow just going to be able to get that frag? Spike still not planted, but the Viper's Pit's up, and Oklahoma just basically stabilizing.
Penzer's Rolling Thunder, though, that could be huge in order to clear out all this space. It is some space that they're going to still have to clear out with their feet. Oh, this just makes it even harder. Is there an entryway back into the site?
Oh, man. I mean, the Viper's Pit's gone. Oklahoma chose to get rid of it, which is interesting. We'll touch on that later, I suppose. The dividing lights up, but Shiver's Showstopper is up. Jivey finds one, the last one alive, can't quite connect to the second. As Faso finishes the fight 3 in the round, but many ultimates being used by Oklahoma to secure a second half of the half.
Yeah, it seems like Oklahoma, they dropped down the Astro Wall, so they said, hey, we're still playing in a really small position. We want to make sure that we can have those trades, and the Viper Spit does get in that way. It near sights everyone, including your teammates, so you're not going to be able to get as clean trades as if it is down. It was a little bit risky with that Rolling Thunder available, since everyone can get stunned up. You're not going to deny the vision from the enemy team. They could get some really clean shots, but they stall out pretty well using that Astro Wall. Oklahoma, they go up around, they save their economy enough to get rifles, and they're heading over towards this B site now, which is so far Houston have dealt with and defended pretty easily.
Yeah, they're positioned to be able to do the same thing yet again. And Flash in response, Mattias does flick away from it, but challenges over towards Long instead. And that leaves Panzer alone on site. Adam Solomon trying to answer back, but gets only one before the trade goes through. Jivey finding one of their own to make it a 3 versus 3. The spike is planted. You see the barrel. The shoot through the box isn't good. Doesn't connect. The second one does, but it's a leg through the box. They're still fairly healthy, and the flick isn't good for Goopchill. Nice little swing on the timing of that. So now in the post plant, 2v2 as Eric Appleson evens the playing field a bit. Drops the snake bite on the spike, so nobody's going to be behind the box anymore. That's cleared. We have to check for stairs. We have to check for default. Check for tower. But Faso gets the frag on the first one, and Dow on the rotation. He finds the second. Oklahoma finally getting some life in the lungs to finish off the back end of this half.
Yeah, actually the breaches from both teams probably allowed Oklahoma there to get onto the site. I actually saw Panzer on Houston flash to try and peek, deny some vision, be able to get a couple kills over towards that B main position. But we had Jibby watching it with an op as well. He got flashed by his own teammate who was no longer able to post up, and that was an opening that Oklahoma took. They were able to get onto the site and play their clean post plant. Lots of pressure here to get to that 8-4 scoreline. It gives you a little bit more room for Oklahoma once they get to that other side. We have seen some 9-3 comebacks. I mean, it's known as that cursed scoreline anyway.
And something interesting, that Viper's wall is being dropped. It happened last round as well. It didn't really be relevant because I didn't talk about it. But now that they were initially looking to go A-halls, that doesn't cover that top rope angle. So Koi on the KO could clearly see the door. It wasn't disturbed at all by that toxic screen. So I wonder if Oklahoma kind of realized, okay, that wasn't intentional, and we got to go attack B site now because we didn't actually set up A site properly. I'm not quite sure on that one because I have to imagine you'd want that to cover up the doorway, but who knows? We'll have to. That's a question for an inside analysis that we can maybe discuss with the team another time. For right now, what we do know is they did rotate off of there, go to B site instead, which previously was a stronghold from Houston, but Oklahoma recently has started finding a little bit more success. There's only 2 members here from Houston who are currently still all that utility to work with. Panzer on that fault line trying to slow their approach, but the Rays has gotten on sites. It's like control is there for Oklahoma, but the sprays through the nebulas allow the kills to be on the side of Houston. The spike has gotten planted though, but the kills continue going Houston's way. This post plant is falling apart at the seams so quickly. And the shredding of bullets in favor of Houston. Eric finishing the fight as well. Dow only good for 2. The Viper's Pit has a little bit of a victory lap to finish off the half. Houston going up 9-3.
Yeah, Houston actually popped the null command, the K ultimate, extremely early. And I was a little bit skeptical from it at first, but then I realized Oklahoma, they had Goopchill on the tour de force. the moment that suppression hits Goop Chill, his operator is gone, and it allows Houston to get a very easy way into the site. The spam through the smoke also worked to get themselves the initial player advantage, but after that, it really felt like Goop Chill couldn't get into a comfortable position because he didn't really know when the operator was going to come back online, and it does take quite a while. So Houston, 9-3 scoreline. Can they translate this after the pistol round, getting themselves to those double digits? It's Eric Appleson. So you pointed out before how Oklahoma had a Viper wall that doesn't necessarily cover that elevated position over towards rope. Let's see if Eric Appleson is, maybe he has a lineup that it's going to be able to do it. I can't tell on the minimap by itself. I think it does it.
Oh, it does. Just narrowly.
It was a little hole.
They're good. It doesn't purely cover it, but enough to get through the door at the very least. Enough to get Houston a nice aggressive charge on the A site. Clear the site 3 for 2. And get the post plant started off strong for the first round, second half.
A gift. I'm about right in the full. That could be useful later in case Oklahoma take a little bit too long in this retake. That slow is going to definitely become pretty hard. No aftershock to actually get the chamber out of the position. He does have the fault line, which doesn't matter how far up you are. It's going to stun both of these people. It just depends on whether or not you can actually get the damage done.
Oh, nice swing by Houston, using the numbers very effectively. Nice little 1-2 punch especially. So something that Houston consistently does really well is swinging off for each other and setting up crossfires for each other when the time allows for them to do so.
Yeah, exactly. This is the team play that you really want to see from a team that's dominating these games, right? They have each other's back. They're making sure that they set each other up for success. Houston gonna fly up into this next round. So Adam Solomon, actually, instead of going for some bullets inside of his pocket sheriff, he's rather just going for a full vandal and some light armor, which can be good, can be bad. It depends if he's gonna end up dropping that one. It is a pretty big risk, but still, he's gonna have a lot of firepower on his side. Okay, so
at the last second, he swapped to full shield specter and 2 shots with headhunter. So decided against it, and it's working out just fine right now. Got the first frag of the round, and they have site control already. So Oklahoma instantly push off from this aggression. It's that Houston aggression we talked about before. It's like Houston just keeps attacking A site aggressively and confidently, cohesively. They do it on Haven, they did it on Icebox, they're doing it on Breeze, and now they're doing it on Fracture. It's just A site for Houston, and that's their home ground.
He's made a step. They kind of know that they're pushing, but look at the crossfires. They're all set up, and this fault line is just going to stall it out.
Oh, it took more than one person to be on that box, unfortunately. So Jivey was able to see Matias out, flashed up, so maybe they didn't even realize that was the case. Shiver, the last one alive, with just a bucket in hand. Good for one. Can't quite get the second. As Adam Solomon able to shut that down. Full armor was good. Upgrades a bit to Bulldog and survives because the time ran out fast enough. So Houston only 2 away from closing out the series, but still breathing room for Oklahoma to work with, technically.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest round of this series. If Oklahoma are not able to convert this to a round win, it's not looking good for them. They're at 0 credits pretty much across the board. The max is $100 in someone's pocket. That means they won't have a whole lot if they end up losing this round to force buy into the next. It's like Houston, they're going to go for a rinse and repeat. No, it might actually be some sort of a fake. They are leaving the KO and the breach, and that's a lot of utility that could kind of bait Oklahoma to having that rotation over towards the other site. But their Spike and 3 members from Houston are heading towards this B. And yeah, I think all of that utility is faking it just a little bit. They left Dow here in a 1 versus 4 scenario to try and hold this site against the force that is this Houston team.
Yeah, that's the narrative we were selling. Is Houston just attacks A site. So right now, when they have to deal with the bonus, they need to do something a little creative out of the box. They sold Oklahoma on this narrative. So Oklahoma was left a little bit surprised until Shiver. What an amazing trade transfer. Almost connects with the second, but Eric, and in Matrix style, just pulls in the Neo impression and ducks right under the shots at the last second. So Shiver not good for 3. That will allow Houston to get the spike planted and set up a 3v3 post-plant situation.
The big pressure here, yeah, is that chamber. He has the cross. He's going to have to get back. Caught with the knife out. Unfortunately, not going to work out for Houston. The shots did not land. Oklahoma survive. They keep their money in check. They keep 3 players into this next round, and they have a chance in this game. I gotta say, that spray transfer from Shiver was absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you played during the beta there, but that gave me flashbacks to the beta when Raze would have 2 nades, because he threw a nade, instantly got a double kill, which refreshes the nade, and he was able to throw a second one. That was just some PTSD right there.
And that was a little overpowered. Riot was definitely figuring out what power level they need agents to be at with their abilities at the time, but they seem to be figuring out nowadays. But yeah, honestly, if Shiver didn't get that second kill, I think that would have been a world of difference for Houston. They still have a fight against the superior weaponry kind of situation, but they would have gotten one more player alive with that upgraded weapon, and it could have been a completely different scenario. But now Houston does have the rifles. They are able to buy up. Oklahoma maintain that breathing room that they need to keep this comeback a reality.
Rinse and repeat into this A site. The fault line is there. Jimmy's getting spammed up, unfortunately. With the dash away onto the site, you're not going to be able to get out of there. Shiver and his teammate going to punish any of that aggression. Houston stopped in the choke. Mattias, that's the player that was hitting the shots last round on that Reyna. He's hitting them again on this Astra, keeping Oklahoma in this 2 versus 5. Now, some aggression here from Oklahoma that could get punished. Adam's going to get Mattias. It's going to give them an opening into this game. It's a little bit more space. Turns the flash. Not able to convert the kill. Adam chunked to very low. Oklahoma, they got to set up these crossfires, make sure they have each other's backs, because if Houston just win these 1v1s, they have a chance to get back into this round.
Surprised Goop Show was still on A site that whole time, considering they got confirmation that both members of Houston were there. But, you know, it still was player advantage of 3 versus 2, and that player advantage is all they needed on the site. As the crossfires and the holds from Houston, Oklahoma, I should say, were looking really good. And Houston running to a similar situation. This Fossil can't get over Adam's head. Or Goop Show's head, I should say, of the chamber. But yeah, similar situation for Houston as Oklahoma. Just a really strong hold on B site by Oklahoma on the defending team that the offense can't quite figure out a way past.
All right, looks like Houston, they're going to head back over towards this A site, but there's the chamber, the Viper, and the Astra right here. Houston, they're stomping. They're making all the noise to get out, but there's so much utility at the choke.
The gravity well stops them in their tracks, though, and allows time for Oklahoma to rotate through. 4 members of Oklahoma on site. Can't quite flick that one from Mattias. Happened to the pop flash a little bit too fast. Coley on the site, but with a Spectre in hand, had to reload. Beautifully paced shots by Mattias. This player is a monster with that gun in hand. This is a Vandal player for sure. It just hits heads consistently. It was all down to Adam Soliman. With the Tory Force available, a Vandal, a Headhunter, spike in hand, a rendezvous that they could set up to drop out if they need to. That's one that they're good for. Repeak finds the second. Adam Soliman gets the spike plant as well for bonus credits. Why not to top it off? Match point for Houston.
That was crazy. That was such a good scenario for Oklahoma, but Houston, they forced themselves through the choke after the Astra sucked the gravity well was already used. Oklahoma, man, I still got to point out Mattias. The fact that he hit those shots is insane. With all the pressure on him, with all the utility thrown at him, he still keeps his calm, gets a nice 2 shots, gets Oklahoma into that game, into that round with a 2 versus 1 scenario. But huge shots from Adam Soliman to get them to match points. Now Oklahoma, it's do or die here in this 12th round. At this match point, looks like the bread and butter Houston say, hey, who cares about B site? A site is where it's at. And you can already see the rotation here from Oklahoma. They understand that this is the site that is their weaker one. Now, it is a fake here from Houston. They sent 3 people over towards this A main. The over rotation from Oklahoma, all it is up to is this breach on this defensive side. Try and figure this one out. They're selling this all the way if they use this Rolling Thunder. They want to keep them on this A site.
Houston does have the force out of A. Jivey even connects or commits to the site as well, which is crazy to me. Meanwhile, the sell is beautifully done because Eric actually kills the 1 remaining member anchoring on B site, the side of Oklahoma. Houston has full site access. It's going to be a 4v4 that could be the final round of the series.
Showstopper for Oklahoma. That's where my eyes are right now, especially with this Viper's pit, since it has a bigger area of effect. If you can find the Viper, it makes this retake so much easier.
There it is. There goes Shiver with the Showstopper available, but Mattias the whole time is the one showing up. With the double kill so far, Adam Solomon shutting them down. The Aftershock underway, but that's not going to connect over towards past the Cosmic Divide. Has to just cleanly poke through, try and buy some time, but Goop Chill just has a little quick peek around the other side of the Cosmic Divide. He's like, all right, enough of that. Either Maya shoots you on this side or I shoot you on the other. We're going to finish this up real quick. Oklahoma stays alive.
Yeah, Oklahoma, despite the fact that the Showstopper was denied by the null command, they still are able to flood the site just in time. Houston, they sold a fake over towards the A. Oklahoma did bite, but unfortunately that spike didn't go down fast enough. Oklahoma was still there for that retake pretty fast, and that means they had the time to really clear out that site. They used quite a bit of ultimates in order to retake it, but he got to in that situation because you are at match point. You can't afford to give that round away. Now forces Houston towards a save. They're going to have some pistols in their hand, and they're going full force towards this A site. Now there's a Viper spin. They don't have armor, so this is even more of a death trap than before.
They have rounds to work with. Let's just send it this eco round anyway. And maybe we can get lucky with this aggression. Shiver trying to shut them down, though. Gets 2 for their efforts. The Panzer finishes them off. Viper will have to come out of the pit to be able to challenge all of this. But in the pit, they remain. Hall's control is there. On site is the Astra, which is Mattias. Somebody who definitely can anchor out of sight, that's for sure. And continue to do so is their efforts. Finds 2 on the round as well. So Panzer, the sub for Houston, trying to just close out this round, close out the series for Houston. Is good for 1. It's 3 on the round so far. Just needs to find the last 2 with a nice rotation. I would not expect that. But Panzer didn't feel it. Re-peeks Faso, expects them to be there for sure, and finds the last frag. Imagine a world of Panzer committed to that mid push.
Yeah, if he committed to that push into the spawn, I think he actually would have won that round. Got it down to at least the 1 versus 1. B site is accessible from that point onward, but besides against it, Houston still 5 rounds up, but Oklahoma, they're stringing these rounds together. They're getting that momentum going. Goop Chill has the operator in his hands now. Houston, look, they went B site a couple times. Even on a fake, it didn't work out well for them. They're just going to probably keep hitting this A site until it works. They have 5 rounds of leeway in order to keep doing this. They have 5 players here. There is a lot of stars at the choke. They're going to go into Sands as well. Still the star there, and there's just so much stopping power on this Oklahoma side.
Ooh, what a shot by Koi! Who connects to the second as well up the top of the ropes. And that's going to be A side completely open for Houston. I mean, A site is their forte, and that doesn't matter what map it is for Houston. You might as well put an A in their team's name. Spell Houston with an A somehow. Houstan is actually their low-key spelling at this point. It's going to be a 3 versus 3. And this is a pretty nice post-plant setup for this attacking squad. Oklahoma has only the Tour de Force ultimate to work with, but some breach utility still, nevertheless.
Breaks it up just for a little bit. This Viper wall is so oppressive. You have to peek through it. It's going to do the double damage. 30 HP is just enough. 1 versus 2 on the side itself. The upshot misses. Eric Appleton. He gets the double to end it out. What a clutch to end it. A site truly is Houston's land. So they're going to end it out. They're 2-1. Houston continue to dominate here.
Yeah, Eric hit a gnarly 90-degree flick onto Shiver. We thought Shiver's flick was insane earlier. Eric does it back against Shiver to finish off this map. Yeah, I can do it too, bud. Sit down was basically the message delivered at that point. So Houston goes on, of course, with an A site successful hit to close things out for them. That's a game 3. And the rope. That's written up. It's done. Game 3 is it. Houston moves on. Fantastic showing by Oklahoma, honestly. Their breeze performance was fantastic. Mattias is the person who really stood up in my mind. Didn't have as consistent of a performance on Astra as we've seen them have on Reyna. So I wonder why they decided to go into that. Something I would love to get some insight on, but it's one we'll have to continue thinking about moving on to another event. But for what we can see, I mean, the high ground for Adam was immaculate. Coming in was Panzer as a sub, who performed fantastically, especially early on, to get them some momentum for the defensive half, but still stepped up really well leading on to the end of the game as well. Jaibe had dominant op lines. Eric Appleton and Koi just the foundation and rocks for the team, and Eric obviously just has insane clutch potential.
Yeah, it was an absolutely fantastic 3-game series to watch. So Houston, they will go on to grand finals, I believe. We do have one more semifinals match before we do head to grand finals ourselves, and that will be between GCU and Arizona. That should be an absolutely great
It's the
match to watch. We're
rivalry.
gonna send it. Yeah, it's the rivalry. We're gonna send it to a very quick break though. When we are back, we're gonna have the semifinals match. Don't go anywhere.
world that we're living in is they're pushing all the way back to get that Reinhardt. North Texas might prevent a 3rd-point cap at all.
Match number 2 is the semifinals between GCU, Grand Canyon University, up against Arizona State University. And we heard from the manager to start off the day on that interview about how this is the rivalry matchup. The manager of Arizona State called it out. We interviewed Watanabe from GCU yesterday, and he confirmed, after a little bit of a teasing, he did confirm that this is indeed a rivalry matchup. They fight each other a lot. They've had that competitive atmosphere between each other, so this should be an absolute slugfest of a game 3 series. I assume we go to game 3 because these teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah. In terms of the actual maps that we are going to be seeing, 2 of the maps you are pretty familiar with. Icebox is going to be our first. Breeze is going to be our decider if we do get there, which hoping we do, hoping we end up seeing the full 3-game series between these rivals. But the second one will be Ascent. This should be pretty interesting as well. So we haven't seen a whole lot in these, in these 2 days that we have been casting, even though I think Ascent is one of those maps that people really do prefer a lot. GCU just playing with us a little bit. I mean, I personally think Neon can be very viable on this map, but no one seems to agree with me, so I don't think they're going to be picking that up nearly just now. Is Arizona State going for something pretty standard, double Sentinel, no Chamber? They're going to go with the Killjoy instead, but there's a lot of post-plant potential in this lineup, a lot of area denial as well with the Sage and the KJ. And if we do end up getting to that post-plant, the Snake Bites, the Shock Darts, and the Nano Swarms can all shave time off of that spike.
Arizona State, the storyline as well with them is Garrett, the new IGL being brought in, somebody that they took a chance with. They're kind of just scouting out somebody who showed interest and like, oh yeah, they're a mortal player, we'll give them a tryout at the very least, and they just stepped in, stepped up, and the whole team benefited from it. Other side of things, GCU definitely passing the vibe check very consistently. That we got to see yesterday on Icebox. Even they ran essentially the same comp yesterday. Sam on the Raze instead of going with a chamber option for this team. Sam though very proficient with an operator in hand even still. Garrett Watanabe also a big fragger. Garrett on the other side of things of Arizona State on the Jet, definitely the op player for their team that has held that A Heaven spot very consistently and works their way over to B site here and there as well.
Yeah, Turb is someone I want to point out as well. We saw some really huge plays, clutches from him, so I'm excited to see how he plays this map as well. Arizona, so far going for a 3-stack on this A site. We have seen them get very aggressive before. Looks like they're not necessarily in the position to do just that, except maybe Jello here might take a forward position with that wall. But Grand Canyon University looking to match them here on this A site.
Yeah, 4 stacked up, aggression from both sides, and they're ready to go. These teams should be familiar with each other because of the rivalry, because they play each other a lot. They said both sides have confirmed it. And Garrett, though, getting first blood of the series. The newer player coming in and continually stepping up for the squad. That completely stops Grand Canyon in their tracks. They fall back and try to regroup a little bit.
Yeah, the thing is though, Arizona don't have to rotate off of this A site. Killjoy is watching mid with the nanoswarms with the nanoswarms, and then the B site with the turret as well. You're gonna see Grand Canyon put up the wall, but so far Arizona has them completely phased. They're gonna go check on it just for now as Grand Canyon look to head over back towards this A site. Now the Viper wall is here. Arizona do give the call that could go up extremely fast, and definitely don't want to be pushing through a Viper wall on your pistol round.
Yeah, that's going to be really rough. You already oftentimes don't have armor or just light armor, so that's just the case you instantly... Oh, the beautiful timing. Narrowly escaping it, that is Mame, as Taro also finds a frag for their own, so evening up the scores a little bit. Mame self-healing Might want to just wait for the full heal before you challenge, but they decided to go for it right away instead. Garrett, 3K on the round, starting off fantastically. Going for the defuse, trusting their allies to protect them with a wall dropped as well. Funneling the challenge to have to be around this angle. And Gello is completely ready for that one. Arizona State with a pretty dominant first round, and the first round going the way for the series.
Yeah, saving that wall into a post-plant scenario is so good for a Sage on this map. You're able to put it up, especially on a pistol round where you don't really have the potential to shoot down that wall extremely fast. It can just essentially be a death sentence for you in that round itself. Arizona State, they're going to go up in this round count. They're going to be the ones buying up. Now, we do see a couple sheriffs bought up by GCU. Look to be heading back over towards this A site. But my eyes are on Garrett for this one. That Marshall can become essentially a pocket operator since no one from Grand Canyon University so far has bought up armor. So one shot to the body, they're going to go down. And those multi-frags can keep coming for Garrett. Possibly charge up his Blade Storm into the next round.
And no real shenanigans from GCU this time around. They're going to a straight up eco. A couple sheriffs is all there will be. So they'll be able to buy up next round. But we've seen some moments. I mean, even the last series, Mattias was able to pop off on that eco and just get an ace even. He just kept upgrading weapons as he kept finding enemies to defeat with that sheriff in hand. But no Reyna on the field, so continuing through would be a little tough. A little bit of a tech pause situation, and GCU going back to their ways. They're just passing some vibe checks and hanging out in spawn.
Yeah, we know GCU for their vibe checks here, man. You love to see that their mental is really up there, because one of the death sentence of teams can be getting into your own head.
They broke the line. They broke formation. No. They're off their Nabe cutting through the middle, off the line. No more circles. Yeah, mental is huge, as you said. Like, keeping that. We saw that yesterday from GCU. They did stuff like this, showing that they're chilling, they're vibing. The interview that we had with Watanabe, he was completely in the zone. And when they were losing rounds, they didn't show any signs of tilt or falling apart at all. They were still looking to help each other out, still had confidence in each other. And a lot of that is because they're just keeping good morale.
Yeah, exactly. Looks to be B-side on the table here. Turb, if he takes too forward of a position, could be punished for it. Yeah, but I think he knows that, hey, we don't know where any of them are on the map. I can't really take this forward position without some backup. He's just going to give it up. Play it as just jump spot, fire some pot shots. While Grand Canyon are on the backside of this position. Sam, as you said, lurked all the way up into the kitchen. Does get the pick onto Cass. Is going to have to give it up. But the rest of Grand Canyon is trying to fight forward. Going to get punished for it. 4 versus 4 on the table. Turb with the very forward position is going to get taken out. And that's B-side on the table. Wall down, plant down. And everyone from Arizona is stuck towards their spawn.
While it's happening, Sam is still in the kitchen holding ground. But Gello was ready, but not ready enough, it seems. Sam with 2 fantastic headshots, and that's exactly the kind of situation you can find people get back in the game. Sam, what is going on over here? The VACs are real, hitting the heads so immaculately. It's all down to chance suddenly on 1 versus 3. Still has a Spectre though, still can make this turnaround happen. And now it's a 1v1. Sam got some upgrades, has a Spectre of their own. Both players know exactly where each other are. This wall actually works in Chance's favor. Swinging around, but Sam is still too good, too hot and crispy with the shots. Grand Canyon winning the eco round.
Yeah, there's that mental right there, Chad. They weren't fazed by the fact that they won that pistol round. They didn't get in their head. Sam punishes Arizona State for not being able to land their shots in that very closed off area of the kitchen. Grand Canyon convert. They're able to buy up towards those rifles. Arizona State pushed back towards those pistols, and that's what you love to see in this matchup against these rivals. There's so much back and forth. They're all fighting tooth and nail to be able to get their advantages, to show that they're the better team in this matchup. Going aggressive. Oh, he's been spotted out. Full B control. GCU punished the forward progression from Arizona State. They're just going to translate that into a full-on plant on that B site.
Terra's winning in middle as well right now. They finally get shut down on Cass. Arizona State on their own eco. Grand Canyon with complete confidence and aggression. And we saw in the last series how it worked out for Houston. This new best of 3, it's been working out for Grand Canyon so far. But Cass, with that classic, it's been cooking a good amount of heads themselves as well. Got a couple kills so far, and the unfortunate circumstances, they've only been able to upgrade one weapon out of those 2 kills. It's going to be a little tough to get the second. It goes in the hands of Cass, who's been accurate so far. Might as well let them have the weapon. Can't quite beat out Volted, though, and Watanabe with a challenge as well. We'll finish it out. Volted on the backside. Cass had no idea they even were there.
Yeah, Grand Canyon. I mean, it was some good econ damage from Arizona with how little they invested into that round. So they're not looking too worse for wear. They're going to be able to buy it towards their rifles. So Garrett's going to pick up that operator. He really loves this operator on this A site. In the games we watched yesterday, that can be a little bit hit or miss. I think it was hitting more than it was missing on the maps that he did play, that ice box. But still, it's not something... It is something, excuse me, that Grand Canyon are going to have to worry about, because this guy loves to pick up the operator whenever he can. And he's in a forward position to try and hold and get some information on the A site.
Cass still holding down the mid control, just like they did on the eco. This time around, they overall have better weaponry to work with, so they can capitalize on that opportunity a little bit better. The Owl Drone survives that shock bolt just a little bit. Turb finding success on B main this time around as well. The longer angles more easily held with a Vandal in hand than a Spectre, I'd say. It's Grand Canyon now having a little bit of a tough time getting through, but they're on a bit of a save round themselves.
Rotations have already come over by Arizona State, so Turb has some backup, but he's still playing kind of a one-and-done angle. Garrett with that operator gets a nice flick. Isn't going to get the trades from the end from GCU. It's all up to Volt. 1 versus 4, rifle in hand. Could go for this, but everything's really being watched here by Arizona.
Stay safe around. They all have rifles and things like that anyway. It just looked like they had pistols out for some reason for the moment. I was like, I don't know if they really do, but guess I'm just going a little crazy. Just like Arizona State is going to need to go if they lose out a 4v1 situation. Only 1 is all Volt's good for. Valiant effort, though. There was a world.
There was a world that spray transfer happens. Unfortunately, clip runs dry. And Arizona not able to convert. A little bit skeptical from me that, you know, the Sova is the one watching the flank. Typically, you want that to be someone like the Viper. Sova's really good at setting up your teammates. You want him to be with the team, be able to use something like that drone, that dart that he actually had. And that 1 versus 4 can help this team a little bit earlier, but no worries. 2-2, even score line. Res available for Grand Canyon, so they can afford to go a little bit really aggressive. If they aggress onto this A site, even if they drop a player and get the site control, they can just get that player back into a 5 versus 5 retake situation.
Yeah, if they're able to confirm information, execute fast enough, they should be able to get on a site just fine. But this Killjoy utility will slow down just a little bit, and the members of Arizona State are already rotating in. So, Grand Canyon does get the site access. The lockdown drops. It's going to be tough to hold. The Hunter Sphero try to destroy that lockdown, and it does. Meanwhile, Watanabe destroys Chance, who's trying to peek from heaven in the same timing. So it's going to be 4v4 post-play situation, but Grand Canyon has complete site control right now. And ultimates to work with. Arizona State got a little bit of a hill to climb, but Gello getting that first kill will be a first start. Mummy answering right back, but still, that site control slowly going the way of Arizona State. They're encroaching on the site, swarming around the jet. The last member alive was Watanabe, who had too many directions to look in that moment. Caught between 2 great forces, and Arizona State collapses beautifully to win out another round for themselves.
Interesting post plant there from Arizona State, or excuse me, from Grand Canyon. Is we did point out the Sage Res in the buy phase. It still was available, and actually the Viper from Grand Canyon does go down. The Res was available. The Sage tucks into back site, trying to get into a better post plant positioning, but still forced the 4 versus 4. And the Viper could have been useful in that post plant scenario with the mollies available for them. Or still, Grand Canyon still have ultimates in their name. Is still. They're going to invest at least some money into this round, some guns that they could translate. We did see that in the second round, right? And they're going to re-hit this A site. Now, Cass is here, stuck towards that back site, but he has the smallies on default. That's enough space, enough time that the rest of the team can rotate over, and the spike should go down a little bit slower as well.
No lockdown this time around. The Viper is too far to drop a pit to stall. It's going to be more likely the Viper's pit on the side of Grand Canyon will be dropped. But will they have an opportunity to even do that? With the Hunter Sphere going down, Taro has fallen. The spike was planted, but a fantastic showing of force by Arizona. Volt couldn't even live very long to even put up much of a muster. Arizona State looking very confident and strong on this defensive side.
Yeah, it seems like Arizona State have a really good hold on this defense. The mollies are just enough to stall that Grand Canyon can't take enough space. Arizona will rotate through because they hear all the footsteps, they hear all the utility, and they're ready with all the sage slows to still punish Grand Canyon, who's trying to push forward through all the utility spam. Through that, how's Grand Canyon respond as they're going to go towards, seems like a half by here. Some pistols in someone's hands. The only hero rifle is going to be Mame with that Guardian. So look to spread out just a little bit more. So far, Turb, very aggressive here towards the B main, and as long as he isn't pushed off of this position, he gets so much information on where the team is.
Yeah, ever since Turb has gotten a rifle in hand, this B main hold has been so much stronger, but has been getting forced off of this hold because of the utility usage. And I apologize for the cast of curse. Turb, Stam is just too good with that sheriff in hand. I might be cast cursing them at this point. Who knows? But nope. No, definitely not. Sam just click that ad immediately. And Grand Canyon up 4-2 on the field. But a spike is dropped. Back at A main is all down to the new kid on the block. Garrett the Kite. It's the operator main for the team. Big Jet main. Couldn't quite hold the spike. Didn't quite know exactly where they're coming from. Having it forced off. And it's going to allow the two duelists of Grand Canyon to hunt down the prey, while the other two members go ahead and get the spike planted just in case.
Yeah, Garrett, it's so hard to run from this. The spike just got planted. It's 45 seconds left on the clock. That'll help him quite a bit. Gonna shoot the body just for some good measure. I wonder where he actually goes with this. Okay, so he is going to pick up that operator just again, making it expensive for Grand Canyon. This is 4 versus 2. This might actually be doable if he wants to pop the knives and go for this.
He just updraft to peek over screens as well. This guy's kind of going a little crazy right now. No way, right? Okay, yeah. Taro shuts him down after missing the first shot. So they don't get to save the operator, Garrett. Having a little fun, keeping the morale up. I mean, you got to do something like that to keep morale up, right? We'd already talked about what GCU's doing. Garrett's doing exactly the same thing.
Exactly. Oh, man. It was a little bit unfortunate for Grand Canyon, though. Oh, I think a player disconnected, unfortunately. So we're going to be in another tech pause. Lots of pauses here today. But that gives us a little bit more time to talk about what's happening so far. So Grand Canyon, so far they've been going a lot. They've been getting pushed back from this KJ utility, from all the stall potential. It's allowing the rotations to come forward. But we haven't been seeing so far was Turb on the other side. We saw him in that last round. He did get punished for playing a little bit farther forward, and Grand Canyon were able to convert that round. But there's so much information and so much stall on the side of Arizona State. Looks like that player did come back, so we are going to go into this next phase. Viper ultimate, Viper's pit, and the ball going to be used. So going into this A site, definitely extremely difficult. Might want to save the drone for a little bit later. The Killjoy is going to be on this B site. She's actually kind of stuck if she doesn't get some help.
Does have the stage nearby. Yellow and Garrett are nearby to provide some support. Cass able to just work off of that initial take from Yellow to swing by the right side and take the frag out. GCU trying to find a way of where they want to go. The Viper's pit being dropped in A. B being held so heavily as well. It's a tough call to go from this point. Looks like they're going to eventually go B because they don't want to deal with that Viper's pit.
But there's two Sentinels here. Jello's going to get the first pick. The res is there to bring that player back. But Cass is going to get the spray down on the double kill. 2 players left. The spike is available. And actually, Arizona State have kind of rotated off. GCU have an opening into the site.
That was a very ambitious resurrection. Even though they have the wall drop, they are dealing with rifles in the hand of the enemy who already showed that they have multiple members present on the site before. This is a little bit of a tough situation. Nice lineup by Volt. That was crispy. You do have the spike. You have a Viper's pit as well. A lot of ultimates being invested in this round that I feel like Grand Canyon has been behind on the whole time. Shockbolt does miss though, but the spam does not. Off of no real information, just a cold read of the situation and predictions. You get the spam in and get the kill onto Volt. Doing the same against Pero now. to chip away, and Taro is in a terrible situation. It's the first peek at Chance, who swings and ducks just enough to dodge Taro's shots and respawn very quickly and precisely to finish up the round. Arizona State developing a bit of a lead at this point.
Yeah, I mean, even if Chance does go down there, I still think that the Viper does end up dying. You could see how Arizona State, they had an inkling of where he was, and the spam could easily go through. There's no cover in that situation, so he'd have to be dodging, dancing around some bullets, some Matrix type of style in order to actually live in that situation. But Arizona State go up another round. The good hold on that B side looks like B or A is really hard for Grand Canyon to try and break into. So they have to get through all of that Viper utility, all of that Killjoy utility, all the Sentinels on this side from Arizona State. Turb still going to take this forward positioning. I see some people, as long as he doesn't get punished for being in this very aggressive position, he gets so much space, gets so much information. He's actually stuck right now.
Yeah, but that one way will buy them enough time to be able to find a 1v1 get Sam that they can win out on, but Taro is able to duck under it after that time spent and find the answer back. Nova Swarm being dropped, or the Nano Swarm, I should say. You'll buy enough time for Arizona State to rotate through, and one of the big members is Gello rotating through B main. Meanwhile, Garrett may have disconnected in Kitchen, which is unfortunate, or I should say Watanabe, the other Jet. So... oh, he's back. We're good, I think. Nope.
Oh.
Watanabe. We're behind the Killjoy. They don't. No, you're there.
There.
Ah! It's a distraction tactic. That's what it is. While the other three members were able to get the spike planted. And it's unfortunate reconnection now. So Watanabe's alive. He's back. Watanabe. Can he get the frag? He's at least buying time. This is still working out somehow miraculously for the team. While GCU getting the other two kills going on their way. Giants are back with Hunter's Fury to shut down the lockdown. Watanabe finally falls, but amidst all that, he bought time for the team to get the spike planted. And it's a 3v1 post plan for the squad. Chance having to deal with a 1v3 scenario, but there's too many angles to account for. And Greg Cannon still wins the round.
You know, I think the disconnect was the perfect situation for Grand Canyon.
According to plan.
Because he actually reconnected in the perfect time where the Killjoy ultimate was placed. There was so much chaos on site that he was actually able to kind of get a little bit of damage done. He activated a little bit earlier. He might have been dealt with a little bit faster. So maybe it actually worked out for Grand Canyon in the end. They were able to convert that round there.
Like, we heard a step right. What's that move? Should he be a Fury at this point? Or is this person? He's tucked in a corner. Meanwhile, going to the next round, Sam immediately follows up that resounding success of an attacking round from Grand Canyon by finding a first frag for the following round. And looks like the internet's secured a little bit for Watanabe, who's instantly blast on site. But all this utility from Arizona State makes it really tough for them to get that spike planted. Sam, meanwhile, still fragging out, slaying out, putting in the big entry duelist pants on and gets the frags up. But Arizona answering right back. Showstopper stops their momentum on the return. Is all down to Chance once again in a 1vx situation. Trying to swing through on an unpredicted angle, but with 1 HP left alive, Sam with a Hail Mary paint shell gets the frag to finish off the round. Started it, finished it, Sam on top.
I think Sam actually messed up the paint shell, but Chance didn't know that. He thought that Sam paint shelled the generator. So he walked in trying to punish, trying to get ahead of the paint shell, but because it got messed up, it was in front of the generator, and it punished Chance for actually doing that play. Funny how, you know, a little bit mess ups. I'm going to say it's a mess up from Sam. I don't see why you would not do the generator push.
Oh, man, the DC was intentional, that paint shell was intentional, everything's according to plan. These teams are rivals, they play each other all the time. You gotta do something a little bit unorthodox sometimes, you know, to get that edge.
Sheriff's in the hands of Arizona State. There's no Killjoy mollies to defend against this push anymore. Cass goes down anyway, so those wouldn't have been able to be activated. And the spike will go down. Now, there is a double flank here from Arizona State. It's not going to activate. It's not going to get punished. It is punished. GCU 5 versus 2, and they're pushing all the way forward. No space given to Arizona to come back into this round.
Yeah, it's a tough round for Arizona. Went into the first place based on the buys. They're going to be able to buy up a lot better going to the next. So a flawless round for Grand Canyon, who'll be able to fully buy up for the final round of the half regardless. But now Arizona State is going to be able to do exactly the same thing to try to tie up the score line before the half ends.
Operator in the hands of Garrett here. I don't think I've seen too much from Garrett from his operator in this defensive half. I think part of that is because the Sentinels have just been doing such a good job at delaying space. It doesn't really matter. They get a lot of chip damage. We don't really need that fully aggressive operator anyway, but he's going to pick it up for this last round. Looking down under tube, and I actually think that's exactly where Grand Canyon at least seems to be heading for a little bit. Punish this. Does get the initial peek, doesn't get the kill, and the orb will deny the information anyway. Doesn't find an angle for Taro, but seems to be Spike heading towards this A site. There is a Killjoy there, and those mollies have done so much before, but a lot more spread out from Grand Canyon so far.
Honestly, something that just kind of like dawned on me is I haven't really seen a whole lot of pop-off moments for Garrett on the operator. We've seen that before with Arizona State on Icebox, but not so far. What would be a nice pop-off moment is Cass with this 1v2 victory situation that drops the spike. Can't really control it because doesn't have the team to support, but they're gonna have to deal with his mid-control. Chance gets the double kills of their own. So this round very quickly off the backs of Cass and Chance winning their own 1v2 situations. Managed to win out the round for the team as Cass finishes off the full house for the kill counts. Triple kill. Takes some damage. And that electricity through the bodies, through the bones is just like that feeling of victory that Cass just embraced. 6-6 tied up for the second half.
Yeah, you talked about doing something unexpected. Well, Cass does something completely unexpected. You don't expect a Killjoy to be pushing up past her utility and instead be playing off of it, but Cass gets ahead of it, unexpected, gets a double kill, and really just punishes anything that Arizona State tried to accomplish that round. Completely tied up, pistol round on the table. It's Grand Canyon going to be on the defense for this one. So they have a double duelist. They still have a lot of stopping potential with the Sage and the Nade, but Arizona State need to head over towards this A site. Big question if Arizona can get into that post-plant scenario, because I highlighted how much post-plant utility they have with all of the mollies and all of the damaging utility on their team to actually play in that post-plant scenario.
Beautiful first shot. Watanabe started off the frags for the first half and doing the same thing for the second, but it gets shut down immediately by Turban Cass swarming through. Nice, confident, cohesive, and fast take of the A site. Range true, but meanwhile, Cass, gain a little presence in mid, gets a couple kills of their own, which is massive for the squad, and allows those members of Arizona State to maintain dominant site control. It's all down to one. Taro, can they win this 1v3 situation? Likely not, due to the fact that they're getting completely swarmed. Little do they know Watanabe is right behind them. I say the wrong Jet. It's Garrett, of course. The size of swap. They're both Jet players. They're both fantastic performers as well. So it's an easy confusion, but Garrett, of course, is the one to finish off the round.
Yeah, crazy round there with some fights in mid and from the A site, but Arizona gonna come out on top. They're gonna buy into this next round. Cass actually bought up a Phantom, which risky, especially on someone like a Sentinel. I guess he's gonna go for a little bit something more aggressive. Still has the money to buy up to full util as well, so feeling pretty good about this one. Only half armor in his stead. The Grand Canyon are going to play to try and defend over towards this B site. Now, although it is where the drone is heading, will it be killed in time to actually spot out this Viper? It's playing a little cheeky corner. I don't think it was actually spotted out. And Sam on the aggressive. I think they're trying to fake this over towards the B site so this Viper can actually activate.
Doing those fakes, though, does allow an opportunity that Volt can grab that orb. And one that they recognized and took advantage of on the side of Grand Canyon. Falling off the A site, though, they're completely reading into this mid-B presence from Arizona State, but it's a little bit of a bad read, it seems like. But Arizona State, they don't know this, so they're taking the time as well and seeing what they can deal with it. Nice little quick peek by Taro. Going to get punished by a quick aggression by Garrett. Just tailwind things. Jet, premier punishing agents. Sam, with the sheriff in hand, just keeps on clicking heads. Gets at least one, but shut down by the firing squad of Arizona State. And now it's going to be swarming. Can't even say the word. Because I heard the word shorty. I kept wanting to say the word shorty, but I wanted to intentionally say swarming It was tough, man. It's just one of those things. That's what happens when we cast 3 best of 3s in a day, and we're only halfway through. That shorty does come through. Good for a 1. That's all they'll get. But honestly, your gameplay of the shorty is basically going to be good for a 1. And they did a job.
Bolts 1 versus 3. Not able to do anything with the mobility of Garrett. Arizona State doing something that's pretty standard, I would say, for an anti-eco, playing very slow, punishing any aggressive looks from Grand Canyon. Something we haven't seen too much in this tournament, but still definitely a very safe plan to make sure you can get yourselves to a better scoreline, 8-6. As Cass retain the Phantom as well, so he's going to keep that good firepower into the next round. He can go blow for blow in terms of the range, in terms of the firepower, not have to worry about, you know, maybe your gun's a little bit better in those close quarter situations. Arizona State grouping up for this one, just want to do a straight B hit. There is the Viper there, both mollies on the table as well, so they can stall quite a bit, especially with that one-way smoke over towards B main, and yeah, all the rotations have also come through off of the tags, so Grand Canyon should be ready for this one.
Yeah, I was going to see what Taro has available to try to stop this push. It was just a wall that didn't do a whole lot, but oh, wow, Volt, okay, nice prediction shot there, and almost could execute to be good for 2, but could only get a little bit of damage off. Gello not in a good position to be able to get the heal off either, because they are definitely in dangerous waters, pushed far up into the enemy spawn, and so those enemy are the ones that get all the frags here on the anti-bonus situation. Grand Canyon comes out on top, getting themselves on the win column for the second half.
Yeah, well, it's a nice attempt, a nice little set play there from Arizona, but unfortunately that one player towards Snowman just threw a wrench in the entire thing. Got the spike planter, made sure that no one could really plant it afterward, because I think the spike fell on that top side position, so they had to push this guy in. Snowman wasn't able to convert. 8-7, so we look towards the next round. Arizona State, that was their bonus. They're going to be on rifles for this one, playing something a little bit more spread out, a little bit more of a default. Watanabe on a really great off angle here to punish anyone going for that higher ground position. But whenever Arizona State have been pushing, they really just put the bot there. They're waiting for aggression on this A side, which Grand Canyon hasn't really been giving for them. And then they'll wait to make some plays on the other side of the map. You can already see B main taken by Arizona. And Grand Canyon are pretty comfortable with this position. They have a good amount of info on that A site with that jet looked up. This drone is just going to spot out one, but not a whole lot of information given over, because it's only 30 seconds into the round. They could really go wherever they want here from Arizona State.
Outside of, nice shot by Taro, outside of Taro and Sam's presence from the eco round earlier, we haven't really seen a whole lot of aggression on the defensive side from Grand Canyon, something that we might mix up later on, try to catch them off guard. But so far, going with a little bit of a default setup. So Taro is traded out by Chance eventually, who will then regroup back to the stage, get healed up, and go back to a little bit of a default while they wait for the heal to come back online and figure out where they want to go next. But that B main control that Chance earned back for the team did kind of just get given back away as they go ahead and just rotate over to A site instead. Fully committing to this, it's all on the hands of Watanabe to try to hold on the line. Takes a little bit of fall damage, unlucky, but did get the first kill. We'll take that. Trades to the second. Sam's here as well for the third. And the last player alive, Cass, couldn't do much on the back end. Nice read on the situation by Grand Canyon. Nice rotation. And why do they need to go aggressive on defense if their more passive defaulty hold is doing just fine with these rifles in hand?
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter if the enemy team is taking that B main, that A main space, if you're able to punish it once they get out of those areas. In Grand Canyon, they do just that. They tie up the scoreline. They force Arizona State towards this eco. Cass is the only one with something that has a lot of potential, as well as some sheriffs on the board. We did see how those could really come alive in the second round of this game.
Get out of my way!
Arizona looks to head over towards the A site. Now, there is a 3-sec. There is this double duelist who's really potent at punishing any sort of over-aggression, but Arizona State still want to go fast into this.
Yeah, maybe the aggression could work out better for Arizona State. Got them site control in the past. Their own default options haven't been as successful, so I like the change of pace. Switch it up, go aggressive, and so far, so good. They got the first frag, but the default was shut down by Bolt's lineup. Schultz shocked Bolt's. Watanabe on the high ground was able to take down the opposing doppelganger jet. Do they survive this? No. The shots don't got ran true enough. Mame finds Cass. pushes into the crossfire. That's not properly set up by the Arizona State members because they're getting so concisely pressured by Grand Canyon University's defensive aggression on the counter. They get themselves in the round lead again.
Yeah, clean retake, the damaging utility just to punish the actual spike plant. Timeout here from Arizona State at a time where scoreline's still pretty even. Don't want Grand Canyon running away with this one, because if Arizona State do end up losing this bye round, we're looking at double digits for Grand Canyon and most likely 9 after that, as Arizona State won't have enough to buy up in the next rounds. They got to talk things through. So far, their full on-site hits haven't been working. So far, their defaults usually are punished by Grand Canyon as well, with just some passive positioning, just punishing when Arizona State try and lurk up.
Timeout taken. What do you discuss at this point? I'd like the aggression changeup that we saw in that last round. It was an eco, though. So once the jet fell, they basically just had regular pistols after that, and it was really hard to hold the post plant on a site or on any site, really, in this situation. But I do think that it was a very successful aggressive push on the site. So I think during this timeout, I don't think you really change that mentality. I think you still need to go very confidently as a team and go aggressive on sites. There's no like asteroid gravity wall stopping you. Once you find out where the Viper is, you can push the other site essentially, because you know the Sage is going to be holding mid a lot. So once you kind of get that scouting out with your Sova, go and explode, I think is a good call. The default just hasn't been working out. Grand Canyon has been a little bit too clean on this defensive hold.
Operator in Watanabe's hands for this one. It's going to be paired up with the Viper, so that wall could come up the moment Watanabe takes the shot. He's pre-aiming the jet updraft dash as well, so predicting where that jet will go to try and make some space on the B site. And Arizona State are grouping up 5 people strong versus B main.
That operator down immediately, though. Garrett shutting it off. It honestly just hasn't really been the day for operator users on this map between these two teams. As we know, Watanabe and Garrett are both fantastic with those in the hand, especially Garrett. It was popping off a lot yesterday with the operator, but just haven't been able to find his look. Watanabe neither. Garrett survives, but gets a little return of damage. Hasn't got healed up yet, though. Hey Sage, hey buddy, I'm right here. Heal me up. I don't know if it was quite available, but that's definitely the mindset if I was Garrett in the moment.
So
though,
I'm looking right now. Yeah, Spike will be planted, damaging utility there. Res is available, but I'm curious, does Grand Canyon have the Sage Wall available? They will put down their own Viper's Pit to make all the vision denial theirs, but if they can put down the wall and just stick it, I think they can go all the way.
Yeah, they probably could, especially this Viper's Pit up. They're trying to fake out these defuses. Oh, but Yellow sees the hand. Doesn't get the kill, but the Hunter's Fury is good enough. Cass on the off angle, rotating over from middle. That's exactly what you want to see from the attacking side of getting that plant on B site, rotate through middle control, and then pincer maneuver the defenders after you commit to the post plant. Beautifully done by Arizona State. Good look after the timeout.
Yeah, use a lot of ultimates in that, but it's fine. You want to tie up these numbers. You want to make sure that you can keep this economy into the next round. Watanabe gonna be back on that operator. Didn't find success last time. Was actually punished for going a little bit too aggressive. This time it seems like he's gonna take a different sort of off angle. Still wants to hold this B main position with this Viper. Still holding this jet updraft position. It's more spread out from Arizona. They're gonna use the drone early, try and get some information towards this A site. Want to find out just how clear this one is. Arizona did go really hard on B site, so if they see very little, they could just translate that into an A hit.
I do like this adaptation for Watanabe because Garrett has shown a favoritism towards the updraft dash over play onto that top left platform. But as Watanabe accounts for that, that's when Garrett doesn't do it and forces Watanabe off that top spot. So they force back Grand Canyon, make them have to guess a little bit, rotate over to A site, and looks like they're going to be able to execute fast. It's all down to Sam here, the Lone Ranger on the site. How much can Sam do? Good for one, but that's all they can do. This Watanabe has rotated through, gets another frag on Agello. Arizona State took the time a little bit there, but they're able to set up some crossfires at the very least. The spike has not been planted just yet. They're trying to just live out this Hunter's Fury. It's gone now. Spike will get dropped. And what will the post plant look like? No lockdown available, but the angles from Chance are able to get at least one before the trade comes in for Volt. Some info gathering, some post plant utility. Don't know if the Stink Bites are available for Arizona State. But Tara drops their own, tries to swing in, gets a nice frag on the cast, and transfers over to Turb. Beautifully done by Tara. Grand Canyon, double digits. We're keeping this game so close, up only by 1.
Interesting decision there from Arizona State with the 2 players alive to actually fight for the site itself. If it was me, I would just evacuate. You have both nano swarms available on the KJ. I think there might have been at least 1 molly available for the Viper as well. Even if there isn't, that nano swarm can provide so much damage in a post-plant situation as that spike is taking down. But Grand Canyon get to double digits here, and they retain the operator for Watanabe. So 2 rounds so far that Watanabe hasn't really gotten anything with that operator. He did get 1 on that retake, but subsequently punished after pushing out the knife. Still holding this updraft dash position, but fast mid here from Arizona State.
Very aggressive, very fast pace by Garrett, but Watanabe was ready for it. Shut them down on the rotation over. Taro ready and waiting, just doing Viper things, holding down B main, as you do. So Grand Canyon continue this momentum. They started trying to generate for themselves and try to get themselves ahead by a bit. Volt finding command on mid. I mean, Grand Canyon is just default and winning all the angles that they hold on default. Arizona just not able to find success on any of these peaks.
Yeah, I think there actually was a hole in the wall that was being abused by Grand Canyon. So the head taps through that. Arizona State, their push in shambles here. It's all up to Turb in a 1 versus 5. This is a player that we have seen had those really clutch situations, and the A side is actually free. It's only going to be Sam here. The thing is, I don't think Turb can just plant. He's got to go for something more. He's got to go for some sort of pick. There's a lot of players on the other side of this wall.
Yeah, you have to get at least 1 more because you don't have any other way of really feeling secure.
Oh,
perhaps, maybe. We know Sam's good for 1 though, so basically every time anybody runs across Sam, Sam at least gets 1 of them, and that continues on. A little unlucky perhaps, but that shot did give things away. And Grand Canyon, I mean, honestly, Grand Canyon's had to deal with a player full disconnecting mid-round earlier, so
yeah,
it's just, you know, fates are lining up a little bit, you know, balancing out a bit.
9-11 scoreline. No tech pause, so they're gonna keep playing this one out. Showstopper available for Grand Canyon. It is over towards the A side. So is Watanabe. It looks like that's where Arizona State are heading. Oh, Showstopper available. Satchel is out. Not gonna pop it just yet.
We didn't quite grit that initial frag. Sam misses the Showstopper as well. Chance shuts it down with a Sheriff tap to the head, just doing to Sam what Sam's been doing to the Grand Canyon or to the Arizona State squad this entire map. So eating a little bit of their own medicine there. 4v4, but eco round for Arizona State even still. They do have a Resurrection. They have a Viper's Pit. Yeah. So if they can transfer through 1 or 2 kills, even if they lose 1 or 2 along in the process, this should be a winnable round for Arizona State.
It's possible. I think there is a gun dropped. I know that the Jet did pick up 1, pushed it a little bit farther away. This drone's going to spot it out, so maybe they'll be able to pick up a kill, but so far, Arizona State, they have pretty much free sight control. Bolt still has the shock bolts, though, and that's quite a bit of damage.
The shock bolts have been really good to punish default, but didn't quite connect that time around from Volt. And yeah, there's that connected. That's that 1 kill they needed, at least, and then get that Viper's Pit drop. They have a Resurrection of their own, but 1's being used by Grand Canyon side. So back to a 4v4. Viper's Pit is still online. Resurrection available, used, but can they connect this to any success? Nice positioning by Watanabe. Good prediction on the rotation on the runaway. Watanabe with the flick around finds the 3rd on the kill on the round, and that's going to be it for this. Grand Canyon gets to match point off of a very nice retake on an anti-eco to be fair, but having to deal with the Resurrection, the Viper's Pit, losing members along the way, they still find success.
Yeah, and we talked about Arizona State, how they wanted to get another pick before they invest all those ultimates into the round. Well, they do get the pick, but the thing is, They're so far away that those guns are not recoverable. They won't have those guns when the retake comes through from Grand Canyon. And Grand Canyon, with that superior firepower, just abuse it, just run into the site. And unfortunately, Arizona State aren't able to tap enough heads to make it happen. So big investment from Arizona State. They're not going to have the res, the Viper spray in this next round. They do have their rifles, though, and they're heading back towards this A site. They want redemption. This time, no showstopper for Grand Canyon. Turb, hope he's here. Is he lining something up or is he disconnected? I can't really tell.
Time will tell. Arizona State having a fight against this match point from Grand Canyon University. This is Grand Canyon University's map pick. So just like we saw in the first series, it seems like the people picking their maps are having more success.
You should run.
And Tanner was just lining up this Viper's wall, this toxic screen. The lockdown is underway. So Arizona State resolving to just give up site entirely and play for the retake. No ultimates online for their side of things, but after dealing with this turret, they should be able to have presence for the flank. It's going to be Cass who has to at least be mindful of that. Same for Chance, but Chance is only good for one. Sammy answers back, and Cass is ready, though. Not expecting a second player to be there so fast. Cass now taking their own mid control to try to play for a lurk after this lockdown dropped. Garrett hiding in the hell. Will Mame be able to account for it, dropping that wall, be able to actually challenge for it? Does not find the frag, though. Dropping down. Watanabe can't do either. Jello find the frag on Volt, and the allocation of resources and finding good angles. Arizona State wins the one again.
Yeah, two big moments there in that round. One, dealing with the flank for Arizona State, gave them a lot more space, made sure they weren't pinched on the site, but also Garrett coming up really big in that backside position. You already saw the Sage Wall from Grand Canyon get put down, built up, and it was all Garrett trying to make sure that Grand Canyon don't actually get onto that spike. Arizona, they hit double digits, 2 away from tying this one up, sending us to overtime in our first map of this best of 1 series. Well, it's only Sam in a kind of one and done spot to prevent against this. Now this doesn't actually see him. It's a little bit too far. Oh, he needs to crouch. Unfortunately, doesn't do this. He'll get out. The reinforcements will arrive. Only one for now, and he's still spotted up.
And Jello finds the first frag, so it's opening up for Arizona. This may be a best of 3 series, but winning the first one is huge. Definitely a huge opportunity for your team. This is definitely doable to get into an overtime situation. I mean, at this point, Garrett Cannon's economy isn't amazing. If they lose this round, it might not be the best advice going into what would be a final of regulation. But the retakes for Grand Canyon have been pretty good overall, especially on the A sites. Mame find the first frag. Cass not looking for a mid-control flank opportunity this time around, though, so it's going to be a straight-up firing squad set up. The line of scrimmage is established. Taro pushing through and getting caught by Garrett's. Not able to do any cheeky Viper's Pit plays this time. So Arizona State brings themselves 1 away from getting to the overtime.
Yeah, someone hang the mistletoe. The Viper and the Jet kissing in the smoke. GCU, last round before overtime, and last round before a game or a map win. They're going to take this time out, discuss their options. They do have enough to buy into this next round. They don't have a lot in terms of the ultimates to have the Hunter's Fury available, which we have seen come alive before. You can deny quite a bit, especially with that spike plant if Arizona go a little bit too slowly. But so far, Arizona State, this A site has been their bread and butter. They figured it out. They figured out how to punish anyone who stays on the site and to lock out anyone from retaking well enough or fast enough.
I'm active called by Grand Canyon University's coach, discussing how exactly do we hold on A? Do we need to relocate and put Sage here initially? Because Arizona State has not really been fighting for Kitchen much. We don't really need the Sage to be holding Kitchen if Arizona keeps doing what they've been doing. Perhaps do some one-way setups from the Viper for A main, cut off the choke point. But no, they seem to be allocating it roughly the same way they have been on the side of Grand Canyon University, not making any significant changes positionally, except for Watanabe perhaps would be the one who takes a risk, pushes up forward fast. So the player just did a quick reconnect.
Gotta make sure they're back. This is down to the wire, right? You don't want a player disconnecting mid-round, even though it kind of worked out in that one round, but you still want them really back in form. Grand Canyon with this defense, and you're still moving around. I assume the positions at where they're at right now are going to be the ones at the beginning of the round, considering there's 4 seconds left on that timer when it does get unpaused. But you're going to put the double duelist over here. I really want Watanabe to play aggressive here. I want him to try and get an initial pick. I don't really like this screen's play because it usually does get walled off. He's not really going to be able to help in the site take. He is in a decent spot for the retake, but it's also a pre-fileable position that Watanabe has played before. So if Arizona State recognize that, they might be able to spam him through, get him into the grave, and a little bit easier on their post-plant scenario. Meanwhile, they do have the Sage and the Sova here towards mid, so they could very easily just run over to help their teammates on that A site. So decent A holds here. It's just really about how fast are they and can they get those initial picks, or is Arizona State just going to util up the site again and get themselves their spike plant?
Yeah, so I'm not sure how long this tech bot is going to last for, considering the fact that they have to deal with some ping issues real quick that try and get their internets resolved. I mean, especially in this crucial situation. Like, this is the last round of regulation. It may be a best of 3 situation, but a map win is a map win. That's a big thing. All this other effort to be thrown away because you just rushed into a round when your internet wasn't stable enough, like, that's just a little too reckless. So they're just doing what they can. We are getting some ready checks in chat, though, so I think we're going to be getting into this round very quickly. Yeah, timer's underway. Watanabe positioned with that rope. Going to go aggressive into the enemy.
You missed it.
What?
Okay.
That play requires immediate timing as well. So because he missed that rope, like that play is completely gone now. You just don't do that anymore. Aldrin saw him in the backside as well. This entire setup that they're looking to do is completely falling apart and forcing Grand Canyon back into like a retake situation that they've been doing beforehand. But if I know one thing about Sam, they're good for 1. They got their 1. They found their 2. And with the Hunter's Fury available, there is a resurrection, but that'll be punished immediately if they try using that one, especially with that positioning that Volt has set up.
I like how Grand Canyon are playing this too. They're not pushing onto the site. They're not giving a chance for Arizona State to find some sort of pick, get themselves back to even numbers. Okay, they're going to use the res, the Hunter's Fury. It's available. Pushing back site.
Feels bad, man. He shut down like that. It's not even the player that was resurrected. That was Chance, who gets fallen by Sam. And Sam was good for 1, good for 2, good for 4 by the end. The player that's popping off on that second round to bring Grand Canyon back into a momentum swing. And the player who ends the fight in the final round. A 13-11 close match, but one that goes the way of Grand Canyon University.
Very, very good round there at the very end. Sam coming up huge and off of initial play that was blundered a little bit by not being able to reach the rope quite in time, but still comes up good for GCU. They take their first map, and we will be heading to Ascent for a second.
Yeah, Ascent will actually be the first time we get to cast Ascent during this tournament. So because we didn't get to see it at all yesterday, so it'll be a little bit of a fresh face for both of these teams, at least on stream. But of course, because these teams are rifles, these play each other all the time, they said, they should have a pretty good feel of how they played on Ascent. So I'm expecting to be another close match, just like we saw here going to game number 2. But it's going to be Arizona State who need to win it out to keep their hopes alive, keep going on this tournament. It's a single elimination tournament. If you're out here in the semifinals, you're done. So Grand Canyon have the opportunity to finish this in a quick 2-0, or we could be going to game 3. We'll have to find out on the other side of the break. We'll see you then.
Ensure that they're staying alive and they're also, they're also in the line of sight.
Game number 2 between these rival teams. The first one went the way of Grand Canyon University, but the second one, can Arizona State bring it back and bring us to a game 3 series? We'll have to find out on Arizona State's map pick. It was Icebox going the way of Grand Canyon University. That's their pick. They won it. Can the same story be said for Arizona State?
We'll have to see here, Chad. Ascent, it's kind of like Icebox is a pretty operator-heavy map, and we didn't see a whole lot of successful operator play on Icebox, but maybe they'll be a little bit better on Ascent because, it might be a little bit easier for these teams to be able to play on this map. The sight lines are a little bit more standard. They're not as complicated. There's not as much verticality. So we'll see how
Right.
that really plays into the play style. What are you thinking about for this agent composition here, Chad? Because what if we go with something like a double duelist still for each of these teams?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see double duelist set up for Grand Canyon University again. Maybe have Sam on Arena instead or something like that, since Raze isn't that prominent in the meta right now for Ascent. Jet still being a case for Garrett for sure, as well as probably for Watanabe. I mean, we did see Watanabe on Arena as well. On Haven, GCU runs Mame on Jet and Watanabe on Arena, while Sam goes on like a chamber. So these players do have flexibility on which agents they can play. So we could see a situation where it's like a Jet Reina for Mame and Watanabe, and Sam goes onto something like maybe a chamber on Ascent, even though I don't think it's the most amazing option. But perhaps you have a different take on that one.
Chamber on Ascent can be good. It really depends on how proficient your Sentinel, your chamber is at operators. If you're gonna force your Sentinel player to play an operator when he's not super comfortable on it, then I don't think it's necessarily the best pick on this map, because something like the Cage or something like a Cypher just has a lot of information with their utility. It's a lot harder to break than I would say a chamber is, and can provide a lot more with the cam, with the turret. So it seems like we aren't going to see that KO, at least for now. Cass is going to lock in the KJ, which he did play in that previous map. Played pretty proficiently, might I say, especially on that defense. He was a big force that was stalling out Grand Canyon University. I'm excited to see it again on Ascent, because Ascent is some place that KJ really thrives, or Ultimate especially. The lockdown can completely clear out these sites and force the enemy team into retake situations.
All right, so it's looking like Mame would be going to the chamber most likely, because, I mean, Jet Chamber, both operator users, kind of a situation, so not surprised. Sam definitely is a good fragger, a good duelist player. We saw on Icebox just now, and Watanabe back on that comfortable Reina, who definitely popped off a lot on Haven yesterday, so very familiar role identities, at the very least, for these players on the side of GCU. Arizona State doing a very similar composition as you saw on Icebox. Chance going to Astra instead of Sova, though, while Turb goes off of Viper to Sova. So also changing up their role identities a little bit for these members of Arizona State, switching into different positions.
Yeah, the main difference between these two compositions, right, is the double initiator for Arizona State versus the double duelist for Grand Canyon. And this double initiator squad, this is pretty much the standard comp when it comes to Icebox, all the way down to the Killjoy, because it's just extremely safe. You have the Killjoy utility that can watch so many different places. You have very easy information that doesn't, possibly get you killed, with the drone, with the dog, with the dart, with the flashes. All of it very good. Meanwhile, Grand Canyon are going to have to take a little bit more risks on this defense to establish control, to get information, especially with this double duelist. I like seeing both the duelists play alone. They're not going to do this, at least for the pistol round, as they're set up towards these spawn barriers to try and take some early fights.
I sure like the hover on KO. I would have enjoyed seeing that locked in, but this is the composition we got. I, as well as you, am a big fan of KO in the current meta. Taking down Mame, Cass, First Blood. That was Watanabe's role on the first pistol round for both halves last map around, but this time it's going the way of Arizona State as Grand Canyon. It is Arizona State's map pick, so not too surprising to see them off to a great start.
4 people alive. The KJ as well, so that turret is going to be ticking away. Especially hard to deal with on these pistol rounds, and be main control taken for Grand Canyon, but it's still a hard time to get into the site as everything is being watched, and if they go through lane, they're going to have to jump down, where they're not going to be a bit too accurate.
Yep. Spray transfers can be a thing from Sam that we've seen, but with a Sheriff in hand, even though they've been so proficient, Garrett is on top of things right now. Saldana, who's basically just looking for extra frags at this point. Might be able to get 1 or 2 based on these peak timings. Oh, the bloom! No! You hate to see it. There's too many members of Arizona State. Too many bullets to be returned. Fire. Arizona State lose chance of the way out, but it's a pistol round, so no big deal. They go up 1-0.
Yep, unfortunately, Arizona State, they're going to push down into mid. They kill the alarm bot, so that's not going to apply the slow, and they pinch onto the site. If you're a Grand Canyon University fan, not really a huge fan of that, but it's going to be the buy here for Arizona. I saw Shorty on the side of Grand Canyon, so I'll see if that can activate anytime. There are some really close quarters on this map, and we have seen some Shorty play come up very fruitful. So a little bit more standard from Arizona State, just waiting for any sort of aggressive push, which you actually need to expect from Grand Canyon, since that's how they're going to get control on this map. They have a double duelist, a triple if you count the chamber. So they're really looking to take some forward map control. They're really looking to take these duels. But when Arizona State has the gun advantage, they're feeling pretty good about it.
We were not expecting Gela to be pushed up so close because of that Overwatch position. Oh, so close! Nearly had a Shorty lineup. Garrett misses the first couple shots, but succeeds later. Watanabe, hello? Blasting off again. I mean, at this point, Eco rounds, Mumbai finds a frag on chance as well. They're doing the economical damage that makes a big impact later on. Eco rounds, while winning them are amazing for sure, statistically are highly improbable, and it oftentimes comes down to a point of how much damage can we do to their economies to set us up better later on.
Bolt's gonna get the Spectre. Door will be closed on him, so he's gonna spend around half a mag in order to clear that one out, and Jello's ready for this.
Unlucky, didn't expect the bird instantly coming through that moment that the door is blasted away. It's a good time about Arizona State capitalizing on that opportunity, the information they were given by the door having been destroyed. But now it's going to be a buyout for Grand Canyon. So off to the races. And it's one of those situations of whichever team wins the pistols, unless something crazy happens, which is always exciting, always possible. Generally, we get to the situation where we see an anti-bonus situation now for GCU. They have rifles and advantage now in their own round. But while eco round is tough to win, a bonus round, not as tough generally. And if you win this for Arizona State on their own map pick as well, that will definitely signify that they're absolutely comfortable with the strats here and will be rolling off with the momentum moving forward.
5 people towards this B main. There's a trademark that can slow this down. A crossfire on the side itself.
Ooh, the bad timing by Volt was left exposed, trying to deal with a recon bolt. Chance following through for Watanabe as well, who was only able to get one before they fall, and it's going to be a B site accessed by Arizona State, who are already setting up the post-plant defense, similar to what we saw in the pistol round.
Yeah, guns upgraded as well. Everyone anchoring on the site. Crossfires being set up. Very little way into this site from Grand Canyon. There's some crazy shots that are going to be hit.
Yeah, using these nebulas, trying to do a quick pop smoke just to cross and save the star for later if they want to. You might see them kind of default a little bit until they find the first frag. Mame on the good timing finds a second, and both players are essentially confirmed to be in boathouse at this point. The last player alive was very weak. Garrett stuck back in the corner, and Arizona State's post-plant decision to tuck away itself into a corner on the site, not take garage control backfires.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, the picks go the way of Grand Canyon University. Some nice shots were hit. Those broke up any crossfires that were on the site. Unfortunately, they weren't able to set up nearly enough. Just hold up, as you said. Grand Canyon, although Arizona State did get the site, have a clean retake, which means their next round looking a little bit better. It's still not the best. Watanabe is going to be on the sheriff, which you've seen him be proficient on before. Get some nice taps, but it's not that rifle that you were necessarily hoping to keep into this next round. If Arizona State recognized this, that gunfire isn't as good, they can spread out, play a little bit slower, and if Grand Canyon kind of walk into them, can definitely punish and take that space away.
One of the strengths of Chamber, though, is similar to what you see from the alarm box from Killjoy or the tripwires from Cypher, just dropping this trademark sentry in the mid. Try cover for anybody pushing through. Something that owl drones will not be able to destroy when they can destroy tripwires. So it's one of the reasons why people run Killjoy and Chamber over Cypher on this map. And that was a nice shot by Chance out of garage, taking down the Killjoy. So a lot of utility gone and no control over tiles at all. So with Chance pushing out, they're getting a lot of information for the side Grand Canyon despite not having good weaponry this round. But Chance does answer back. Sorry, I call out Volt as if it was Chance earlier on, but Volt has now fallen. Arizona State taking map control back to themselves. Watanabe, though, with a quick pick and dismiss out to be safety. That was Spike as well, which allows Grand Canyon time to be able to reposition.
Chance going for a little bit more, not able to be rewarded for it. Grand Canyon University has the player advantage, but Arizona State are actually flipping the script. They've pushed into defender's spawn. I don't think Grand Canyon know about this.
Well, they do now, but Watanabe is ready for it. Can dismiss out of that one as well. With the left health to work with a high-low setup is good enough. Garrett can only find one of them. Couldn't transfer over to Watanabe in time, and a massive round for Watanabe with that first quick pick on the spike carrier mid, getting out, transferring a weapon over to the ally, and then following up with more kills after that. Huge step up from this player.
Yeah, definitely extremely risky as the time was ticking low. They could just watch the exit, but decided to go with the play anyway. GCU tie this up. Nice shots from Watanabe, especially to try and put the brakes on Arizona State. This Grand Canyon are going to have the weapon advantage for this one. Arizona State forced back towards some save weapons, looking to find some sort of pick. They love to take mid control on this map, and good to try and break that chamber alarm bot. But if they're taking mid control and they're still not breaking that chamber alarm bot, that's when stuff gets a little dicey, because Grand Canyon doesn't have to invest that many resources to defend this mid, as long as they have that alarm bot to get the eyes to make sure no one's pushing.
Spotted out by that tag, but oh, the limbs peeking through the nebula is all Garrett needs to confirm information. Send the knives through. Upgrades the weaponry as well. Was close enough to pick that up. Rotate back over through mid. Tiles control as well. That chamber mid is going to be something they're going to have to fight through consistently round after round because of those trademark setup as well as setup over the garage. Nice, safe information control for Grand Canyon.
Oh, this dart gives all the information away that there's no mid control. The B push comes through. There is a trademark that can slow this down. A star could go through. TP out. Sight control is in the favor of Arizona State. They'll be able to get this spike down if their Astra realizes he has the spike and actually gets towards the site itself.
The Cosmic Divide definitely positioned just at the right time to push off a lot of the Grand Canyon members, but Taro is here to get some information via audio at the very least about what's going on for the team. Let them know, okay, guys, we're safe to go into the switch room. With Speedway, something they're fighting for right now. Frags going back and forth, but at the very end, it's still Arizona State in a very familiar position of tucking away on site. This time around, the Frags going their way. They are able to win up, and rounds are back-to-back the disadvantaged purchase rounds that they are able to fight through and succeed.
Yeah, exactly. Arizona State with some good mid control there. Pointed out how the alarm bot, that Grand Canyon don't have to be that worried about it, but they're still sending quite a few people in order to defend this mid control. It's not really what I want to see from Grand Canyon if they're running this composition. The double duelist with the chamber, there's not a whole lot of information gathering abilities. You really just got to commit bodies. You got to fight for this control. Otherwise, Arizona State, you're going to take it away from you, and you're not going to hold on as well when it comes to these full site execs.
Deploying drone.
A little more aggressive positioning from Sam. With a marshal in hand, try to control Catwalk. So we're able to do so for the most part, but it's going to be execution on site that's exploding through. But Watanabe and Taro are here ready to go. That Shorty, the sheriff is accurate enough. The Shorty is there and positioned perfectly so, and trading through. Guns, do you even need them at this point? You're just spamming through Nebula and hitting heads. That's insane. There's only one member left at Arizona State. This is 3 rounds in a row. Sparky, that the team with the disadvantaged weaponry might win. It's not over yet. This chance is still alive and fighting. That's 2 kills down. There's only one more rifle on the board. That's Taro, who's weak. That's the tour de force gone. Volt up speed top, but these are 1v1s that GCU is giving away. Volt wisely taking the time, cautious, not overextending. The spike is in hand for Chance. They won out the first 3 duels. Can they find the spacing to win out the next 2? Dropping the Nebula, the spam, dodging that out. Only 75 HP left for Chance. A couple body shots is all that will be needed. Oh, but the peek through. They do get the win against Taro. They were weak enough. The body shot's good enough on the transfer. The fake plant, but Volt It's those couple body shots all he needed. It's all of that he'd use to find the finish. That was so close for Chance, man. That was so close. But GCU was able to win out on their lesser buy round. So it is 3 rounds in a row. The lesser buy wins it out.
1 versus 5 there, Chad. Oh my, he almost converted that. You were already talking about how, man, those lesser guns almost put the nail in the coffin, but unfortunately, guys fighting back. It does go the way of the Thrifty. We'll tie it up. Arizona State looking good. The sheriff shots from Watanabe were crispy as hell. Back towards this A. This Recon, it's not going to spot anyone out, but it doesn't matter. Arizona State are going fast.
Lockdown drop. There's so much utility here that they fight through, though. The Hunter's Fury underway. That destroyed the lockdown, but this Cosmic Divide was dropped with the follow-up Hunter's Fury, but doesn't even matter. All these ults being used, but it's GCU still getting the frags. Watanabe and Taro just holding down A site so heavily. Mame does fall to this rotating cast. We've seen Cass do this a lot in Icebox, doing it still on an Ascent. Watanabe is holding down the site even still. The pace shots by Gello is good. Cass falls in mid, but Gello is still staying alive and fighting it in A main. 2 relive remain for Grand Canyon. It's Sam holding down the Overwatch position. Volt ready for the crossfire from Tree. Gello, no spike in hand, has to go on site. The guiding light's available. The ping is out, so they know he's not rotating. But this timing, that shock bolt, 33 HP, nearly gets the kill. The second one, oh, he predicts the jump back. Oh, the fancy feet keeps him alive, but eventually you need a peek. And that's what Sam was waiting for the whole time. It shuts them down and keeps themselves in the lead for Grand Canyon.
Yeah, it's the second time that Arizona State tried to force themselves into a site. Doesn't work out well for them, especially on this A where Watanabe, that's his home turf. That's where he's comfortable, and he's hitting some crazy shots as well. We're going to see that timeout from Arizona State. Talk about their options, and I still want them to go towards the slower play style, towards mid, because that is where they're proficient. They have all this utility to clear it out. Grand Canyon aren't really able to do that same thing unless they commit bodies, they fight for it, which they so far haven't been. They do have an operator, which does get a little bit complicated, but when you run double initiator, you can definitely deal with that. And if you can push GCU off of this mid control, make them really worried, it gives you enough space to actually exec onto these sites. If you're trying to go through a choke, though, you get Astra Star, you get Chamber slowed, you get fired on through the smoke. It's just not working out in your favor.
The quick timeout from Arizona State, realizing, the 1 round we've won in the past 5 has been a little bit of a scrappy round. So hasn't been very controlled. The other 2 were the pistol and then the anti-eco. So clearly we need to make some adjustment when it comes down to these straight up rifle rounds. What can we do to make the change? Sam now holding Garage with the operator, still a new look so far this map.
Arizona State, where's this B control? Looks like they want to at least fight for mid a little bit. They're going to send the jet over towards the Sam. Not actually
nice
spotted
positioning
out by this.
Oh,
Whiffs
so
the
close.
shot. Though Sam goes for more, uses the dash, not able to convert, but Arizona State definitely scared of that position. You don't want to be walking right into an operator. You're going to translate that into the mid control and might actually hit from B from a different position.
The trademark's gone, so they know they're pushing up B at this point. Sam tries to push them away, but gets pushed down himself as the members of Arizona are stepping up with control of the mid. They have control of Garage. They have to translate this onto B site, though. They have to fight through Volt and Watanabe. The players who are on the interview yesterday talked about how they just have really good synergy. They're just vibe together, and right now they're doing exactly that. Volt is there to trade out for Mame. Gets the triple kill on the sites. And it's a Guardian in the hand for Cass. All he can do behind a wall spammable object. The double stack is not going to be true cover. Taro gets the spam good away, and Canyon extending this lead.
Yeah, Arizona State, they're able to go through mid. They're able to punish Sam, who took an ill-fated position. Again, they go through this choke point, this little doorway that is that door that can be closed. Unfortunately, they just get spammed through. They get traded out. Their positionings are too good from Grand Canyon. Go up 5-3. I believe Sam still has an operator in his stead. Looking down toward Catwalk this time. Arizona State's still going towards that mid. They used some sort of information yet. They're going to use the dart as well as a
Good
jump
dart.
peek to push Sam off of this position, get him back towards that ace, and they're walking up Cat. Now there's a smoke there. They're gonna have to fight through it. There's a 3 stock on A. Sam just goes for war, man. No care in the world. Now, was that actually through a smoke? I can't tell.
By on the mini map, it definitely looked like it, because that darkness circle was definitely there in the gateway. So unless there's a ping that happened that we missed from Volts that I don't think came through, it definitely was just a prediction shot that was true. Sam, nice play off the gravity wall, pulling them away from that safety of the corner at the tree. Good like 1-2 wombo combo from Taro and Sam. They're just inching away these kills, but right now, stuck past the owl drone, but Volt was back and ready in time. Had that sense, had that information just in the moment that they needed. Now looking at Tereb, trying to get something happening on B site, has spike in hand, but while Gela falls across the map is all the hands of Tereb. 1 versus 5 situation, does get spike planted at least for the money. I mean, a consolation prize as well as a kill, but getting spammed out, 70 HP. The swing from Sam is good for the 3K in the round. And that's going to be Grand Canyon doubling the score count over Arizona State on ASU's map pick, Sparky. And Grand Canyon's up 1-0 on the maps.
Yeah, Sam actually came alive so well in that last round. Got 2 very important picks. First of them, through that mid smoke onto the Astra. No more utility from that guy's going through. No more smokes for yourself. No gravity wells to push back that operator. So Sam takes yet another aggressive position. The gravity well combo with Taro to get the second one. At that point, Arizona State's in shambles. There's nowhere they can go. They're pushed back towards this half by the Spectres in their hands. And Sam is yet again taking another aggressive position. What you expect from this Jet, what you expect from this composition, it's really a question of, can Arizona State deal with this guy now?
Oh, the dry peek. Get Sam, who's already been showing to hold B's main, locking that garage. Can't just dry peek that one every time, but on eco rounds, sometimes you have to try to save utility for when it counts the most. And Haas, what a swing shot. That was insane. If you get 1 or 2 more of those this round, Arizona State might be able to pull this one off.
That's going off on its lonesome, trying to make some sort of lurk happen over towards this position, but Grand Canyon are still sitting kind of pretty. They have that trademark in mid, so they know no one's actually pushing towards there. They have the Astra jiggling towards this catwalk, who should find Cass in just a little second. There he is, and they have all the stars available. All 5 are still on this map, Chad, and it's 40 seconds left into the round. Arizona State are going to be walking into this one.
Nice little shot in reaction to that swarm grenade. It's off the table as well. But meanwhile, Chance on the site. That spike drop. That's a 2 kills go to the side of Arizona State. Exactly what they needed to happen. And that's mid control. The operator in hand can't quite connect on to Taro. These 2 last members of Grand Canyon still need to get out of the market and towards the site. They have no information gathering resources at this point. Seems to play with some rendezvous shenanigans for Mame entering the site, playing that like pseudo duelist role in this situation as they need to do. But the stairs control is what Arizona State has. So close. Turb at 11 HP. Mame just need 1 more bullet, but Turb able to snake away the round for the team at just the last second. Honestly, a lot of that is off of that start from Cass, and Turb just capitalized on it perfectly.
Yeah, we've seen in this map alone, Chad, way too many essential thrifty round wins where the team...
Like 4 at this point?
Yeah, there's too many times where the team that just doesn't have the weaponry they shouldn't be winning is still coming out on top. They're finding these heads. And the last round, you know, Chance, he's able to get that double spray down, open up the site for himself. Looks like Arizona State going back towards just a straight up hit, or at least pressuring it. Yeah, they're just going to straight up go for it.
They cause divine aggression, take the fights fast and quick, and don't let the enemy team be able to understand what exactly has happened, throw them off with the control chaos, but Bolt answers back swiftly with 3 from Boathouse. Controlled chaos, that's my element, he says. Chance answers back a little bit, keeps Arizona State in the round a bit, but they have to get onto site, get that control to get the spike planted. Chance can't stay alive long enough to do so. Watanabe comes through from tiles and finds that kill. Garrett stuck in Boathouse. They know he's here. They know where to go. And with the angles all an advantage of Grand Canyon, tries to find the first, fight as Garrett on the 1v1. Finds the second, Watanabe, he finds the third, 4 on the round. Garrett finds every spot he needs to go and gets the kills with Arizona State up 5-6.
The IGL, the new guy, the newbie, doesn't matter. This guy will take the round, rip it from your hands, isolate the angles so well, doesn't even need to use the dash. He just isolates, taps every head into 3 versus 1. And Arizona State go up. If that was Grand Canyon, man, I don't know if they still have a timeout. I would be taking it at this point. You know, that's just, you got to reset the mental after that one, even though there's 1 round left in this half. Arizona State, 3 ultimates to play with. Lockdown available to try and at least take a site. Honestly, they could fake it since Grand Canyon has the Hunter's Fury, probably will use that in order to, yeah, they're going to do that, right? As I said, puts the lockdown available on A. You can already see the rotations happening. They're going to use the Hunter's Fury on the other side. Try and bait this one out. Lockdown. I don't think, I think he just did it for some more chaos as the B site is opened up. There's only the Sova here in this defender song.
Look at this mid-control of Grand Canyon. Bolt finds the kill on CT, but look at the tiles pressure. Cass is already ready, but now we'll know that there's 2 people here. The angle from Taro finds the 2 out of tiles. So the garage control goes the way of Grand Canyon. They're out of the market already. The spike was planted, but they're getting swarmed on the side by Arizona State. Mame's already on site. Joe fouls is all down. Gary got 1v4 last time. But can he do it again? Not this time. Grand Canyon is a little bit too coordinated. This time around, learned from their mistakes of the last round. Finish off the half strong. 7-5 is what to go into the second half with.
Yeah, and that right there is textbook about why mid control is just so important in Valorant. You get such a good timing in order to get onto any of the sites. You can punish, you can flank, you can do whatever you need to do. Grand Canyon up a map in this best of 3 now, up 2 rounds going into the next half. Pressure on this pistol to even it up for Arizona State, who are now on this defense. Now, they have a lot of recon on this defense, so I'm looking for them to be able to stack wherever they need to, find where the enemy team is, and just make these sites so hard to entry into because you just have all these guns firing at the choke.
The skin line's been out for a while. I still love it.
Sounds really nice.
Yeah, that beats a bop for sure. That's the lineup from Turb. Would destroy the trademark if he lets it go there. I'm pretty sure that lineup would be good for it. Decides to hold it. Doesn't know the info that we have, of course. So it's like, might as well just not send it. I don't hear any audio. No reason to commit that. Mid control instantly taken from Grand Canyon, and they've already transferred it through market on the site. A blistering pace in comparison to what we've been seeing for most of Arizona State's rounds. With this pistol, common to be fast. Turb, perfectly landed shock bolt, takes down Sam. There's 2 people in Boathouse. Can they get cleared out on the side of Grand Canyon? That's going to be 1, that's 2. And that's the rest of the squad destroyed. It happened so fast. All the fights were taken, and they won almost entirely on the side of Grand Canyon. They go up with a fast 1-0 to start off the half.
Yeah, Grand Canyon extremely methodical there. You saw Arizona State, they were ready to try and retake the site. Unfortunately, I think it would have worked out a little bit better for them if they had pizza control a little bit faster, but they had to clear all of that out. They weren't able to help their homies on the site, on backside itself, so they were isolated. They were taken down by Grand Canyon, who were very methodical, got the trades, make sure that they don't drop any sort of numbers. So now it's the save here for Arizona State. They did 5-stack this A site. The shorty play is available. Grand Canyon, they only have the single drone to actually detect whether or not this is a 5-stack on the site.
Fairly ambitious shorty rush at the last second there by Jello, but doesn't come out top. There's so many here. The stack is there, like you said. That was a nice shot by Cass long range, but the rifle comes out on top at the very end from Watanabe. Mame's Spectre doing the same. These classics do a lot more work than I think GCU was expecting when they push on the site. So that's a lot of damage to the guns of Grand Canyon. Arizona State should be looking pretty good going into the 3rd round.
Yeah, that's the difference in recon right there, right? The drone was killed extremely fast. The pressure from the shorty got him off of it. That means they weren't able to clear out the site. They weren't able to detect, hey, I think there's a little bit more than just the guy with the shorty, and they get punished with dropping 3 guns. Now, Grand Canyon, looks like they're not going to invest in this one. The only one who's going to get a rifle is Watanabe, and makes sense. He is the Reyna. He can overheal. He can have those really big pop-off potentials. So Arizona, with their buy round with an Odin spamming B main as well, look to try and hold over towards this A main.
We shall see. Patient play. This Nebula. Astra just shut people down when they try to go through sites. I mean, Grand Canyon has to know this point, right? There's got to be a lot of people at A site. Basically, the stack from before. They have Sova Recon Bolt coming up. No info from that. GCU might be able to play off this. Give it a little time. Let Arizona State fall off. Perfectly done. GCU stagnating off. Give that time as needed. Now they're on site. They have presence as the wanted all along. The door is being dropped. And Arizona State trying to poise themselves to explode on the retake, but at this point, you might as well wait for the rest of the team to come through.
Spam goes through. Chance is going to get the first initial pick. Oh, what a shot! What a shot from Sam to even up the numbers. Now, the rifles won't be recovered, so firepower still in the favor of Arizona State, but there's Watanabe with a singular rifle to be the hero that his team needs. Turb finally killed the last person on site. Both people from Grand Canyon stuck behind the smoke. Spike is tapped. They're going to have to go through. That's all the information that Mume needs. So, another tap, smoke fades, one through, Watanabe, 1 versus 1, shaving that time off. There's nothing that Chance can do. He's got to save. Huge round from Grand Canyon here. Full site control in their favor. A huge shot from Sam with the double kill to put the brakes in Arizona State. A huge round converted. That was Grand Canyon's bonus.
Wow. Yep, there's definitely a timeout going through for Arizona State. And this is a timeout. You talk about this a lot because I know you have a lot of coaching experience too. Is sometimes with a timeout, you only have a minute to talk about stuff. That's such a short period of time that in this situation, when you have a timeout of just a minute, if your team just lost a round almost entirely based on getting collided by a sheriff, that's super unlucky and your comms might go wild, mental might just plummet. So sometimes coaches just take the timeouts like, that was just a super unlucky round, guys. It's okay. Take a breath. We'll go into this next round and then maybe add a little bit of discussion of strats, something like that moving forward.
Yeah, 1 minute is a very small amount of time to actually discuss anything in terms of strats to be able to make a bunch of changes. We do see it happen. It's usually the coach giving like a big read, what they think you should go do moving forward, but a lot of it is going to be that mental. Keeping that player's mental up is huge. As we saw in the previous series, right? It's one of those teams, they're able to keep their mental up. They did really, really well when it comes to actually closing out a lot of these rounds. This timeout will fade out. We are back to our live gameplay, still in the buy phase here. Grand Canyon hit double digits. Arizona 5 rounds down. Looks like they're still gonna buy up into this one. Cass has a judge, which is always really scary. I don't think we've seen the shorties have a ton of impact in this game, but the multi-frag, the damage is a lot more on that judge. It's just a question of whether or not that singular drone from the side of Grand Canyon can actually be shot down, because that's pretty much all the recon on the side. The rest of the team is going to go right into that judge's face if it's not dealt with.
The dog did spot out both the trademark and Mame themselves. And with that rendezvous taken, you can just zip that one right back from afar through the walls even. So they'll be out, reset. Should have heard that teleport, but they have to clear out all the corners. Now, where did they teleport to exactly? At this point, they feel like it's probably fell off, and let's rotate back because they're probably going to be doing a hit. That's exactly what they're doing. So Al Drone's going through, getting some information. Didn't kill the drone. No, the judge goes and falls. Cass doing exactly what Jello did the other round with being a little bit more ambitious and aggressive. Maybe a little bit too early coming out of A main with a shotgun out.
Yeah, I gotta pop the smoke for that one. Everyone from Arizona State is here. Shock bolts.
Nice
gonna
lineup.
get some good damage. 3 versus 4 on this retake. Actually gets the spike planter. 3 versus 3. And Grand Canyon are now in the pressure situation as they need to still plant the spike.
Spike has not gone down. It's 26 seconds on the clock, though. But they need to grab the spike from behind Jenny. But they want to clear out the tree first. Jello holding the angle. Alert of somebody's presence. But this is all a distraction. All according to the plan. Sam gets the frag, taking out the player in heaven. Volt then does win the frag against Jello. It's all down to Turb. Found the shock bolt plays earlier, but those shock bolts are gone now. Nothing much you can do there. And Sam, good for a 4K on the round. It wasn't a hype like one section clip 4K like we've seen them do before, but still consistent throughout the attack.
And that was the buy for Arizona. They're forced back towards some pistols. Grand Canyon on 11. You really think it's going to be 12? You have seen too many thrifties to count, so I don't want to call it 12 just yet, but it's definitely looking that way, especially with the momentum that Grand Canyon have. They haven't lost a single round when it comes to their attacking side. All the momentum in their favor, and they're still playing this one pretty slowly. They're waiting for this aggression from Arizona State, especially with the pistols in hand. Cass is going to go super aggressive and try and find some information. Arizona State has stacked the side of the map that seems Grand Canyon are favoring, though.
Ooh, the tuck away from Chance. Didn't catch Watanabe by surprise and knows exactly where Gello went. So they'll be able to follow that up pretty well. With hearing that's no info gathered, guiding light as well, they'll know that they don't have tree control just yet. They can hear the Trailblazer as well. And yeah, Cass is pushing on the flank. So then Cass does a lot. So that's why you see Sam was kind of looking that way. Oh, the flick around. Do they have any time to do? Do catch Cass. Turb falls as well. Can Gello get some nice shots? They do find Watanabe, which is the top fragger for Grand Canyon so far. Somebody who's been on fire this whole series. So it's a massive pickup to be able to take them out. Garrett's tucked away. Somebody who's clutched up in the boathouse before. Cuts the second one as well. That's an upgrade on weaponry. Dale went out from the shock bolt. Reposition, sees the barrel, spams through, finds three. The last one alive is Sam, who manages to get the frag, but it's down to a 1-versus-1 situation. Gello with the Seekers will be able to get some information of exactly where Sam is located. Stuck in the back sight. Sam doesn't know where to look, and Gello capitalized on that. Yet again, we see a jet clutch up from Boathouse.
Oh, man. Garrett's the kite, man. The IGL of the team, the duelist. And we talked about yesterday how that can be a pretty hard combination to do, because as that duelist, you're always looking for that pick. You're always looking for that aggressive angle. But at the same time, you have to think back. You have to think about the macro plan, what the rest of the team should be doing.
Yeah.
When the rest of your team is dead, hey, you can put your full brain, your full 100% right into that clutch scenario, and he did it beautifully. He's going to pick up the operator as well, which could make the difference here in what Grand Canyon are trying to throw at them. So far, they've been able to take places like A main pretty easily. This could put the stops in any sort of aggressive push.
Garrett stepping up again and finding a big frag on Watanabe. It seems like if they can take down that Reyna, then Arizona State instantly has a higher success rate on these rounds. So we'll see if they can continue on that trend. Maintaining good control over A main and tree, which is still where Grand Canyon is looking to be. We've seen no confirmation of any rotations through mid. As you can see, Turb is constantly jump peeking there, just to see, just in case. Oh, nice little pick from Sam, but can't quite tell when out through the doorway in time. Gets clipped by the edge. So Chance shuts him down. Nice crossfire being there for the friend. Love to see that. Arizona State poised still with a 4v3 situation. Hunter's Fury goes through and finds Volt as well. Turb able to answer back, but Mame with a really awkward mistletoe moment they talked about before. It happens again. With the Cosmic Divide drop, they will be able to get the spike planted, but it's going to be a 3v2 retake for Arizona State.
Operators in Garrett's hands, though, does have the knives. Might want to pull it out for this one. Cass goes on the aggressive, though. The ping is good, and Mame is going to trade it out. Is able to TP out. 5 bullets in one in the other. Shot not going to land. Up versus up. Sheriff is out. Man, this guy has 3 guns that he's pulling out in order to do this clutch. All of them low on bullets, but still it's crazy. He can just swap between the two, whichever one that he wants. Unfortunately, none of them will get the job done. And Arizona will go up another round. Looks like momentum has shifted here, Chad. 2 rounds in a row for Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, Arizona State, as long as you get that frag on Watanabe early on, if that's their first kill, then they've just been so much more higher success rate overall on this map. It seems like Watanabe on GCU is the entry, the initiator for their team. Not an initiator role, obviously, but you know what I mean, the entry duelist, right? Like,
yeah.
Even though Sam is on the jet, Sam's been kind of playing that secondary duelist role overall. They do get on site a lot. they are entering and creating space more than Watanabe, but Watanabe is like that first fragger, that first blood player, more so than not.
Drone expended. That drone kind of clears it all out, though, because you know no one's pushing with that drone. You can be a little bit more safe. You can take that space back that the drone did clear out. Wonder if this is going to be a fake setup from Grand Canyon. So they're just playing pretty slow so far, baiting out a lot of this information. Oh, Garrett doesn't land the op shot. Sam's going to trade it out, and that's big pressure given over towards Grand Canyon. Now they have priority towards this mid. They can kind of go wherever they want with this.
As soon as I mentioned that Sam hasn't been that entry like first fragger, just clips the dome of the enemy opera cross map to start off the round. Fair enough, Sam. Fair enough. Chance now trying to hold the angle, but Sam shuts it down as well, just putting me right in my place. I got this, bud. I can do this too. But Cass finally answers back. Arizona State, at the very least, has been pretty consistent around the street area for refragging to trade things out for the teammates. But that still is a player advantage and map control for Arizona State, making it past into A sites. That alarm bot didn't go off, which is interesting, so it's still there over towards Generator.
Oh,
what? There it is.
Oh, there it is. Hello. Watanabe's figured out, but it's going to be up to him to try and prevent this from going through. It looks like he's just going to bend and go back towards A main, try and help his team from a different direction.
I like that Watanabe instantly ran back to regroup over to A main, but that does mean that Mame was left alone in the moment. Taro still getting frags out, stuck over in hell, and gets the frags as well. So the player advantage goes in favor of Grand Canada, using that to an expertise and getting themselves into match and series point at this point.
Yeah, great Hunter's Fury to get rid of the lockdown as well. Really made it unsafe for Arizona to retake into that site. Money not looking too good for Arizona either. Garrett can pop the knives. Doesn't even have enough to buy the full armor. But hopefully he can just tap some heads anyway and the HP won't matter. Arizona State going for a stack here. How many times have they just guessed correctly here? It hasn't really worked out for them usually, but they still have the best chance when they are 4 stacked on the side.
Yeah, they do have this uncanny read of like where they're going to go. I think it's a lot of it because this is a rivalry. They do play each other a lot. They know each other pretty well. So they have a good read of like the mentality of where Grand Canyon is going to go. Hasn't worked out very well in the past though, but it is working out now when it matters the most. Backs against the wall. They can't drop another round. Chance finding the frag as well. It's all down to Watanabe, that top fragger we're talking about, but he can't do it. Kaz is stepping up. Gets the win on the 1v1 duel. Gets the triple for the round. Arizona State still alive.
Alive and kicking for sure. Actually, kind of broke the economy there for Grand Canyon. They still have enough to buy on 3 members, but probably will just slave this one to give themselves a better chance in the next. Full rifles for Arizona State. Looking to try and punch back towards this next team. Fortunately, they haven't been able to actually give Garrett the operator. It did lead them to a little bit of success when they were able to get those initial picks, but going with the rifle instead is the money looking too good. GCU using this drone very early to spot out this mid. This is all utility that they won't have later into the round to actually get themselves onto a site, get themselves to figure out where the enemy team is.
Nice crossfire in pizza market area. Garrett with the swing gets the trade and wins it out. Over Mame, couldn't connect with the headhunter this time around. Sam was spotted out, and that's a fairly elementary punish by Garrett, and they do it cleanly. Very nice to see. Cass doing the same against Watanabe, and this round is falling apart for Grand Canyon, who only have remnants of tile control, and that's essentially it at this point. One member tucked away behind a refrigerator, and they know where they are. There they go. Nice, clean, flawless round by Arizona State, keeping cool, calm, and collected despite being down on match point still.
Yeah, Grand Canyon with a different look there. It seems like their plan was just hey, let's spread out, look for picks, see if we can get something. But that just led to pretty much everyone taking a solo peek when they have something like a Sheriff or a Classic, not really setting themselves up for success like we have seen in the previous round. So it's good to take this time out here. You can discuss things to make sure that you guys are playing as a team for the next couple rounds.
Yeah, Arizona State, they still have to win 3 more to get through this. Basically, Grand Canyon will have 2 more like really big buys if that comeback goes through. So they beat another clean anti-eco, 2 more big gun rounds. They've had great reads overall, Arizona State. They just haven't been able to quite execute them as well as they want to. As long as they keep shutting down Watanabe, I think is like the big thing is Watanabe during his comeback has not popped off the way that he was before. Sam has had some big kills. The other teams players have gotten kills here and there, but really that was like that linchpin. That was like that cornerstone that GCU has been working with to keep their trajectory being so high, and shutting down that Reyna, that kill potential and kill threat is just gone. It hasn't got a kill in a few rounds.
Definitely hasn't. Grand Canyon backs against the wall, although they are up 3 rounds. The comeback mounting for Arizona State. Looks like they're going to try something a little bit different here. A little bit farther back, mid control seems to be the name of the game. You can see how Arizona respond to what's happening. There is an alarm bot there in mid that's really covering everything. There's a nano swarm as well to try and deny some space, but no one really there to defend that util, so that should be dealt with subsequently. The drone should spot it out as well, and they could deposit this jet pretty easily into mid, go wherever they want. Garrett has responded by taking full A main control. That means they don't really need a whole lot. You can already see the Astra rotating over towards B, because really the only place that Arizona State, or excuse me, Grand Canyon can go is towards that catwalk, although have to drop on them. But there's also still this guy watching that position.
I like this position as well. The rendezvous from the chamber, they can just pop that and grab that spike instantly. Either really fast rotate over to ASI after making presence in market and B main, or just grab it quick and then continue on through tiles. Either way, it'll be a quick pickup despite being on a default position. Grand finals time, baby. I'm Chad Lannis. Joined by me is Sparky. We're covering Houston versus Grand Canyon University. 2 teams have been looking amazing, and while I did think that they matched up against each other earlier, it actually was the other side of the rivalry that matched them. It was Arizona State that matched Houston beforehand. Maybe they did in the past, and I'm technically correct, but in this tournament at least, this is the first time seeing each other in game.
All right, we'll be heading to Icebox here for our first match of this grand finals, and nothing too out of the ordinary in terms of the agent compositions. We've seen GCU on this map before. They're going to run that double duelist with the Rage, with Watanabe on that operator. On the other side, Houston going for the double Senti instead. JV going to be on the chamber, still probably going to be rocking that operator as well, but Koi, the Sage player, going to be locking down these sites.
Yeah, familiar maps for sure. Maps that we've seen both these teams on. Grand Canyon with the Watanabe Sam double duelist setup have had a good showing as far as finding the frags and finding the picks early on. Not very operator heavy from the series we saw earlier today. Meanwhile, on the side of Houston, we will see that from the chamber for sure, but otherwise, it's going to be a lot of action coming out of this arena for initial picks. And of course, we know Eric Appleson is kind of like a clutch god for this team, just has those genes.
Yeah. I mean, he played this map earlier today. I think he went something like 22-4 at a certain point. This guy was having an absolute field day for himself, definitely looking to continue that. Looking up very far. He's completely alone here, Chad, and he's going to walk into 5 people.
Oh, man, I got 2 head dinks. Imagine if that was a different gun, but it wasn't for this case. That's just going to be damage. It only sticks to 1 player because the Sage can heal at somebody. It'll come in eventually. As they do get the wall up, they should be able to get this plant in as well as pistol rounds, so the wall should be fairly durable to secure this out. But they did blow away one of the wall pieces so far, so actually it's enough members of Houston here to shut that down. Make it really hard for Grand Canyon to find success here.
4 players from Grand Canyon are at like deathly low HP. A single bullet will pretty much take them out. Now they do have a Sage, but that's only 1 heal that can go through. It's not that Sky. It can't be that team heal. And they're actually just cutting noise on Grand Canyon University side and are trying to bait the rotation over. But Houston, they're not biting. They're staying, at least for now.
Yeah, bait the rotation
for any push.
Waiting for the healing as well. So because of the chamber being with the watchful eye, like I said, they know that nobody's going to be budging. They're not rotating at all. This will be the take. If the healing comes through, they take the fight, but doesn't make much of a difference, it seems, because the fights go the way of Houston so far. So it's still going to be a 3 versus 3, but health lead definitely in Houston's favor, and that's allowing the kills to go their way. Jivey just hits a nice little body shot later on. The headshots are good for Adam Solomon and Jivey earlier on, and Houston with a nice 1-0 start to the series.
Yeah, and a lot of that was actually off the back of Eric Appleson. I want to call this guy out because even though he pushed up alone, he got picked off for it, for that over-aggression. He actually got, I think, 2 or 3 dinks out of that, and that's what started off those low health bars. Houston responded as well by getting some more damage into those players, and since no one from Houston actually went down, they were still pretty healthy. They're able to capitalize on it, get themselves that round win. Houston going to buy up towards this one. Solomon, another player who's been having an absolutely great series over this tournament, is going to rock that Marshall. Jivy over here. Going to try and get some shots in. Is able to TP out. Adam's going to go for yet another. This guy with the pocket op is just crazy.
Yeah, popping off for sure. And honestly, Icebox is one of Houston's better maps, so it's a little bit strange. We didn't really get time to talk on it. That Grand Canyon was the one that picked this one up, despite Houston. On Icebox and Fracture, even Haven are all great maps for Houston based on track record. So it's going to be interesting to see them try to fight through this. But of course, Grand Canyon has done well in these as well. So nice shots for Watanabe. Oh, Watanabe! That's 3. Why not 2 more? 8 HP, that's 7 more than you need.
Does have dash available as well, and actually Houston's splitting up here. Gonna take the 1v1s. This is the best way for Watanabe to get back in.
Oof.
How can I do it though? Shut down by Koi. 2-0. Definitely got a little scary there. You know it's a 2v. It's a 2v1. You know that the Houston has the better guns, but can get scary when that player's popping off with the Sheriff. He's got that momentum. He's got that confidence. Good to shut him down just like that. Houston retain 2 guns into this next round. Grand Canyon going to be on rifles, looking to make their mark. They tried B, they tried mid, probably looking towards the A site this time. Houston reading it just a little bit. They actually have the 3 stack here. They have the Sage as well, so this is a lot of stall potential on Houston's side. If Grand Canyon tries something like a fast exec, we are going to have a tech pause, it seems. A lot of them today, unfortunately, as it does ruin the momentum of these games, but is going to be dealt with extremely fast, and we're right back into it. All of Grand Canyon right at the barriers, expecting some big aggression here, Chad.
Yeah, earlier on, I know Grand Canyon was having a couple internet issues in their area, but hopefully that will go away. Issues aside, Adam Solomon finds a nice first frag onto the chipped away jet of Watanabe that Sully was able to find a little body shot through the wall, make him weak enough. We'll have to see what Grand Canyon can do and answer from this. So you'd have the ability to buy up, but losing the players early like this is not a good look. As Jivey finds one as well in mid before getting traded off. Houston will not be able to pick up these weapons because they're paying caught so far away. Oh, Sage pushed up so deep. Koi did not get spotted out at all. And just mows down the members of Grand Canyon unexpectedly there. Nice little toss back from the weapon as well for Adam as well. It's a little thing, Sparky, that go a long way.
Yeah, Houston with a very good reaggress there, making sure to catch Grand Canyon off guard after they lost the information in mid. They understand that they gotta make some sort of play to get the information back, and hey, might as well take the round with you. After that, Houston gonna pop the tour de force in this round, even though it is gonna be an eco for Grand Canyon. They want to solidify this lead, make sure they get to something like that 4-0 scoreline. Fortunately, Grand Canyon not going to head over towards that tour de force, looking back towards that A site. Gonna use this aggression. Sage wall's down though, and this denies the entry onto the site itself.
So many people look at Sully. Who do you take a shot at? Eventually chose one, but it was a little bit late to really recover the aim sense at that point. Got taken down from top of screens, and that allows Grand Canyon a little bit better access to the site, but Adam Solomon not letting them have a field day today. Finds 3 perfectly paced shots to finish it off on the Sam at the very last one. Spike goes down. That's going to be 4 for Adam with a quick reload on the hunt for the ace. Will it be here? Yes, it is. Watanabe finally falls, and Adam Solomon is an anti-eco ace, but it was a really nice, clean ace nonetheless.
Yeah, he's just landing shot after shot after shot, and you can see the confidence there, right? Every single other player, 15 HP, hey, let the team take it over. It doesn't matter, but he knows he's in a prime spot. He's going to push forward, catch the Sage off guard, and his team's going to let him go for the ace. That's the mental boost that we see from Houston as well. They were up 3 rounds, so they're feeling pretty good, but this is a confidence that's just going to keep exuding out of them. Whenever we've seen Houston play, whenever we've seen them string these rounds together, they're really good at keeping their momentum. They're really good at these confident peaks that catch teams off guard, and they're building that momentum early, making sure that they can just go all the way with this one.
Get out of my way.
Standing ahead.
Nice slap through mid. Should give some info for exactly what we saw. All right, one person hold at mid. Stagnating, nothing, no presence B main. They probably are going to be A main instead. Let's see what's going on over there. No tags, though, on Hunter's Fury, despite the nice read and prediction on the experience, but still a lot of guesswork on where exactly they're positioned. It's nothing lucky, but still, Watanabe going pretty far forward, not accounting for the right angle. Had to guess one and guess wrong. Nice crossfire set up by Houston. It's coming out strong. Is even when players like Sam are getting frags, it's still players like Adam Solomon who are there just to refrag their ally. But nice little peek through mid as Terra working their way up, bringing themselves in 2 versus 2 though for Grand Canyon. Terra has an edge on the health, but Jivey, the beautiful swing around the corner and instant reaction on the shot, able to narrowly squeeze by the kill as Adam Solomon did. Pretty similar situation on the sites. Houston up 5-0, and we were talking earlier today, Sparky, about sometimes 3-0 is just like, oh, that's maybe like a battery in a rifle. No worries. Then we go to another eco, 4-0, fine. But once this is 5-0, you've had 2 rifle rounds out here at this point, good solid rounds. Now we need a timeout because something's wrong.
Yeah, GC, you need to talk this one through, but I gotta still point out this confidence from Houston, even with that Jivey peak, right? He knows he's 30 HP. He knows he lit the other person, but if you don't have that confidence, you're not really going to peek or say, hey, give them a little bit more space, and that's where they can backstab you. He takes the peek so confidently and wins it out, just knowing that he's the better aimer in that situation. Grand Canyon, partly, probably need to talk some sort of strategy, be on the same page, because we saw a little bit of slip-ups, not looking at the right angle, but also for Grand Canyon, you're down 5-0 already. The enemy team is just peeking you like this. They need a little bit of a mental boost as well.
100%. Yeah, you gotta get something. At least win some frag fights. Do something going on to get the spike planted again. And sometimes you guys switch it up too. Your strategy's not working. We gotta just all push through mid, use that poison cloud coverage to go under tube, or play for kitchen maybe. Get some paint shells up in there. I don't know. Do something differently than what you've done before. It doesn't even have to be the most optimal, lowest risk strat. sometimes it takes a high risk strat to be able to pull it off and at least shake it up a bit, not be predictable.
Yeah, I want to point out Eric as well. The reason why Houston are able to stack these sites, be there fast for this retake, is Eric is so confident just holding this B main position. He's able to jump spot it. He knows he can get out most of the time. So the rest of the team can stack this. There's no really reason not to. And there's so much firepower on Houston's side that Grand Canyon, it's really a struggle for them to get into the site.
Yeah, a lot of times Houston has these crossfire step, and the reason why they can get these crossfire steps is because they're predicting your movements. They're counting for what the possibilities are for you, and Adam just comes right through, finds the frags. Entry, Sova, no worries. I'll just go aggressive on defense on an initiator champion, or an agent. Been casting League of Legends recently with you, but anyway, back to Valorant. It's going to be Watanabe with 2, but slowly shuts that down, keeping the life lead in the lead for Houston as he finds Taro as well. Nice creative distance. As an Empress activated, they just hear that you take the dismiss. They can't see where you're going. So that's a beautiful just ankle breaker essentially at that point by Soli.
That's nice. That's a nice little jump as well. That shows that like proficiency on the agent as well. That's little jumps that you're not going to know how to do unless you've been playing Reyna for a while. You know how to move around the map when you are in the ulted form. Houston still with the confidence, right? Adam Solomon peeks into 3 people, taking the aggressive position on something like a Sova where he's not going to have the dash. He's not going to have the TP in order to get out. Doesn't care. No, he can hit the headshots anyway. That was an eco for Grand Canyon. They're going to be back to buys. They have ultimates in their stead. They have 4 of them that they could bring into this fight now, but it's still this 2-stack on the side itself. It's still these 2 really cracked aimers. Ooh, found him.
Yeah, I found them. Volt having a lot more success than Adam did with the 100 Fury at the very least. Whoa, these shots by Soli, hello! Missing a couple, so Mume was able to shut them down eventually, but those first 2 headshots were insanely clean. That wall doesn't quite cover everything perfectly, but Sam's able to just answer back from that being spammed down. The showstopper misses. Ooh. Adam alive to fight for another day, but gets shut down by the follow-up peek by Sam, and it's all down to Eric Appleton. It has that clutch gene in them that we talked about before. We've seen them do it many times. Can they do it now with all these lineups set up? Not quite. There's too many people looking at them, and this jet dashing right in your face, and everybody else is all differentiated across the map, high lows. It's a little bit jarring to figure out where exactly to aim right now. So I don't blame him for missing.
Jet the human flash, right? Yeah. Just draw the attention. But yeah, Grand Canyon University, they get around for themselves, blow a lot of ultimates in the process. 3 out of the 4, including the Sage Res, the Hunter's Fury, the Showstopper, all really big in terms of cost of these ultimates. So not the most reproducible round, but they did need something on the board. They did need something to stop the momentum that Houston was bringing. And they're going to head back towards this A site. Now, Houston, they're going to put Eric Appleton on this site here now, put the Viper's Pit down, and we saw in the previous games how well Eric Appleton can play around this Viper Pit. He knows the angles, he knows the places he can take, and the angles he can find to get the heads of Grand Canyon.
Meanwhile, Houston using Aldrun through mid, just getting some information just to confirm that, yeah, they're actually going to be executing on A site because presence there, but making sure it's not a fake even, so doing some clean information gathering tools alongside of just good positioning of the players, as well as just hitting their shots really well. So overall, a great showing so far for these teams, especially Houston.
Yeah, drone available for Volt here. They'll be able to clear out the entirety of B main. No, there's no one there. Koi, not really playing to hold the site, more just playing for delay. Still has his full kit in terms of utility as well. Yeah, the slow orbs will go out. Some shots popping through. Actually, Watanabe gets the angle onto it. That's a lot of stalling power gone. The Viper's Pit now available for the attacking team, and the spike will go down. 3 players in this retake. The Sova is alive, so they have some recon availability for this.
Tactical warfare going the way of Grand Canyon this round, I should say. The map is going Houston's way. But that timeout seems to be coming up on top. Watanabe definitely being the one on top, reigning supreme on the round, and nice little sticker at the end. I don't know, just click some heads.
Just tap every single person off of the board, man. That's what you need. That's what you need from GCU. 2 back-to-back rounds. Invest the ultimate. Who cares? You got yourself a little bit of momentum. You got yourself a little money in your pocket, and you got yourself a little mental boost, especially for Watanabe, someone who needs to be that really aggressive person who's finding these picks, putting Houston in their place so they can't take these really confident gunfights.
With that lineup, actually, we've given a lot of information considering where we know Grand Canyon University to be. Looks like a awkward tech pause right at the last second. So the walls are down, but the players are kind of just doing the gentleman's agreement of not moving because it's a tech pause. This is not the time to do it. A little late on that one, but all right, timer's off. Back to it. Some question marks in chat, but we're back to where we are. All right, all clear. We're playing Valorant again, boys.
All right, Grand Canyon back towards this A site. Duo of this Sage and this Arena. Sully, and this guy's still calm, but he's still tapping heads. Will get a little bit over aggressive, but the Sage utility is there, and Houston is rotating through.
They're definitely counting for these angles that Houston was using for crossfires a lot better. Koi is still set up in the back of sight, though. Was able to win out the duel against Sam. Shuts them down on the aggression from Grand Canyon. Rest of the members trying to find some ways into the site and get that map control. Solomon falls in a 1-for-1 exchange, and Koi still on this back of sight. Finally, Eric Appleseed is here to support. The snake bite is placed perfectly to get the trade off against Taro. So now it's a 1-versus-1. Eric Appleseed, Watanabe. I'm sorry, I feel like saying his name wrong doomed him. You know, it's like one of those things. Like at the moment, I was like, oh no, I just sent that bad energy that way. But no, Eric Appleton was able to win that one out on the duel. And that's the clutch team we talked about. 1v4 is a little tough earlier on. 1v1, we can make that happen.
I mean, this is the guy who was landing some insane shots in the previous games. Hasn't had necessarily the same luck, but I think a lot of that is that Grand Canyon are kind of avoiding him overall so far. I think they've gone to his site twice, and he's usually playing that retake, so it's a little bit harder to frag out when you are in that retake situation. Still is confident, though. Still is going to spot over towards this B main. The drone will actually get shot, and he didn't get tagged up, so he could stay around this B main if he wants to.
Sphere going underway from Adam, but can't find any member of Grand Canyon despite knowing they're coming from B main. So Grand Canyon University doing a really good job of just dancing around that 100 Fury so far. The gamble pops have not been successful, but what is successful is solely spamming through the toxic screen and taking down the Viper, which is a very important member of Grand Canyon's post-plant University's teams.
The operator has arrived here, Chad. Now the wall will go down. The plant as well. Shot will miss. Mummy. Oh, the Viper. Snake bite. Just too much to handle. Spike now in control of Houston. 1 versus 5. He did it before he got an ace. There's a flank, a double flank. Actually, too much for Watanabe to go through. Houston get their 8th on the board. 2 rounds left of this half. Grand Canyon University's map pick so far looking mostly in Houston's side.
Adam's definitely feeling himself right now, for sure. We saw the adaptation of Grand Canyon off that tactical timeout, but you only get 1 per half. And they got 2 rounds from it. But the adaptation returns. On the other side of things, Houston figuring things out and positioning a little bit differently here and there. Make some plays happen. Right now, Grand Canyon looking to challenge through mid. We haven't seen them go aggressively for mid control as of yet. With Watanabe pushing through, already getting towards B sites. The wall's broken, but they got the cross already on the side of Grand Canyon. They're on the site now. They're fighting. It's all up to Eric Appleseed to try to survive as long as possible for the rest of the team to show up. They're trying to just fight for the life around yellow. They keep dancing around the perfect timing, but Mummy was ready for them. Comes off the plant just in time to get the kill. And then Spike planted merely seconds after. Sam falls to Soy, though, in the meantime, so they try and get some bearings back to themselves. But while this is happening, Watanabe fragging out Jivey off the backside of Soman. And Adam looking for that lurk. The enemy Viper is trying for it for a moment, but it should be Adams now. As long as Sully can survive just a little bit, and Adam can get her soon enough. The lineups are lined up. Sully falls, though, so no matter what Adam does here, I don't know if he'd have time. Can't get the frag on the Taro anyway. Nice awareness by Taro, realizing, all right, lineup's gone. Snake bite's dropped. Might as well look to the flank.
A great adaptation there from Grand Canyon. They've gone A couple times and it hasn't worked out for them. They get stalled out by the Sage utility. They go to B and they have to deal with Eric Appleson with all of the Viper utility that they don't want to push through because they'll get that instant 30 decay the one way as well. So they decide to go to mid. It works out beautifully for them. They're able to get the spike down. They're able to punish Eric Appleson for playing a little bit too far forward to spot that B main when he is alone, and they get themselves that third round. 8-3. Grand Canyon need this last one to really give them a little bit of leeway in the next half.
All right, flank watch for 2 members of Grand Canyon while the rest try to make something happen on site, but Sully is not letting that happen. Watanabe falls immediately in this round, the last one of the half. A little bit of a blistering pace so far. As Houston happily meets the aggression of Grand Canyon every time. Sam finds a frag, finds 2. Nice look by Sam. To be able to keep Grand Canyon in a 4v3 advantage for this round. As Taro does the same against Adam. That's big control for Grand Canyon. Push back on A side is Houston. Jivey and Eric Appleseed having just play in the far back corners and hope that they can hit some headshots and keep themselves alive, push off the opposition long enough.
Grand Canyon are actually split here for just a little bit. If Eric can find some 1v1 into this round, he might be able to turn the numbers, but the shots aren't landing for him. Actually, no, and he does get one. He does get out, and that's on Sam, one of the big fraggers for the team. 2v3. This is a lot more doable now for Houston.
You know, we're duelists alive. Eric Appleseed's going aggressively. Oh, but Taro is in kitchen. They're going to be able to spam him out. Eric falls. It's all down to Jivey. 1v3. They have a good idea where he's coming from. Probably from A side. So let's just watch for mid, watch for Snowman, watch for flank. 1 per side. Mame positioned a little bit poorly, but Volt is there to answer back. All good. Grand Canyon brings it up to at least an 8-4 round count going into the next half.
Great to bring this back from Grand Canyon. Houston now on the attacking side to have the Reyna. Yeah.
A side. They're taking it.
Every single round. You go to see them at the barriers here.
Yep.
Oh, man. If Grand Canyon, I wonder, so they actually played a little bit later, right? They were able to watch the first stream, the first matchup if they wanted to. So you can definitely hear us talking about how Houston loves to go A side. If they keep that in mind, maybe they'll be stacking that pretty handedly, especially for this pistol. You definitely want to get this in order to even up the numbers for just a little bit.
Yeah.
So we head in to our first pistol round of this second half. Looks pretty spread out from Houston so far, actually.
It's one of those things where you have to determine how good your infrastructure is, because your coach is probably working with your team and your players to focus on your first match of the day, right? But like analysts on the staff would be the people who can like look ahead for your team in case you get to that point. So I don't know how much Grand Canyon has got in the tank to be able to get that forward information. And right now, the first frag going the way of Houston, but maybe they're accounting for the fact they might have gotten spotted out. Maybe they heard us calling them out for going to the A side every time, because now they put pressure on A, get a frag, and then they rotate over B immediately. It's all coming down now to Taro, who's going to need to hold down the line for the rest of the team to rotate for them. Do they go for this? Oh, they're going for it. Oh, they don't quite get the second kill, but at least stop the spike plant. Buy some time for the team. Sam on the rotation, but will get spotted out by the trademarks.
Yeah, but is that worth it? You gave Reyna the overheal. She's 150 HP now. It's going to be so much harder to kill.
You have to shoot that trademark. All right, it's alerted. Somebody's on the flank. Can they win out the fight against Eric Appleson? Peek around. Nice shot. That was a beautiful deep by Sam. Get that winnable. Mame doing the same exact thing. Suddenly, there's only 2 members of Houston left alive, but there's 2 left on Grand Canyon as well as Solely Eric Appleson answering right back. Can't even get the half. Can't get the kills either. Mame nearly able to clutch up in the last moments, but Solely with a nice wide swing finds the shots and finds the win for Houston.
Yeah, there was that Reyna that I was worried about. 150 HP. It's so hard to take that agent down. He's going to be able to clutch up in the very end. Gets down to that 1 versus 1, and the wall expended for Grand Canyon means that won't be available for this next round unless they invest 400 credits into it. He's like, Houston, go up towards the 9. They're going to be able to buy up and maybe head back towards this A site. They did pull off a very good fake, as we were talking about, as you were mentioning. But now, that's when it gets kind of iffy for Grand Canyon, right? They did fake on the first round. Are they going to do it again? That's a massive thing, though. That kind of gives it away.
We shall see. Plenty of time to work with. Those trademarks getting away those looks, the push through mid from Grand Canyon. Decided to fall back in response to that, not commit to the flank solely, though. Finding the kills. Sam stuck in the corners, expecting somebody to push through. They're on eco rounds, so they're trying to do some cheesy kills there, but nearly able to shut down Eric Appleson, but doesn't falter one bit. All down to Taro in a 1v4 eco round post-plant retake. Yeah, let's go ahead and do one of those low-key tag pauses while the rest of this round plays out, because this is not realistically a winnable thing. Might as well.
Man, you gotta wash your dishes. Come on, bro. Anyway, he's gonna stop for a little snack before he gets back. Yeah. Oh man, there's so much like infrastructure on Icebox. These little Easter eggs, which are just absolutely fantastic to see. Before he heads straight to his grave, last meal of the day. Houston 10-4, double digits on the board. Flawless, I believe. Actually, maybe not flawless, but definitely very good in terms of keeping their money alive, as they're gonna be looking pretty good into this next round. Eric Appleton has a judge here, Chad, and he has his Viper's Pit available. If Houston can get into that post-plant scenario, this is gonna be a very hard retake for Grand Canyon.
Yeah, all they have to do is get there, and they should be a lot better set up than prior. Post-plant will be strong. But they're getting kind of stuff down a little bit. They're having a little bit of a hard time getting through this choke point. So that the toxic screen will cut off screens a bit, so Watanabe could not assist Sam. Nice cut off by utility. Eric Appleton gets shut down immediately, and the toxic screen goes down. Watanabe still there, still hanging out, and has the angle, and has an aerial superiority in that situation. It's going to be a 2 versus 4 situation that Houston is gonna need to make some wild and very clean plays to be able to pull off. Watanabe with a nice timing on the repeak. Shuts down Adam Solomon, and it's all up to the last remaining member, Houston, to try to pull off something crazy. 8 shots to Headhunter. Only 4 heads need to be clicked. I mean, okay, 6 shots to the Headhunter. Only 3 heads to be clicked. So we got a body shot last time. We still have enough. This is doable. But GCU, they know they have spike control. They don't need to push this. Why give them 1v1s, give them the heads to be hunted? The upgrade to the bullet could be something, but this is still going to be so many crossfires. You know, utility you really work with here. Just trying to look for something to happen that Grand Canyon University makes a mistake with. But with the time running low as it was, with the rifles in hand that they had, you might as well just do these pop shots and quick fires, pre-aims, pre-shots to make it even more unlikely that a clutch could happen in that situation.
Yeah, Grand Canyon retained 3 guns as well. No ultimates coming up just yet, but their shots are landing, so they might not need them as Houston buy up to their own full rifles. Sully has his Empress, and usually it's something I don't call out too much because it's usually just a buff for the Reyna, but this guy has been popping off, and the Empress can just facilitate that. So we'll see if he can find the heads of a bunch of different people. Taro? Okay. Was concerned if he DC'd. He was just facing into a wall. Maybe just putting a little bit more into his headphones to try and make sure he's hearing everything that he can hear. Full B push on the table for Houston.
Yeah, just tuck it away from Alodrone or something. Just look at the mini-map. Swing through with an Emperor's active. Mame could not withstand the heat. There is a gap on this toxic screen. To be watched and rendezvoused out to another repositioned location. He will be able to get a spike planted. Sully finds that little hole in the wall to take out Taro. It's now a 5v3 post plant for Houston. And with these shots going the way that they are, the positions that are being held, Sully getting a nice mow down 3K and swinging through at the end, but Adam seals the kill, steals the glory, but the glory goes to all of Houston on the flawless win.
Oh man, yet again, this arena is just popping off, man. Sully pops the Empress, gets the instant heal, so he only has to use the dismiss off of each kill that he gets to that full 150 HP. It's just beautiful to see. We are going to see that timeout from GCU. Down quite a few rounds, not insurmountable by any means, but definitely a good place to take it, as you do get a little bit of leeway with that 1 round before match point. And Grand Canyon need to make up quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a high mountain to climb at this point. Houston, I'm honestly really surprised that you've evolved at this point. I don't know if there was just like a hubris or overconfidence or what it was that they just kept running down a site in the semifinals. I mean, they kept finding success doing it, but going into this first attacking half of the grand finals series, they didn't just run it down off the bat to see how Grand Canyon responds. They immediately gave that respect, showed up posture, and rotated off. And Houston definitely taking this half very seriously and not going just into the default ways. They're making the mix-ups, making it hard for Grand Canyon to make the reads. So this timeout is really good that Grand Canyon regroup real quick and make a decision of what exactly we need to do to change things up to stop Houston from being able to just do whatever they want.
What is the adaptation here? It seems like a 4-stack on B for this point, going pretty aggressive, wanting to take that space away. Houston actually read into this quite a bit. They're going to gesture over towards that B, use the Reyna and the Sova to take the space there, but the spike is still towards A. I think they're trying to fake this A, but it's all going to be found out as Sam has got the kill. Sam has got the spike, and the jig is up.
Sam couldn't grab the weapon, though, unfortunately for them, but for Houston, they are able to recover the spike. Forward position from Watanabe was spotted out thanks to the trademark.
Enemy kill.
Whew. What a shot.
Round 2? Oh, not going to get it. And Sully finds Taro on the B's site. Spike headed there extremely soon. Watanabe, he's got his Blade Storm in hand. He's got a Sheriff. He's been tapping heads, so definitely can make this ultimate worth it. Spike actually hasn't been planted yet. Completely cut noise, just lurking up. Viper Wall is up, but Houston fight site here. I think they kind of need to.
Without much info to work off of, they had to go back to a somewhat default situation. And Eric Appleton, with a spray transfer, finds the domes of two Grand Canyon members. Brings us into a 2v1 situation after the trade of Sam goes through with Jivey. And now, pushing in. We know Sam's good on these dinks on the heads with a Sheriff in hand, but both members of Houston are working together, positioning together. They separated at the last moment. The opportunity was there, but not one granted. Houston finishes off the round and bring themselves to map point.
Grand Canyon with a very different look, go on the aggressive push very deep, and it does catch Houston off guard, but unfortunately, the weaponry from Grand Canyon was not enough to close out the round. They weren't able to find Eric Appleton, who was out in the open, but with some nice shots, gave the man advantage back through. Houston on match point here. Grand Canyon, 3 ultimates in their pockets. Very good at delaying time, delaying an actual plant as Houston head over back towards the safe site. It's a 3-stack, kind of a 4-stack, so Sova is close.
Double ear out. That's definitely a sign of commitment to a site, and that's exactly why it procs the Hunter's Fury from Volt, who does connect onto Adam Solomon. As Watanabe finds an opportunity through this broken wall, but Eric Appleton just keeps lining them up and shutting them down. Another trade elsewhere across the map, but this leads one lone member of GCU finally getting assistance from Volt's information gathering. Aldrin, the resurrection is available. Do they account for it now? Do they spend that resource in this round? Do they even have a good opportunity to do so? The 2 bodies from Grand Canyon are pretty far off. Mumme needs to stay alive. Getting that frag, though, you have to imagine they save it, and especially now, of course, that Katero wins out a nice little swing gun fight against Eric Appleton. Grand Canyon, they're still down quite a bit, but they're not out yet.
Yeah, Hunter's Fury invested, was able to find 1 in the quick swap to the gun to find the next. So not a whole lot invested. We'll be able to keep 2 of their ultimates into this next round. 2 very impactful ones as well. 6 rounds, still a very tall mountain to climb. Single misstep and you're falling all the way back down as Houston will take the first map. And I believe GCU's map pick as well. Feeling pretty good about this. Back towards this A. Grand Canyon not really reading into this. They rotated off. They went back towards mid. They went back towards B. And Houston might just take advantage.
Yeah, they just might. We definitely have seen it. Houston being happy to be explosive and work as a unit and be very confident on their takes. Pull that trigger, but Grand Canyon, they have regrouped for them here now with only the lone member anchoring back just in case. Nice pace shots by Watanabe. The blast back shot bolt combination. Find the frag. Watanabe pop it off, clicking heads, and last player alive is Adam Solomon, trying to do the best impression of such, but not enough to be done for the round. Grand Canyon still alive, still kicking.
Yeah, Houston, they go towards the A site, but they stagnate just a little bit, and that's time Grand Canyon use to rotate their members through all the damaging utility, the player over towards the defender spawn. All of it is just too much to handle. There's too much pressure on the side itself to actually get that spike plant. Houston still at match point, but the round lead is getting ever closer. Oh, still misses the one way. Can he hit it? This actually be pretty big. Not sure if he actually does it. Mome's gonna drop the wall here. There is players to actually spam this down, so actually got past it. It's a bad wall.
And they might have spammed out just the edge of it. I don't know if that's the full length of the wall in the main map. A little hard to tell. By the way, the end of the story is they do get past it. They have a positioning for mid, doing the pace shot solely versus Mame. Sam chumming to try to assist, but that's pulling them off of A site, leaving it all on the side of Volt. Viper's Pit dropped in B, a bad read from Grand Canyon because this A site is where Houston wants to go when all things are going down, starting to lose some rounds. Go back to what's worked best for them all day long is the A site hit for Houston.
What's interesting is they invest the Viper's Pit on B site, but they're still not really committing to holding this A site. They're still playing more of a retake situation, and Houston can take advantage. They also have 3 ultimates in their stead. They have the Viper's Pit, which is going to be huge. Hunter's Fury as well. Not going to tag anyone up. Sam's on the aggressive, and he actually takes down the stage with the res gone. Goes a little bit too far. The Viper's Pit still available for the spike plant.
And here comes the cavalry of Grand Canyon University. Volt being the leading charge, the leading gunman. Finds 2 so far, but the spike has been planted. The Viper's Pit has been dropped by Eric Appleson, and the judge is in hand, sitting in the 4th position. But the spam from Taro is good. VIP down. The Viper's Pit's gone, but driving answers right back. Taro shuts them down. No clutch today for you. Grand Canyon up to 8 rounds on the board.
Exactly. Definitely gets extremely close. Almost clutched out. But I wonder if the confidence from Houston is wavering just a little bit. They keep trying to head over to this A site. They're getting stalled out. The rotations come through, and they're getting punished whenever they try and plant the spike. They're getting shock darted. They're getting killed from the rifles in Grand Canyon's hands. And they use quite a few ultimates in that take as well. And they get nothing for it. They use the Viper's Pit and the Hunter's Fury, and they're still stuck at this match point. Grand Canyon is still closing this round lead, and maybe you're getting a little bit desperate for Houston. Yes, you're up 4 rounds. Yes, it's only 1 away, but the momentum is not on your side.
This could be dawn of a fantastic comeback. Once to get to that 8 or 9 round count, that's when I start kind of believing the gap has been closing. Houston accounting for the shock bolts, but Sam accounting for the fact that they're accounting for this. The swings on them when they come back, looking out for the shock bolts. Finds the second kill as well. Sam, with a paint shell popped off, finds another frag as well, popping off in this anti-eco round, but keeping it clean is going to be good for the economy and keep this consistent on the comeback reality. Grand Canyon up to 9.
Yeah, Houston confident on the take this time, do get the spike down, weigh out the shock bolts, but what they didn't account for was Sam, the duelist, the disruptor that he is, will punish, land every single shot that Houston isn't able to. They go to that 12-9, Chad. You believer now? Because I think it's happening.
Ah, man. I mean, I always believe in the possibility, all right? I will never count a team out until the 13th round hits outside of overtime. We're going to get into specifics.
Fair.
Anyway, well, the hopes can always be there as well because it's always exciting. But expectations, it's starting to get here. Predictions, perhaps. This is a big vibe round though for Houston. The big thing about this too is this comeback is definitely becoming more and more real. However, those ultimates are starting to build up again for Houston. They're going to get that Empress back again for Soli. The resurrection is there as well for Mame. So even if they lose initial trades, they get like initial 1-for-1 trade, they get the player count back in their favor. Things like that could be the case, but they have the same resurrection on the side of GCU. This hold along with the operator. So much is going to be pressured on to Sam now that we look over towards A site, which is where Houston wants to attack. Yet, again, they keep going back to what they feel strong about. But Sam has been popping off, clutching up many times, getting all these big entry frags, but can they keep it up?
Okay, I've read this. They've rotated the Sage over. He's ready to put the wall through, just waiting for a sound cue. Depends on how fast he should go here.
Recon Bolt will let them know exactly who his players are. The rocket damages himself and destroys their own wall. It's a tragedy on the site for GCU, but the frags are coming through regardless. Tactics aside, we're still clicking heads as Sam gets 2, but Eric Appleton doing the same. Still weak though, 49 HP. It's going to be a 2 versus 2 situation. What can Sam do here? How did he get that kill? What is happening? Triple kill across the board. It's Watanabe at the very end. Needed to get the final kill. They're double digits now for Grand Canyon University. They keep staying alive and they keep on kicking.
They keep just going. Grand Canyon read it, and even though the showstopper is a blunder, even though it's a Rosa ult, it hits the wall, it breaks their own Sage wall that they built up to prevent them from getting on the site itself. Sam still comes alive. He still taps the head. He's able to live long enough so that Grand Canyon can't feel, or excuse me, Houston can't feel comfortable getting on the site itself, and they burn the time down to that 10-second mark. Grand Canyon, they used a lot of ultimates in that for sure. Showstopper and Blade Storm. Now they're looking to try and defend against this mid push. Houston spreading out quite a bit. Tour de Force active, so it's going to make Sam a little bit more hesitant to actually peek these long angles. Houston playing really slow with this one. It's 12-10. They don't want to give this one away. Get Grand Canyon a little bit more hope into getting to that overtime position.
So Grand Canyon did confirm that they're either B main or A main at this point, with Jivey rotating around, getting the frag onto Watanabe. Big opportunity. They're going to try to rotate over and get their resurrection. Perhaps Mame decides it's not worth it because they need to maintain control on B site. They need to maintain a presence here to not let them just have it for free, especially since they have a Viper Spit, but that's exactly what Houston does regardless. The wall is up for the Sage. They aren't going to be able to get this plant, but this allows the opportunity for them to get the resurrection. But Jivey's watching out. Watch out for Jivey to get the refrag. Feels bad to be a Watanabe, especially since this is a match point for the first map of this best of 3 series. Taro trying to push through, take care of Soli and Soban, and they do. It's still a 3 versus 4 situation. Resurrection is still available for Houston, but will they find an opportunity to really use it situationally? Sam takes care of Jivey. They have a flank option, but the Viper's Pit is still on the site. Mummy pushing through, finds a frag. Taro does the same. It's all down to just 1. It's all up to Eric Appleton. We've seen them clutch up many times before. Can they do it again? It's on a safe round. No! They are able to get the swing through for Taro and get that kill. It's going to be 12-11. This is going to be the last round of regulation.
Oh man, that was so close. This time was ticking down with that Viper's Pit over the entire site, but almost all of Houston dies. Eric Appleton, I think if he gets that one pick, that one guy who tapped the spike, they actually would have won with just how the time was, with all the damaging utility, but he wasn't able to convert. Grand Canyon get to 11. Houston invested so much in terms of ultimates in that round, and they still are not able to close it out. Houston, though, they still have rifles. They still have the gunpowder. Grand Canyon, though, they have 2 ultimates in their stead. So they may be able to just do this, get us to an overtime position. Houston, Chad, it's going back to this A site. Can they end it on their favorite site?
Going to what is traditionally worked best for them at this point. B site was blundered in the last round, but wasn't eco to be fair. But Sam on the A site has been coming up so massively, so often. Watanabe as well. The resurrection. Watanabe needed to shut that down. The answer back from Koi cuts them out. And the player count goes in favor of Houston in this post-play situation. Taro drops the Viper's Pit, but doesn't quite reach to the plant. All it does with Volt getting a double shock bolt. What just happened, Sparky? They got a double shock bolt kill. Suddenly it's all down to just Jivey. You're trying to hold it down in a 1 versus 2 post plant hold. Operator in hand. Can he count for a top side? Headhunter available. Hits the head true to the name. It's down to a 1 versus 1 situation. Taro has done this before. They've clutched it up, but Jivey has done it as well. Both players capable. Both players ready. They take the fight. It goes Taro's way. We're going to overtime in this crazy comeback swing from Grand Canyon University. And the the first map of this best of 3 grand finals.
Grand Canyon, throughout all of the adversity that they faced, through the confidence that Houston had going into this game, come out with an overtime position. And now they need to close it out. And I gotta say, there actually is a lot of pressure on Houston here, right? Momentum is not on their side. They're a momentum-based team for a lot of it. When the confidence fades, their shots are not landing like they used to. Everyone's going to have a rifle in this. No one's going to have an ultimate at least yet. Everything's going to be at that half charge. No operators either in this game. We have seen some operator play, but so far it really has been those rifles, those multi-kills, that back and forth that's really defined this game. And Houston is now on the defense for this one. Back towards their standard setup. Eric Appleson going to be spotting over towards B main. They actually gave him a trip, so it'll be a little bit easier for him, but it's fast to B, and it's shut down immediately by Adam.
That timing was huge. A little bit of a misstep from Grand Canyon. Eric Appleson on this timing of his own. The timing is so much there. Houston going so much more aggressive than Grand Canyon was expecting on this defensive side. Grand Canyon getting against their back from Sam. Players are coming up so often for this Grand Canyon University team, but can they do enough? They are going to have an awareness that they're going to be in kitchen, and that's what Adam Solomon was expecting and predicting and capitalized on. Koi aware that there could be a presence there. Volt coming down to the wire in a 1 versus 3 now because he took care of the first of the 4. He got a double kill with the Bolt in the last round of the last half. Can they find the perfect positioning? Rotating through. Eric knows. Buying time. The spike was dropped. All they have to do is allow for the team to rotate through. Jivey going to be positioning over Boiler, perhaps. Deciding to rotate up the kitchen alongside Koi instead as Volt ships the night, goes right past. I don't think Koi saw him. I think it was just a sliver too late. Perhaps Jivey is at least looking back just in case. They're counting for all variables just in case. But Volt is not. He looks back, but looked away as it goes on the side because there's too much to account for in that moment. The desire to be silent backfires. Jivey is able to put them down. Houston up 13-2, but Sparky, this map has been all about defensive-sided teams. So which team can come out on top of offense? Perhaps it's Houston now.
I think that's exactly what Houston needed, though. They lost so many rounds in a row. Their confidence was shot, but they win out that last round with 3 players alive. That's got to be a boost to the confidence. Maybe they can convert this one, end it here at that 14-12 scoreline. Chad, it's a site round. I don't even know how many. They just want to end it here. Let's go all the way. 4 people strong. The ping did go through, so Grand Canyon University have a pretty good idea.
That page shell lobbed over, that shut down the owl drone, so Houston didn't get much information off of that.
Still going with this, it seems.
Yeah, they're committing to it. Sam needs to step up big. Has had done it well before, but gets shut down now. How often can you really pull that off? It seems like not often enough. Perhaps, at the very least, Sam can't do it, but Mame was able to do so. Taro as well, shutting down the mid lurk of Eric Appleson. So it's going to be 4 versus 3 post-plant. And the Viper is gone. There's no snake bites to be used for the post-plant situation. The Sova's also tucked in hell, so no long-range shock bolt shenanigans to use either. The bomb spike has been planted in default. Getting some information. Grand Canyon try to swarm onto site. Handle these angles. Popped out as Jivey. Oh, the bloodshed on the site. It's Mame answering back, keeping alive. But Jivey back just in the nick of time over in pipes to get the victory in overtime. Houston, the comeback reality was happening, but they shut it down overtime. They still win map number 1, which was the pick of Grand Canyon University.
Oh, they definitely sweated for that one. I think everyone sweated for that one. A huge comeback. In the end, Houston go up 14-12. They get the map pick of GCU, and I gotta say, I'm a little concerned for GCU just because of the mental game. Houston, they got the confidence back. They're able to close it out. But for GCU, that was their map pick. They had this huge comeback, but it doesn't matter in the end because this is how Valorant works. It doesn't matter if it's a 14-12. It doesn't matter if it's a 13-0. As long as Houston actually win that map pick, they're going to go up 1-0. All that effort poured in kind of was for naught. And now GCU go into Houston's map pick, where you got to understand Houston is probably really comfortable with it.
All I know is this is a very exciting grand finals to be sure. So I can't wait for that second map. let's just jump to a break right now so we can get the show on the road, right? We'll be on a break real quick. When we come back, it's going to be game number 2 of this grand finals between Houston and Grand Canyon. We'll be going to Haven. See you soon.
There nearly in enough time. It had some good looks on the side itself, but just the overwhelming presence of Arizona.
Welcome back. It's going to be game number 2 of this exciting grand finals. It came down to overtime on map number 1 after a very impressive comeback effort from Grand Canyon University. But once they got to overtime, Houston just rallied back up and just took charge with a commanding 2 rounds to win there. Now we're going to map number 2, which will be Houston's map pick of Haven. And we're already in agent selection.
Yeah, right into it. No stop on the table. I'm excited for Haven. I think I've watched a little bit too much Icebox today, but Haven was one of my favorite maps ever since beta. It's the map with the 3 different spike sites, so definitely throws a wrench into the mix. Do get to see a little bit more of that Sentinel play. It looks like Houston's still going to go with the Chamber, and we have seen Houston on this map before. Adam Solomon, a really great lurk, a really great shot, but I think when he's able to get into these power positions, he's able to hear the footsteps, hear these rotations. Houston really dominate the macro play.
All right, time's ticking down. Gotta lock in these agents. We'll figure out what they're actually working with. Adam Solomon, we've seen this composition before. And last time we saw Houston on Haven, it was Adam Solomon on the early rounds, even in the midway through the game, that had this really deep lurks through C site, through B site. So when the team would play for A primarily still, when they did rotate off of A to C, it was almost always Adam basically in the spawn of the defending team, looking to frag out and take them down. And on the defending side of things, it was Adam on A site getting back-to-back triple kill rounds. Just an impressive performance over there. So this is pretty easily the player I'm looking at on this map, which is the one that really impressed the last time we saw them on Haven.
Yeah, but I would not count GCU out just yet. We saw in Icebox, right? Sam on his raise, he's going to be playing Jet for this one, but he was a major factor in the comeback for GCU. He was the one popping off, preventing Houston to get comfortable on that A site. So see if he can do it yet again. Watanabe as well, having a great game last time with some really pop-off moments. This time he's going to be on the Reyna. No hard flashes here for Grand Canyon, rather going for something like the near site. Might be a little bit difficult against these operators, and definitely not as much recon as you would have with that double initiator, which Houston are going to go for. But either way, Grand Canyon definitely looking to make these fights count. This is one of the maps where we talked about where Houston especially was like, hey, we really like going A site. We're just going to keep doing that. We saw them take a little bit of a step back from it last time. They still loved going A side on Icebox. Question is, will they do it again? And if they do, is Grand Canyon still going to have that really great defense that we saw?
All right, there's a little bit of a miscommunication, tech pause. No worries here. We're going to get back into the swing of things soon. Something that's interesting of note, what we watched of GCU yesterday on Haven, they had Mame on Jets, and Sam was on Chamber. So swapping things around a little bit, I guess they're just feeling that Sam is just on fire on the duelist frags right now, and Mame is going to take a little bit more of a supportive role in this Cypher instead. So completely different Sentinel and swapping roles with 2 players.
Yeah, should be a little interesting. I do like the Cypher a little bit more than the Chamber when you are playing a double duelist composition. Get a little bit more in terms of that recon potential.
Yeah.
See whether or not it does have that effect. The standard cage over towards that A to try and the brakes on Houston. Grand Canyon going super aggressive here, just looking to do a B site hit in the slow. The slow is going to prevent them from actually getting onto the site, getting the spike plant. They are going to do it. The dash away is possible, and the retake is in Houston's hands.
Yeah, it stalled them out a little bit, but because of the Nebula setup on the links, Houston didn't feel comfortable challenging on the site anyway because they had to go in blind. So took the time, decided to resolve into a retake situation. There will be a long rotate from Taro and Garage, but will it even matter because GCU keeps getting the frags on the mid site instead. The spike didn't even get to half yet. Spam's going through. Not comfortable on trying to stick it through the Nebula. And GCU keeps getting the frags. A nearly flawless first round of the map that is Houston's map pick. So it might be one of those situations, Sparky, where map picks might not matter. The teams picking the map just lose the maps. Perhaps that's the case, and we go to map 3. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we do know Houston had a really good icebox. Grand Canyon here, they had a pretty decent one as well, if I remember correctly. But hey, they're going to go right out of the gate. I love that really aggressive stance because Houston, as we saw, is a team that's very dependent on momentum. If you can stop this momentum early, string rounds together for yourself, Houston might just keep bleeding out.
Standing ahead.
I like that initial shock recon bolt lineup, so you can see if anybody's pushing out aggressively through mid. Get spots out window as well. The aggression onto site has to reload, but though the members are here, so they'll at least be able to get the trade. The reload timings have definitely been unfortunate for GCU, but they do get the trades anyway, so we'll take those. We're still up on player count. We're still going to get the spike planted. And Dab Solman nearly able to line up that headshot. All down to Jive and can't get one of their own. Sam investing into the Phantom will keep that into the next round.
Yeah, great to have that Phantom equal firepower here on Sam, which could definitely come alive. Watanabe gonna match him as well. Rifles in the hands of Houston now. Definitely, if you're a Houston fan, if you want to see them 2-0 this would be a great start to be able to get a very clean anti-bonus round. Make sure that they can keep their rifles into the next. Grand Canyon, so far looking for some mid control here. They've been pretty fast in these first 2 rounds. On this bonus, you typically expect your team to go fast as well, but Houston might be reading this and it's attacking 2 towards this B site.
Adam's got the trademark set up for B main and garage. So have pretty good control across the map. Having to deal with a 50-50 from Sam. No flash available for them in the moment, so they get shut down on the cross. Nice hold from B site so far from Houston. A nice read that Grand Canyon might try for B site again. Yeah.
Right into the middle. This is such a hard place for Grand Canyon to come back to because it's so open. They pretty much have to use a smoke in order to just grab it from that. But that in itself, everyone from Houston is already rotated over. Watanabe, yeah, there's a huge pick onto the C site. And now Houston are going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, Watanabe is still having presence. That's like basically the win condition at this point. Gets a 3rd kill on the round. Empress available, upgrade on the weaponry. Volt finds a kill as well, so who needs a spike when we can just play deathmatch, just get the frags? All down to solely the last member alive on Houston, as the other members kept going off and taking 1-for-1 trades and losing off elsewhere. It's not going to be a 2v1 pushing on site, and GCU members are working together. These are that duo that we interviewed Watanabe, like, yeah, Volt and I, we just vibe really well together. We just work really well together. So I have a feeling that they could work really well in this 2v1 situation too.
Actually gonna plant on the site. Sully is here, could catch Volt. If he decides to go back towards B, no, they're going to split up. They're watching different angles. Sully could take the 1v1s here. Glenn isn't able to convert the second. Volt with the running Spectre, 16 HP on that clutch. Grand Canyon University convert on the bonus round, and Houston go down 0-3.
Huge conversion on the bonus. This is something that we saw from the last map from Houston. Won the first 2 rounds handedly, converted the bonus pretty well. Continue on from there, so it could be a repeat performance, and then we might have to see if Houston can make a big crazy comeback as well. We shall see. It is game number 2 of this grand final situation. There's a reason why these teams are in the grand finals. They can make those comebacks happen.
Definitely. Ooh, what is this lineup? This is actually really late. This actually finds... Does it spot anyone though? Yeah, it spotted Sam.
I like that lineup a lot for creativity, but because of how long it takes to get there, what information do you really get from that? They could be C lobby, they could be A lobby, they could be out in grass, they could be in hiding in window.
Yeah, it was my thing too. I think Sam got pinged up, so they did spot him and one player towards C lobby. It's not the worst value in the world, as they actually tried to shoot it when they probably should have just left it alone. But Houston have rotated all the way off, playing retake on that A site. I've actually read this quite well. They're going to stack towards garage. Grand Canyon going to head over towards that C site. Houston will retain control of this garage position, but it's a big question of whether they can actually translate this into a good retake.
They're going to be able to get the spike planted. Adam falls to Sam as well on site, so control is there for GCU as more frags go their way. And they have Volt watching from lobby as well, so they have all the bearings covered. Incredibly difficult retake situation for Houston.
Yeah, the crossfires have already been set up for Grand Canyon University. I think right now, Houston, they'll probably try and make their way through, but Grand Canyon have to be thinking about their exit strategy to make sure that they don't drop any guns on us.
Yeah, as flawless as possible would be ideal for Grand Canyon at this point, as winning is fairly certain, especially the time we're getting taken down as it is. Still retaining all their lives. There's no time. Yeah, they're starting a little bit too late. Somebody might go and try to challenge them, but yeah, they're just staying safe. A nice, flawless anti-eco from Grand Canyon.
Yeah, exactly what you want to see, and this is what I wanted Grand Canyon to do if they wanted to have a really good chance in this game, as they stop the momentum early. You're going to see this timeout from Houston, actually, and this is a good timeout. You know, like we said before, you have a bad read on that that first rifle round. Could have a bad read on the second one. They want to make sure that they talk everything through so that they can stop the momentum here. But so far, Grand Canyon full steam ahead. Houston, maybe their confidence is waning just a little bit. Looks like they're actually going to put the operator into Jivy's hands. He's usually been playing over towards that A site. If they can get him into a power position, like on that box towards A short, be posted up towards that A long, and can spot towards the lobby. It's a pretty good spot for Houston, since they can rotate everyone through, play more towards B and C, and have a very good control over the entire map.
Tour de Force is nearly online as well. They might play for the orb and long. Work together alongside Jivy. That would allocate both operators on the same side of the map, though, so it'd be interesting if that's the case.
Yeah. Typically, you'd probably want to split those up just to make sure you have more sight lines covered. Usually a rifle is better because operators definitely do suffer when it comes to those short range angles. So making sure you have a rifle to cover that shorter range angle definitely helps a lot. Grand Canyon, very heavy towards mid again. Might be actually another B site plant. They seem to be favoring that side quite a bit. The operator posted up towards A short, but if Grand Canyon go fast, it might not matter that the operator is there. If they can just get that B site plant down fast enough.
Jivy was spotted by the camera. But will it even matter? Seems like it will. If they know that the operator is not holding mids, they can push through. That wasn't quite flicked in time by Sam. The spike dropped again. They keep putting the spike in the hand of Sam, and the players weren't quite there to trade immediately, but Volt does get the delayed trade out. Nebulas are gone, but Taro's here on the flank. Eric is not account for that timing that Taro has done consistently, and now it's a Cypher in A site, so Jivy, not long for this world, I'd imagine. Timing is here. Jivy's not accounting for it. Wasn't even a knife to the back. Mame keeping it clean and respectable. Just putting them down quick, easy. 5-0 for Grand Canyon. That timeout did not come to fruition.
Yeah, Houston so far haven't really shown that they can defend this B site well. Even with two people kind of gesturing towards this, the sheer aggression from Grand Canyon is just catching them off guard. And even if Grand Canyon, and even, when Grand Canyon get into that post-plant position, Houston haven't been having a good retake so far. And typically the solution to that is you have a lot of A control. You can flank, you can break up and pinch the players on the site. Houston going for a different strategy. A lot of stack towards mid. JV going to be solo in this little corner. It's a little awkward to check. Some people don't, but he's going to peek out and get a dink, but it's not going to be a kill. A site on the table, and Houston, they're just going straight into the site. They want to fight this.
I'm absolutely loving Sam's gameplay right now, because they are not only mechanically just popping off and hitting shots, they also are the ones willing to play for the team and just throw themselves on site as needed, be that entry duelist, create that space for themselves. They do so willingly, no hesitation ever. All ultimates online for Grand Canyon, a 5v1 post-plant anti-ego situation. They are thriving at a 5-0, soon to be 6-0, you have to imagine. But Eric Appleson has clutched before. This could be that moment, but nope, it will not be. Sam is just too on point right now. Not going to get caught out by a Sheriff long range like that. 4K for the duelist on the side of Grand Canyon. They're off to such a fantastic start on map 2.
Yeah, everything from Houston is just, it's not able to keep up with Grand Canyon's pace. They're using this double duelist well to entry onto the site. As you said, Sam willing to throw himself in, but even then his team's able to back him up. He's able to get a couple kills for himself as well. Grand Canyon seem unstoppable. 5 ultimates in their stead, Chad, and it's a rinse and repeat back towards the safe site.
Teleport's ready.
Yeah, definitely punishing Jivy, who doesn't seem to know how to exactly handle this pressure right now. Does have an operator back in hand, though, so might be able to hold this angle. If not careful for it, they might dry peek this one, and Jivy could have the reaction time for it. The Owl Drone does not quite catch Jivy's location out. That Recon Bolt doesn't find them either, so Jivy completely unaware of GCU. They do find the first frag. Jivy still on sight. The frag's coming through. I think that last Hunter's Fury did tag Jivy, though, down to 70 HP. The execution is happening for Sam. Push off the site as Houston has 2 fall in the meantime. Grand Canyon, clean executions, very efficiently done, and now find themselves in yet another advantageous post-plant situation.
Wall available, stars at each of the chokes. Houston gonna have a rough time to get into the side. I wonder if they even go for this and possibly save their guns into the next round.
Yeah, I mean, that's operator is a big investment, especially since they've done it 2 rounds of the last 3. But with that first frag, maybe they'll feel more confident about it. But it's a crossfire setup for GCU. They don't have flashes, get themselves through this crossfire setup. Jivy fells as well, so all down to Adam Solomon, who will be able to get maybe a 1. No, the trigger discipline backfires. He can't even do eco damage. Everything is working in Grand Canyon's favor. That's crazy.
No, why would you spam
Why would
that?
you spam behind them? Yeah, you have 2 people go through the smoke. Why would you spam behind them in the smoke? It's crazy, dude.
Dude, he knows his teammates don't check their
They
angles.
didn't check. Yo, I know my homies. They don't check that.
Either way, Sam, hey, he doesn't even need to check it, man. He's 12-2. He entered onto the site despite all the chaos that was there, despite the fact that he got tagged by a Seeker as well. He's going very far with this B hit on their eco round. But Grand Canyon, I think they're taking a page out of Houston's book. I mean, it's just A after A after A after A.
If you turn names off, I would think that Houston is the one attacking. But this positioning is beautiful for Houston. They said, screw it. They're going to just push on A. We're going to go hard flank through mid instantly on a nice read. Realizing it's been rinse and repeat so far. The weapons overall is still advantage for Grand Canyon, but a couple have been picked up now from Houston. This is winnable for both teams. Watanabe in a little bit of a dicey situation. Still pulls off the kill. And because Emperor's activated, back to full health. But the crossfire setup was the perfect time to catch Watanabe out. It's going to be a fast rotation at C-Site because the spike is still in hand for these 2 members of Grand Canyon still alive. It's going to be Taro to plant the spike, and Mumage going to look to set up as much of a post-plant situation they can. That spike was planted very safely, which kind of forces the Grand Canyon members to stay tucked away on site.
And take garage control here. Cam does have first tap, has the exit from defender spawn as well. The big kill here is going to be this chamber. Whoever comes out on top of that initial kill, probably going to win the round.
All right, well, they know about at least 1. They have no info, no way of knowing about Eric Appleson till now. It's a nice position for these 2 Grand Canyon members. They can actually explode out on garage, but because of the information they've gotten, they have to know they're in garage. Houston has to know they're coming from garage.
They have time?
They do. They will have time. No! No! Because they popped it off, did they? Did they pop off in the half? Oh, man.
I think so. It sounds something like that. I think it was just like a little bit too slow for him to get back on that spike after that gravity well. So
yeah,
very big round here from Houston.
Wow.
Right? They have this huge read. They flank. They're able to get that initial pick onto Sam, who's usually that entry fragger, that really big person who's able to get a lot of these picks. But the time is on Grand Canyon's side. It is that 3rd member in that 2 versus 2 clutch, and Grand Canyon continue this momentum at 0-8. Heartbreaking for Houston. It was their eco though, so they're going to be on rifles for this one as they're looking to make yet another stamp. Grand Canyon might be trying to sell a fake here towards A. They have hit it over and over again. That jump peak, I think, gives it away though, as 2 are spotted towards the C site.
All right, trademark. Alerts of presence, alerts of the C-Site hit. Grand Canyon realizing, all right, can't keep repeating forever. They're figuring things out. The crossfires are set up on site, though, for Houston. The trade backs going the favor of Houston, thanks to Eric Appleson. And was solely there as well, finally getting there in time. This push through for Volt is all that Grand Canyon have to work with. They do find the first frag, but now Houston knows exactly what to deal with. It's the crossfire yet again. Houston's so good at setting these up, and it's what gets them their first round on the board.
Yeah, great by Houston. That jump peek by Eric Honestly, MVP, because I could tell Houston they were ready to just rotate away, especially from what's been happening the last couple rounds. But quick jump peek just to check spots out the fake. And the rest of the team will rotate through from Houston. 3 rounds left in this half, and if you're a Houston fan, great if it would go over to them. This game becomes a lot more winnable, a lot more leeway you get on the other side. Grand Canyon looking to just go hard B yet again. Maybe try and fake it into another C. I'm kind of surprised that they want to keep going here, considering the other 2 sites have just been so successful for them. But I guess they just want to keep trying this, see if they can break every single site on this map.
Maybe they're just trying to read that Houston might think that they're going to go to A site, so they execute here. But yeah, I mean, A site, even though it got dicey, they still technically have been successful every time at A site. Very aggressive and ambitious challenge from Volt, and it comes successful, but still on A side, they're having a hard time finding a success until now. After Eric was able to get 2 to take him down with himself, it's still going to be a 3v2 situation. Make that 2v2 as Sole shows up and finds the fight against Volt. Plant will go down. The timing from Taro is good. It's a 2v1. Sole has to push through. They know where he's going to be. He's all tied up in the cyber cages. And I don't really understand how that slows you, but you know what? It does. There's enough. Taro finds the frags. Gets 9-1. Grand Canyon back to their winning ways.
Yeah, Grand Canyon has successfully broken every single site on this map. All 3 of them. Multiple on B and A. C is the only one that's gone to any fruition for Houston. But Grand Canyon, they just wanted to break it. They're going to head back towards A might as well. That was a little bit harder than they wanted it. Did get down towards those really close numbers. And why not just go towards that A site, which is a little bit more favored, a little bit easier for you to actually hit. Slower from Grand Canyon, waiting for some sort of aggression. Push up here from A short. The Hunter Spirit, it causes the chaos and actually finds one through it all. Grand Canyon down in numbers.
Sam answering right back, though, evening the playing field. This lurk from Jivey might actually come out to be a big part of Houston's retake on B site. There's no trap wires or anything alerting Grand Canyon of this rotation on the backside. Despite Watanabe getting some frags on site, they will get the plant down. This is a prime position for Jivey.
That's it for a link as well.
Taro as well.
Yeah,
all the flanks.
Activate?
Which flank comes out biggest?
Oh, there it
Taro
goes.
so far. They confirm A-Link and C-Link are taken care of, so they know it's going to be through mid. So they at least are finally getting bearings, so Jivey's rotation does not come out to be a big deal because it didn't come fast enough. So the rest of the team fell. Beautiful read of the situation by Grand Canyon, and fantastic lurks that Taro keeps getting off multiple times. Watanabe as well, if not Taro.
Yeah, exactly. Grand Canyon, they get to double digits in our first half of this second map. Looking to possibly make it 11, and honestly, I did not expect this whatsoever, Chad. Even though I was talking about the momentum, how if Houston loses it, they tend to not get themselves back. Still, with the 14-12 on first round, with Houston looking so dominant on this yesterday, it really did feel like they could really get a couple rounds for themselves on their attacking side. In terms of the crossfire, so many people, the firing squad, might I say.
What an engagement. Yeah. That was something. Let's just challenge the fight. Let's just take the fights. Screw it. Last round and a half. Let's send it at this point. We're up a map. You know, we haven't done this yet. We'll catch them off guard if they are here. Makes a lot of sense. Nice shot by Sole as well. Yeah, spike drop. They can see it still. So it's all down to Mame in a 1v3 as a Cypher. A little tough to pull off. Nice shots by Sole reading the situation. So Houston does take a big gamble of a round. High risk, but the high reward of earning themselves some breathing room to work with in the second half.
Yeah, 2-10 still. Very, very big mountain. This is looking a little bit like Everest, but doable for sure. Has to start with the pistol here, Houston. You know, new half, new Houston. They can do this if they just get this pistol. They get the most momentum under the belt. They get their confidence back and be able to land these shots. Grand Canyon might be on the back foot after that. A lot of it depending on this pistol, in my opinion.
Yeah, we saw the crazy comeback from Grand Canyon, but that half started at an 8-4 record. So this is going to be even tougher for Houston in game 2 to be able to pull off. And it's going to come down to these A-site hits. which is interesting. Grand Canyon is leaving only Sam here alone to defend the A site hit, which is coming very fast. They're already pushed up halfway to the sites, and the members of Grand Canyon haven't budged yet. They're still hanging out. They haven't confirmed the full commitment to the site. Sam somehow gets the frag through the spam shots. Gravity Well does not disrupt the spikes plant at all, but some damage goes off nevertheless from the shock bolts. So Houston has a chance to defend this post plant, but by the numbers, by the health bars, Grand Canyon has a bit of an edge. They have a flash to work with that Lear as well. They can push through. There's no crossfire set up with 2 people unheld that they'll have to account for. 1 person to rotate away. Ooh, the sights and lineups are there. GCU is finding the frags. Sam is in the perfect position. Last person in hell, who can't do much more than a single kill. 3 alive for Grand Canyon is plenty to win off this pistol round. They did it in the first half. They're doing it in the second. Off to that full momentum yet again.
And Houston basically have to buy here. They don't really have an option. They're so starved for rounds that they have to force into this. They did get the spike plant, so they get a little bit more money under their belt. That'll be a little bit more in terms of some utility or the half armors that can be bought up. So, Houston, big round that they need to convert. Or we look at 12. We look at match point, and Houston still won't have any money if it does end up going Grand Canyon's way. Rinse and repeat here, Chad. Houston going back towards the safe side against only Sam. He has that Marshall, and since the armors were bought up, it's not necessarily a pocket sheriff, but so with those half armors, it can get pretty dicey because 1 shot to the body leaves you at 24 HP.
That's exactly where Koi is at right now. 24 HP exactly. Gave some information, found out that there are a couple members of Grand Canyon still around lingering, but oh, these shots got lucky the first round, and probably not the second. That would be kind of wild, but the spike plant will go down, playing for hell long control. So short will not be a major factor other than just kind of cutting people off from heaven and CT entry. You got trademark set up. This lurk from Jivey, though, trying to stop people away. The Cloudburst let them know that, yeah, there's going to be somebody here. The 3-player swing, they are going to be able to get that kill, get the numbers back on their side of things, just like we saw in the last round.
Retake on the table here. Everyone flooding in towards that defender spawn area. Sam, all the smokes are gone. That Marshall is on the table. And the trades are going through. Grand Canyon on top, though. It's 2 versus 2. The smoke is down. Time ticking down. Watanabe goes huge with the 1 kill. Sully has to push through, but the spike is not planted for him. It's planted backside. It's planted under hell. And Grand Canyon get themselves a match point.
Very systematic, just swing with the rest of the team, realizing, you know, there's nothing really they have to set up to stop us. Eric needs to get some gravity wells perhaps towards the CT side for the post play if possible. Things like that could be the case, but Grand Canyon, they just ran right through. Stampede, full speed ahead with the Spectres in hand. That's the perfect scenario with that weaponry.
Yeah.
The nerf that came through recently was for long range pop shots and stuff like that. Close range run and gun, just as fine as before. That's a little lucky.
Missed out. That's no info, but on the minimap it's going to show that, so they know that they don't get baited into some sort of awkward scenario. Houston, look at where this jet is lurked all the way up towards that C site. No one is there in order to kind of defend against it. Everyone's fighting for garage right now.
Wow.
Here. Jivey's made his way up. Spike
Left
just needs to join him, but they're going through garage, and that's the most defended site so far.
Another force-up round because they had to last time. They have to this time around. So there's a bunch of Spectres, things of that sort in the hands of Houston. We have to deal with this run-and-gun strategy from Grand Canyon yet again, but that Devourer is going to allow Watanabe to be at full fighting strength coming into the next engagement. It's going to be 4 versus 3. Advantage to Houston for sure. However, Grand Canyon has not missed a beat, it seemed like, for the most of this game. That lockdown, the spray down, the Phantom in the hands for Sam is all down to Adam Solomon. Has popped up yesterday on this map, but can't do it now because this is Sam's time to shine. The triple kill to close out the map. Grand Canyon with an incredibly dominant 13-2 showing on map number 2 of this series.
Yeah, and I talked about before the break how I was a little bit concerned for GCU, right? You have this huge comeback, you still end up losing on your own map pick. That can put a damage to the mental. It seems like first map was just a warm-up here, Chad, because they came up with so much firepower here on Haven, so much aggression that Houston was not able to deal with. And I guess in the end, map picks really don't mean anything.
Yeah, I don't know what it is about you and me casting together, but the majority of the time we cast together, people lose on the map picks. It's kind of crazy how that works out. Going into the map number 3, looking ahead, map picks don't mean anything at this point. It's the final map left behind after all the bans went through and stuff like that. I've heard the fans of Houston saying that Fracture is their best map, but at this point, who knows? I mean, if they're picking what they would assume to be the best map, they're losing on it. I mean, who knows how Fracture is going to turn out? Maybe they bring in Panzer or sub on Breach again, like we saw earlier today, who has done a fantastic job. So I'm looking excited. I'm excited to look ahead to what we see from Houston, but more excited to see what GCU brings out because we have not seen them on Fracture yet. So it's a complete question mark of what we might see. We have an idea based on the tendencies of the players, but still, who knows? We'll find out after this break. We'll see you soon for the final map of this grand final series. To make some kind of play happen, Doe has Recon Bolt in 15. Owl Drone for now, but map number 3 of the grand finals of the CECC Invitational. It's the Southwest 2022 tournament. It's Houston University as well as Grand Canyon University. It's going to be an exciting match. I mean, we saw a crazy comeback, dominant performance halves for both teams. And at this point, I'm expecting anything on Fracture. We can see subs come in as well. Interesting team compositions, whatever it may be, it is going to go on that very new map of Fracture, which is a platform for all the exciting new matches, new compositions. No sub for Houston.
No sub. Looks like they're going to go straight into it. Houston still double initiator, the Breach and the KO with the solo Jet going to be Sully. On the other side, Grand Canyon seem to be hovering back towards that double controller setup with a lot of duelist potential.
So last time, this was the same composition that they played earlier today when they subbed in Panzer for Koi. I don't know exactly why that was the case. Actually, sorry, it's Panzer for Soli was the person that came out. Yeah. They had Jivey on Jet, Adam was on Chamber, Eric was on Viper, Koi was on KO. So now that Koi for Soli still in here, they have Soli on Jet, shifted around the initiators a bit. And we'll see if there was intentional earlier on, if they just had to as a sub or whatever the case was. Because I've heard that Fracture is the best map. But they did start allowing a bit of a comeback against Arizona or against Oklahoma earlier today. So we'll see. Maybe they'll be even stronger now. Who knows?
Yeah, excited to see what the potential of this map is going to be. Houston on the attacking side for this one. A lot of initiator potential, a lot of utility in order to clear out the space. I love the KO on this map, especially as more people are running this chamber. Since if you pop that ultimate, if you pop that null command, you hit a good suppression knife, you're going to be able to take Chamber's guns away, and he's going to be feeling a lot worse for wear. So, Houston grouping up towards this attacking side. They want to go through the same main. They got to get through people and a very big Viper wall, which, again, Hombistos, you don't really want to push through. The instant minus 30 decay really hurts when you only have 100 HP.
I know double controller and double duelist are meta options that are very strong for sure. And a lot of teams seem to be enjoying them a lot more lately, but I do like Houston's team composition more personally. I'm a big fan of double initiator options. Just sets your team up so much more nicely, gets more information, gets more clean executions. But GCU, the ones that are being clean right now, is Sam is the one finding the heads, clicking away, and get the first 2 frags of the team, something we've commonly seen them do so far this series.
Feeling the pressure here from GCU. Actually, everyone is. GCU banding together in order to clear out the space. Full pressure in. It takes the first round of this map. That's huge for Grand Canyon because again, Houston very big on that mental, on that momentum. And when they've won this pistol round, which they did do in that previous map, they translated that into huge round wins earlier. Huge stringing of those round wins together. They took the map extremely easily. Maybe this is the start of that map too.
It's all about that vibe check, man. This is that team that we talked about passing that vibe check yesterday. Even though they're up against the wall on adversity, they just still come through like very strong looking. They did that through Icebox. They continued that through Haven and just dominated. And now in Fracture, already off to a great start. It's team mental, team morale. They're working together very wonderfully. And especially this player right here, Sam, who just found so many frags so far and just keeps stepping up over and over. There is a lurk through dish that is being accounted for on the side of Grand Canyon University. The other members of Houston try to play through halls, and there's Taro. Found that lurk. They got their bearings back, fighting the fight against Soli, who just now pop shot through the spammable wall. Last bullet in the chamber, saw them cross through, got the spots, the shots. But Sam was able to answer right back. Keep the numbers in their favor. The Spams managed to get another frag on the fadeaway spam, full blast, full flashed. Full able to get the kill, and player trying to spike the plant down, and it's all up to Jivy. Not much in the chamber. Up against chamber, Volt finishes the fight 2-0 for Grand Canyon.
2-0, almost flawless, does end up dropping that one kill through the spammable box, but huge opening from Grand Canyon and Houston. They do have this explosivity right onto this A main position, but then they have to get through the Viper smoke, they have to get through the snake bite, they have to get through the star that could turn into the gravity well, and they're stagnating quite a bit. Now, Houston have rifles in their hands, so maybe they can translate this, instead of getting stuck in the choke, to a little bit more firepower, a little bit more pressure on Grand Canyon's side. They're going to take this a little bit slower. Split up, one towards B, one towards A. I would not be a fan to go towards this B side, Chad, because I could see all of the utility already stacked up towards it. It seems like Houston are going to agree with me. They're going to flirt over towards this A side, where, again, there still is the Viper, and the Raze is actually rotated over, and the nade could go through. They took the stars away.
Yeah, it's gone. Play with side control, B site. Houston found their way in. Taro or Mame needs to make a big impact here, and perhaps that could be enough. Find the frag on Adam, make it harder for them to establish control of the site. The spike is now rotating through in the hands of Koi. The rest of Grand Canyon, though, they're making it here on time. Those first shots doesn't quite find the head connected. Hits the clavicle instead, a little medical term for everybody at home. And that's the shoulder blade, the little collarbones. Sam, though, find the frag on the Koi, who tried flashing out from this post-plant situation. The spike was planted in the meantime, but it's a gritty battle both ways. Sam trying to just spray and pray. The swing outs with the Spectre in hand. The transfers, the crossfire set up for Houston will be enough, though. The superior weaponry as well. They go up on the board 1-2 so far.
Yeah, great manipulation of rotations there by Houston. Getting rid of all the Astra Stars really facilitated the KO, and the Breach getting onto the site itself. They were able to hold on to the post plant, which was looking a little bit shaky at times since people were still rotating through. But they get themselves around to win. They don't convert that bonus on Grand Canyon side, and Houston get themselves a little bit more in the confidence department. Looks like they want to head back towards this A site, thinking that, hey, we manipulated their rotations before. They're not going to rotate nearly as fast, and we can take this A main control. And there's still this Viper and this Raze. If they turn around just in time, we can still do this. But looks like they're going to still stay towards the station. I don't think they hear all the stuff that's happening on this A site.
Yep, it's going to be a retake situation for Grand Canyon, that's for sure. As A site's completely taken by Houston, left alone. As they fell for the bait, fell for the rotate. And it could be one of the strengths that we'll start seeing on the side of Houston is nice map rotations and macro play overall. It's been the shining light so far at the very least. Alongside some frag potential for sure. Post-plant situation. The Tour de Force is available as well as a Showstopper. Showstopper is one that makes more sense right now, but shut down immediately by the no command available from Houston's side. Jiffy eliminates that possibility. Soli eliminates Volt from the field. As with these crossfire setups, all the angles controlled by Houston. There's only 2 that Grand Canyon can work with out of the 3 that Houston have available for themselves. The player advantage, the player count advantage, the angle advantage, everything going the way of Houston. And Taro deciding, you know what? Who needs to save a Phantom?
In solidarity, let's go.
We're stand together.
Yeah. A little bit, I think, of an oversight there from Grand Canyon, pushing so far in that they didn't hear anything and weren't actually able to be fast enough to that retake situation. Great by Houston to not just pop the null command off the rip. They still are very methodical, realizing, hey, this is a little bit too easy. Let's save our ultimates just in case we're going to need them in that post plant, which they really did with that null command. Houston, hey, Chad, it's always A. This time, though, Grand Canyon bringing a little bit more heat, bringing a little bit more firepower on their side and utility as well. In a forward operator position that if Houston aren't able to get through this A main, they're going to be forced back into the operator.
Houston doing what Houston does best, is challenging A site, rinse and repeat. They did do the pull away from B site before, but overall they seem to be favoring the A site takes. They're doing so still successfully. It is an anti-eco, so not too surprised about that one. Sam is looking up into halls. It's being accounted for by Jibby though, and Jibby does find the foe. That's going to be 2 kills for Houston so far. 3 remaining on Grand Canyon. They're whittling away so quickly on the site. The tour de force was popped, perhaps unfortunately, on the side of Grand Canyon, because they might not get much out of this one. One shot trying to find through the jump spins, and yeah, you don't really count. You don't expect people to do that, so it's hard to really account for it and react to it effectively.
There
Houston
it is.
finding the lead. There it is.
Yeah, there it is. There's the confidence that I was talking about, right? He does the 360 just to, you know, that's the mental game. That's how I know that Houston, they're feeling a little bit better about themselves. They're gonna take these confident peaks, and that's when they're usually having this crispy aim, having these really insane rounds that they can string together. They have 3 in a row here now, Chad. They can make this go all the way, and it's up to Grand Canyon to stop this momentum in its tracks.
What can they do? Viper utility is the thing that comes to me the first, but they have 2 people on B site. That's where the spike's going, but all the utility from the Asher Stars, the trademarks from Chamber, it should do a pretty good job of stalling enough for the rotations for the team. Sam, finding frags will do an even better job of stalling enough for rotations for the team, that's for sure. As the Viper's gone hunting, Taro is on the lookout in case people are making some shenanigans over towards Arcade, perhaps, but nothing was found. So the rest of the members of Houston split up 2 and 2 all across the map, trying to make presence at A site, known to pull rotations, and then execute on this B site, and that could be what happens, but the trademark's still over there on B, and this rotation for Houston's happening. They're wondering now, what do we do? I don't think they bought what we were selling them, and it's a 2-for-2 spread across the map for both teams.
50 seconds left on the clock. B site definitely a lot harder for Houston to be able to take, with all the stars littered across the site with the trademarks as well. Watanabe has an interesting angle, but he is a little bit isolated on the site. If Houston go full force into this, it's going to be a difficult task in order to navigate around this A site, get the 1v1s.
Of course, at the very end, they do execute on A side at the very end. That's what GC was expecting as a possibility. That's what they're accounting for. They couldn't quite get more than 2. So it's still going to be 2 versus 2. It's the number of the round, honestly. Grand Canyon now has to deal with a Viper's Pit. No way of getting information in there for free. They have to just swing in there. Use the bodies. Risk the challenges. Tucked away as Houston, wanting to continue extending their lead in this final map of the series. The stars being placed to try and just set up situations that's hard for Houston to just hold angles to account for. Yep. Expected that they would go away from the star that they placed, and they looked at it away from the star they placed themselves. GCU doing that beautifully.
It's actually so close, because Adam Solomon did have the flick, almost got the spray transfer, and a Volt, I believe, was around 1 HP because of that Viper's Pit. So a stray bullet would have caught him, would have been the clutch for Houston, but Grand Canyon are able to convert, they're able to tie up the score line and keep themselves alive in this round. Now their money still a little bit worse for wear. It did get down to that 1 versus 1, so they weren't able to save their guns into this next round, but at least they have that round equal. And you see what they go for this. They have Watanabe who can pull out the knives, 1 away from them, so could just go for a very aggressive look, as well as the Chamber sort of force very close to that as well. Oh man, full force ahead on Houston here. This should put a wrench into the plans, and I don't think the Jet actually got this. Yeah, okay, he did get the knife, so he's gonna be able to pull those out. Has a shorty in case it gets really close in this nearsighted angle as well.
That was an interesting circumstance. Couldn't quite track well enough to finish the kill under Watanabe, but at least gets a little bit of damage. But Adam, I don't think anybody's accounting for this right now. Nobody's looking towards this at all. Adam's completely unaware of by Grand Canyon. But meanwhile, the rest of the team rotating away towards B site. Solely suddenly find themselves in a tough situation. Watanabe finds the first frag on Eric Appleton, who was trying to linger away and support their homie. That spiked down as well. But Adam, that's the one on the flank. The big look on Adam is coming through. gets the first kill on the Taro as Koi is fighting as well on the front lines. Adam is good for 2. Watanabe answers right back though. It's 2 versus 2 on this situation. They did line up, but Watanabe couldn't quite find the frags. 5 bullets. Peek around. You only need a couple to get this kill. Volt challenges to try re-swing for the homie, but no, they get shut down. Watanabe on the guesswork is now stuck on A site and will have to go across the entire map in a 1 versus 2 retake situation.
Yeah, I couldn't even swing back through because he had no bullets in the magazine or in his back pocket either. He's going to switch out the gun, but it's just enough time for Houston to run over towards that B site, get that spike down in open position. Houston in 2 power positions here too now. You actually have the breach holding over towards tower, a really great spot to be able to defend that spike. And you have Jivy here on the flank to try and catch out this Jet. Now, Jet did go through spawn. He will be able to tap the spike, but I believe the spike is planted open, so shouldn't be too hard to defend for Houston.
Really shouldn't be, especially because of this breach utility. Just lock it down so heavily. Nothing for the KO, but not like they really needed either. Yeah, they're just playing it safe. They just do a quick peek. And after the quick peek, they're like, oh, yeah, he's back off the spike. We don't have to keep challenging. Back to safety. Perfectly played by Houston in that situation.
Yeah, very aggressive there from Grand Canyon, pushing through their own Viper's pit. Definitely caught Houston off guard, but the reinforcements came in just in time to even up the numbers and actually get them into a player advantage. Houston come out on top of the round, but come out on top of the econ and come out on top of these ultimates as well. They have 3 going into the next site. In my eyes, or especially on this No Command and this Rolling Thunder, 2 ultimates that alone can take a site, but when you combo them together, I don't know how you hold that.
Be tough for sure. Just clearing the first, and they'll be using the utility for the second wave of defense locations. I love that he pops that in the sewers. Makes it so it covers all of the defenders on the site. Mame good for 1 at the very least, but still, despite Rolling Thunder being down, you might not really need that for to take because they're already there with the spike planted. 3 versus 3 on the field as Adam is lurking through sewers. Grand Canyon might need a little help down there. Adam gets that kill. There it goes. Should have helped sewers by Grand Canyon, but all good.
Oh, the tap.
Yeah, this is advantageous for Houston, to say the least, unless players like Grand Canyon just start fragging, hit the kills. Watanabe finds Jivy. Everything froze on my screen, but Sam gets the frag. They get the defuse as well, and Watanabe finishes the fight as well for the economical impact. Tied up for Grand Canyon.
Yeah, just sticks the defuse through the end. Houston, despite having these big powerful ultimates, they get the site, but they aren't able to convert in that post-plant scenario. Grand Canyon tie it up yet again. A back and forth game, which is exactly what you want to see in this 3rd place in the decider, not 3rd place, in this 3rd map in a best of 3, the decider to end it all. Who's going to take away that first? Unfortunately, boost isn't going to work. Houston back towards the same Bane pressure that they've been so consistent with. And in that amount of time, Grand Canyon's actually explored clear out all of arcades, so they're feeling pretty good about this A stack.
Asher Chamber hold on B is so strong. Should be really nice for them. Something that we haven't really touched on, at least I haven't, is that Grand Canyon hasn't run Breach on Fracture, which to many people could be considered a sin. Should Houston have known, they could have ran Killjoy and gotten basically a free B site many times, but
yeah,
is what it is.
Back towards this A. Very quiet to not have the Viper wall cut their vision. Houston's side. Grand Canyon. Oh, the timing. The raise is still here. It's a 3 stack, and they're going through with the Rolling Thunder.
Oh no, Watanabe was a sitting duck, left exposed and all alone. Taro falls as well, but Sam, the hero of Grand Canyon University, so far, the paint shell is through. That does so much damage. Eric couldn't even get the spike planted, 30 HP. They know that he had to run away, but there's no way of punishing this corner peek. Sam has to go and overcommit to be able to get this punish in the corner. The 2v1 swing, but the crossfire from Jivy is there. Volt with some spam fire through the smoke gets the frag and brings us into 1v1 situation. 9 HP. Honestly, the Spectre would be a better call at this point because any bullet would kill. But I don't know if those comms were given. Volt still has the Headhunter out and is going to be peeking. One shot to the head. Doesn't matter what HP Jivey would have had there. Still a kill going Volt's way. Grand Canyon up 5-4.
Oh, big ultimates expended by Houston. That's such a good entry onto the site. But then again, Sam comes up huge. The showstopper even missed on the jet. It didn't do anything, but the rifle does everything as he's able to stop the jet in his tracks, get one through the smoke, even up the numbers, and prevents Houston from getting a little bit too comfortable on that side. Grand Canyon getting up one round. Feels like it's been a while since they've actually had that round advantage. And Houston came back towards this A main. It's been very standard from Houston on this attack. Honestly, they keep flirting with A main. They're trying to bait out the utility. They use quite a bit of it in their own. Tour de Force pop. That's over towards the B site though. And Grand Canyon, they're fighting for this. They want to make sure they keep it.
Ooh, Taro challenge immediately alongside Watanabe. The long angle gets 4K total between the two of them. Brings it all down to Sully so instantly. The spike through. That catches Sam a little bit off guard. That was an interesting usage of the Cloudburst. So 3K for Sully as well. 47 HP, has spike in hand. Guesswork for Grand Canyon members. Where exactly does he go from here? Has over a minute to work with. So it's anybody's guess at this point.
2 bullets. That's what it's going to take to kill him. 1 if it is Volt with the chamber op. Sully, I think he's going to commit towards this A side. He knows that the chamber is alive, and he always plays B, always places his trips towards B. They know that the Tour de Force is active as well. Astro Stars are also layered on top of it, so A does seem like his best bet. He has no idea where this Astra is. He has no idea if the rotations have come through. We do, with that spectator's view. Every single angle cleared. Where is he going to plant for?
That's interesting to me, as well as the fact that the stars will be able to be returned. They can use those for that retake situation. And we've already seen, whoops. We've already seen how effective Taro is at just dropping the stars to try isolate angles that the players can actually defend from. Mame actually working with them as well. The closest distance. There's that star setup again that we saw in the Viper's Pit. They're just doing it again here. Line up! Yes! They lined up for him and gave Sully the perfect opportunity that he capitalized on beautifully. Fantastic show of Sully finding the opportunities, taking advantage, and coming up on top of the massive ace for Houston, tying things up.
No way, not like that. For utility in their kit. I realized just afterwards it looked a little bit weird to us that he did that updraft, but he's actually trying to fake it so that the enemy pre-aims the top of the site. Didn't work out in the end, but still gets the lineup, gets Houston to tie it up, and money secured for them as well. Grand Canyon with a huge play to hold that ace site. It's all for naught. And now Houston round, I don't even know how many at this point. They just love this A site, man. They love this A main. There is a judge on the other side. Taro, you are where my eyes are at.
Oh, well, now they know exactly where Taro is and the fact that he is a judge, but he's still able to get one nevertheless. Cavalry is arriving soon from drop from the Finning spawn. The Viper's Pit being dropped in on the cap. Spike will go down, but it's going to be a numbers advantage for Grand Canyon, so it's about even playing field, all things considered in this moment. College Divide is up as well if Grand Canyon wants to use that, but Sam picking up those judges. A field day in Viper's Pit. That works out just great. Watanabe on high ground and catching Koi back on the flank side, and fantastic retake situation from Grand Canyon.
That's the irony there. You put down the Viper Spit on the site. Well, it's a near site, and I'm the one who's the shotgun. So really, even though the HP is ticking down, person with a shotgun will have the advantage. Taro actually buying up a judge yet again. So feels like he just wants to have this multi-kill pressure just in case Houston hasn't checked their angles. Now, he did get one in that last round, but definitely not the multi-kill you necessarily expect with that shotgun. Grand Canyon get to 6. Houston looking to tie it up. Doing something a little bit different here. Rather than heavy alls, rather than heavy A pulse pressure, they're going to go over towards this B. This is the site that's usually the hardest to take because you have something like the chamber traps, a lot of the stars usually as well. A lot of noise made towards this dish side just to get that null command online, but they're going back towards this B site here, Chad, and they have the null command and the Rolling Thunder, a deadly combo to take the site.
It's the last round of the half, so you might as well let everything run through. First frag coming through, null command activated just in time to die, but can Watanabe connect to the second? He can! He's left there to die, but Koi from sewers is able to help and get the resurrection underway. Will Mame be here? Oh, the shutdown from Mame. Perfect timing. The info will still be there for another second, but now the timer runs out. Jiffy's down. 2 members of Houston is left in tower. They know about both now because they heard the shots. Well, I guess they didn't hear about the voice. Actually, it was only the Spectre, so Adam Solomon was still hiding back behind. The timing, the spring through, the Spectre's good enough. It's all down to Taro. They might be able to get a half, but they have to deal with 2. Solomon the first to peak. That's 1. Can deal with 2. It's just a sliver of HP. He's so weak to 10 bullets. They know. But Eric Appleson comes up on top to tie things up, going to the second half. 6 HP in the dream.
Oh, not the double tap, not stuck into the animation. He played it so well, but Eric, he has that game sense. We've seen it in so many games that we've played today. His game sense is off the charts. He knows exactly when to run through that smoke, when to get the drop despite his low HP, tying it up. Houston now going to be on this defense, completely even game so far, and I want to see where Houston go with this. They have the potential to go very aggressive with this double initiator, with this jet, to clear out spaces of the map, but they also have quite a bit of stalling potential. If that KO suppression knife hits, it's really hard for Grand Canyon to exec on a site. If Breach is able to land a really good fault line as well, the same thing happens. Where's Houston go with this? So far, pretty spread out. Keeping that jet and Breach together, which is probably the best combo you can have. For the jet can really get set up by this Breach.
Yeah, we've seen Houston's fantastic B site hold already today. We'll see what they can do on A site, as that's where Grand Canyon is looking to take it. Koi already off to draw first blood of the half, but gets straight out immediately. The punish of the reload isn't there in time. Soli able to answer back for 2. Massive situation for Soli. Got that ace as a big clutch earlier on, and now clutching up in Halls for 2 in the 1v2 situation. Sam challenging back though, trying to keep the playing field evened up. This is going to be a 2 versus 2 for Grand Canyon. They have spike in hand. They have breakaway for B side as well. And there's only that wall from Viper left to try to stall their approach, but that's not the route that they're going to be taking. Eric down to 17 HP. Soli keeps popping up, and all 3 players left alive. We're down to a sliver. 1 body shot should be enough for no matter what they have. But it's Mame in a 1 versus 2. He's going to have a tougher spot to deal with. The Frenzy could be good for spraying through as well in this situation, actually. So this could be the perfect weaponry for Mame to make happen. Working with a second Nebula will be lasting a little bit longer, but it's complete guesswork of where these Houston members are going to be. They're spamming as well. They're looking, but the Nebula drops. He's exposed to so many angles, and that's taken advantage of by Houston members. They win the pistol round of second half.
Great heads up play in that clutch by Houston, understanding those timers on that smoke. They're 15 seconds long. There's too many pockets in order to clear out. That's pockets that the Astra can dip in and out of. Let's just wait it out. Let's make sure we can clear out as much space as possible. We're both low HP, a single stray bullet, and both of us die. Houston get the pistol for themselves. They're going to be able to get themselves a little bit better weaponry from the armory as well. So Spectres across the board. Sully's actually going to keep this Sheriff, which had quite a bit of impact in that last round. Could we be seeing an early operator from him in this game? Grand Canyon looking to just spread out for this one.
Yeah, this is about as much of a default spread on offense you can pretty much get on Fracture because of how the map is laid out. Just going to look to see if they can make a pick happen or something of that sort. Breaches, basically the 2 common locations you see Breach on defense is around the B side to look to support for Chamber, controlling the stairs, or looking to support for Halls. The people waiting to peek. They fall off though because of the timing. Soli's there on the angle, and still as good as we saw in the first round. Koi's here as well on the doors, flashing it through. Doesn't get flashed. Is Volt, but it won't matter because the shots are not quite there. Meanwhile, the rest of the members of Grand Canyon have been falling off. It's all down to Watanabe suddenly, who's fully flashed, and left a little stranded. 8-6, Houston winning the anti-eco.
Flawlessly as well. Great for their mental, great for their momentum. And yeah, Sully, he's going to pick up that third round operator into his hands. The rest of the team gonna have the Spectres on board. Now, Grand Canyon, they do have a double controller composition, so they can definitely cut the vision from this op, make sure they can get up close in order to defeat it. But still, the operator is a very big threat, especially where he is. It's gonna be peeking out towards that B main position where it seems Grand Canyon is exactly where they're heading. Oops.
Took a little quick peeks. Soy has the lineup saved from the last round because they just had a sheriff and they popping off a lot of frag. Kill returns the credits. A nice little look and peek on Volt. That was so fast, so crisp. And Houston with an immaculate hold on B site. Grand Canyon University finding a similar issue that we saw Oklahoma run into at the start of the day, the first semifinal match we covered, of how do we actually break through this Houston hold on defense? How do we break through that B-site trademark placement from the chamber? How do we get past this Viper utility on A sites? And it's something that they're going to be discussing this timeout.
Yeah, Houston, they convert this bonus, which is huge. Talk about the momentum. They're able to keep it running. Grand Canyon, they're going to take this timeout, I'd say a little bit earlier than I would like. Eco rounds, definitely can talk through them in order to figure out what you want to do with this one, but still, see how it works out for Grand Canyon. It's hard to break through this defense. There's just so much stopping power, and I think you just got to somehow play it slow and just bait stuff out. You can also do the signature strat of, hey, Sully's on B site. Let's just go to the other one, see how that one works out for you. But it's definitely really hard to play slow, steady against an operator that can always have that threat of just insta-killing one of your teammates.
Yeah, sometimes people are just popping off. They're just in the moment. They're online. They're in the zone, that flow state. So if that's the case, that seems to be where Sully is right now. Just scout out to where he is. Like you said that in a very simplistic manner, but like that is absolutely a valid strategy. Like that player is popping off. We're just not going to deal with that. They just have our number right now. Where are they? And let's not go there. And that could be like the best strategy Grand Canyon can use right now, because the utility hold for B and A side are relatively equivalent on the side of Houston. It's really the factor changing of where Sully is, and Sully keeps meeting Grand Canyon minions and keeps killing them.
And taking control of by Grand Canyon, but the operators here, it's actually been pushed back just a little bit. The flash is good enough. Sam completely green screen, not going to be able to convert, not even to get that pressure. So they know where Sully is now. They did drop one of their primary entry fraggers. They do at least have another one with the jet. Spike will be picked up, and yeah, seems like they're going with this slot here, Chad. Grand Canyon heading towards this B.
So they're going to have to deal with all that utility from the breach, from the chamber, and with this lack of presence from A side, their read is from the KO coming on over to be able to support the B side defenders. Houston leaves two just in case it's a fake, but the read is there. It's good.
Shin instantly gets an eye. Koi is going to do it. The rest of Houston will follow up. It's all left to Mame in 1 versus 4, and he's not going to be able to land the shots that he needs. Not too bad, I would say. It is that eco round. You don't really expect that much from it. Hopefully you get a little bit more, but Grand Canyon now is make or break of buy round. Houston on 10. If you lose this, most likely looking at match point. Houston, I think they're feeling pretty good, man.
Oh yeah, they're feeling great. They're feeling on top of the world right now. Nothing can be stopped from what they do. This will be another big buy up though for Grand Canyon, of course. So this is their moment that might be the last hurrah if you are talking about the mental warfare of the game. They made a big comeback already today though, so you can never count them out until the game is over. And perhaps another comeback could happen now. They couldn't complete it in the overtime situation on map number 1, but perhaps the figure things out, can close out the comeback this time. that cuts off the breach. The flash will not be there. The aftershock doesn't really matter. The rendezvous is destroyed. Adam is completely left stranded up top. They're clearing out the site. GCU, Grand Canyon University, have adapted and overcome the B site hold of Houston. And now in a 4 versus 2 situation to defend this spike, solely the player who's had the number of Grand Canyon University is still alive. And Eric Appleson, the player who's had many clutch moments, not as many of recent, so maybe perhaps they're due for one. Could be the case. But it is a 2 versus 2. The advantage is certainly in favor of Grand Canyon, who has spread out very widely with a complete confidence that this could be a mid-take, and that's where Mame looks. That's where Mame finds the frag. Solely still alive, still that nuisance, but Mame shuts them down. Finally, the Tyrant has fallen. Grand Canyon gets a win on the board for the second half.
Huge. Houston, though, they still have money from those round wins strung together in a row. Sully's still going to buy up this operator, so it's still a threat across the board. Adam Solomon, you see him buy a stinger here, but realistically, he has this tour de force already popped. There is now a double op pressure on the side of Houston, and Grand Canyon's strategy there was to walk up exec once they got to the chokes. It's going to be a little bit harder when there's an operator on both sides.
Concealment. Pulling them in. Poison's off.
Interesting reallocation of resources. Houston sending Adam over towards A site with the chamber utility instead of B. We basically only seen chamber on B site so far. So realizing, okay, they're starting to adapt to what our game plan is. Let's mix it up a bit. Try to throw them off.
Off angle. This is such a hard angle to clear on that operator. And Jivy is here for the reaggress as well. The moment the op shot goes off, there's like a double flash and everyone just gets white across their screen.
Basically going off of Sully's contact on the upper angle. And that's the frag for Sully already. The tire may have fallen, but that was only a temporary means. It gets shut down again, but it was good for 2 before that happened. Still advantage to Houston as Grand Canyon hasn't quite gotten on site yet. Volt trying to create space and create an opportunity for the team, but just couldn't quite do it. Jivy was able to just win out the 1v1 as well, as Mame had so many angles to account for. Certainly a disadvantaged situation that Houston put them in.
Yeah, you can see Adam. I was a little bit concerned as if Sully goes down, he's going to have to retake with an op and a stinger in hand, which is not nearly as good as a rifle, but it seems like Houston really values Sully on this operator. They save just enough money to make sure that he can still get onto that gun, even if they did end up losing that round. So Houston still has that operator threat of this jet, and Grand Canyon, at least so far, this operator has just done so much to them. Knives and the tour de force for Grand Canyon, though. It's a little bit hard to go super aggressive, at least with that tour de force. So group up from Grand Canyon towards this B site. Chamber is here. He has the TPs available, the KO as well. KO's already there with the flash out. He's waiting to play anti-flash off of this one trademark that's still sitting in B main.
This is the power of a jet chamber composition, is you just have so much strength even on eco rounds because of utility from your ultimates. Sam trying to close the distance, clear Arcade aggressively without being exposed to tower, but Adam with a fast reaction was ready for it, teleported out just to be here to hold down the site and get 2 more frags of their own. So now down just the tour de force in the hands of Volt, but a 1v3, you're going to deal with a crossfire. How do you clear through this? How do you find any frags? If you can at least destroy the operator, that'd be good, but that could just be recovered afterwards. Oh, the timing. Solely puts Houston to map point after the initial fantastic reaction speed and situational awareness of Adam at the start of the round.
Match point 12-7, and we did see Houston struggle to close out their game on Icebox. Definitely could be the case here. We've also seen some crazy shots, some crazy thrifty rounds from Grand Canyon. This is make or break. This is match 3 of Grand Finals. There's no coming back for this if Houston win this next round. This game's over at that point. Operator still in Sully's hands. This threat is still here. B side seems to be on the table because Grand Canyon have the read. But Sully always plays over towards this A position. But there's still so much stopping power. There's still the trademarks and this breach to set this chamber up.
Besides the strongest hold that we've seen from Houston so far, but this is not where Sully is. This is an opportunity, but Solomon shuts down the showstopper at the very least, but dies for their efforts. It's going to be a Viper's Pit set up for a post-plant situation. This could be that start of a comeback that we were talking about, something that we saw on Icebox, something that could happen here. Advantage to Grand Canyon for the post-plant. Forward option for Volt, who could get initial peek on this angle and could be swung by Sam as well. Or I should say, actually, Watanabe and Eric Appleson getting the first frag. Null Command underway. This is making the retake dream alive. This could be the final round for Houston. If they can find the frag on Detero, that would be all they need. But the tunnel vision is there. Mame punishes. Soli tries their best, but Mame is there to finish the fight as well. Grand Canyon still alive.
Even with the weaponry that's not nearly as good as those rifles, they're able to get onto the site, recover some of that weaponry, and then drop down the Viper's Pit. All of it better for Grand Canyon. Houston aren't able to fight their way through. They even invest the null command into it, so they're not going to have it in another post-plant scenario. Still, money well into the bank of Houston. They're still going to be able to buy up. Sully still back on that operator. They switched him now towards that B site, but Grand Canyon are reading this extremely well. As long as they can avoid this operator, they seem to have the best chance of getting into these games, getting these round wins. Now, there's a Viper Spit that they're going to have to fight through. There is no Sova, so there is no drone to try and clear this Viper out. And try and use the trademarks in order to do that, but this Viper's playing so far back. There's no way into this unless you just want to clear it with people.
The reads from Grand Canyon to start things off have been good, but the Viper's Pit definitely stops them in the tracks. Like you said, the high ground from Adam, though, we saw how the high ground for him worked so much better earlier on, but that's been read. Sam answers back. Eric's still alive and fighting. Jivey as well. This could be it. Houston has 3 alive. That's more than enough because Eric Appleson with a 4K to close things out. Houston, the champions of the CECC Southwest Invitational 2022.
Yeah, they're not going to waste any time. Closed it out with a great setup. Operator on the B site, Viper Spit on the other. Forced everyone to go through that sand position, but they had the good flash in order to prevent anyone from pushing. They had the firepower available, and they clear it out. Houston, 2-1. Grand Finals winners definitely got close, but GCU were not able to win it one out.
Yeah.
Man, what a game.
It was exciting for sure. We had a crazy comeback. We had stomps. We had very commanding halves. We had very neck and neck halves as well. Just every form of Valorant you would look for, we've had them basically in this grand final. So it was a pleasure to watch. And in the end, the final straw was defensive hold from Houston on Fracture. Just couldn't really be crumbled. So Houston, hold strong. They are the victors. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have a winning side interview with one of the members of Houston, the winning team, to talk about their experiences today, what they're looking forward to head with, and just to close out the day. See you then.
Yeah. Actually surprised that Watanabe is going to be the one on this jet, typically going to be the op.
We're back with a victory winner interview. Eric Appleson on the cam, on the mic, part of the team from Houston. The controller main, who had many clutches out throughout the day, many great utility usages, things like that. First question I want to ask you off the bat is on Icebox to start off the day. There's a bit of a comeback happening. You go into OT though, and then you smash an OT. So what was going through the team's brain in that situation of like, oh gosh, we need to step it up at this point?
Yeah, our mentality, we feel like we can just sort of like, stomp them throughout the entire half. But then once they started getting those rounds, we started like kind of, I guess, panicking on the post plants, and we would just basically troll the post plants and, give them the rounds. I mean, they played it fairly well. They played the retakes well. But, once we got to the second half, we're like, okay, we're on defense. We're good on this half. We'll reset, we get the round. And then we took our time, we're patient, and we got the last round, and we won the map.
Yeah, absolutely great to get that first map. And I think a good follow-up question to that is, what was it like after that second map, right? You guys weren't having the best sorts of looks. You're getting completely dominated. I know it's hard to do that right after dropping a couple rounds on that first half. You're able to pick it up in the third, but what was it like, once you dropped that map on the second half? What was it like going into that third map where it's really like make or break?
Yeah, I mean, that second map was super rough. I think it started with Adam misplacing his little trip in garage, kind of lost us around. It's okay. I love you, Adam. It's okay. Just hope he knows that. But yeah, I mean, it just kind of snowballed out of there. Our mentality just, I guess, sort of collapsed, and then we couldn't really like piece anything together. And I mean, I guess it's probably one of our like worst or most embarrassing defeats we've had, in Collegiate this semester. So definitely not a good one to have. But coming to that third map, we know that Fracture is one of our maps that we are like somewhat practiced on over the past few days, so we could kind of play it well. Especially like we knew if we can get through that attacking half, if we can at least get 6-5 rounds something like that, we would have a really strong defense. And from there we just worked on our we just worked on getting those rounds in defense, and we felt like really strong once we got to that second half. And yeah.
You guys definitely showed good mental to be able to return, because every team has bad maps. It just happens in the game of Valorant, but also every team has dominant maps, as you've shown on this tournament as well. Going into Fracture, everything's on the line. We saw you on game 3 for Fracture at the start of the day on semifinals. And then also to end the day, Panzer came in the first series to replace Sully, but when Sully was in the lineup on the second series was popping off. Is there like a plan that Panzer comes in at certain times? Was that just a circumstance thing? What was going on there?
Actually, Sully had a job interview that he has scheduled for. Yeah, right. So we were assuming we were going to win the second map, and Sully was going to go to the job interview, and things didn't pan out that way. So we had to have Panzer come in for the third map. But afterwards, Sully's our starter player. He's always playing with us, and he just did Sully things. Man just went crazy on that third map. Like that ace was probably one of the best he's hit with us, and probably if ever, honestly. So I mean, love the guy. He just carried us, put us on his back. So yeah, hats off to Sully.
Yeah, great to see it. I mean, now that you have won this tournament, like, how are you feeling? Especially after coming back from something that wasn't looking too good for a while. Is there anyone that you want to thank? Anything? Some words you want to say for the stream?
I mean, I want to just thank the team. We stuck together. We didn't let anything. We didn't let our mental get to us. And shout out to the whole team. Jordan, Coy, Sully, and Adam. Love those guys.
Yeah, everybody definitely put their effort in as well. Those pop-off moments from both teams. It was a very exciting grand finals. I was definitely entertained while working the event as well, so I'm sure everybody at home was happy as well. You the most so, being the victors to close things off for today for the Valorant side of things. So we will be saying our farewells now for Valorant. Congratulations again. When we come back from the break, we'll be having some more Super Smash Brothers content, so keeping the show running, some polyhop action, some Super Smash Brothers gameplay. We'll see you all then, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of Eric Appleson and Houston in future collegiate events. Take care, and see you after the break.
Great. Thank you so much, Cadence and Sai. Some amazing commentary there on the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate portion of the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. This was the Southwest Invitational, and we saw just so much amazing action here on Esports U2 between Valorant and now Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. It's going to be UT Arlington that secure their spot. They do not drop a set an entire way through the bracket. They are the #1 seed by far, crushing it, and an amazing set there to close out that final set here of the day. They will join us at our live event in May, which will be our grand final event. But that's going to do it here from everybody at the Collegiate Sports Management Group, CSMG, and everyone in conjunction with Esports U. We are going to enjoy this final day here and close it on out. We'll be back again. We still have some more regions for the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup. Don't go anywhere. If you have not done so yet, make sure to hit that follow button on our Twitter as well as our 2 Twitch channels. My name is Paulie Hype. It has been a pleasure to be your host for the weekend. Thank you so much to all our great and talented casters and all the players and schools competing in this weekend's CECC Southwest Invitational. So without further ado, I hope you all enjoy the rest of your weekend, what little time is left of it, and we'll see you next time right here at the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup.